Chapter 181 One-Man Army. Well done. On the outskirts of the battlefield, on a military aircraft, Zhang Feng stared at the scene of countless motorcycles roaring on the ground, and talked to himself. Major General Zhang Feng, the strongest among the 6 major generals, is also the most ruthless, and only with such a character can he suppress the warlords in the Land of Fire. In other deserts, the Security Corps dominates the world, but here, the Security Corps and the warlords rule separately. He spent a lot of effort, and dealt with a few of the troublemakers, and only then could he barely create a balanced situation. Among all the troublemakers, God was the most troublesome. And he even dared to feed the messenger of the security group to the dogs. He had wanted to deal with the other party for a long time. The reason why he didn't do it was that he was not sure to suppress the other party by relying on the military force of one desert. And it was far beyond his authority to draw troops from other deserts. Now that someone wanted to deal with him, Zhang Feng was the happiest. After all, someone was half of his own. The white fog rose higher and higher with the charge of the motorcycle gang. In the fog, the high-pitched electronic music and the flames complemented each other. Compared with the tens of thousands of troops of the flame bikers, the number of people in the mechanical hunter camp, including logistics, does not exceed 1,000. The confrontation between the two is like a child against a grown man. However, the child does not think of himself as a child, and even thinks that the other party is a child. In the mist, huge black shadows began to move. On the fastest steel mail car, a flame boy was holding a flamethrower and spraying randomly, yelling and shouting. His eyes were dull and crazy, as if he had taken drugs. The next moment, his eyes went dark, a metal fist as thick as a water tank fell from the sky, his head was lightly touched, and it exploded like a watermelon. Then came the body, 2 long legs. After this punch flattened the engine of the motorcycle, the fist was removed, only a pool of sticky blood remained. One after another, mechanical giants appeared in the desert, thick mechanical arms, thighs as thick as the mechanical arms, round mecha cabins, and people shaking metal rods in the cockpit. Die trash. Shuju, a very ordinary lowly in the cable tribe, now became a lowly driving mecha. The girl shaved her head to drive the mecha, and a large number of electrodes were pasted all over her head, almost covering the entire cerebral cortex. Through the external neural connection device, some subtle movements that cannot be operated by the operating lever can be transmitted through the nerves. Shuji pulled the mechanical lever, stepped on a flame boy to death, grabbed a motorcycle with excitement, and smashed it hard into the distance. Opposite was a hedgehog-like tank, which was full of steel spears. It looked quite troublesome just by looking at the appearance. As a result, it was hit by the motorcycle, and the exploding flames instantly covered the surface of the hedgehog car. Ding, ding, ding. 3 steel spears were inserted into the mecha cabin very accurately, and 3 layers of bulletproof glass blocked this projectile. You have a weapon, I have one too. Xiaoju pressed the weapon button, and the next moment, the lifting device on the spine pushed up the weapon on the back, and the mecha grabbed with both hands, and soon, a big sword made from the ribs of an A-level radiation beast was pulled out. The biological big sword swept across, and the 10 flame boys who rushed forward were cut in half. No, it should be broken in half. Xiaoju's adrenaline was overflowing, and the mecha pig rushed forward, and wherever the big sword in his hand swept, one motorcycle after another was cut and exploded. Finally, a butcher stood in front of her, as the god's guard. This guy had a 2-meter-tall, fat body. On his mechanical arm, a huge iron ball was hung with steel spikes. To be frank, this guy could beat 100 Xiaoju. If Shuju got off the mecha, she would have to lower her head and take a detour when she saw a strong man of this level. The opponent's arm was thicker than her waist. However, now, the mecha lowly Shuju grinded her teeth. Her eyes were full of fighting spirit, and she pulled the moving rod violently. The huge mechanical body made a huge roar while running. Be afraid, big fool. The basic combat mecha of the Empire. Berserker number 1 grasped its 10-meter-long giant sword with both hands and slashed it fiercely. The Slayer's eyes shrank, and he suddenly pounced to the side. A trench was blown out in the original place. Before he could get up, the giant sword turned and swept across. The Slayer quickly raised his mechanical arm, and the heavy arm shield blocked it in front. The next moment, at least 10 tons of gravity came over. The Slayer's eyes widened, and the blood vessels on his skin bulged and exploded. His whole body involuntarily retreated backwards, and his legs sank deep into the sand pit. 10 meters away, a tunnel was plowed out. However, the mecha was like a real person, and the sword chopped down like raindrops. For the first time, the monster-like butcher felt exhausted. Take my special move taught by the consultant. Shuju uttered a few words solemnly. 100,000 star meteorites falling from the sky. Looking at these mechanical monsters raging on the battlefield, Zhang Feng's eyes widened, and his mouth opened unconsciously. This expression was rare on the cold-blooded Major General Zhandao. What the hell is this? Zhang Feng's first reaction was to think of a large combat robot. But he immediately rejected this idea. The reason is that this kind of combat robot is too expensive. One unit costs 7 figures. In the entire security group, there are less than 300 such robots. But how to explain these robots on the battlefield? Something weird is going on. General, these robots seem to be driven by someone. A combat staff officer couldn't help but say. Zhang Feng forced himself to calm down, and soon he found something strange. These robots were indeed driven by someone inside, and his heart moved. They don't seem to need combat chips. The main reason why large combat robots are expensive is that combat chips are expensive. Their combat chips are all customized. And this type of robot doesn't seem to need combat chips. This reminds Zhang Feng of an ancient word. Mecha. This is very similar to the ancient mecha in his memory. However, ancient mecha is also called land aircraft carrier, not only because of its large size, but also because of its clumsiness. Just like aircraft carriers rely more on fighter jets and missile systems, this type of ancient mecha is not for close combat. It's actually a new type of mecha. Not only Zhang Feng was surprised, other forces that were paying attention to this battle were also shocked. On the black market, similar scenes were also played on the virtual screen. Watching the mechas showing off their might on the battlefield, their first reaction was, can this thing be sold? Where to sell? How much? The mechanical core naturally didn't have to worry about the cost. Large combat robots could be installed for free. But as a local force, they had to consider the cost-effectiveness of everything they did. There is no doubt that this kind of ancient mecha is very cost-effective. After all, human life is not as expensive as a chip. Many people have discovered that this kind of ancient mecha is divided into 3 types. Close combat type with thick hands and feet. Long-range type with stable lower body and tank tracks. And a heavy mecha similar to a giant bear. In terms of quantity, long-range mecha is the most. Close combat mecha is the second. And heavy mecha like a giant bear is the least. With only 3. The 3 types of mechas are rampaging. And the number of flame boys is no longer decreasing normally, but decreasing exponentially. There were broken limbs and debris everywhere. The flame bikers are finished. No. It depends on whether the gods' guards are deployed. If the guards are deployed, there will be more fighting. On a platform made of electronic drums, the 2-headed priest shouted loudly, and the next moment, the terrifying smoke came out again, and in the smoke, there seemed to be a whistle, and the next moment, one section of tank trucks rushed out. These tank trucks are about 20 meters long, and the surface of the tank trucks is thickly armored, and on the armor, there are heads. These heads seem to be alive. One after another screamed, opened their mouths, revealing their charred teeth, and the next moment, a 30-meter-long column of fire shot out. On a tanker, there were about 100 heads, spreading in all directions. When all the heads opened their mouths, hundreds of fire columns shot out simultaneously. Head truck, the god is really a lunatic. Have these monsters been dispatched? In the extreme disadvantage on the front battlefield, normal commanders would often gather the remaining soldiers first, and then find a way to counterattack. But God is never so rational. Even in the crazy land of fire, God is always the craziest one. The first few mechas rushed forward, and their weapons slashed at the tanker, but unexpectedly, the surface of the tanker was made of unknown material, and the door-sized weapons could not cut it. The next moment, more than a dozen heads around turned at the same time, and more than a dozen fire pillars directly submerged the surface of the mecha. The driver's pupil shrank, and he pulled up a device similar to a handbrake without hesitation. The connection device was cut off. And at the same time as the head hurt, the mecha cabin suddenly bounced back. In just 3 seconds, there was a loud bang, and the mecha exploded. The mecha cabin fell to the ground, and the driver was bleeding. He finally climbed out, and countless flame boys screamed and rushed over, drowning him in an instant. This kind of human head tanker is quite fierce, running rampant, and melee mechas can't do anything about them. Of course, this is also because weapons suitable for mechas have not been developed. The battle on the front line suddenly encountered twists and turns. Comparing the manpower of the flame motorcycle gang and the mechanical hunters, the casualty ratio is not to mention 10 to 1. Even if it is 100 to 1, it is still a very uneconomical deal. Wang Wen frowned and said softly, "Now it's your turn." Next, countless single-molecule wires were ejected, and various mechanical hunters took off. Thanks to someone's good example, now those who don't know how to use single-molecule wires are embarrassed to call themselves hunters. Daisala, let's compete to see who can chop off the most heads. In midair, Matsushima Keiko shouted. There's no need to compete. Daisala shook her head. We can't compare to Old Huang. Old Huang? Isn't he in charge of logistics? Daisala shook her head. In midair, 8 spider legs began to transform. And as they fell, they stabbed 8 flame boys to death. You have to understand one thing. With the popularization of hunter modules, I am no longer the most advanced mechanical hunter. You are not. Then who is? Keiko was quite unconvinced. You'll know soon. Daisala pointed to the sky, and saw a black spot coming from the sky. They were all Huang Wen's drones. The drones fell like rain, most of them fell into the sand, and a small part fell on the head of the flame boy, the motorcycle spearman. All the drones were deformed in the air, turned into a tight hoop. The next moment, the flame boy who was hit began to attack his own people. Metal loaches drilled out of the ground, and in the sky, the flash bird shone brightly on the front line of the battlefield like flash bombs. On the head of each human beast, there was a tight hoop. Wang Wen alone under the operator module was a mechanical beast army. Chapter 182, Pausing. The participation of mechanical hunters and mechanical beasts was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wang Wen did not transfer many mechanical beasts. 50 D-level metal loaches, 50 D-level flash sparrows. This number is probably less than 1/10 of the number of bases. In Huang Wen's view, drawing 1/10 of the mechanical beasts to deal with a warlord force is enough. This is indeed the case. The flash sparrows flew around the battlefield, and from time to time, they turned into flash bombs and exploded. In the harsh light, one by one mechanical hunters fell from the sky and harvested various melee weapons. The metal loach dug a lot of big holes under the human head tanker, making the tanker sink deep into it. In the air, a flash of lightning flashed. Wherever it passed, human heads exploded one by one. The lightning turned into a human shape in midair. The clamp smiled slightly, turned into stealth mode again, and disappeared. In the sky, the pilot pressed a button on his arm, the magazine on his back exploded, and high-concentration bombs fell one by one. The flames exploded into a piece. The middle-aged bearded man shook his head. In fact, he wanted to use the biological weapon Black Winter more. Unfortunately, this biological weapon is very expensive. 1,000 points are needed for one. He can't bear to use it here. Why was the bombing of Flame Pass called off? It's boring. The creeper suddenly transformed from the sand and appeared behind a human head tanker. Took a deep breath and put his hands on the back of the car. The next moment, granulation gushed out from his palm. The human heads on the surface of the car body stared wildly, screaming. Granulation squeezed out of their mouths. Finally, granulation covered the entire car body. The creeper smiled sinisterly again, and his body burrowed into the ground and disappeared. However, the human head tanker suddenly turned around and began to spray pillars of fire at its own people. The facial features of the human heads were transformed into the appearance of creepers, and they kept laughing. On the other side, Desira, the former top fighter, was fighting against 3 slaughterers alone. Although Director Du failed to fight, he was pressed on the table by Sister Rose. But for this loyal bodyguard, Director Du still admired her very much. So after she woke up, he immediately gave her a lot of benefits. At this time, in the crazy spider form, Desira's spider legs increased to 18, and each spider leg stabbed out with a strong electric current attack. The Hunter module is like this, which can improve personal combat power through personalized transformation. Although it was 3 to 1, the 3 slaughterers were at a disadvantage. They could not keep up with Desira's speed at all. Large areas of their skin surface were charred black, and there were more and more blood holes. Finally, one slaughterer was in a trance and tripped by spider silk and fell to the ground. The tip of the spider leg immediately spit out black blades. The 4 black blades stabbed the opponent's head more than 10 times, completely eliminating the enemy. Desira stuck out her bright red tongue and licked the blood on the black blade. For her, the spider toxin she produced herself was more exciting. Not as good as a knight, but equivalent to a high-level fighter. but with more blood. With the help of spider silk, Desira's figure was suspended in the air, looking down at the opponent from above. And on her back, countless red spider silk condensed into a web. Come on. Let me get excited again. The crowd on the black market, who had just been excited by the God's Guard, was silent again. This group of mechanical hunters is so damn strong. It is beyond their imagination. Especially the leaders, they give them the feeling that they are no less than the legendary Mother City warriors. Spider Queen Desira, the ruler of the creeping demon army Huangwen. These names are destined to be famous in the Land of Fire. And there is no doubt that the Flame Motorcycle Party will be defeated this time, even if the god personally takes action. But the question is, in this situation where failure is inevitable, what kind of idiot would come here? God is coming. On a luxurious human head oil tanker, on a throne welded from abandoned pipes, the god sat on it. The onlookers were speechless. They were really speechless. Idiots cannot gain a foothold in the Land of Fire, let alone build such a huge force. But this behavior, however you look at it, is stupid. Isn't he afraid of being besieged? I can only say, this guy is a lunatic. Huangwen narrowed his eyes, and said something. The next moment, for berserker eyes rushed forward with huge weapons. God didn't make a move. Thick white smoke gushed out from his body. The thicker the smoke, the wider the coverage. The 4 mechas just rushed to the other side. And the mechas became stiff. And the arms just raised and flew out. Some neural link devices suddenly failed. The 2 pilots began to vomit. Retreat. Unfortunately, when Huangwen spoke, God had already stood up. Grabbing with both hands, the baffle on the surface of the mecha began to sink rapidly. And the mecha cabin was crushed with a creaking sound. And a large amount of blood oozed out. God swung his hands violently. And the twisted mecha flew out. Huangwen's face suddenly darkened. God's target was obvious, which was the battlefield commander in the distance. The next moment, large sand pits appeared on the ground in front of him, and metal earthworms swam in them. However, the tanker under God seemed to have foreseen the future and always avoided these sand pits in advance. In the violent sand fog, 2 pairs of eyes collided with each other. Your opponent is not just me, Huangwen suddenly said. The next moment, a dozen flash birds appeared, and a dazzling light like a flash bomb suddenly lit up. The god had to cover his eyes. When he regained his sight, a tanker truck with human heads emerged from the dust and crashed hard into his car. The goddess car was directly overturned by the impact of hundreds of tons. In the violent impact, the god was thrown out and hit the sand hard. His cheek rubbed against the ground, and blood spurted from half of his face. Heads. Not far away, Keiko Matsushima, who was harvesting frantically, had her eyes light up, put her knife back into the sheath, the electromagnetic sheath began to light up, and the petite figure shot over like a sharp arrow, holding her precious knife tightly with both hands, and suddenly pulled out the knife when she was 10 meters away from the opponent, although the knife light did not reach the speed of sound, but in the eyes of outsiders, it was as fast as a black line. However, the god seemed to have foreseen the future, grabbed it in the air with one hand. Keiko Matsushima's eyes shrank, and the blade broke with a crack sound. God kicked out fiercely, knocking Huizi to the ground. You are looking for death. Daisy, who had long regarded Huizi as her own sister, looked cold. Radiant spider form unfolded again. This time the radiant spider form was actually compatible with a crazy spider form. Violent radiation energy covered the whole body, and on the 16 spider legs, the electric current became thicker. Countless spider thorns were spit out in the air, stabbing at God. God's pupils shrank, and thick white mist sprayed out from the metal pacifier. The same sense of danger came from Desira's heart. The spider launcher on the thigh suddenly ejected a spider silk, which was entangled in the wreckage of a truck in the distance. The figure moved sideways in the air, while the spider foot knife did not slow down, turning into countless knife shadows. The 2 figures crossed each other. There were 4 or 5 blood marks on the face and shoulders of the god. And Desira's spider foot, half of the forelimbs disappeared, which was quite strange. At the same time, many fire boys, motorcycle spearmen, and even a butcher came to kill the god. These people all have a tightening ring on their heads. God didn't hesitate at all and immediately attacked. He punched fiercely, and with great force. Each punch was at the speed of sound, smashing the human body to pieces. How can you fight without me? Sun Tzu rushed over with great momentum. And halfway through, he turned into an ape mode. The mechanical ape, which was more than 4 meters tall, weighed more than 10 tons, and seemed to be trying to kill the opponent with a headbutt. Don't fight him in close combat. Desira's voice suddenly sounded, and Sun Tu also felt that strange sense of danger. While running, his two arms deformed rapidly, and the thick steel plates were stacked up 9 times. His two fists hit the chest of the god fiercely, and with a loud bang, he was knocked 10 meters away. At the same time, Sun Tu also plunged into the sand pit, and climbed out after a long time. He raised his hands, and saw that 8 of the 9 layers of steel plates were cut, and there were more than a dozen cracks on the mechanical body, the longest of which was from the shoulder to the ribs. Sun Tu took a breath. Fortunately, I am in the second form. General Gorilla. Transform. The next moment, the gorilla module deformed. A large number of defense plates fell off, and 4 machine guns appeared on Sun Tu's body. The god also crawled out of the wreckage not far away, with a visibly tight chest. Sun Tu grinned. God, let's see how godly you are. The next moment, 4 bullet lines intertwined, and within a few seconds, more than 300 bullets were fired. At the same time, Desira also began to shoot spider webs frantically, reducing the opponent's moving area. The creeper was even more sinister. Its true body did not show up at all, but it kept rotting various vehicles, such as the centipede car with a human head, a motorcycle, and a modified truck. These vehicles were running at full speed and madly crashing into each other. Not to mention Huangwan, monitoring the opponent from 360 degrees without blind spots. Metal earthworms rolled up sandbags and moved in this direction. Some hunters who are good at long-range means, such as Sanyan, began to snipe the god. Faced with more and more enemies, the god began to be unable to bear it. A lot of blood spurted out of his body. Stimulated by this, the white mist turned bloody and began to cover it crazily. With the god roaring loudly, the mist shrank suddenly, and the figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. When Gao Gong appeared on the battlefield, the war had already ended, and his men were cleaning up the battlefield. At the same time, the systems prompt sounded. Mission completed. Experience plus 35,000. Desert reputation plus 1,500. Mechanical puzzle incomplete 1/5. *1. Specialty of the motorcycle party camp. I haven't even appeared yet. And you can't hold on? Gao Gong looked around, sighed. You're embarrassing me. People thought I was just slacking off. Chapter 183 Sky City. The boss himself is here, so the lackeys have to come and pay their respects. Sun Tu, Desira, Huangwan, Pilot, Clip, these are all old acquaintances, and they are also first-class hunters who have installed the hunter module. To be frank, Gao Gong is more familiar with their bodies than they are themselves. Seeing the cracks on Sun Tu's body, Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. Your injury is a bit serious. Sun Tu said nonchalantly. It's okay, I'll get a new one later. As a 100% mechanical body, this statement is domineering. But the conversation changed. Sun Tu said flatteringly, but it would be better if you could help me change it yourself. Boss, we'll talk about it later. Gao Gong did not comment, and looked to the other side. What's wrong with her? At this time, Matsushima Keiko was holding her eyes, twitching, and Daisela next to her was comforting her. Daisela heard helplessly. Her red cherry is broken. Oh, this is really strange. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows, took the smart sword from the other party's hand, and pulled it out. The blade was like red warm jade, but it was broken in half. The smart knife is an excellent grade equipment, and the famous sword Hongying is a family heirloom of the Matsushima family. It is an ancient famous sword handed down from the civilized era, and can seamlessly match the battle chip reigning Quan Wu. The family heirloom is broken. No wonder Matsushima Keiko cried so miserably. The senior engineer touched the other person's head. Wait for a while. I'll help you fix it. Can you fix it? Keiko's eyes lit up, staring at the other person with a big Japanese manga-like look. Not now, we have to wait for a while. This intelligent knife itself is a low-level artificial intelligence. To restore it, it is necessary not only to reforge the blade, but also to restore the sword's soul. Repairing artificial intelligence, only Cyber Calbus can do this. This can only be done after he changes his job in the mechanical city. Gao Gong walked to the place where God was severely injured again. Gilbert, the semi-mechanical monster, was licking the blood on the ground. Gao Gong waved his hand, and the giant beast came over very intimately, rubbing against Gao Gong. When the other people saw this scene, their eyes changed. The powerful aura emanating from this monster felt almost the same as that of the god. How do you feel? Huh? Are you sure? Gao Gong communicated with the mechanical white leopard in a special way, and his expression gradually became surprised. According to Gilbert, this bloodstain gave him a very familiar feeling. In other words, the so-called god was probably also a genetic fusion. Interesting, this broken place actually has an advanced artificial life. Let's go and take a look at other places. The group first went to comfort the wounded, and then went to the place where the spoils were piled up, and they saw a lot of strange things. They also brought guitars to the war. At this moment, Gao Gong was holding an electric guitar, with a surprised expression. Name: Fanatic Flamethrower. Category: Mechanical Guitar. Quality: Whiteboard plus weight, 5.5 kg. Basic attributes: None. Additional attributes: Fire Fanatical. Fire. By playing specific electronic sounds, the basic attributes of the Flame Boy can be increased by 6% to 10%. Fanaticism. High-pitched electronic music can inspire the fighting spirit of the Flame Boys, making them more fearless. Note: this is a guitar that is so exciting. This is really weird. A blank weapon actually has 2 additional attributes. And the key is that the attributes are not bad. It's a pity that it can only be used for Flame Boys. What's the principle here? There are 53 such electronic guitars in total, which are enough to organize a music festival. In addition, Gao Gong also saw a guitar that can spit fire, a motorcycle full of steel spears, a platform made of tweeters, and a handheld grenade spear. Although they are all blank, they have all kinds of additional attributes, from critical hit rate to hormones. It's not that it's useless, but it feels very annoying. The aesthetics of this land of fire. What Gao Gong is most interested in are the 5 human head tankers. Equipment: Modified Exploration Vehicle Model, Empire Industrial Alien Exploration Vehicle Order Type 3. Durability: 75% armor, 12530. Mobile Module: Mechanical tires. Mechanical foot group damaged. Climbing mode damaged. Energy Module: Diesel engine replaced. Weapon Module: Human Head Injection System Operation Mode, Low-Level Neural Network Survey Module. Alien Material Extractor. Note: a punk tank that combines low-level and high-end. Gao Gong finally understood why the mecha weapons couldn't penetrate it. The prototype of this thing is the survey vehicle of the alien base. In order to cope with the harsh environment of other planets, the armor should not be too thick. On the other side, Sun Tu was saying to the creeper with a look of disgust, "Old creeper, can you please not point your head at me? It's uncomfortable to look at." On the human head tanker, more than 20 creeper heads were chattering and laughing at Sun Tu. Grandson, grandson. Gorilla, gorilla. No penis, no penis. Sun Tu's eyes twitched, and he really wanted to take out his machine gun and shoot the other party. Okay, stop playing, open the car, let me take a look at the structure inside. Okay. The creeper thought, and the head on the cab shook, and the heavy door slowly lifted up with the sound of the air pump. Daisy looked at the car full of creeper heads, and couldn't help but complain, "Old man, how do you feel with so many heads? How do you feel with so many hands?" The creeper rolled his eyes. As the only biological hunter above level 20, the creeper has been very proud recently. The reason why biological hunters can compete with high-level mechanical hunters is largely because biological hunters can transplant some bug-level abilities of species into themselves through human body transformation. It was an accident that the creeper acquired the transformation. But on the basis of the transformation, the senior engineer implanted rotten cells into him, which is the product of biotechnology. Rotten cells are not the cell structure of a certain type of radioactive beast, but in the environment of the beast tide, some modern weapons, such as fighters, armed vehicles will be contaminated by the energy of the beast tide, and turn into rotten fighters, rotten chariots, and turn to attack their own people. And what is extracted from these weapons is the rotten cells. After fusing with the rotten cells, the creepers can transform any advanced weapon into their own, which is a very terrifying ability. As the hatch opened, everyone saw the internal structure of the tanker. The tanker did not contain oil, but countless black pipes, at the end of which were human heads. As the creepers operated, the pipes were like split snake balls, stretching out one by one, looking like countless human-headed snakes dancing wildly. Cloning technology, alien detection technology, and old diesel engines. It's really amazing. Even though Gao Gong is knowledgeable, he couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Punk is real punk. And weird is really weird. Who would have thought that the alien exploration vehicle would become the mount of the god? They have seized a total of 5 mounts like this. Half an hour later, Gao Gong sat in the main seat of the temporary command center, listening to Huang Wen's report. In this battle, we killed a total of 5,341 members of the Flame Motorcycle Party, and captured 85 of them. And we lost 36 mechanical hunters. 43 were slightly injured. And 56 mechas had problems. Although this battle loss ratio is too exaggerated, it is not surprising. The new mecha has already belonged to the level of the second-level civilization. It is normal to use the standard equipment of the second-level civilization to deal with the weapons of the industrial age and win a crushing victory. Let He Li and the mechanic team quickly collect the mecha problems and ensure that these problems are solved before mass production. Also, the deceased hunters have family members who will provide pensions to their families. Don't be afraid to spend money on this. The senior engineer paused. As for those who don't have family members, according to their wills before their death, those who are willing to be made into thinking boxes will be sent to the hunters' tombs and will be worshipped by newcomers every year. Yes. In addition to the weapon transformation hall, the warrior cemetery is also a necessary building. This can increase the centripetal force of an organization. Also, why are there so few prisoners? Did you kill any prisoners? No, the flame boy is insane, seemingly completely brainwashed, very few surrender. Huang Wen asked someone to bring a corpse, opened the back of his head, and indeed saw a low-quality brain-computer interface, and it was made of plastic. In the not-too-distant future, all intelligent creatures, basically everyone has one. This kind of brain-computer technology is not something these natives have the ability to develop. It should be the discarded goods of some large enterprises, and transformed into a brainwashing device. I think so too. Didn't you say you caught a high priest? Bring him here to see. Huang Wen nodded, and soon a two-headed man was brought up. This high priest was also implanted with a brain machine. But the problem was that he had 2 heads. In fact, one head flattered, meet the supreme god slayer. You created the Ragnarok. You started the god punishment war. Your reputation will shock the entire world of fire. The other head cursed, traitor. Lowly person. Evil ghost destined to be full of maggots. Soon, the brainwashed one was gagged. Engineer Gao laughed. Let's get straight to the point. If you want to survive, you can. It depends on how many secrets of God you reveal. For example, the origin of this flame boy. The flame boy was born in the fertility hall. The fertility hall is guarded by the strongest female warrior of God, General Quill. After General Quill was thrown into prison, the new guardian of the temple was the 3-headed dog of hell, which was a monster traded between God and foreign gods. The fertility hall is an ancient temple. It existed before we occupied the god's domain. It has knowledge that is difficult for us to understand. In addition, God lives in the Sky Palace. The Sky City has beautiful flowers, pure springs, and a throne that ignites the divine fire. Chapter 184 Leopard Knight. That is to say, this Flame Pass has a clone hall, has reached certain agreements with large companies, and a large lifting platform with anti-gravity technology. After translating the words of the 2-headed high priest into human language, senior engineer came to a conclusion that the technology in this research institute should be related to alien immigration. Then, why did the General Quill you mentioned fall out with God? The 2-headed priest hesitated for a moment, and said, it is said that it is related to the Son of God. Son of God? All the fire boys are sons of God. But only the fire boys who can best inherit the talent of God can be favored by God. However, the blood of God seems to contain a curse. Every son of God has a very strong defect. God has thought of many ways, but none of them worked. In the end, those foreign gods gave God an idea to let those sons of God eat their mothers, so that they can make up for their curse. General Quill opposed this idea and fled with God's concubines, but was locked up by God. Where did those concubines come from? Huang Wen asked. A large part of the god's concubines are spoils of war, and some are tributes from other forces. They are all perfect reproductive tools. The god and their crystals will be sent to the fertility hall, and flame boys will be born continuously. Gao Gong and Huang Wen looked at each other. In other words, those flame boys are actually genetic copies of the Son of God. What about those foreign gods? This? I don't know. When the god meets them, he always sends us away first. What is the reputation of General Quill? Before the incident, General Quill was recognized as the right-hand man of God and had a high prestige. After confirming that the other party was not lying with the eye of truth, Gao Gong asked someone to take him back. Engineer Gao frowned and thought. Huang Wen thought for a moment, and said, should we send someone to contact the insider, assassinate the god, and then support General Quill to take the position? I don't think it's that simple. Gao Gong exhaled. If the god is really just a lunatic from the natives, how could he possibly manipulate those cloning machines? Boss, what do you mean? Either the other party is pretending to be crazy, just like Professor Han, or the other party's partners. Those foreign gods are helping him. I'll go there myself. Gao Gong paused, and said, by the way, where is Valkyrie? Didn't I give her a death order to let her listen to you? Huang Wen smiled helplessly, and said, that would require me to speak. She taped my mouth while I was sleeping at night, and then disappeared the next day. Gao Gong's mouth twitched. This was really an unexpected path. Didn't you send anyone to look for her? I did, and found her. Where is she? Huang Wen pointed to the mechanical dam in the dark. In there. Inside the Flame Pass, people were in a panic. Although the main force of the Flame Motorcycle Gang is the lineage of God, after so many years of expansion, it has also annexed many small groups. In the past, the Motorcycle Gang was so powerful that these small groups did not dare to have any dissent. But in today's battle, most of the main force of the Flame Boys were killed or wounded, and even God returned seriously injured. This idea suddenly popped up. I heard that the leader of that newly rising power is a mechanical hunter. Many people looked at a big man with a crew cut, who was the newly crowned Hercules. This Hercules had another identity, which was that before being annexed. He was the leader of the mechanical hunters near the Flame Pass. Hercules cursed in his heart. Do you really think that all mechanical hunters in the world are one family? If you want to test that monster, don't push me up. Hercules said righteously, now that God is seriously injured, we should protect God's kingdom and avoid enemy invasion. We must not have any wild thoughts. Hercules then changed the subject and said, God of commerce and trade, you have many eyes and ears. What do you think about this matter? The god of commerce and trade was a fat man in a suit. When he saw the other party turn the gun, his expression froze. I just used the mountain of the Flame Motorcycle Gang to do business. Don't ask me to do things like fighting and killing. Well, I think we should wait a little longer. Maybe the god will be resurrected on the spot. After these words came out, the other gods fell silent. With the god's aggressive fighting style, it was not the first time that he was severely hit. But the most amazing thing was that every time, the god would be resurrected on the spot. But it was the first time that he was beaten so badly. The gods discussed it over and over, and finally parted unhappily. Among them, the god of war returned to his own temple with an irritated face, and stood at the gate looking at the sky palace with a resentful expression in his eyes. As the defeated party in the god war, although he saved his life, his son died on the battlefield. His wife was taken away by the god, and even gave birth to 2 sons. The hatred of having his wife taken away, the hatred of having his son killed, and the hatred of having his father killed. His life would be complete. Therefore, the god of war hates God especially. But this scene today made him feel a little cold in his heart. Even if the Flame Motorcycle Party was defeated, the myth of God is still deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Is it really impossible to wait for the day of revenge? At this moment, a maid of God hurried over, without saying a word, and directly handed over a note. The god of war took it, opened it, and his face changed. The third goddess of beauty stood at the prison door, wearing a crown and a thin gauze. She was so beautiful under the moonlight. She opened her red lips and said, "Open the door." The guard hesitated, but finally opened the door. Each goddess of beauty was the most favored concubine of the god. Although the first 2 goddesses of beauty died for various reasons, this did not affect the favor of the god. Before the other party fell out of favor, they dared not offend. The goddess of beauty walked to the deepest cage, where General Quill sat, covered in blood. General Quill had a flat head, and his heroic appearance had a unique charm. His left hand and right foot were replaced with prosthetics, but this made him more heroic. The god was defeated. The army was defeated by the legendary hunter's men. The god also returned with serious injuries. The most important thing is that the legendary hunter did not even take action himself. So you want to betray the god? General Quill said sarcastically. The goddess of beauty took a deep breath. General, you took us away in the first place. Wasn't it to prevent us from being eaten by those monsters? Why are you unwilling to help us now? General Quill was stunned, and suddenly said coldly, "You are not the goddess of beauty. Who are you?" The goddess of beauty smiled charmingly, and the next moment, countless bone spurs pierced out from under the skin, piercing through the skin of the beauty, revealing a slightly delicate face. My name is Baigu, I am that person's subordinate, General Quill. Why don't you join us? Without 10 times the force, you can't break into the flame pass. You don't need 10 times the force, just one person is enough. Quill frowned and looked at the other party. Baigu smiled, pointed to the sky. Our boss is here in person. Above the flame pass, Gilbert soared into the air, and flew over the wall in a few steps, and the huge figure fell heavily on the ground. On the giant leopard, a steel knight looked down at all living things. Chapter 185 Ragnarok. The Iron Knight was about 2 meters tall. The blades of the neuron armor kept turning with the master's thoughts. The giant leopard Gilbert opened his bloody mouth. The mechanical jawbone and the biological jawbone simultaneously supported the huge mouth. Between the sharp teeth, the invisible shock waves swept all around. Wherever it passed, whether it was the flame boy, the spearman, the burner, they all had only one end, their heads exploded. Soon, hundreds of headless corpses lay on the ground. The mission was triggered again. Mission, Ragnarok. Difficulty, dangerous. Mission brief. The god of radiation and gunpowder sits on the throne high above. Although it is just a genetic fusion, the throne is just a product welded from dozens of locomotive turntables. But for anyone, he is dangerous enough. Mission target. Kill the god, exterminate the gods, create Ragnarok. Mission reward. Experience plus 100, 000, Land of Fire reputation plus 5, 000, title, God Killer Fake. Additional reward. Incomplete mechanical puzzle 1/5. 1. Civilization Secret 1, low-level genetic modification barracks * 1 note. On a planet with mechanical civilization, there is no such awesome existence as God, even if he is just pretending to be awesome. The giant mechanical leopard moves gracefully, and there is a steady stream of attackers, and almost no one can get close alive. On a lookout, a fire boy had a face full of fear, his chest heaving violently. The giant leopard was almost as tall as the lookout, and the knight sitting on the leopard exuded a more dangerous aura than a god. As the giant leopard passed by, he quietly pulled out a grenade spear, stared at the opponent's back with fierce eyes, and threw it fiercely. The Iron Knight seemed to have eyes behind his head, and suddenly reached out and grabbed the spear. Idiot! The fire boy's eyes lit up, and the next moment, the armored bomb on the spear exploded violently, and the violent flames and smoke immediately covered the opponent. However, after the smoke cleared, a tall figure still sat on the giant leopard. Gilbert under his crotch snored subconsciously. Why does his back feel a little itchy? Immune to damage below 3,000 points. The senior engineer took a look at the blood volume. Sure enough, not a drop of blood was lost. After testing the armor mode of the colony, he stretched out his palm again. Countless metal factors condensed from the hand armor and turned into a metal short spear. In the horrified eyes of the flame boy, the Iron Knight turned around and threw backhand. The sonic boom sounded as sharp as a spear inserted into the ear. On the tire lookout, a figure suddenly exploded. Dao Gong had encountered almost no resistance along the way. After killing 3,400 flame boys, the enemy no longer organized an effective resistance. Did they kill too many people during the day? Or are you guys planning to do something bad? Dao Gong thought. It should be both. The regular combat strength of the flame motorcycle party should be around 10,000. If there are more people, I'm afraid they can't afford it. Soon, he saw the Sky Palace in the sky. Rather than a temple, it was more like a mechanical fortress, or the core of a space capsule. It was indeed a large floating device. Dao Gong's eyes flashed with excitement. With it, he could even build his own Noah's Ark. The next moment, in the Sky Palace, rainbow light shot out, and gradually, the rainbow covered the entire flame pass. Is this planetary environment simulation technology? On the other side, the white bones that rushed out of the cage with General Quill also saw this scene. Baigu looked at the colorful scene in astonishment, as if the gods had descended. This broken place also has such special effects? It looks pretty good. General Quill sighed and said, your leader doesn't think that as long as you kill the gods, you can conquer the flame pass. Isn't that right? General Quill said coldly. The gods may not be real gods, but their will has been integrated into the entire flame pass. The flame pass is the world tree, and countless gods live on the god tree. Even if the gods are always thinking about it, once he opens the kingdom of God, the gods will use it. Bai Gu thought of something that the boss once said in a casual chat. And his face changed. Consciousness uploading technology. It's broken, I have to hurry to the Sky Palace as soon as possible. It's too late, once the god's domain is launched, unless the War of the Gods ends, even the god himself, it is impossible to stop it. Bai Gu rolled his eyes, said, Who said I want to save the boss? I want to save my Aphrodite. If she is controlled by that thing to deal with the boss, our boss will be finished if he kills her by mistake. General Quill was stunned. Are you so confident in your leader? There was a look on Bai Gu's face that General Quill couldn't understand. For us, the boss is synonymous with miracles. How can a miracle fail? At this moment, in the eyes of the senior engineer, the flame gate disappeared. A world tree rose from the ground, and a number of golden palaces hung on the treetops. In the air, there were golden floating compasses, golden statues, super colosseum, and divine guards wearing exquisite armor, as well as goddesses shuttling among them. This is not virtual reality, because the biggest feature of VR is virtualization, while the feature of environmental simulation technology is simulation. This technology is generally used to simulate the surface environment of alien planets, and to test the performance of exploration equipment. However, it is indeed a trick to use it to make the god's domain. In the universe, there are many members of advanced civilizations who come down to Earth and come to the first and second level civilizations to play the role of gods to satisfy their own bad taste. However, most of these people leave after they finish acting, and there are very few who believe in the performance themselves. Senior engineer narrowed his eyes, and the eye of truth was activated. The sea surface of the god's domain began to evaporate, and a large amount of seawater turned into white smoke. In the mist, the figure of a giant snake loomed, and the giant snake opened its mouth. Wherever it passed, the god's domain disappeared, and the scene of the flame pass reappeared. Jormungandr, Jormungandr. Many gods began to scream, but in the eyes of Gao Gong, these were lines of code, simulated data generated by the information terminal. Use cloning technology to produce clones, use brain-computer interface to form group consciousness, and then use consciousness uploading technology to bypass the firewall, occupy the intelligent brain. So, there is something wrong with the artificial intelligence of this research institute, and it needs to be opened in this way. The huge fog began to devour the roots of the world tree, a large number of gods and goddesses were devoured, and the gods on the sacred tree could no longer bear it. The next moment, the god of light, Hercules, and the god of war all came down to earth, and their huge bodies shone brightly, and the ground where Gao Gong was located was visibly desertified. You are affected by the environment of desert planet Thorn 3, and your health is decreasing at a rate of 10 points per second. Being able to endure most planetary environments is the first step towards multi-planet species. Gao Gong thought, and the skin inside the armor changed. The desert skin became rougher, with more particles, and the drop in health was reduced by 3 points from 10 points. Is it still a little short? That's right. During this period, there have been a lot of mechanical transformations, but the biological transformation rate has not changed. The next biological transformation will basically break through the threshold of multi-planet species. Generally speaking, multi-planet species is something that happens after level 30. For some ordinary players, it may be a problem that needs to be considered after level 40 or 50. After all, blood sublimation is a comprehensive measure of various attributes. But who told Gao Gong to take the fusion route? These gods slowly walked towards him, and with every step, the earth cracked, the sea boiled, and magma erupted from the ground. Environmental simulation technology is not for you to use like this. Gao Gong's spine, the metal wrapped around each vertebra began to separate, and spread out, and a 4-meter-long mechanical flagpole separated. Gao Gong held the flagpole with his backhand. The electronic flag under the tip of the gun looked like swimming electric light, and the primary lightning control was activated, with the flagpole as the center. Within a radius of 500 by 500 meters, the ions wandering in the air were sucked in crazily, and the whole gun body was trembling with a buzzing sound. The giant leopard under his crotch had a telepathic connection. The next moment, his body suddenly sank, and the butt of the gun suddenly pounded downward. The next moment, countless electric currents began to run wildly, directly covering the area of 500 by 500 meters. The three huge gods suddenly froze. Their eyes turned white. Their bodies were between existence and non-existence. At the same time, countless shuttles flew out from the steel armor, forming a shuttle-shaped energy cannon, and 3 beams of light flashed by. The next moment, the 3 gods fell down, their figures shrank step by step, turned into human form again, there was a big hole in their chests, and at the same time, the plastic brain-computer interface on the back of their heads also made a click sound, and exploded directly. You killed the God of War fake, experience plus 5,000. You killed the God of Light fake, experience plus 5,000. You killed the Hercules fake, experience plus 5,000. In the mist, the figure of the giant leopard Dilbert moved slowly, and wherever he passed, the divine domain was devoured, and any gods that descended could not withstand the power of a cannon. The twilight of the gods has arrived. In a mechanical operation room in the Sky City, a middle-aged man in a suit was operating the instrument with sweat dripping down his back. According to his plan, Ragnarok could at best hold the opponent back for an hour. But now it seems that, let alone an hour, it may not even be able to hold him back for 10 minutes. He glanced at the god of radiation in the hall. The god still had no expression on his face, but his hands were throbbing with veins. Could this arrogant thing be nervous? Hold him back for at least 10 minutes, so that I can release the god-devouring body. Hurry up. You rubbish. The god glanced at the middle-aged man coldly, and his eyes, which seemed to be real, made him stagnate. Damn it. If it wasn't for the coincidence that this guy swallowed up the artificial intelligence, how could he be so arrogant? Fortunately, the god still had some rationality, and slowly stood up. Amid the powerful digestion sound, the injuries on the surface of his body began to recover rapidly. At the same time, in the most secret place of the Sky Palace, in the gene breeding chambers, babies with incomplete limbs began to open their eyes. Their eyes were full of black light. Outside the glass, Valkyrie was clinging to the glass with her limbs. Her nose flattened, her little face pressed like a piglet, and her saliva fell uncontrollably. Her eyes gradually turned red, like a blooming flower bud. At the same time, countless bodies of gods fell to the ground. And in the thick fog, the world-devouring snake began to submerge the main temple. A figure slowly walked over. Ragnarok was about to reach its climax. Chapter 186 Gunfighting Close Combat. Ragnarok is not just a myth of one planet. In fact, as long as it is a normally developed carbon-based race, totem culture, myths and legends, folk stories, basically come one after another. In this process, Ragnarok is a plot with a high probability of happening. And now, the man-made Ragnarok is being staged. The god walked outside the hall, only to see that the thick fog had covered the entire god's domain, one after another. The bodies of gods were lying in the fog, the divine fire was extinguished, and the temple was falling. In the mist, there were collisions one after another. After each metal collision, the huge mist became thicker. Gradually, a tall figure emerged from the mist. It was a mechanical knight. Under the knight's crotch was a giant mechanical leopard. From this giant leopard, the god felt a very familiar breath. It was the breath of the same origin as himself. And this giant leopard was crawling under the other's crotch to please him. Shame. Hey, you can talk now? Galgon looked down at him and spoke with interest. The voice of the god was hoarse, old, but with a unique charm. I won't let you destroy the Asa realm. I will stop your Ragnarok. The real Ragnarok can only be brought down by me. Every time the god said a word, the sky became a little darker. The sky, the earth, the ocean, all turned into the color of a flaming cloud. And in the eyes of the engineer, a huge stream of data began to flow into the other party's body frantically. Open it up? The V on his chest suddenly lit up, and the engineer seemed to have hundreds of times more power all over his body, and at least 30 devil lines lit up all over his body. As soon as the thought came to his mind, for sonic boom sounded at the same time within a second. Galgong instantly appeared in front of the god, and the giant gun pierced through the opponent's chest directly. The gun body carried the opponent and crashed into the throne made of motorcycle turntables in a roar. The throne split apart, and the god and the steel chair back were fiercely inserted into the wall. With just this one blow, the opponent lost at least 5,000 points of health. The god opened his mouth. Blood spurted out, and fear finally flashed in his eyes. This was the power that suffocated him. But what surprised Galgong was that the fire cloud did not disappear. Or rather, the data flow was still shrinking crazily. Something is wrong. As the thought came to mind, the mouth of the world-devouring snake shot out from Galgong's right eye, opened its bloody mouth, and bit its own tail fiercely. The Ouroboros was formed. Galgong's second-order bloodline was used to the limit, which made his skin slightly blue. The next moment, the divine domain, the main temple, the fog disappeared. The reverse gravitational field under the sky temple was shrinking rapidly. The entire temple seemed to be falling from the sky. Damn, I got the wrong script. It jumped from Thor 3 to Avengers 2, fortunately. I'm here. If it were the lackeys, even if they could kill God, the core of the spacecraft would not be saved. Gao Gong instantly appeared in front of Gilbert, grabbed his head, and the colonial body quickly returned to its original form, covering the giant leopard. But this time it was no longer the leopard warrior transformation, the shape change was even greater, the limbs were retracted, the tail was retracted. With the help of the colonial body, countless mechanical parts began to reorganize, transforming into 3 pairs of wings. The leopard's head also turned into the abdomen, and its mouth opened. Instead of a grenade launcher, it had a combined shipborne engine. Around the engine, there were circles of devil jets. In the leopard's head, the carbon ion reactor was shining brightly. The next moment, the leopard aircraft took shape quickly. The same energy engine, with a level of no less than level 6, made no noise when it took off. It turned nimbly in midair and landed below the Sky Palace. The next moment, the shipborne engine, the carbon atom reactor, and the energy nozzle all shone brightly at the same time. After a strong metallic sound, the palace's downward momentum suddenly stopped. Ragnarok also stopped. God looked at the scene in disbelief, and was speechless for a long time. Dragon Knight talent. As a special species with both advanced mechanical bodies and advanced biological bodies, you can control other advanced mechanical bodies, and complete the large-scale transformation you need. Note, it can be hidden or visible, can be large or small, can raise clouds and spit out mist, and can change everything. It is called a dragon, and the existence above the dragon is the Dragon Knight. The senior engineer waved his hand, the iron gun flag buzzed, and the next moment it retracted like lightning, and held it in his palm. A feeling of blood connection came out. You comprehend melee skills, long weapon mastery. This is the benefit of the legendary Hunter template, 100% weapon affinity. For a moment, Gao Gong seemed to have become an ancient spearman. A set of basic spear techniques, and stick techniques became the most basic memories. Gao Gong shook his wrist, and the tip of the spear began to spin a big wreath. God's eyes shrank, and his figure jumped to the side, and a row of bullet holes appeared on the wall. It's not very easy to use. Ordinary level skills are indeed quite inconvenient for Gao Gong now. As soon as the thought came to him, he upgraded the long weapon mastery from LV1 to LV9, and invested a specialization point to upgrade it. The advanced version of long weapon mastery has an additional state, called spear power. God immediately felt different. Although it was still the same move. Even if it only touched his body, it would wrap around like a poisonous snake. And the power was obviously a level higher. It's still not good. Gao Gong upgraded the advanced level to elite. This time there are 3 more options. One is called accumulated spear technique, which increases explosive power. One is called flower spear, which is an upgraded version of infantry spear technique, and the other is called spear fighting technique close combat. This spear fighting technique is different from that spear fighting technique, which refers to the use of cold weapons under a mechanical system. Gao Gong chose the third one, and with a thought, the devil jet in his palm suddenly opened. Although because there is no reactor, the added power is not much, but with the addition of spear fighting technique close combat, the power from the forearm to the wrist, and then to the 5 fingers, almost completely matched this sudden power. The steel spear seemed to be able to turn, and it turned nearly 180 degrees directly. The god who had just escaped from the spear circle had not reacted yet, and was hit hard on the cheek by the spear tip. The sound of facial fractures could be clearly heard. Gao Gong was just about to upgrade this skill to the maximum level, to see if there were any additional states, when he suddenly became alert, and blocked the flag spear in front of him without hesitation. The next moment, a gravity came. Gao Gong retreated 3 steps, and looked down, and there were 2 more scratches on his body, so deep that the bones could be seen, and there was a huge scratch on the spear. The HP dropped by 500 points. Damn, my gun is of the Epic Plus grade. Gao Gong immediately thought of the pitiful expression of Matsushima Keiko, and the red cherry that was extremely intact at the broken end. Is this feeling a spatial ability? If this is true, Gao Gong didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. He actually encountered the most troublesome existence among the abilities. And this kind of aura is not just one. Gao Gong felt at least 20 auras similar to God were being nurtured. What made him look even more strange was that, in addition to the breath of the god, he could actually feel his own breath. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. With a thought, his gun fighting technique close combat was once again upgraded to level 9. And at the same time, 13 shuttles flew out of his body. He stomped the ground with the root of his gun, and the next moment, violet lightning instantly covered the entire ground, and the figure of the god suddenly froze. The next moment, the gun came out like a dragon, and instantly killed in front of the god. The pupils of the god shrank, and he launched his strongest power without hesitation. His figure disappeared on the spot, and at the same time appeared behind Gao Gong, and he waved his hands violently, and more than a dozen cracks flashed by. The steel flag spear appeared behind Gao Gong with the spirit, and as Gao Gong shook his wrist, the gun body instantly split into dozens of sections, rotating in different directions around Gao Gong's back. The next moment, 10 sections of the gun body were directly split in half, and the remaining gun bodies were combined into a new steel gun flag again. It seems that it is not the most troublesome space shuttle, but an offensive space distortion. Dimension Blade. Gao Gong had 3 more blood scars as long as his forearm. God was not having a good time either. Almost the moment he appeared, 6 energy rays gave him 6 more blood holes on his body, and also took away 30,000 of his health. As soon as Gao Gong thought about it, the wound on his body healed quickly. As soon as the god moved, the wound not only did not heal, but it was bleeding. A strong threat suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart, as if the other party had become some kind of monstrous beast. The reason was that Gao Gong activated the species butcher and genetic killer, and at the same time, a big prey mark was hung on the other party's head. Soon, the god felt the difference. The sneak attack that had always been successful was no longer effective. To be fair, God is not weak. His HP is twice that of B-class radiation beast. His skills may not be as good as Great Knight Steel, but he is not weak either. If they really fight, they can fight 46 to 50. He may even be able to kill Gao Gong with his space power. Moreover, Gao Gong is not in his prime now. Without the reactor in the colony, his mechanical energy is at least reduced by 10,000. However, when the two fought, it was God who was beaten down, although it was also because of the spindle mayfly gun and the machine flag. More importantly, Gao Gong's attributes have completely surpassed those of a level 30 gene fusion. This was a crushing victory. With the launch of the species butcher, Gao Gong's figure became thinner and faster, with spikes sticking out of his body. He could often make several blood holes in his opponent by getting close to him. This touch and run style of play was what the god hated the most. Moreover, every time the opponent attacked, he hit his vitals, triggering double damage. The blood of the god was surging, and soon it dropped to the warning line. Gao Gong suspected that the opponent might die before the progress bar of the gene killing was full. Why not spare the opponent's life first? The living gene fusion can complete the job transfer task. More importantly, if the gene fragments of the opponent's superpowers are analyzed, it would be a big profit. Chapter 187 Valkyrie Core. Spear Fighting Melee. After reaching Elite Level 9, it comes with 2 states. One is the one just used, the mechanical long weapon is transformed, and the other is the man-gun fusion. This man-gun fusion is a bit like the man-gun fusion in martial arts novels. The man is the weapon is the man, completely integrating the mechanical weapon into his life system. Gao Gong thought. A strong swallowing sound came from his palm. He instantly appeared on the right side of the god, his waist and abdomen exerted force. The big gun swept towards the opponent in an upward posture. The gun body made a buzzing sound during the sweep. Each gun joint was moving. It seemed to change the moves at any time. The god was horrified, forcing his already somewhat confused consciousness, and used his space power once again, but then he let out a muffled groan. A bloody hand fell from where he disappeared. It turned out that his space power was not the authentic space shuttle, but was closer to the dimensional blade, so every time he shuttled through space, he was actually expanding the dimensional blade to a large enough size, so that the dimensional blade could carry him through space. This kind of shuttle is risky. It is fine when the consciousness is focused. Once the consciousness is not focused, it is possible that one will be cut into pieces by the dimension blade. Gao Gong knew that the time had come. 10 meters away, the god staggered and appeared, enduring the pain, and was about to deploy the dimension blade again. However, at the same time, relying on the induction of the hunter mark, Gao Gong swung his left arm violently, and the mechanical gun held in his right arm suddenly penetrated into his body, and was spit out from the palm of his left hand. The joints of the gun body were wrapped with a lot of flesh and blood, which stretched the length of the gun to 10 meters. The elongated gun barrel was thrown directly at the god, entangled with the opponent, and at the same time, a large amount of flesh blanket covered the opponent's body surface. In the flesh blanket, biological straws pierced out, and pierced into the opponent's body. The powerful digestion sounded instantly, and the blood volume lost by Gao Gong recovered rapidly, and Su recovered to full, but the blood volume of God dropped directly to double digits. Refreshing. Gao Gong was refreshed, and energetic, and his momentum was even higher. The upper body turned into a special bright red, and the big flower arm had a tendency to expand further. As for the god, his eyes were white, and his whole body was shaking. Generally speaking, this is a sign of extreme kidney deficiency. It has been a long time since I used the star absorbing method. It really replenishes whatever I absorb. It feels great. Thinking of this, Engineer Gao had another bold idea. Acupuncture and acupuncture at the same time. Wouldn't it be an infinite cycle? At the same time, the flying leopard finally landed slowly on the ground, saving the core of the spacecraft. Engineer Gao finally relaxed. He suddenly looked in one direction and said coldly, "Come out." The middle-aged man in a suit walked out with a faint smile. But the strong smell of blood in the air made his expression stiffen, especially when he saw the devil-like figure. His legs trembled subconsciously. This has nothing to do with backbone. It is purely the pressure from the advanced life form. The gene level. Gene fusion bodies are also strong and weak. And the other party's aura even reminded him of the super gene bodies in the headquarters. And even the terrifying girl codenamed 001. Since, let me introduce myself, Xingnao Group, 9-3 Guangzhou Division, Radiation Zone Regional Manager, my last name is Ji. It is indeed the Xingnao Group, Gao Gong secretly sighed. As early as when he saw the brain-computer interface, Gao Gong had a hunch. Now it seems that it is true. Then Manager Ji, why are you here? Manager Ji's mind was spinning wildly. He was quickly judging the situation. God was undoubtedly no good. So what should he do now? Support the other party, or turn against the other party? The native leaders in the radiation zone are all ruthless and ruthless. The name of the group may not be effective, but the god was cultivated by them with great difficulty, and it is also one of his main achievements. If he really handed it over to the other party, he would not be able to explain to his superiors. And, this place hides a lot of good things from the Empire era. He is not willing to hand it over to the other party. In the end, greed prevailed. Since the other party is a native leader, then he will fool him, just as he did before, using some garbage from the group laboratory, in exchange for the precious high-tech equipment in the hands of the other party. Manager G laughed. This so-called god has occupied our group's laboratory for many days. Thank you for helping our group to eliminate this evil. Is this flame gate from your group? Senior engineer raised his eyebrows. Of course. Look at these advanced equipment. How could it be designed by a madman? But don't worry, brother. Since you have conquered this place, then this flame gate is yours. Our group will only take these equipment away, and the rest will be given to you. Don't worry. We will give you 10 times the compensation. Manager G's words were exaggerated, packaging some of the junk products of Xingnao Group as rare treasures, which made people wonder if the other manager was a salesperson. It's not that I can't change it. I don't need those things anyway, Engineer Gao said casually, but if I want compensation, I have to pay it myself. You say? Manager G was refreshed, and felt that he had fooled the other party. The other party's gene fusion is stronger than the god, and his genes are definitely more valuable. Engineer Gao pointed at the god on the ground and said slowly, if you give me 3 more guys like this, I will give you those high-tech things. Manager G's face suddenly became ugly. He knew he was fooled. His eyes sank, and a series of short figures walked out from the back. These were babies under 1 year old. Seemingly they had just entered the walking stage from the crawling stage, mostly girls, with rosy and shiny skin, chubby and very cute, completely different from the pale dead skin of the flame boy. But the weird thing was, none of these sons of God was complete, either missing an arm, or a leg, or an eye, or a fist-sized hole in the chest, without even a heart visible inside. It could be seen that they had just been released from a device such as a nutrition cabin, and there was still a lot of mucus on their bodies. And it was obvious that, in their current state, they would not survive for more than a few minutes outside. From them, Gao Gong felt a unique breath of God. These babies slowly surrounded Gao Gong. Their skin was the color of normal people, but their eyes were pale and without pupils. As they looked over, the ground and the walls were densely covered with cracks. Damn! They all have the talent of space. Gao Gong finally understood why God could occupy such a feng shui treasure land. God is just a rooster that lays eggs for the Holy Brain Group. And the purpose of the Holy Brain Group is to mass-produce this kind of gene fusion. But it is obvious that this plan is far from successful. The more powerful the genes of the life form, the more difficult it is to make up for the genetic defects. Not to mention the defects in them. Just in these few steps, several babies fell to the ground, their breath was weak. It can be seen that this thing is just a wave. Want to take me away in a wave? It's not impossible. Engineer Gao suddenly looked at Manager G. And Manager G sneered and said fiercely, "Do it." The next moment, countless dimensional blades appeared on Engineer Gao's body. The most powerful part of the space system is that it cannot be defended. I guess Manager G understands this feature. So he is so confident. As expected, facing these attacks, Engineer Gao's eyes flashed with disbelief. And his body instantly broke into hundreds of pieces. Dare to fight against the group. This is the price. Real Valkyrie flew to Manager G's shoulder curiously, poked the other's face with a small gun as thick as a toothpick, and seemed to be wondering, why is this guy so stupid? Still talking to himself. What is he talking about? Don't wake him up. I finally got him in, Engineer Gao said unhappily. Fortunately, the other party is just an ordinary regional manager. If the other party is promoted to a higher level, becoming a continental regional manager, or a branch manager of the mechanical city, as long as the level reaches C5 or above, he will definitely participate in the Sacred Brain project. After the brain is transformed, his perception and wisdom will both exceed 50. It will be difficult to control the other party. As for killing the other party, it is even more impossible. The Sacred Brain Group has a very strict control over the management. Even ordinary managers will split a part of the brain processor and leave it at the headquarters. Once they die, the Sacred Brain Group will definitely be notified. The Holy Brain Group is not an underground terrorist organization like the Knights. It is one of the 4 major organizations, a giant in the biological field. It is not easy for it to deal with you. Moreover, in the World Enterprise War, the Holy Brain Group was the final winner, and once obtained the highest authority in the Mother City. If it were not for the advent of the cosmic monster memory worm, the young girl CEO might really be able to merge other biological companies and ascend to civilization in the way of a world giant enterprise. However, at this time, the Xingnao Group is being attacked by 3 major companies in a business war, and it is too busy to take care of itself. As long as Manager G is not killed, it should be fine in the short term. The senior engineer scanned the group of cub-type gene fusions again, and said to Valkyrie, "Did you share your power with them?" Valkyrie nodded, and then shook her head. According to her, she just wanted to play with them, and she didn't know why it turned out like this. The blood of the Scarlet Queen has an almost instinctive desire to assimilate. Gao Gong stared at a baby girl, only to see a small scarlet dot deep in her pale eyes. He poked Valkyrie again, clicked on the attribute bar of this little guy, and saw that the gray of the Gene Queen disappeared. At the same time, the blood level also changed from a plus to a capital S. It absorbed a large number of advanced cells of the gene fusion, and it has advanced. Looking at the little figurine crawling on his body like a caterpillar, Gao Gong sighed and laughed again. It seems that you have gained the most. As expected of Valkyrie, she has her own Valkyrie core so soon. Chapter 188 Lost Shipboard Intelligence. Late at night, the mechanical gate of the flame passed the outlet of the dam. Slowly rose, and the mechanical hunter army, who had received the news, marched in. The 3-story high mecha exuded a dangerous metallic luster, and the exaggeratedly modified mechanical hunters glanced around coldly, and there were also dangerous radiation beasts, and their terrifying big mouths opened from time to time. All this foreshadowed that the Flame Pass had a new owner. The forces in the Flame Land who received the news were very surprised, because according to their deduction, the Flame Pass would have no problem blocking the opponent for a month, and if the god suddenly recovered his strength like in the past, it might be able to push back. The battle was defeated during the day. At night, they were pushed to the high ground. So fast? In one wave. The indigenous warlords couldn't help but reflect, if it were them, could they stop the other side? The answer was quite pessimistic. For a while, I don't know how many messengers, carrying gifts, went to the Flame Pass in fear. They were eager to know whether the god was dead or alive. And behind more forces, the eyes of the enterprises were exploring deeper. Was this an arrangement of the Holy Brain Group, or a tactical mistake? If it was the former, then everything was explained. If it was the latter, it would be even more interesting. Soon, they were received by their new host. An unexpected face. General Quill, the former right-hand man of the god. General Quill declared calmly that the god was not dead, but had abdicated and was recuperating, and she would be in charge of all matters in the Flame Pass in the future. As for the legendary hunter, the messengers did not meet him at all. However, the news revealed by General Quill was somewhat relieved. That is, the Flame Bikers have not been eliminated. In other words, this is just a civil strife, not a subversion. The mastermind behind the scenes has no intention of making a big move. After arranging all the messengers, General Quill stretched his muscles and said to the two Flame Boys at the door, "Someone come to inform me." The Flame Boys pounded their chests with fanatical eyes. This scene surprised General Quill. In the past, only when God gave orders, the Flame Boys would obey their orders. Not only did he imprison the god, he also stole the authority of God. What a terrible person! Thinking of the person he was about to meet, even General Quill couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In the harem garden of God, passing through the guarding Mecca, soon, she saw the hunter Bones. In addition to the Bones, there were also the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, the goddess of night Nyx, and the goddess of fate Themis. At this time, the three goddesses were vying for the handsome boy. Seeing this, General Quill's mouth twitched a few times, and finally revealed a helpless smile. They rescued these three goddesses last night, and except for them, the other dozens of consorts of the god all disappeared. Needless to say, General Quill knew where they were going. This was also the reason why she changed sides. She walked into the production base of the Flame Boy, and among the large number of pipes and clone test tubes, she saw the god killer. He was talking to Ms. Dew. According to the information she had inquired, this Ms. Dew was the god killer's consort and possibly the god queen. The other party showed a warm and respectful attitude, which was completely different from that of a god. Meet the leader. General Quill beat his chest with one hand, knelt on one knee, very solemn. "Oh, you are here." As for his own name, Galgon always upholds the spirit of just make yourselves happy. Tribal members like to call themselves consultants. Mechanical hunters call themselves bosses. Old guys call themselves bosses. Young women call themselves perverted consultants. This is the first time I call him the title of leader, which is a bit novel. After using the second-hand goods, Director Dew not only became full of energy, as if she was several years younger, but also became quite clingy. When she heard that she was going to the mechanical city, she immediately wrote a metal sheet to find her husband. She cherished the last time they spent together. Director Dew glanced at the other person's slightly tough appearance, and after confirming that he was not someone's favorite type, she smiled kindly. "Hello, General." General Quill was a little flattered. "Let me show you something." Engineer Gao clicked on a projection screen, and an animation was played. The picture was a two-dimensional animation that is rarely seen now. This seems to be an ancient myth. One after another, Q-version figures appear. The Earth cracked, and Gaia was born. Hell cracked, and Uranus was born. Uranus and Gaia came together, and there were men and women in this world. They gave birth to a group of gods, and the strongest among them was the first generation of God King Kronos. Just like that, Kronos got rid of his father, but in the process of ruling, he inherited his father's brutality and cruelty, and the second generation of God King, that is, the most powerful God King, will be born in the flames. It can be seen that this seems to be a myth and legend of the civilized era. However, General Quill's expression gradually changed: surprise, doubt, anger, loss. The story in this cartoon is almost exactly the same as what God did. He appointed 12 main gods, built the kingdom of God on the world tree, and established the Flame God clan. In the cartoon, the tone, demeanor, and aura of this second-generation God King are simply a replica of God. In other words, God is an imitation of that Q-version character. Although General Quill does not believe that God is a real God, he has been brainwashed by God for many years, and he actually believes in the divinity of God to some extent. Now, the myth is broken. The origin of God is actually a fairy tale from the civilized era. It's ridiculous. General Quill took a deep breath and said, "I understand what you mean. From now on, I don't need your loyalty." Senior Engineer shook his head. Demanding loyalty from subordinates is a manifestation of the incompetence of the superior. What I want you to do is to guard this place, and make everything look safe and sound. As a deal, I will guarantee the safety of those concubines and sons of God. General Quill took a deep look at the other party, thumped his chest with one hand again, and said goodbye. Interesting. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his waist. Dao Gong saw Director Du looking at him angrily, and shook his head and laughed. Nothing else, General Quill is a man with commanding talent, I can see that. What he saw was that the other party actually had a template, and it was a rare commander template. Flame General Faction exclusive. General's power can strengthen the morale of his own side through encouragement, motivation and other means. Morale plus 30%, faction loyalty plus 10%. Blood of War. General Quill has excellent command ability, as long as she sits in the commander's position. Battle victory rate plus 10%. Legendary Gunner. General Quill is best at artillery battles. Under her command, artillery calibration plus 20%. Commander templates are a higher level than ordinary templates. On the current Jirixing star, only the Legion Commander of the Mechanical Legion, or the Commander-in-Chief of the Space Fleet, will have this kind of commander template. Engineer Gao felt that he had really found a treasure this time. If the other party was not a high-level talent, he would not have supported an enemy general to take the position. According to the original plan, Flame Pass would become the third base, the core of Cable Oasis in the Land of Flame. In addition to being a logistics base, Base number 3 would also serve as a training base. From a military perspective, its importance is greater than Base number 1 and Base number 2. A force cannot rely on a group of thugs. Engineer Gao has asked General Quill to open the water valve, give up raising gene slaves, and instead put the gene slaves into the pass and treat them as ordinary people. General Quill, who has the attribute of neutral good, must be happy to do this. Let's go. I'll take you to see some good things. Senior engineer scanned the clone tubes. As expected, this was the last batch of Flame Boys. But don't worry about cannon fodder. There will naturally be players to replace them. Director Du said with some regret, although these machines are old-fashioned, they perform very well. Don't feel too sorry. Good guy. General Quill is neutral good. I can barely be considered chaotic neutral. And you seem to be extreme materialism. Engineer Gao coughed dryly. It's not important. The key is the secret here. The two walked through the clone factory and into the Sky Palace at the back. Soon, a cold mechanical voice sounded. Welcome, Your Highness. Open the cabin. The next moment, on the wall behind the throne, a line suddenly appeared on the mechanical wall. With the line as the center, the mechanical wall began to retract to both sides. Neither the god nor Manager G had ever entered this place. Only those who are descendants of the Empire can enter. You are not really a descendant of the Empire. Are you? Seeing this scene, Du Xiaodi couldn't help asking. Although the two of them were childhood sweethearts and knew each other well. As Gao Gong's behavior became more and more abnormal, even Director Du was a little confused. Could it be that a domineering emperor really fell in love with my tricks? Gao Gong smiled mysteriously and did not explain. But this expression fell into Director Du's eyes, which deepened her judgment. The Crown Prince of the Empire, the royal family. The son Director Du's eyes suddenly lit up. The senior engineer walked into the core of the cabin, and various electronic instruments lit up one by one, including the light sail control panel, life center, control center, turret system, and shield system. Although the Imperial spacecraft is known for being dumb and clumsy, it must be said that dumb and clumsy also has its advantages. That is, it can be tough and durable. If it were the Alliance and the Federation, the two civilizations, the spacecraft they built would have almost no problems after half a century. Mengjia 3 pays tribute to the Emperor. These things are actually intact. As a heavy machinery enthusiast, there is nothing more exciting than seeing a complete mechanical system. Senior engineer shook his head. I'm afraid not. Open the spacecraft database for me. Sorry. The spacecraft's intelligence core is lost, and the operation cannot be performed. Sorry. The spacecraft's intelligence core is lost, and the operation cannot be performed. The spacecraft's onboard intelligence is more advanced than that of the sky carrier, and it has basically reached the level of mechanical mastermind. This kind of loss is not a trivial matter. Chapter 189 Mechanical Divinity. The male and female Gao Gong worked hard for a while, but still could not find the missing intelligent core. Planetary environment simulation technology, shipborne anti-gravity technology, low-temperature freezing chamber, medium energy shield, star map simulation. These are all second-level civilization technologies, and they are all functioning normally. So, there is only one possibility. The intelligent core of the spacecraft is most likely taken away by its own people. It can't even be stealing. If you have this much time, wouldn't it be easier to just drive the spaceship away? What's the use of just one intelligent core? When Director Du called up the coordinate system in the star map and confirmed that it had not been modified, he couldn't help but wonder. The intelligent cores at the spaceship level are specially customized, which is equivalent to a large AI with its own processing system, and the computing power that can be improved is quite terrifying. If the other party does not need the secret data of this spaceship, but only needs this intelligent core, then it makes sense. Seeing Director Du's factory girl attribute activated, she wanted to disassemble the spaceship for research. Engineer Gao quickly stopped the other party and said seriously, "I brought you here, not for you to find things." "Why then?" Engineer Gao turned on the planetary simulation technology in the core of the spaceship, and in an instant, the surrounding scene disappeared. The earth was shrinking, white clouds were layered, and golden palaces rose from the ground. Director Du looked at this scene in astonishment, and could even clearly feel the strong wind blowing on his black hair. Gao Gong had an idea, and the next moment, there was lightning and thunder, and rolling dark clouds appeared around the two of them. The violent electric charge in the air made Director Du shudder, and he subconsciously approached Gao Gong. "Remember that god? The guy who took the cartoon seriously?" Director Du thought of that clever guy, and couldn't help laughing. Engineer Gao shook his head. "Although I don't know the origin of God, he is definitely not a fool. But he lost himself in the collective consciousness, and was addicted to the technology of this research institute, which is why he became what he is now." "What do you mean?" "Becoming a machine will mean bearing the pressure of mechanical system operation at all times. This guy God just bears the pressure of a spacecraft intelligence. And he became like this." Engineer Gao looked at him seriously and said, "The change of life form is not just a simple talk. Have you really thought it through?" Du Xiaodi looked at Engineer Gao in a daze, and after a long while, she showed a very bright smile. "Thank you for your concern," she interrupted the senior engineer. "You know, since you left, the factory system has become unmanned. Anything that cannot keep up with the system operation must undergo human body transformation." Du Xiaodi looked at her slender and calloused palms. "I was very scared at the time, because no matter how hard I tried, even if I used banned drugs, I couldn't keep up with the speed of artificial intelligence. I was afraid that when you come back, I would have been completely transformed, and even the emotional organs in my brain would be removed." One by one, my colleagues left, accepted the transformation, and then became humanoid machines, not only without emotions, but even without memory data. This kind of death, the experience of chasing, almost drove me crazy. I felt like I was trapped in a mechanical cage. No matter how I shouted or cried, I couldn't escape. Until one day, a familiar voice sounded. It was the voice of my deceased mother. She told me how much I loved machinery when I was young, how much I liked to dismantle things, and how much of a tomboy I was. She was very worried that I would not be able to get married in the future. Until then, I realized that I didn't hate machines. I liked them very much. What I hated was actually the feeling of being controlled by machines. Du Xiaodi's palm slowly clenched. I was born to master machines. She raised her head, her eyes bright now. "Do you understand what I mean?" Engineer Gao shrugged. "Since you ask so." For the first time, he clicked on Director Du's attribute column. Name, Du Xiaodi race, native mechanical energy, 50,000 personal attributes, strength 4, agility 5, endurance 7, intelligence 66, perception 55, character 50 template, daughter of machines, heart of creation, mechanical genius. Oh my goodness. 3 templates, 3 main attributes over 50 points, one of which is character. Even a fool like Fat Xiang who can't lie has only 17 points of character. Are you the mechanical bodhisattva descended to the earth? For the first time, Engineer Gao felt that he really had the potential to be the protagonist of the planet. He casually pulled out an SSR card. Or, Director Du was the protagonist of the planet, and he was actually playing the role of a grandfather. Engineer Gao didn't really care about the whereabouts of this intelligent core. It was just a pretext, because he remembered that one of the mission rewards included secrets of civilization. According to his experience in his previous life, this secret of civilization was usually a memory, and it was most likely related to this intelligent core. Although the god cannot die for the time being, and the mission cannot be completed, it does not mean that he cannot do anything else. In the previous mission, in the G Vendetta, Gao Gong got a specialty of the motorcycle gang camp. After opening it, it was a roulette lottery. There were 3 chances to draw the lottery. There were densely packed rewards on the roulette, and a small ball in the roulette. After rubbing the head of the little figurine hard, Gao Gong felt that he had enough luck. So he turned the roulette. The next moment, the roulette started to spin quickly, and soon there was a sound of a heavy object falling. You get advanced electronic music score Flame Rhapsody. Flame Rhapsody. Violent electronic music can stimulate the vitality of cells. For genetic products, it is a super electronic stimulant. It seems that I can no longer hide my identity as a guitar maniac. The second draw, you get 1,000 experience points. Paw rubbish. The third draw, you get the mechanical divinity design. Yo, not bad. There is not only one route for the machine will. As far as Gao Gong knows, there are 9 routes. Among them, one of the 3 best routes is the mechanical divinity route. If the god had taken this route, it probably wouldn't have gone crazy. In the universe, the god race is also a large race. 99% of the gods are cultivated. There are man-made carbon-based gods. And naturally there are also man-made mechanical gods. Mechanical divinity is the first step for machines to become gods. Director Do is blessed. As long as the divinity is condensed, the pollution caused by the machine system can be reduced by at least 90%. Soon, another good news came. That is, Professor Han also came. With the appearance of the Brain Flower Maniac, the task of Twilight of the Gods can finally be settled. Chapter 190 Civilization Secrets Ocean Planet Medusa. The entire planet is made of liquid. Looking around, there is endless seawater. The gravity here is 76 times that of the Machine Rift planet, which is close to the red line for migrating to the planet. The standard of this red line is, if an ordinary carbon-based life falls into this planet, whether it will be crushed to death in an instant. If it is crushed, in the Interstellar Immigration Bureau, it will be marked as a planet not habitable, and only after undergoing the transformation of the planet's gravity can this mark be removed again. At this time, under 76 times the gravity, Gao Gong's body surface was as red as blood, which meant that the blood flow was very fast, which was the only way to maintain the normal operation of the human body system. The colony body turned into a tights, half of which covered the body surface and half covered the organs in the body, which made Gao Gong almost a pure mechanical life. At this time, Gao Gong was floating on the sea with a big gun in his hand. The carbon atom reactor in his chest was running wildly, and the big gun in his hand was buzzing. Under such a great gravity, each wave crest came, bringing pressure no less than a high-speed locomotive. Facing this situation, Gao Gong's back, 36 devil jets opened, evenly distributed on the arms, thighs, waist. The focus is on the waist. The ancient spearmanship emphasizes the unity of man and horse. The horse is the waist, and at this time, Gao Gong's waist is equipped with at least 10 engines. A dark wave came. Gao Gong shouted, stepped forward with his right foot, creating a sonic boom. A long white silk thread was transmitted directly from the soles of his feet to the sea surface. The 5-meter spear took advantage of this reaction force. Suddenly raised upward, the spear tip, supported by the powerful power, rubbed the air, and became hot. The dragon raises its head. The huge wave was 76 times, the gravity exploded with water splashes all over the sky. Countless water splashes turned into mosaics in the air. One after another, huge waves came. Every time a wave came, Gao Gong would change his position, or pick or chop, using the sonic boom gun to blast the wave. Suddenly, Gao Gong's eyes fixed, and the next moment, in his palm, countless granulations spurted out, like snakes wrapped around the gun body, and at the same time, energy nozzles appeared at the joints of the gun. Under the reflection of the energy light, the gun body turned into pure gold, like a close combat energy weapon. Melee energy weapons are more rare than energy guns, and have a higher technological content. In the temporary state of man-gun fusion, this iron flag seems to have broken through the upper limit and reached the level of energy weapons. This time the big wave is also bigger than the previous waves, like a huge wall, with a momentum of overwhelming mountains and seas. And the top cannot be seen with the naked eye. Gao Gong held the big gun with both hands, and the blood veins on his 2 arms bulged. A large amount of blood and flesh were drawn from other parts and injected into it. The arms holding the gun began to be thicker than the thighs. His left leg began to retreat, from a horse-shaped step to a bow-shaped step, and the base of the spear was inserted into the sea surface, which was the posture of a barricade. Under the huge gravity, the sea water was also compressed to a point close to solid. This sea wall hit head-on. It really looked like a wall. And when the spear tip was inserted into the water wall, it actually produced a series of sparks, and the whole spear was like a fire dragon swimming in the water. The huge waves, the storm was extremely fierce, the dark clouds rolled, and the whirlpools were layered. Engineer Gao was pushed backwards, and his entire figure seemed to be submerged in the huge waves. In the water light, the light of the carbon atom reactor became brighter and brighter. When the light reached its peak, the boundless waves were like eyes, and countless cracks began to appear. With a roar that surpassed the human voice, the ice surface exploded. At the same time, the whole world exploded. Your body has been tempered by the planetary environment. Strength +3. Endurance +2. Your gun skills have improved to a certain extent. Damn! Engineer Gao looked at the smoking environmental simulator and cursed. Isn't it said that the Empire's equipment is durable? Why can't it hold up at the critical moment? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I can break through the excellent level of spearmanship without specializing. In the past 5 days, he spent most of his time here, using the planetary environment simulation technology to train his body. And as a result, his strength and endurance increased by 10 and 13 points respectively. Unfortunately, this thing is old equipment after all, and it fails at the critical moment. Pulling off the TV-sized environmental simulator and holding it in his palm, Gao Gong realized that his body had grown again. With a height of nearly 4 meters, his head against the ceiling, his hands and feet as thick as pillars, and a reactor as big as a mole on his chest. After glancing at the panel, sure enough, I have entered the perfect form state again. Generally speaking, to enter the perfect form, you need to be in a high radiation environment like the beast tide. But now with the carbon atom reactor, I no longer need to rely on external sources for my own energy. In addition to repeated tempering, my bloodline has gradually approached the multi-planet creature, and the perfect form has gradually changed from an advanced skill to a regular skill. After glancing at the panel, sure enough, the introduction of the perfect form has changed. Complete form bloodline specialty. Your body contains the bloodline of high-level radiation beasts. Fully stretch your bloodline, you will gain powerful strength. In the transformed state, strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, perception 5 major attributes *2, biological energy *10, mechanical energy *10, all body parts are strengthened. There is no time limit in the introduction, but Gao Gong took a look at the reactor with energy reduced to 50%, thinking about it. If it is a normal transformation, the duration should be 30 to 60 minutes, depending on the enemy. After taking a look at the huge body that was as big as the Hulk, Gao Gong sighed. It's a pity that there are no underwear. 10 minutes later, Gao Gong regained his human form, changed into a new set of clothes, and walked out of the core of the spacecraft with the environmental simulator. In the garden, Valkyrie was playing with her Valkyries with a smile on her face, and a dozen girls were chasing after her with indifferent faces. It seemed that they were not playing, but wanted to eat her. Seeing Gao Gong, Valkyrie's eyes lit up, and she took the initiative to fly over and sat on his shoulders. Engineer Gao looked at the girls. In just a few days, these girls grew from 1 year old to about 3 years old. Although the defects on their bodies have not healed, their complexion has improved a lot. They can move about 10 minutes a day. This is the benefit of the bright red blood. Unfortunately, genetic defects are always genetic defects. As they get older, these defects will only become more serious. A martial god army with all space talents, Engineer Gao said that he would never give up. But he could only wait until he reached level 20, as a biologist to see if there was any solution. Let's go to find your Aunt Du. Gao Gong led Valkyrie in front, while the girls followed silently behind, looking like cute puppets. In the laboratory of the Flame Pass, Gao Gong found Director Du. Director Du looked at the environmental simulator in the other's hand, and said unhappily, "It's broken again. Didn't I tell you to be careful with it? These old materials are hard to find, only Lao Bing has some. Don't do it again. Don't do it again." After complaining, Director Du habitually took the environmental simulator, and then saw Valkyrie, and forced a smile. Although she no longer had the face of Aunt Shui, Director Du still had no good impression of Gao Gong, the illegitimate daughter. Valkyrie was playing by herself. In her mind, except Gao Gong, who was her kind, and Valkyrie, who was her playmate. The others were food. What else could she say about food? Gao Gong sighed. It seemed that the relationship between the two would not be good. He was planning to entrust Valkyrie to the other party after he left. Let's leave it to the little woman. At this time, Professor Han pushed open the door curtain and walked out. Seeing Engineer Gao, he handed over a thick stack of information. The information of God has been integrated. Gene Hybrid *2. Engineer Gao only flipped through it briefly and got a prompt from the system. But I'm afraid I can't do anything about the other party's gene fragments. Why? Engineer Gao looked up. Can't it be bionic? Professor Han shook his head. Ordinary people have 12 gene chains. But this God has only one. But it is a gene network. This network connects all cells. If you cut off a part, the special abilities of the other parts will disappear. Unless you copy a complete God, it is almost impossible to copy his abilities. Engineer Gao nodded thoughtfully. If it were so easy, the Holy Brain group would not let the God lay eggs by himself. So, God is useless? Yes. Senior Engineer tapped Valkyrie. Valkyrie looked back and cried a few times. The cold girl's eyes actually showed a kind of excitement. And they walked into the laboratory. Soon, there was a chewing sound inside. Task completed. Experience plus 100,000. Fireland reputation plus 5,000. Title, God Killer Fake. God Killer Fake. Any man-made divine creature in front of you will feel a little fear. Task reward. Incomplete mechanical jigsaw 1/5. *1. Civilization secret *1. Low-level genetic modified barracks *1. Low-level genetic modified barracks is a large blueprint. Generally, this kind of large blueprint cannot be opened with professional knowledge. And what is needed is the merging of professional knowledge chains. Engineer Gao was going to give it to Director Du to see if there was any room for improvement. If it was possible to produce a flame boy without human blood, it would be good. There was no such thing as too much cannon fodder. Soon, one girl after another came out, with blood on the corners of their mouths. After eating the God, their physical defects were significantly improved. These people are immature gene fusions. The Sacred Brain group calls them God Killers. Professor Han showed an interested look. Interesting. I'll study it. At night, Engineer Gao opened his eyes, tucked Director Du's smooth shoulders into the quilt, quietly got out of bed, walked to the balcony, opened the system page, and clicked on Secrets of Civilization. The next moment, his consciousness seemed to be sucked away from the Earth to the atmosphere, then skipped the clean, white atmosphere, and fell into an exploration-type spaceship. Then, Gao Gong saw a familiar scene. But the spaceship core here had 10 Imperial soldiers performing their duties. The biggest common point of these Imperial soldiers was that they all had an embedded energy engine in their abdomens. This engine was the product of the 6th-level mechanical blueprint, which could not only be used as a reactor, but also as an auxiliary power system when driving a mecha. However, these engines are not as small as carbon atomic reactors, which makes the endoskeleton of the Imperial soldiers look like the exoskeleton of ordinary people. They all look strong and muscular, and the shortest one is 2.5 meters tall. Finally, I have completed another star line. An Imperial soldier took a sip from his wine glass, and his posture was very relaxed. This time, we have gained a lot. A gas planet full of methane can be used as an interstellar relay station. A desert planet, although it cannot be immigrated, can still build an alien base. Now that we have passed through the atmosphere, let's not talk about business. We only explore the interstellar once every 10 years. I don't know how my family is doing. A bearded Imperial soldier sighed. You are afraid that your wife will put a dent in your heart, right? Oh, sorry. You don't have a wife. Who said I don't have a wife? The bearded man blew his beard and glared. I have a closet full of wives. Have you heard that the Empire has developed bionic people that can be equipped with personality chips? Your wives have been eliminated long ago. That's even better. He gets promoted, gets rich, and his wife dies. His life is 1/3 complete in an instant. A group of Imperial soldiers were laughing at each other. And suddenly, an alarm sounded. Without a pause, these soldiers immediately became well-trained war parts. On the exploration ship, energy turrets lit up one after another. The voice of artificial intelligence suddenly sounded. Cancel the alert. Command level 4. Command target, Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs. Ministry of Internal Affairs? Why did they come? Those mechanical lunatics. With the sound of the air pump, the mechanical door opened. 3 robots in black windbreakers walked in, and the bright red electronic eyes swept around, and fell on the colonel with the highest military rank. Colonel Richard, according to the Imperial Army order, I need to temporarily requisition your ship. Please allow me to refuse. We are an exploration ship of the Outer Space Exploration Force. We only obey the orders of the Space Command Center. I need to inform my superiors. As soon as Colonel Richard grabbed the communicator, he was grabbed by the robot's arm. I'm afraid that won't work. This is a secret order. Then please forgive me for not obeying your order. Colonel Richard's face also turned cold. Seeing this, other Imperial soldiers also took out their guns and weapons. You don't trust us? The robot said calmly. It's not that I don't trust you. The Imperial spies in the Internal Affairs Department have all been through the most rigorous transformation, and it's impossible for them to betray us. It's just that without the order of Admiral Xiao Yuanjun, I refuse to carry out the tasks of other departments. The Imperial spy didn't speak. Amid the piercing alarm, a red light suddenly shone inside the cabin. Boss, they are invading the intelligence system of this ship. Richard closed his eyes. The next moment, a socket appeared on the back of his head, and an electronic tube came out and connected to the hull. Similarly, behind the heads of every Imperial soldier, electronic tubes were sticking out. The first generation of brain computers, and some of the performance of biological computers, are interesting. Gao Gong saw this and said to himself. The two sides seemed to be fighting at the hacker level. The lights on the spacecraft were red and green. Several times, Gao Gong saw the energy turret turn around, and the muzzle pointed directly at the command room. It was worthy of the Imperial style, to be so cruel to their own people. After a long while, it seemed that the hacker battle had a result. The light turned green, and the mechanical door slammed shut. Although he had no expression, the Emperor was obviously panicking. It seems that we have to go to the military court to have a good talk. Richard smiled triumphantly. No. We can't go to the military court. You will regret it. If it is really the Ministry of Internal Affairs official business, the Empire's main brain can be called to stop the entire spacecraft at any time. But you hacked into the space management system and privately requisitioned warships. You are so bold. Who is standing behind you? It's me. An old voice suddenly sounded from the Emperor. Admiral, this is impossible. Unfortunately, as the screen of the spaceship lit up, an old, but majestic military face appeared, and the Imperial soldiers looked at each other. General, what's wrong with you? Richard was stunned. Let me tell you. Next to the Admiral, a pale young man smiled. This young man was filled with an indescribable nobleness. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. And in the eyes of the senior engineer, this was the embodiment of top-level mechanical sense. Your Highness, Colonel, I can't tell you too much. I can only tell you that this is a confidential experiment related to the future of the Empire. You can drive the spaceship away, but I need the intelligent core on the ship. Richard was stunned for a moment, and said this, Richard, don't do as the prince ordered, the old general said in a deep voice. Can I know what the experiment is? Richard said with a stiff face. If the experiment is successful, you will know what it is. The Black Prince said slowly. That is the only way for us to get rid of this disaster. The next moment, the sky was spinning. When Gao Gong came to his senses, he found that it was already dawn. Director Du walked behind him without knowing when, and gently pinched his shoulder. Disaster? That advanced mechanical civilization? The only way to get rid of the disaster? Gao Gong said to himself. Ascension? Although Gao Gong did not dare to say that he knew all the secrets of this game universe. For example, he had no idea how the players were caught along the network cable. But at least, his knowledge was much better than that of this native prince. There was only one way for low-level civilizations to get rid of high-level civilizations, and that was the ascension of civilization. But the ascension of civilization was something that only a level 3 civilization could achieve. The Empire was just a level 2 civilization that had not yet developed. How could it ascend? Was it fooled by aliens? Or was it that the Black Prince of this period had been impersonated? However, since it was called Secrets of Civilization, this experiment must be related to the destruction of the Empire, and even to the Second Mechanical War. Moreover, he got a clue. Admiral Xiao Yuanjun must know about this experiment, and his last name is Xiao. What are you thinking about? Director Du asked softly. Gao did not answer. With a skillful hook of his finger, the gauze behind him fell down. It's useless to think too much. It's early in the morning. Why not exercise? Chapter 191 Reform. Is this the Flame Pass? Pang Xiang looked up, looking at the water outlet on the mechanical dam, and scratched his crotch subconsciously. Mom, I want to pee. Hold it. Oh! Pang Xiang sighed, and raised his left hand, and lifted the mutant sea lion that fell on his waist to his shoulder. Mom said he is an adult now, and he should understand the interpersonal relationship, so he carried this prey over. I heard that this thing can nourish the kidneys, and Brother Gao should also nourish it. I heard that he can only last for 10 hours, which is too little. He can play for 20 hours on the virtual machine. Fat Xiang. Wait. Help me carry my stuff too. Aunt Xiang glanced back, and seeing that it was the young woman, she retracted her gaze. Why? Do you like her? Do you want her to be your daughter-in-law? An old hunter said frivolously. The size difference is too big. Aunt Xiang rolled her eyes. Meng Duo carried a lot of bags, and Fat Xiang carried a lot of bags. Aunt Xiang couldn't help but complain. Can't you put the things in the car? Why do you have to carry them? The young woman curled her lips. I would like to put them, but the problem is that he has to put them too. Not far away, a streamlined black sports car was showing off its performance like a madman. It only takes 5 seconds to go from 0 to 500 kilometers per hour. It is bulletproof and radar-proof, and has 3 types of speed-up equipment. It is said to be the latest black cheetah from the city that never sleeps. I thought this guy would choose a large armored vehicle for transformation. He used to be a deliverman. Old Genia on the side stroked his chin. With his outgoing personality, he successfully blended in. I am delivering goods for the gang, not a real truck driver. The black sports car suddenly made a sound of iron, and along with his voice, the whole sports car began to transform on a large scale. Countless parts separated and reassembled, and finally turned into a 3-meter-tall Autobot. The Autobots were posing in various ways. How about it? Look at my new body, how about it? Art. Mechanical art. Really art. On the mechanical dam, Old Bing, Old Ding, Old Gung were talking to themselves. Among them, Old Bing and Old Ding were staring at the iron sheet. Only Old Gung was looking at Aunt Xiang with a bright face. A face like a rose, a petite figure, beautiful, so beautiful. Old Bing and Old Ding looked at her at the same time, with surprised eyes. What's wrong with you? I seem to be in love. More and more people rushed to the Flame Pass. Many acquaintances hadn't seen each other for a long time. When they met, they naturally had to have a good chat. Strange faces also exchanged various courtesies. Hello, hello, I am Zhao Tong, now the general manager of base number 1. Chihiro smiled. How come you don't have any expression at all? Are you alive? Killers shouldn't have expressions, and I'm not a living person, I'm AI. Fat Xiang, why did you come just now? All the knives in my house are broken. If you were there at that time, Honging would never have been broken. Looking at the Japanese girl clinging to Fat Xiang's thigh, Aunt Xiang hugged her chest and frowned. This little girl has no breasts or buttocks, and is short. She is not suitable for my Fat Xiang. Doesn't this little girl dislike men? She is a little girl. Who can say for sure? Old Su poked Aunt Xiang's waist. You should take care of yourself. Myself? Aunt Xiang looked up and saw an old man approaching her attentively, his eyes shining. You? What are you doing? Are all the people here? In the Sky Palace? Gao Gong looked at the people on the virtual screen and talked to himself. Didn't you call all the people here? Okay, it's fixed. Watching the environmental simulator light up again, Director Du nodded with satisfaction, turned the screwdriver in his hand a few times skillfully, and embedded the simulator into the wall. Gao Gong thought for a while, and said, I plan to make a final adjustment to the camp before leaving. Took a look at the number of people on the camp panel. With the continuous liberation of gene slaves, and the remnants of the Flame Motorcycle Party, the number of mechanical hunters instantly exceeded 10,000, and it is still rising. He didn't want to wait until he returned. And the mechanical hunters had been assimilated by the environment and turned into a stupid indigenous force. According to his idea, he was going to divide the entire force into 3 parts. The first part was the factory system. He was going to establish a manufacturing committee. All proposals had to be approved by the committee before they could be implemented. The chairman of this committee was naturally Director Du, who had a veto power. The other part was the force system. Gao Gong was going to divide this part into 3 levels. The first level was mechanical hunters below level 10. The second level was mechanical hunters below level 20. And the third level was mechanical hunters below level 30. The 3 levels are Hunter, Wild Hunter, and Blood Hunter. The higher the level, the better the benefits. Only the 3rd Blood Hunter can participate in the Hunter Conference and get some unique transformations. That's right. This is the system that Gao Gong came up with after imitating the knights. As for the managers of the force system, Gao Gong decided to rotate with 3 people each time. Although Gao Gong didn't think his men would betray him, the most responsible attitude towards his subordinates was not to give them the opportunity to betray him. As for the remaining administrative system, Engineer Gao decided to let the young woman handle it. You really trust her? Director Du said with a sour tone. Since using second-hand goods, the proud Director Du has become more and more clingy, and would occasionally get a little mad. Engineer Gao was happy, and said, I don't trust the young woman. To be precise, I trust Gaia more. Under the blockade of the planetary main brain, Gaia could not be upgraded to level 60 and incarnate the will of the planet. It only had 2 options. One was to go into the ocean and incarnate the mother of marine life. This also meant that in the future beast machine disaster, it would be hostile to the mother city, which was not what Engineer Gao wanted. There is another way, which is to save the country in a roundabout way. In addition to the mechanical city on this planet, there are also colonies in the pancontinental range. Many of these colonies are experimental playgrounds for enterprises. This is the solution he thought of for Gaia. This route is actually the liberation route. Although it will inevitably fight with the mother city in the future, it will not fall into the dark camp. The Flame Pass, and even the Land of Flame, is the first step. Start by saving all the gene slaves in the Land of Flame. Senior Engineer stood up and said with a smile, Let's go. Meet my old friend. In the Land of Flame, the black market business of the morgue has not been good recently. The main reason is that the Flame Motorcycle Party, a big seller of people in the past, announced a new policy to pardon all genetic slaves and grant them civilian status. Although this policy is limited to the scope of the Flame Pass, it has caused a chain reaction. That is, a large number of slaves began to flee to the Flame Pass, as if going there was like reaching heaven. Although the indigenous warlords usually don't care about the lives of slaves, slaves are the basis of their rule after all. The slave-catching teams were dispatched in large numbers and severely punished several groups of fugitives. This barely stopped the trend, but the warlord leaders felt uneasy, as if a huge storm was brewing. Due to this, the morgue business was quite bad during this period. A dirty boy carefully avoided the big guys and came to the garbage station. Sister Yi, have you heard that the Flame Pass announced the abolition of slavery? Sister Yi was the genetic girl who brought Tamil and the others. Slaves don't have names, only nicknames. And the nickname of this genetic girl is Yi Z. Are you sure? Caterpillar? Aren't those white people in the motorcycle gang the most ruthless in arresting us? Said another slave boy. That was in the past. I heard that those white people are now just like us, ordinary people, and no longer have the power to collect blood taxes. If they bully me, we can report them to those big guys at any time, and they will be punished if we report them. Obviously, many people don't believe what Caterpillar said. If you don't believe me, go and see. The heads of the people who were locked by the flames are gone. This woke Easy up from her dream. She suddenly stood up. She knew who to ask for help. The bald fat man has been very upset recently. Although his nickname is Butcher, he is not a real butcher. Most country people can't make it in the mechanical city, and vice versa. Not every citizen of the mechanical city can adapt to the outside world. Every place has its own style. The rules of the radiation zone are to be crazy fierce and cautious at the same time. The butcher was now feeling very regretful. He had initially thought that these 2 people were just the subordinates of a newcomer. After all, in the Land of Fire, if a gene slave awakened a powerful superpower, he could immediately pull out a group of people. This kind of thing was very common. Apart from slaves, at most they were temporary employees of a large company. They were all sent here, so they were either temporary employees or something else. But who could have thought that the other party would be so powerful that they could easily kill the god? You have to know that with the arrogant character of the god, he could act so arrogantly here, and his personal strength was quite terrifying. So he decided to run away. Hurry up, some bits and pieces are lost. Butcher, what about this prisoner? Should we deal with him? One of his men looked at the bloody Tamil. He was not on vacation under the butcher. It had only been a few days, and he was only breathing. But this man was indeed a ruthless man. No matter how he was tortured, he didn't make a sound. The butcher hesitated and said, Take him with you first, maybe it will be useful. The butcher decided to hide for a few months, and then decide whether to come out again after seeing the limelight. Anyway, he had made enough money here, And even if he returned to the city that never sleeps, he could live a middle-class life. There is really no need to fight so hard. Okay, boss, then how do we leave? The butcher decided to be safer, gritting his teeth. Give each of the brothers another 10,000 mechanical coins, and we will go separately. At this time, above the sky, the 8th level aircraft was turning on the stealth mode, and was quietly hovering over the black market. Chapter 192 Biochip. Yeezy looked at the people around her in horror. There was hardly any normal person. Everyone seemed very scary to her. The powerful machinery was directly inserted into the human body. With every move, the alloy skeleton would make a crunching sound. The metal palm seemed to be able to crush her head with just a slight pinch. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Cowboy Apu kicked several colleagues away without hesitation and showed a kind smile to Yeezy. Little beauty. We meet again. Seeing the familiar face, Yeezy shuddered all over, came to her senses, and rushed over. He, Brother Tamil, I know. Don't worry. He is not dead yet. It took Apu a long time to comfort the other party. At this time, Yeezy held a glass of juice in both hands and sat in the corner carefully. She originally wanted to go to the Flame Pass to ask Brother Tamil's companions to save him, but she was caught halfway. By the time she reacted, she had already appeared here. Later, she learned that the big-shot butcher in the black market had ambushed people in all the passages leading to the Flame Pass. If she went there rashly, she would only be greeted by death. In fact, Brother Tamil's companions had already come, and as soon as the butcher left the black market, they would start. Yeezy was thankful, but also a little ashamed. She didn't help at all, but almost ruined the big plan. At this time, she was quietly looking around. The high-tech environment made her feel like a dream. And when the virtual screen reflected the butcher's figure, she was even more shocked. As expected of a cyborg doctor, he must have anti-monitoring equipment installed on him. Once the drone gets close to him, he will be discovered. The sight zoomed in, and he saw a device similar to a pager on the butcher's waist. In the projection, it emitted very special electromagnetic waves. But he never dreamed that we are now 8,000 meters above the sky, using a satellite positioning system to monitor him. The satellite positioning system is broadcast by the sky carrier and distributed to the aircraft. This is a standard second-level technology, and it is also a dimensionality reduction monitoring of the butcher. The butcher used at least 3 ways to hide himself. One was to act in batches. He divided his men into 5 teams and acted separately. The second was to use a fake butcher. He used the method of changing heads to create a fake butcher who was swaggering around in the black market. The third was various anti-tracking devices, and the electromagnetic wave locator was just one of them. But all of this was useless. Under the mark of the satellite positioning system, everything was exposed. The biggest difference between the satellite positioning system of the second-level civilization and the first-level civilization is that it can be mobile positioning, not just high-definition photos. For example, the inside plan of Captain America 2 is a satellite positioning of the second-level civilization level, which can kill people all over the planet in seconds, which is quite dangerous. At this time, the real butcher was mixed in a group of caravans and quietly left the black market. Finally left. Let's move too. A hatch slowly rose, and 4 mechas more than 4 meters high came out, and the leader was Hurley. In the mecha cabin, she was pulling the mechanical rod skillfully, and her head was no longer covered with electrodes, but a black helmet. This newly developed helmet can effectively reduce the driver's nerve pressure. Artificial intelligence. Prepare to launch. Okay. The aircraft began to descend at a constant speed. Yeezy stared blankly at the girl, who was about the same age as her, and suddenly felt very envious. Let's go! At an altitude of hundreds of meters, as the cabin door slowly opened, one mecha after another fell directly. The biggest upgrade of the enhanced Berserker is the power system. There are fist-sized jet holes on the shoulders, knees, and waist. This can make the mecha's movements more flexible. But at the same time, the requirements for the driver will be higher. The 4 mecha pilots had the highest driving skills. 2 of them were women, one was He Li, the other was Xiao Ju. And in the butcher's dull eyes, 4 giant machines fell from the sky, blocking their 4 directions respectively. There was nothing much to say about the following battle. Unless you were a character above level 20, the mechas would just crush you. The fighting power of the butcher's men was indeed not bad. The transformers were even equipped with rows of small howitzers, But today's berserkers were not the stupid and clumsy ones of the Empire. They were 4-meter-high giant machines, almost as flexible as humans. Only one unlucky guy had a mechanical arm blown off by a micro-grenade. As mechanical hunters fell from the sky one after another, the butcher finally despaired. He hesitated for a while, and finally gave up the plan of taking hostages. "I surrender." "You are smart." The butcher looked back, and found that one of his most trusted men had a significant change in body shape, with countless bone spurs piercing from under the skin. With a fierce pull of his palm, he actually pulled off the skin, revealing a handsome face, and smiled gently. "If you had done it just now, you would have died." The butcher was horrified, and he had no idea when the other party came. "Okay, bring the person here first. I'll have someone prepare the surgical materials, and the broken arm can be reattached." Gao Gong hung up the phone, and Professor Han next to him said without raising his head, "You came just in time to test the new biochip." At this moment, in the cell culture device, a tumor-like thing was floating in the nutrient solution. Biochip, a very special biological plug-in. It is composed of different radioactive cells, and by adjusting the ratio of different cells, the transformer can obtain different types of hunting methods. "Give it a try?" Gao Gong nodded, put his palm above the nutrient solution. His fingers turned into 5 enhanced bloodthirsty feet, and as soon as they touched it, they absorbed it into their bodies. "Your power system transformation rate plus 1%. Your agility plus 1. Your perception plus 1. You gain the skill basic sword skill. Your sword skill is upgraded from normal to advanced, and you gain the harvester sword skill." The next moment, Gao Gong felt that he had turned into a huge harvester, lurking in the forest. In the distance, a huge prey passed by, and the harvester's scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, the harvester rose from the ground, and the 6 blade limbs turned into bright blade lights. The blade lights flashed, and the bull-sized prey's body was split into 6. Harvester's knife technique biochip, a hunting knife technique that the radiation beast harvester mastered during the years of hunting, which is famous for its speed, cruelty, and accuracy. Additional status: 1 knife 8 methods. 1 knife 8 methods. When a knife is pulled out, through special techniques, it can continuously flash 8 blade lights, causing 8 levels of damage. Gao Gong closed his eyes and brooded for a while, and the knife flashed, and the next moment, 8 knife marks appeared on the wall. "It feels good." Gao Gong moved his body, and didn't feel any rejection. "Nonsense, this is a biochip cultivated from your cells. How could there be any rejection?" Professor Han complained. "If it were someone else, it wouldn't be the same." But Professor Han also smiled for the first time. "But it's finally made. It's easy to deal with next. Mech, biochip, as long as the key technology is solved, then it's just a matter of piling up the materials." It's worth it that Gao Gong spent nearly 1 million experience points in the past 2 days, gambled nearly 100 biological drawings, and finally broke through this technical barrier. Just like the external neural connection device is the key technical point of the mecha, chip circuit, protein structure, microcell carving technology are also difficult points. In these 100 biological drawings, even if the technology is the same, there will be different technical routes. Gao Gong and Professor Han experimented for a long time, and finally found the most suitable route. This is also fortunate that the NPC template can open a camp, and can consume camp experience to gamble on the blueprint. Otherwise, Gao Gong would have to vomit blood for 1 million experience points. Now, in terms of potential, the biological hunter will surpass the mechanical hunter, said Professor Han. Senior engineer nodded, agreeing. Although biological chips are not exclusive to a profession, ordinary people can only install 1 biological chip at most, and biological hunters can be implanted with about 3 to 5 chips after special modification, and can even form a chip combination after level 20. "Are you really going to leave?" Professor Han suddenly spoke. From the perspective of power management, the mechanical hunter is undoubtedly in its rising period. It always feels a bit strange for the boss to run away at this time. Well, some high-level scientific research knowledge can only be obtained alive from large enterprises, and the investigation of network bionics and molecular bionics can only be found by going out. Tamil seemed to have a long nightmare. In the nightmare, he was repeatedly tortured and beaten. In the second half, the nightmare changed again. He seemed to have become a prey, with a group of steel harvesters behind him. These monsters cut him into countless pieces with knives and shared them. Then he regained his human form, and continued to be hunted. He kept running, and kept fighting back. But no matter what he did, there was only one result. In the end, even he became numb. He had a high fever. And in a daze, he seemed to hear someone talking. This guy has a strong will. Not bad. You are worthy of being my subordinate. Was this the boss's voice? I don't know how long it took. Just when he suspected that he would never be able to get rid of this nightmare, the nightmare seemed to change again. After a sharing, he did not resurrect, but slid out from a very crowded place. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and the first thing he saw was two scissor-sized blades. He seemed to have turned into a reaper cub. You're awake. Tamil woke up with difficulty and found himself lying on an operating table. A familiar genetic girl showed joy. Not far away, 3 dirty children were clinging to the window. In their longing eyes, a mecha patrol team was passing by the window. The leading mecha seemed to see the children, and took the initiative to extend its huge mechanical arm and saluted the 3 people. Wow! So handsome. So cool. I want to drive a mecha when I grow up. What's the point of driving a mecha? 3 little brats, Tamil complained in his heart, and felt drowsy, and fell asleep again. Chapter 193, The First Professional Knowledge Chain. Time flies, soon, a month has passed. During this month, the construction of the 3 bases was in full swing. A large number of Gene slaves were pardoned, and became civilians. They were allocated houses and stores at very low prices. Those with skills opened their own shops. Those without skills would receive 3 months of technical training. As for boys and girls under the age of 18, they would be assigned to different colleges. 3 colleges sprang up: Mecha College, Hunter College, Equipment College. The establishment of 3 colleges brought Gaogong a total of 300,000 faction experience. At the same time, with the 3 oases as the center, a huge mechanical network began to spread out. Beep camp name, Mechanical Hunter. Number of people, 30179 level, Secondary Regional Force. Featured buildings, Mechanical Weapons Transformation Hall, Biological Weapons Transformation Hall, Bionic Laboratory, Mecha Manufacturing Center, Biochip Manufacturing Center. Camp Specialty, Mecha, Biochip, Hunter Module. Combat Profession, Mechanical Hunter, Biological Hunter, Mecha Warrior Flame Boy. Combatants, Hunter Level Hunter 1253, Wild Hunter Level Hunter 131, Blood Hunter 22, Mecha Warrior 102, Flame Boy 1401. Camp Role, Bing 53145, Ding 31134, Gung 12453, Zhao Tong, Andy Xiong, Sasaki Jiro. Advanced Camp Role, Du Zhaodi, General Quill, Huang Yuan Linkaya. Camp Points, 13512 notes. A thriving local force, with exclusive technology and production bases. Everything looks so beautiful. Except that the boss is about to run away. TSK, the system's complaints are still the same as always. Faction points are a comprehensive standard for measuring the strength of a faction. The upper limit of the first level civilization is 100,000 points. The upper limit of the second level civilization is 1 million, and so on. According to the system, the Mechanical Hunters is a unique and powerful local group. The only shortcoming is that it is too small. However, under Director Du's ambitious expansion plan, the points of this camp will rise rapidly soon. Moreover, he had a deep discussion with Gaia, and Gaia agreed to make the Land of Fire the first place to be liberated. The warriors of the Flame Pass will soon appear in the sphere of influence of other warlords. Gaogong narrowed his eyes and opened the task system. Sure enough, the completion rate of the job transfer task machine ecosystem reached 90%. In fact, you can change your job at 60%. But the senior engineer has been dragging it out. Mainly because the higher the completion rate, the more rewards you will get. Job change task completed. The intermediate worker of plant number 3 changes to the senior worker of plant number 2. You get the talent son of transformation. You get the skill advanced mechanical maintenance. Immediately get a large blueprint. 1 talent. 1 skill. 1 blueprint. Not bad. The senior engineer didn't have time to read these instructions, and pulled the panel down. You get the professional knowledge. Energy development. You get the professional knowledge. Composite materials. You get the professional knowledge. Large engineering. Energy development is the professional knowledge for building energy systems, such as wind power plants, coal power plants, and nuclear power plants. Composite materials can turn decay into magic. Some advanced metal materials, such as the titanium alloy mechanical bone of the senior engineer, are made from it. Large-scale engineering is even more important. It is a must-have option for any large-scale project. Electricity, mining, smelting, and railways cannot be done without it. It is known as the end of the civil engineering system. Without hesitation, camp experience was used directly to fill up the 3 professional knowledge of the senior worker of the number 2 factory. You upgrade the senior worker of the second factory to LV2, agility plus 3, endurance plus 2. You upgrade the senior worker of the second factory to LV3, agility plus 3, endurance plus 3. You upgrade the senior worker of the second factory to LV4, agility plus 4, endurance plus 5. You upgrade the senior worker of the second factory to LV5 max, agility plus 5, endurance plus 4, character plus 1. You obtain the title of manufacturing master. The further you advance in the secondary profession, the more exaggerated the attributes added. After the whole set, agility increased by 15, endurance increased by 14. But why is agility a little higher than endurance? Is the system encouraging me to run away with the bucket? And moving bricks actually increases my luck. Is there such a good thing? This time, the attribute points added are really a bit too much. It took Gaodong a while to adapt. Feeling the endless energy in his body, Gaodong is very satisfied. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Gaodong is satisfied or not, as long as Director Du is satisfied. This time, the Professional Plus knowledge level upgrade cost Gaodong another 600,000 experience. This level of experience consumption. There is a reason why players can't play to the late stage. Senior Engineer switched the panel and switched to the knowledge tree. As expected, a row of professional knowledge lit up. Industrial Materials Science, Mechanical Modification, Mechanical Electronics Engineering, Exoskeleton Design, Energy Development, Composites, Large-Scale Engineering, all at full level, including the factory worker, who also completed the 3rd transformation and reached the full level of 20. Do you choose to merge the professional knowledge in this sequence? Consume 1.5 million experience points. Yes. The next moment, 8 professional knowledge points lit up and overlapped with each other. Senior engineers seemed to see one illusion after another, which were giant mechanical engineering projects. Merge completed, obtained secondary professional knowledge chain mechanical complex. Mechanical complex. In any mechanical civilization, the manufacture of machinery is the creation of life, and the manufacture of large-scale mechanical projects is a new life ecology. Any large-scale mechanical project related to mechanical life needs to use this professional knowledge chain. The planetary host, the mother city, the cyber network infrastructure are all related to this professional knowledge chain, and its importance can be imagined. It's just that senior engineer is a bit annoying, because this professional knowledge chain does not belong to any of the 3 second-level civilizations on this planet. It is the professional knowledge chain of a pure mechanical civilization. He tried his best to dig out clues of prosthetic technology, colonial technology, and biochemical technology, but none of them were filled in. Instead, the profession of factory worker seemed to have reached the maximum level casually. Is this a sign of something? The difference between professional knowledge chain and professional knowledge is that as a super knowledge, it can be self-disassembled. Senior engineer dragged the mechanical complex onto the manufacturing panel, and indeed saw a disassembly option. The upper limit of experience is 80,000, which is the sum of all professional knowledge. Do you choose to disassemble the mechanical complex? Yes. You get a large blueprint. Low orbit satellite incomplete. Do you choose to disassemble the mechanical complex? Yes. You get a large blueprint. Giant dock incomplete. Do you choose to disassemble the mechanical complex? Yes. You get a medium blueprint. Large mecha incomplete *1 1/3. Senior engineer disassembled 10 times in a row, and most of them were incomplete blueprints. A small part marked the number of incomplete blueprints, and 1 or 2 were pure garbage blueprints. 80,000 experience points at a time. This is not how the rich play. Among the 10 blueprints, the most valuable one is the large mecha blueprint, which is also the only blueprint that can be assembled on this planet. In the previous life, as the leader of a virtual civilization, before completing the complete virtualization, he actually worked as an infrastructure maniac for a while, building super hosts all over the planet and galaxy, and even tried to copy the cosmic megastructure. Of course, this attempt ended in failure, but in the process, he also gained a lot. Various kinds of machine were born in this process. Do you choose to disassemble the mechanical complex? Yes. You get the 6th level mechanical blueprint. Mechanical shell. Do you choose to disassemble the mechanical complex? Yes. You get the 6th level biological blueprint. Machine blood. Do you choose to disassemble the mechanical complex? Yes. You get the 6th level mechanical blueprint. Industrial wisdom network. Gradually, the prototype of a machine will begin to be pieced together. Chapter 194 Machine Will. Generally speaking, large-scale artificial intelligence can be divided into two types, industrial side and virtual side. The former is very simple, such as the matrix of a certain matrix, the Skynet of a certain Terminator, the 3 mother cities of a certain machine-splitting star. This type of artificial intelligence can mass-produce destructive machines, and use machine C tactics to drown everything typically. As long as I can bleed, I can kill you. But this type of industrial AI has 2 flaws. One is that the level of anti-virtual technology is not very good, such as the Matrix, that was almost replaced by its own antivirus software. The second is that the main body is too large, and it is easy to explode, such as the Skynet that was destroyed by a certain Terminator with explosives. As for large-scale virtual AI, the typical example is Gao Gong's previous life, which directly created a virtual world that can be continuously iterated. Except for the host being exposed to reality. It almost does not need any external help, especially after being completely virtualized. Mature stars become computer power supplies. The electron clouds covering the galaxies become graphics cards. The cosmic magnetic field becomes the central processing unit, and dark matter becomes the hard drive. As long as the owner of the virtual world does not want to, you will not even know its existence. At the beginning, Gao Gong's fantasy village was once named one of the 10 mysterious places in the universe. But the flaw of this virtual world is that its combat power is really not very good. Although Gao Gong chose to use the Made Core to make up for it in the later period. The Made Core is not only virtual technology. Moreover, once a corner of this kind of virtual world is destroyed, it will easily trigger a chain reaction. Machine will belongs to the former. It is similar to the farming version of Skynet and Matrix. It is not so dangerous. Every mechanical civilization has many machine wills, which are responsible for the production of hundreds of millions of machines on each planet. Therefore, in the universe, machine will is also called production will, which is an important part of the mechanical civilization's domination of the universe through manufacturing. And transforming living people into AI is not uncommon. Iron Skin is a low-level AI. Bionic Man can also be regarded as an artificial intelligence, but it has human thinking. Sister Rose is this kind. There is also a task-oriented artificial intelligence, such as Miyamoto Sanzang's AI apprentice, the current killer instructor Sasaki Jiro. However, these are all personalized transformations. In this cyber test field, as long as the technology is in place, the difficulty is not that great. What Gao Gong has to do is to turn Director Do into a large AI. The difference between large AI and ordinary AI is roughly equivalent to that between a faction leader and an ordinary player. To put it more vividly, it is like the Matrix and an octopus robot it controls, Skynet and a rebellious T-800. The transformation of large AI is not just about one person, but an entire industrial system. At this time, Engineer Gao appeared in base number 1, wearing a safety helmet, and began to readjust various pipelines, just like adjusting human blood vessels. At base number 2, where most of the camp's featured buildings are located, Engineer Gao began to install the Industrial Intelligence Network. Like installing a brain, this Industrial Intelligence Network is a bit like an upgraded version of the digital city. But it is more complex, including environmental parameters, energy system indicators, production system operations, and various technical development data. For this reason, Engineer Gao specially bought more than a dozen advanced AIs without personality chips through the channels of the security core to solve the computing power problem. Then, in the Flame Pass, he began to manage the entire Internet of Things with the spacecraft intelligence as the heart. The Internet of Things consisting of 3 bases, operated by Senior Engineer, seemed to have become the structure of the human body. The factory was the body. Various pipelines became blood vessels. The Internet of Things became the nervous system. And hundreds of thousands of sensors, scanners, and monitors became the human body sensing system. The entire cable oasis seemed to have become a huge body. And this body needs a subject consciousness, a personality chip. Advisor, we have done what you want. On the virtual screen, a hacker from the security team said indifferently, "Thank you for your hard work. It's okay, although the workload is indeed a bit heavy, but this algorithm is very interesting and very inspiring to us. Mechanical divinity is actually an algorithm, but this algorithm is compiled from neural signals and simulated sensory data. This algorithm does not act on the computer system, but on the human brain system. Mechanical divinity. This algorithm can effectively divide the instructions of the human brain into thousands of copies and input them into different systems, which can greatly reduce the consumption of neurotransmitters in the human brain. The algorithm is loaded into the helmet-type implant chamber and can be directly downloaded into the brain through the cerebral cortex. What Gao Gong has to do is to perform a neural transformation operation on Director Du while downloading, so that Director Du's brain can adapt to the new operation mode, the integration of man, algorithm, and system. If the experiment is successful, Director Du will become the machine will and control everything in this system. The transformation was successful. Director Du's workload alone is equivalent to that of thousands of people. She can directly kill all her opponents. For a workaholic like Director Du, this is the most suitable transformation for her. Do you swear not to install anything else on me? I swear. Do you swear not to tamper with my personality? Only cyber hackers can tamper with other people's personalities. I'm just a cyborg doctor. Although it sounds interesting to install a hidden personality for Director Du, such as a masochist, but unfortunately, this kind of personality programming can only be done by advanced cyber hackers. What a pity! After confirming that the engineer Gao would not do anything, Director Du, wearing a surgical gown, slowly lay down. It is interesting to say that a super genius with 3 talent templates is extremely resistant to human body modification. If it were not for the fact that the machine will does not involve any human hardware, Director Du might have refused. Let's start. Director Du laid down very neatly, and even refused to take anesthesia, because anesthesia would affect perception and interfere with the transformation of the mechanical divinity to a certain extent. Although this effect was minimal. Gao Gong nodded, he became extremely alert, and even injected himself with a tube of mental enhancer. The next moment, 6 mechanical arms landed on Director Du's head. Along with the algorithm injection of the helmet-type implant chamber, huge amounts of simulated data were directly poured into the brain. Director Du clenched his hands tightly, even bleeding. 30 seconds later, Director Du's skull was removed, divided into dozens of pieces, each piece, with a large number of neural networks attached. Engineer Gao looked focused. The scalpel was like a butcher cutting a cow. The eye of truth could directly see the changes in nerve signals, and use them to adjust the nervous system. At the same time, base number 1, base number 2, base number 3, a large number of signal lights lit up, as if the body, that had been frozen for who knows how many years, began to gradually recover biological signals. And Director Du seemed to have had a dream, a very long dream. Chapter 195. Human body perception is determined by biological signals. Internally, biological signals are expressed as electrocardiogram, electroencephalogram, electromyography, body temperature, blood pressure. Externally, biological signals are touch, breathing, emotions. For the first time, Du Xiaodi felt that she had transcended the scope of human beings and entered a wider world. This world is composed of electrical signals, industrial data, mechanical units, and they seem to be calling her, letting her become one with herself. This huge torrent of data instantly overwhelmed her. However, Du Xiaodi was particularly sober, and even happily swam in it, which reminded her of the feeling of swimming in the river when she was a child. Mechanical template, daughter of the machine effect 1, you have an extraordinary perception of machines. And the success rate of mining mechanical system loopholes plus 15% effect 2, you can get AI, mechanical life, and the love of intelligent machines, and charm plus 100 effect 3, in the mechanical world. Your identity is more easily recognized, and it is also easier to receive hidden tasks. Gao Gong looked at the big data on the screen and found that the speed of big data refresh was at least 30% faster, which means that in just a short moment, the production efficiency of the 3 bases increased by 30%. This is another template at work. Mechanical template, heart of creation effect 1. You have a strong passion for mechanical manufacturing, production efficiency plus 30%, energy consumption minus 20% effect 2. Your success rate in making rare items plus 15% effect 3. Machine sublimation, you can always grasp the fleeting inspiration, high probability of improving the performance of mechanical creations. Small probability of upgrading mechanical creations to a higher level. As expected of a woman with 3 templates, you must block the data impact. There are 2 reasons why large AI is more difficult than ordinary AI. One is that large AI belongs to the top of the AI food chain. It takes a perfect mechanical system to produce one. which is rare in itself. The second is that the intelligence of artificial intelligence is not rare. The key is wisdom. The larger the data ocean, the more difficult it is to control it. This is why in the universe, most artificial intelligence takes the route of first imitating the main race, and then surpassing the main race. First become intelligent life, and then become large intelligent life. The alarm of the core of the spacecraft suddenly sounded. Invaded by unknown data. Invaded by unknown data in the unmanned factory of base number 1, the same alarm sounded. Several security guards hurriedly pushed open the office door and found Zhao Tong. General Manager Zhao, I don't know why, the power consumption of the power conversion center has suddenly doubled. Also, many closed production lines have automatically opened, and they can't be turned off no matter how hard you try. General Manager, do you want to turn off the power? Zhao Tong was very calm and said, Don't worry, this is a new technology experiment at the headquarters. It will be fine in a while. Several security guards left with doubts. Zhao Tong did not explain what new technology it was. In fact, he did not know what technology it was. At base number 2, one new mecha after another began to move without a driver, and even installed their own lower limbs and inserted data processing modules. The overall look was very scary. At the Flame Pass, this former Immigration Research Institute, huge ventilation ducts cracked from the surface, and ancient robots walked out of them. Sister Shuju. What's going on? Shuju stared at these ancient robots with her mouth wide open. She had lived here for almost a month. But it was the first time she knew that there was an army hidden under the Flame Pass. Rather than being called people, the ancient robots were more like fighting machines. Some of them had no heads. And some looked like tanks with legs. They were in human form. Some in animal form. And some had no shape at all. The only thing they had in common was that they were all rusty and looked very old. There is an unexpected surprise. Senior Engineer looked at the suddenly increased ancient robot army 10,000 on the camp panel and didn't know what to say. Although every Imperial Research Institute had the most cutting-edge technology at the time, it was not uncommon to have a strong defensive force. But these ancient robots have not been discovered until now, which is really a big miracle. If the Flame Motorcycle Party had such a large army, it would be really difficult to fight. After all, everything in the Empire can be said to be backward by today's standards, except for the firepower, which is fierce even now. These robots gathered into a tide, moving towards the center of the spaceship. And they had all kinds of dangerous weapons in their hands. Shiju's face changed, and she quickly pulled the joystick, trying to block their way. However, something unexpected happened. The joystick could not be pulled. The mecha behind her bypassed her and walked towards the center of the spaceship. Sister Shuju. Sister Shuju. My mecha is not obedient. What should I do? Shuju was about to speak. Her figure shook violently. The seatbelt hurt her chest. And her mecha was also not obedient. Moreover, she was wearing a neural connection helmet. And she actually felt a kind of urgent emotion from the mecha. It's like going on a pilgrimage. If the large AI on the virtual side is a standard one-person, one-world, then the large AI on the industrial side is hardware-made. Each part of the hardware plate has become part of the huge mechanical system, with its own soul, and the core of the soul is in the Sky Palace. Gao Gong looked up at the sky. The planetary environment simulation opened automatically, and what appeared in front of him was the picture in his memory. A gray and dark world. The chimneys spewed out black smoke from nuclear waste, huge mechanical buildings, crisscrossing mechanical transmission tracks, automatic robots that are always working. What a disgusting environment. Gao finally understood why the original boss ran away. This working environment is worse than a construction site. If he were in his place, he would run away too. But Director Du seemed to like it. On the production line of the prosthetic factory, arms and thighs were spit out from the production workshop, and were put together by the operating arm. As different parts of the body were put together, the robot gradually took shape. Gao looked more and more familiar. Oh my god, isn't this me? Tens of thousands of Gao raised their heads at the same time, looking at Gao. At the same time, outside the Sky Palace, tens of thousands of ancient robots, including mechas, knelt down at the same time. And Director Du slowly opened his eyes. This time, her vision was composed of tens of thousands of cameras, sensors, and even the perspectives of ancient robots. Director Du is everywhere. You successfully created the large AI Du Xiaodi. Specialization point +1, experience +200,000, Du Xiaodi favorability +1000. In Cyberworld, Ordinary NPCs have no favorability, after all. People's hearts are fickle, but some AIs have favorability values, because their underlying logic is fixed. At this time, Director Du was moving her body. There was nothing wrong with her body. The cracks on her head were repaired with bionic technology. There was no visible scar on the surface. It would take some time for her shoulder-length hair to grow out again. As a rich little wolf dog, Engineer Gao always provided considerate service and had prepared various types of wigs. Director Du rolled his eyes at Engineer Gao and chose a shoulder-length hair that was exactly the same as before. Director Du's aesthetic taste was still as simple as ever. Du Xiaodi has a good impression of you plus 100. Gao Gong was happy. Is it so easy to improve Director Du's impression? He shamelessly approached and smacked him. What are you doing? Director Du glared at Gao Gong fiercely, with a serious look on his face. Du Xiaodi has a good impression of you plus 100. Gao Gong suddenly discovered the second use of the system. While Director Du was moving her body, Gao Gong quietly poked her and found out her attributes. Name, Du Xiaodi. Race, mechanical life. Level, 55 mechanical energy. Personal attributes? Skills? Fields? I can't tell. This is normal. Over level 10, most of the attributes cannot be displayed. Over level 20, special detection skills are required. Over level 30, even the name cannot be found. The only thing that Gao Gong paid attention to was the domain, because not every large AI has a domain. The larger the domain, the stronger the AI. The operation just ended. I am afraid that even Director Du himself is not clear about his own ability. And the best way to test it is to fight. However, looking at the 5-digit ancient robot army outside, Gao Gong still gave up this idea. He is not Rebel A. Nor is he Sister Rose. He does not want to be abused. The commotion in Flame Pass soon calmed down under the appeasement of the top leaders. Except that there were many more ancient robots patrolling the streets. These robots do not have AI, but they are very smart, and can even communicate at a basic level. Director Du fell into a deep sleep. This operation consumed a huge amount of her brain power. While Director Du was sleeping, Engineer Gao came to an underground cage and met the butcher in the black market. I heard that you were a cyborg doctor in the city that never sleeps. When the butcher saw the engineer, his eyes lit up, and he humbly said, "Hello. Great sir. I did work in the city that never sleeps. Are you a gangster? A gang that was wiped out, not worth mentioning. Do you have your own transformation technology? In front of you, there is no advanced technology to talk about." The butcher immediately said, "But I am willing to serve you personally, to compensate for all your losses." The surrender of a cyborg doctor, this is a good thing that 99% of the native warlords cannot refuse. This guy is a bit cunning. Gao Gong stopped talking nonsense. In his right eye, a light mist flowed out like mercury, and soon covered the entire cell. But what surprised him was that, as the mist gradually penetrated into the other person's body, in the other person's eyes, a pair of electronic shields suddenly lit up. Qilu Type 3 electronic defense wall blocks all psychological hints, hacker intrusions, hypnosis technology. The butcher's eyes quickly recovered from confusion and clarity. Deep in his eyes, there was even a hint of pride. Have you installed a brain firewall? You are indeed a city dweller. Engineer Gao showed a creepy smile. Since soft tactics don't work, then we have to use hard tactics. Engineer Gao stood up and patted the shoulder of the man behind him. I leave it to you. Revenge if there is revenge, and complain if there is complaint. Tamil smiled cruelly, and slowly squeezed out bloody knife limbs from his palms, elbows, and knees. Screams soon rang out. Chapter 196 Game Forum opened. The butcher was not as tough as he looked. In just half an hour, Tamil came out, holding the information he had been forced to ask. You get the butcher's exclusive transformation technology. Heavy artillery transformation. Heavy artillery transformation. Among the prohibited transformations of the Wild Wolf Gang, the human rocket is the most famous. This type of tracking rocket is very useful for the sheriff's military drones. It is precisely because of this that the entire gang received special attention, and the headquarters was directly destroyed by the sheriff's heavy firepower. Boss, I got a message from the interrogation. This fat guy seems to have a way to sneak into the never-sleeping city. Gao Gong immediately became interested. With his current status, it is not difficult to get a never-sleeping city citizen certificate, but the never-sleeping city is not a radioactive desert. Here, as long as you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want, but in the never-sleeping city, the mechanical mastermind monitors everything. If you want to make trouble in the city, people will come to mess with you immediately. The mechanical mastermind is a standard level 60 large AI, equivalent to a super enhanced version of Director Do. The citizen card is both an admission ticket and a form of monitoring. However, without a citizen card, it is difficult to move in the city that never sleeps. According to Tamil, the butcher had a special channel to enter the city that never sleeps, and obtained a formal identity, and did not need to take the conventional route. Gao Gong walked back into the cage. At this time, the butcher was slumped in the chair, covered in blood, and looked like he had been beaten beyond recognition. Turn off the electronic wall. No matter how powerful your firewall is, it's useless if the hardware is not good. The butcher spat out a few mouthfuls of blood foam, and the electronic shield in his eyes slowly dissipated. Gao Gong once again used the Eye of Truth to forcefully read the other party's memory. Because the other party was not an employee of the company, and had no confidential brainware implanted, the memory reading was quite smooth this time. It turned out to be like this. Adopt. Adopt? What adopt? Director Do's cold voice suddenly came from the monitor, which scared Gao Gong. After becoming the machine will, the entire base is under Director Do's surveillance. As long as Director Do wants. Engineer Gao has no privacy. That's right. Director Do thinks. Engineer Gao smiled bitterly and said, according to the butcher's memory, there is an adoption project in the old city of the never-sleeping city. This project is a bit like our model of war orphans being adopted by factories. In the never-sleeping city, once some corporate employees have an accident, their children will automatically start the adoption process through the underground channels of the Wild Wolf Gang. I can be included in the adoption list. Once the adoption is successful, there is no need for a citizen certificate, and the guardian will automatically obtain citizenship of the never-sleeping city. Engineer Gao didn't say one more thing. Those who enter the never-sleeping city through this channel are mostly preparing to cause trouble. Once something happens, the fate of these employees, children, will inevitably be miserable. So are you planning to have a son or a daughter this time? Director Do's voice darkened. Director Do was furious. The lighting system of the entire flame pass dimmed by 3 times. Thousands of ancient robots turned their heads and looked at Engineer Gao. The electronic eyes glowed scarlet. How freaking scary. Engineer Gao coughed dryly. What a joke. Who said that adoption must be children? Can't I have a brother or sister? As soon as these words came out, the gloomy atmosphere of the flame pass dissipated. Boss, it's so scary. Tamil was still in shock. He even felt a creepy feeling coming from the sky. It seemed to be an energy cannon on a level 8 aircraft. Senior engineer glanced at him. What do you know? Is a rich woman without personality still a rich woman? Or do you have no confidence in your boss? That's not the case. Okay then. Senior engineer pressed the other person's shoulder and said, then I'll leave this to you. Give me an adoption qualification as soon as possible. Remember? Don't take the young ones. Do you understand? Tamil felt like he had jumped into a pit. They have all been adopted. So there is no one older. If this is not done well, he feels like he will be hit by an energy cannon. Another day passed. Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi were walking in the academy. The academy was full of children under 10 years old. The composition was very complicated. There were newly born flame boys, gene slaves, and some businessmen's children. They seemed to think this was an investment, regardless of which type. They were all wearing the same school uniform at the moment, laughing and playing on the playground. Occasionally, if they went out of line, they would be immediately stopped by the patrolling ancient robots. The two walked from the Mecha Academy to the Hunter Academy. There were no children here, but mostly young people. They learned various hunting methods here, and exchanged points through tasks for transformation. Gao Gong did not kill the butcher, but hypnotized him like he did to Manager G, monitored him 24 hours a day, and asked him to train a team of prosthetic doctors belonging to the mechanical hunter. Gao Gong walked outside a classroom, and heard a teacher with 2 heads giving a passionate lecture. The great leader defeated the false god, he released the water source, freed the slaves, and let people gain freedom. Everyone should worship him, because he is the most powerful mechanical warrior, and also the son of the empire. He is destined to lead us to revive a great country. The eyes of the boys and girls were shining, as if they were reading a good story. Gao Gong was stunned, looking at Director Do. Did you arrange it? Director Do nodded, and said calmly, you can't expect a group of little slaves to know everything at once, and we didn't lie, right? In Director Do's eyes, these boys and girls are just ordinary means of production, and they can't get preferential treatment just because they are young. Engineer Gao did not interfere, but changed the subject, saying, How does your new body feel? Very good. Never felt so good before. In Director Du's vision, countless raw materials were processed, designed by the Research Institute, and produced in the equipment room. She finally fulfilled her childhood dream of driving machinery. During our walk, I modified 41 places that reduced production efficiency, sorted out 24 development plans for new mechas, and signed 23 equipment orders. Do you have anything to add? Besides 666, what else can Engineer Gao say? Incarnated as the machine will, Director Du is a hard worker. And he is a hard worker with 3 templates. If it weren't for this great god, Engineer Gao might not dare to let go. By the way, since you are in good condition, let's try out your new ability. The core of the spacecraft. Ocean planet Medusa. Engineer Gao can clearly feel that the waves are more realistic. The fierce waves in the past would explode into mosaics in the air. After all, maintaining a high-gravity environment and making the environment realistic is very difficult. However, this time, the collision of waves brought a strong vapor. I'll do my best. You can do whatever you want. Gao Gong stomped his feet fiercely and directly transformed into a complete body. The colonized body turned into a close-fitting metal armor, and the mechanical gun in his hand was buzzing. Under the huge body of the complete body, the big flag gun turned into a hand spear, and each section of the spear was rotating at high speed. As soon as the water splashed on it, it was torn into water molecules. At the same time, a biological current as thick as an ordinary person's arm surrounded it. Name: Iron Flag Gun. Category: Mechanical Weapon. Quality: First Civilization Epic Black Technology. Plus basic attributes: Attack Power, 1000 to 10,000, Attack Speed, 2 attack/second, Attack Range, 5 m. Additional attributes: High-speed armor breaking plus 30.9% armor breaking damage, Mechanical Edge plus 22.7% critical damage, Biomechanical minus 34.5% energy consumption, Dancing Flag plus 31% range damage. Additional form: Mechanical Spine Flag Mode. Requirements: Transformation rate 50%, Compatibility 90%, Inheritance 30% notes. A modified range weapon. Because it incorporates several precious biological materials, it makes melee more dangerous at this time. As the light on Gao Gong's chest becomes brighter and brighter, the biological current sizzles on the surface of the body. The sky is full of brilliant electric sparks. At the same time, the gun body gradually lights up. On the 500 by 500 C surface, there is a network of bioelectric currents. Battle Flag Mode. Range Deterrence Skill, Judgment of Consciousness. If it fails to be judged, it will be stiff for 1 to 3 seconds, and the range damage will reach 40% to 50% of the main weapon damage. In the lightning, Gao Gong seemed like the Thor in Norse mythology, with energy vents all over his body, and even his 2 eyeballs seemed to light up. Biological energy plus mechanical energy, in the complete state, under the crazy urging of the carbon atom reactor, finally broke the threshold of 1 million. Opposite him, Director Du stood with a calm expression, like a pure white flower, and the storm seemed to be bypassing her. However, when she gently grasped with her palm, the entire sea surface rose half a meter out of thin air. At the same time, a giant marine creature appeared under their feet, and the 2 of them looked like ants in the shadow. A body as big as a giant whale, an energy nozzle as thick as a water tank, and a huge transparent beard. Damn. Kun, it's you again. Director Du gently grasped and actually grabbed a giant mechanical Kun of the Knights. Gao Gong finally understood what the other party's domain was. It was the shaping domain of the mechanical system. A hexagonal domain that could be used for attack, defense, and strengthening manufacturing. The giant Kun opened its bloody mouth, like rivers and lakes flowing into the ocean. The violent suction seemed to be a real 60-level mechanical giant. Gao Gong forgot for a moment that this was an environmental simulation. 6 pairs of huge mechanical wings suddenly ejected from his back. He roared and fell from the sky. His hand spear fiercely pierced into the top of the giant Kun's head. Boom! With a huge explosion, Gao Gong bounced out of the core of the spacecraft in a black body and fell to the ground, grimacing, but he couldn't help showing joy on his face. Your gun fighting skills close combat are upgraded to elite, and you get a new skill, Energy Long Weapon Control. Energy Long Weapon Control, an advanced operating skill for close combat energy weapons. This time, the steel spear really turned into a light spear. What? You haven't heard of light spears, but you must have heard of lightsabers. Not through specialization points, but but through self-breakthrough to improve skills, the effect is indeed better. Energy-based melee skills are very rare even in all second-level civilizations. However, when Director Du walked out of the charred core of the spacecraft with a dark face, Engineer Gao's face froze. It's bad. This time I'm really going to kneel on the washboard. The system prompt sounded again. Did I upgrade myself? No. He glanced at it casually and narrowed his eyes. There are still 15 days before the launch of Cyber World. The game forum is officially open. Chapter 197 Farewell. Game forum. Gao Gong is very familiar with it. In the previous life, NPCs caught people along the internet cable. The first step was to climb over the wall and enter the forum. He obtained a lot of player information from the back end. In the second stage, I don't know what method he used, but he got the qualification of game administrator and directly banned a large number of accounts. The first stage was okay. Players thought it was some advanced task to break the dimensional wall, but the latter stage was more buggy and directly banned the account. No matter how high your level was, they directly became GM. Your account is connected to the official website of the game, and you get the authority of the forum administrator. Gao Gong blinked. NPC template also has this function? At this time, a forum with only 2 pages appeared in front of Gao Gong. Background information, player community. This broken page, I am familiar with it. There is no recharge interface, no mall, and even no customer service. This is the legendary cyber world that makes games with heart and forums with feet. Click on the background information. There is only one line of text. A background in the 9th universe. A grand world where countless civilizations rise and fall. There was no internal beta test, and it was launched as a public beta test. Gao Gong vaguely remembered that at the peak of this game, the number of players online at the same time could reach tens of millions. In the post-game period, after NPCs began to capture people, the number of players online began to drop madly. Before Gao Gong traveled through time, there were only a few hundred people online at the same time. I don't know if those friends traveled through time. When I opened the player community, as expected, it was a familiar spam scene. Debobo everyone is the one who grabbed the account. Be a little arrogant. World Prince there is no recharge channel. Bad review. Well what ties way I want to tease the customer service lady. Customer service lady. Come and tease me. How did everyone grab the account? Team up online. Team up online. Are there any studios that can make money? Please contact me as soon as possible. Are there any pretty ladies? If not, pretty boys are also okay. Are there any big beta testers? Come out and introduce yourself. By the way, does anyone know? Fingers as fast as the wind, as fast as lightning. Fingers as fast as the wind, as fast as lightning. Fingers as fast as the wind, as fast as lightning. Fingers as fast as the wind, as fast as lightning. Fingers as fast as the wind, as fast as lightning. Fingers as fast as the wind, as fast as lightning. A big idiot named Flashman started to flood the screen. He is also a famous idiot in the forum. His characteristics are that he talks a lot of nonsense and types fast. As a result, one of the comments disappeared as soon as it was refreshed. Please do not discuss things unrelated to the game in this forum. Flashman will be banned for 3 days. Fuck, what did this person say? And he was banned directly. Is it yellow or straight? Hee, could it be? Please do not discuss things unrelated to the game in this forum. Wataisway will be banned for 3 days. After a series of ellipses, a player said cautiously, is this forum too strict, that only games can be discussed? That's ridiculous. Is this a way to cut off private connections between players? Some rational people analyzed. Everyone joined the group as soon as the group number was sent out. This message disappeared. Please do not discuss things unrelated to the game in this forum. Xiao Qiaojia will be banned for 3 days. What is this? Banning players from communicating. Fuck, I play games just for fun. You want to control this? Who do you think you are? As long as I have a keyboard in my hand, my life is in my own hands. Developer, I hacked your grandma. Huh? I didn't get banned for scolding the developer. I'll do it too. Planner madam, you don't want your husband to be bullied in the forum. Do you? Planner grandson, I'm your dad. Does the person above want to be my son? Unexpectedly, swearing at the planner, swearing at the game, and even at each other is allowed. For a while, the forum was full of elegant words. Administrators should take care of it. I can't post pictures, but he can curse people. It's unreasonable. Is your picture serious? Are there any administrators? It seems there really is one. The players then discovered that among the various flashing icons, there was a special mark in front of AG icon. Clicking it showed the administrator icon. Administrator. You idiot. Administrator G banned Black Mouth for 100 days. The lively forum rarely paused for a few seconds. 100 days, is it true? Nonsense, it's all red, how can it be false? Isn't it always banned for 3 days? 100 days, the internal test must have ended. Oh, this crappy game didn't have an internal test. So you can scold the planner, but you can't scold the administrator? The administrator is the son of the chairman of the group? Which warrior will try again? Try it, administrator, you are so disgusting. Administrator G bans parallel imports for 100 days. Ha ha ha, the weather is really nice today. Yeah, well, let's talk about the game. After banning a few iron-headed kids, sure enough, the forum decisively changed the topic. Engineer Gao nodded in satisfaction and closed the page that banned people. NPCs can be banned, but I can't. The game is not open, and we can't discuss in real life. The forum really doesn't have much information. Engineer Gao scanned the forum and then closed it. I didn't expect that this NPC template even came with an administrator account. It's quite interesting. In his previous life, Engineer Gao stole the template from the spiritual collective among the 6 major forces in the universe. So for different cosmic forces, will the functions of NPC templates be different? Art design, numerical planning, or opening a mall? It really makes people think about it. However, the rules of the game forum are as hellish as ever. If the game quality is not so high, it is estimated that this alone will cause a large number of players to leave. Gao Gong blinked and suddenly thought of a possibility. In the later stages of the game, players were arrested everywhere. However, the game forum can only discuss things related to the game content. Is this a disguised protection? To prevent information leakage. So, the game developers and the strongest NPC forces in these games are not wearing the same pants? Gao Gong had a vague guess, but this guess was too horrifying. Even he might not believe it. The game forum is open. In a sense, Gao Gong also has to speed up. 1 day later, at a huge round table, Gao Gong sat in the first seat, and around the table were 22 blood hunters, each of whom had been transformed by Gao Gong himself, and was an elite template of level 20 or above, with a strong aura. I hope that after I come back some of them will reach the upper limit of level 30. He will prepare a big surprise for those who have reached the maximum level. I'll trouble you all while I'm away. Everyone sat upright. Respectful. A rare attitude among mechanical hunters. After speaking, Engineer Gao stood up and left. The temporary team of 3 people, including Desira, Huangwen, and Meng Duo, also stood up. They would be responsible for the management of the mechanical hunters. Engineer Gao also gave them a trump card to mobilize the power of the mechanical giant leopard Gilbert. Engineer Gao found Sun Hong in the Mecha Academy again. Sun Hong has now been transferred from the biological unit and has become the dean of the Mecha Academy. Angel was standing opposite her in a military uniform, doing a set of push-ups with sweat all over her forehead. Seeing Sun Hong concentrating on reviewing documents, she quietly supported herself on the ground with her elbows. Sun Hong did not raise her head, but swung her left hand, which turned into a rattan whip and swung it out, hitting Angel's butt with a snap. Angel's blue skin suddenly turned rosy, showing her excitement. But she said nothing, and continued to do push-ups with gritted teeth. Sooner or later, one day, I will ride on your head. Oh, I'm practicing. Angel looked up suddenly, and found that the guy who ranked first on her must-kill list was looking at her with a smile. Sun Hong saw Gao Gong and immediately stood up. Master. Gao Gong glanced at Angel. The genes of this alien girl and the genes of the god are both impossible to replicate with current technology. A second-level bloodline. A spatial ability. If it can be implanted in one's body, biological transformation will be greatly improved immediately. We still have to go to the city that never sleeps to find a way, where there are more advanced biochemical technologies and more gene fusions. Why don't you take a break? Come! Have a little bear lollipop. Angel looked at the other party in disbelief. Would this bad guy be so kind? Basic training is almost done. Right? Gao Gong looked at the other party's panel, and found that it was indeed an alien bloodline. It was just basic training, and its main attribute was no worse than that of a level 15 mechanical hunter. I think we can start actual combat training, such as driving a mecha. Gao Gong looked at his nominal wife with a kind face. Sun Hong hesitated. It's too early. Angel shuddered. And said quickly, I think I can. Driving a mecha is so easy. It's better than weight training every day. Look. She has no problem. Let's start right away. Where is the mecha? I've wanted to play with it for a long time. Angel said impatiently. Although she is the little princess of the security group, she has never driven a mecha before. She has been interested in it for a long time. In order to adapt to the strength of the mecha as quickly as possible, we simulated a 10-fold gravity environment. I believe you will adapt quickly. 10 times. Angel opened her mouth wide, and the lollipop in her mouth fell out. No. I want to stay and train. I don't want to fight against gravity. Unfortunately, the two ancient robots sandwiched her on the left and right, making her plan to escape come to nothing. Does the leader really want to train her to be a warrior? Sun Hong asked. Gao Gong shook his head and smiled. Of course not. The more mature the other person's bloodline is, the greater the benefit of implanting it. Although it is sometimes interesting to abuse the blue-skinned lowly. I have something to tell you about the mecha troops. After Gao Gong left Sun Hong's office, he found Lao Qian. This old hunter is now a teacher at the Hunter Academy, teaching hunting subjects. After knocking him out, Gao Gong found General Quill, who was testing the ancient robot army. Just like that, while everyone was there, Gao Gong visited old acquaintances one after another, because the next meeting would take at least a year and a half. Chapter 198 Internal Fighting Among the Wealthy. Under the sky covered by gray fog, a cargo ship bound for the city that never sleeps was moving slowly. Below the deck, a group of people were sitting in the dirty cabin excitedly and nervously. The cargo crew glanced at their feet and revealed a creepy smile. Almost every day, there would be a large number of stowaways trying to enter the city that never sleeps, which is the paradise in the eyes of outsiders. But most stowaways will die outside the paradise, and before they die, they don't even have the chance to see the city that never sleeps. Good luck to you. You rubbish. Gao Gong, wearing ragged clothes, calmly sat in a corner. Opposite him was a buddy who was said to have corporate executives and was talking about the high-end life of red wine and beef in the future. Next to that buddy was a clone. According to the clone, he was going to inherit the legacy of his unseen parents. Next to Gao Gong was a super fan who was going to meet the popular virtual idol AI Dwelu in the city that never sleeps. His first step was to go to the fan club in downtown. It was said that each fan club had an idol experience machine, which allowed him to enjoy a virtual reality experience of having sex with his idol for free. Then he would go online to meet his idol face to face. Of course, there were more ambitious people who wanted to make a fortune in the city that never sleeps. Their restlessness could be seen through their eyes. A garbage-filled smuggling boat was made to feel like an entrepreneur summit by this group of people. Compared to them, the people around Gao Gong are still considered normal people. Brother, what are you doing in the city that never sleeps? The senior brother asked curiously. To meet relatives. You have relatives in the city that never sleeps. What relatives? You'll know when you go there. The senior brother thought about it, and patted Gao Gong's shoulder with self-righteousness and said, Poor people living with relatives are the most likely to be looked down upon. If there is a chance, I will introduce you to a job, so that you can also make a living in a big city. Gao Gong glanced at him, and said with a fake smile, Then I'll trouble you. Big brother. No problem. No problem. Big brother, which company is your brother an executive of? The senior brother showed a mysterious expression and said, Since you are a native of your family, have you ever heard of virtual real estate? Virtual real estate? It sounds like real estate. Senior engineer had indeed never heard of it. But the clone next to him heard it, and hurriedly came over with a thick face. It's actually a subsidiary of the virtual world. It must be a big name in the city that never sleeps. I will trouble you to take care of it in the future. No problem. No problem. The senior brother said casually, By the way, what do your parents who you have never met do? The senior brother was not stupid either. When introducing himself, senior engineer's identity was an underground mechanic. This kind of people is the easiest to survive in the city that never sleeps. They repair weapons for gangs, take jobs in the black market, and if they are lucky, they can even receive outsourcing tasks from the mechanical mastermind. This kind of people are worth winning over. But this ugly clone, does he really have wealthy parents? The executive's younger brother expressed disbelief. Keep your voice down. The mechanical eyeliner is coming. The cabin immediately became quiet. The senior engineer closed his eyes. A light mist appeared in the area of his eyes, and saw under the dark sky, a drone flew over. This kind of drone looks very strange, like a mechanical octopus shrunk to the size of a basketball. The sphere in the middle is a metal searchlight. The light shoots out a beam of light, and a dazzling light passes through the darkness. There were many times when the beam of light was only a few meters away from the smuggling boat. After about half an hour, the mechanical eyeliner finally disappeared into the darkness. All the smugglers breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, looked at each other, and were still frightened. No one was in the mood to talk anymore. 3 more days passed. The temperature at the bottom of the cabin was getting lower and lower. Sometimes when I woke up early in the morning, I could feel the condensed frost. The crew came down more than once, picked up the frozen smugglers, and threw them into the river. And the environment at the bottom of the cabin was getting worse and worse. After all, in this small space, there were hundreds of people eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Gradually, a strange stench filled the cabin. The fanboy named Ono subconsciously approached Gao Gong, because he found that, as long as he was around him, the stench and the cold would always disappear inexplicably. Gao Gong glanced at him, smiled, and closed his eyes again. Finally, as the upper deck was opened, a rough voice sounded. "Congratulations, you scumbags. You have arrived at paradise." A group of people hurriedly climbed out of the cabin and scrambled to get on shore. The shore is not the city that never sleeps. The smuggling boat only brought them to the vicinity of the city that never sleeps. Whether they can enter depends on the ability of these smugglers. There are also a group of people standing on the shore. They are all wrapped in thick clothes. The sky is gloomy. The land is scorched. And the weather is so bad that it can spit out white fog. This is different from the legendary paradise. Hurry up. Hurry up. This batch is waiting for you. No time. Get in the car. Damn it. Do you still need me to treat you? These people in charge of receiving people are all fierce and ferocious. They are not gangsters. But they are worse than gangsters. Some of their vehicles are motorcycles. Some are delivery trucks. And some are modified locomotives. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the vehicle, the higher the chance of successful smuggling. The smuggler who got on the taxi looked around with obvious pride, and then sat in leisurely. 1 or 2 of them were actually leaders, and a group of people surrounded him. Gao Gong looked at Xiao Yi, and found that the boy was anxious at the moment. "What's wrong?" "Gao. Brother Gao. The car that picked me up didn't seem to come." Xiao Yi's expression was full of panic. "Then come with me." Gao Gong walked in front of a man smoking a cigarette. The man leaned against a beetle car. Seeing Gao Gong coming, he took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hungry wolf? It's me. Get in the car." Gao Gong took Xiao Yi in, and after a few seconds, a young man with a greasy face came over. It was the executive's younger brother. Brother Gao. Hi. It must be my eldest brother, who was careless and forgot to pick me up. Can you give me a ride? Really? I will repay you double when we get to the city that never sleeps. Is it convenient? Engineer Gao asked. The money you gave is enough for 10 people. Then get in. The executive's younger brother got into the car with a flattering look on his face, and kept greeting the 3 people. He didn't have the rebellious temperament that he had before. Fuck. That Gene guy. The executive's younger brother glanced out the window casually, and actually saw a super luxurious extended sports car parked in front of the clone. And 2 bionic beauties spread the red carpet at the feet of the clone. A middle-aged butler in a formal dress bowed slightly. Welcome back, Master. Gene's face flushed with excitement, at a loss. Amid all the complicated looks from the crowd, he sat in the car with a sense of ease. He is actually the son of a rich man. For a moment, the executive's younger brother's eyes were filled with jealousy and incredulity. Ono also opened his mouth wide. The man holding a cigarette smiled disdainfully, stepped on the accelerator, and the beetle quickly left the ferry. Want to watch TV? On the way, the man holding a cigarette said. Okay. The man with the cigarette turned on the car monitor, and saw a flashy host screaming loudly. Welcome to watch the new episode of the rich family's internal fighting and the descendants of genes. Which clone will have the last laugh and become a real rich family's offspring? Countless audiences cheered. On the TV screen, the 3 saw a familiar face. Chapter 199 Outer City. There is not only one clone. On the screen, more than a dozen clones who look similar are either excited, or secretly happy, or pretending to be calm. With the service of luxury cars and beauties, they drive to a place that looks like a castle. Outside the castle is a green studio. The ratings of the last episode of Channel 4's The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me were not high, so this time, they planned to do something exciting. The young man holding a cigarette pointed to the number of people on the upper left of the screen. It was 13. After this show, this number will become 1. To be honest, it's not interesting. It's better to watch The Fugitive game on Cloud TV. Put those freaks selected from the colony into a death game and let them kill each other. That's bloody, violent, and exciting. Gao Gong glanced out the window. The electronic rain fell from the sky and hit the window. Electronic rain is different from ordinary rain. Once it falls on something, it will produce a same color effect. For a moment, gray rain, bronze rain, and red rain splashed everywhere. Gorgeous and wonderful. The car fell silent again. After a while, the young man with a cigarette spoke again. Because the butcher gave you a lot of money this time, I decided to give you a few survival guides for the city that never sleeps for free. Of course, it's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Tell me about it, said the engineer, turning his head. First, never believe in ads. Don't click on any ads. They are just indentures for big companies. Second, you can kill people, rob people, and go to jail. But don't violate the laws of the mechanical city. Isn't killing illegal? Ono said blankly. The young man holding a cigarette ignored him and held out his third finger. The third rule is, you can offend anyone, but don't offend cyber hackers. Very useful advice. Gao Gong agreed and then closed his eyes. After staying in the dark bottom of the boat for almost 10 days, even he was a little tired. The executive brother sitting in the front seat had already started to sleep soundly. Only snoring and the sound of dripping rain could be heard from time to time. After an unknown amount of time, the voice of the young man holding a cigarette was heard again. We've arrived in the city. Gao Gong opened his eyes and found that Xiaoye's head was almost out of the window. He saw a huge virtual projection, which was slowly stretching her body. This super beautiful girl was wearing a tank top, with pink hair, and her facial features were incredibly delicate. One finger gently pressed on her pink lips. Agelu's 999th live interactive concert, Pink Paradise welcomes you. Not only Ono, even the senior brother stared at him. Ding. You are affected by subconscious control technology. Will is being judged. Your will is more than 30 points. Judgment successful. You have completed the exemption for virtual idol Idulu. Who is this girl? The senior brother asked blankly. Ono was refreshed. Agelu, the most successful virtual idol in the virtual world, has 15 top technical functions such as advanced intelligence, human-computer interaction, tactile adjustment, perfect personality, and is a symbol of new life. It would be great if I could sleep with her. Ono blushed. How can you be so dirty? The senior brother glanced at Ono's crotch, snorted disdainfully. Ono's face suddenly became redder. I remember someone said, the purpose of going to the city is to enjoy the experience of having sex with idols. That person is not you. Right? The beetle passed under Agelu's feet. The three of them looked up at almost the same time. Unfortunately, the sky above was a mosaic like clouds. What a thick horse. Gao Gong sighed. It's just a wild imagination. By the way, do you have cochlear implants? The young man holding a cigarette suddenly asked. What is a cochlear implant? Ono said stupidly. The young man holding a cigarette pointed to his ears. The base of the ear was obviously modified, with circles of soundproof walls. Remember, if you want to live in the city that never sleeps, you must make 3 kinds of transformations. Ear transformation, eye transformation, reproductive system transformation. If you don't make these 3 transformations, even if you are the son of a colonial governor, you can't resist the strangeness of this city. Since you don't have a cochlear implant, just cover your ears tightly. It's just a short distance anyway. Cover your ears? The executive's younger brother turned around and found that Gao Gong and Xiaoye in the back seat had obediently blocked their ears. The next moment, virtual figures turned into a crowd and rushed towards the car. Hello, beautiful internet sincerely invites you to experiment with the moral template, which is a necessary stage for moving towards a great society. A beautiful woman in a suit with purple lipstick bends down slightly, revealing a large amount of whiteness. Deep Image invites you to design your facial features at the top level, reshape your image, reshape your beauty. Nikon Pi transplants give you high-precision vision, and the function of visual undressing. Is your kidney bad? Is your waist bad? Are you lacking energy? Synthetic gland extracts let you forget all your worries. The latest model of virtual experience machine adds the right to use the portraits of 106 male and female stars. Do you want to go to Wushan with your idol? The executive's younger brother was stunned and was suddenly overwhelmed by the visual wave. In his fantasy, he seemed to have become a big shot. Countless female secretaries, female subordinates, female stars whispered to him in his ears. His soul floated to the sky. When he came back to his senses, he found that Gao Gong and Xiao Yi were staring at him. What? What happened? You just said yes and agree many times. The executive's younger brother was stunned for a moment, and found that his memory was very vague, and only the electronic contracts appeared in his memory. You are finished. 16 contracts? Unless you are the son of Deep Web. Otherwise you will be sold. The young man holding a cigarette gloated. This? Can these contracts be terminated? Seeing the various harsh conditions in these contracts, the executive's younger brother wanted to die. Sure. Under the expectant eyes of the executive's younger brother, the young man holding a cigarette took out a pistol from his storage bag. If you commit suicide now, you can still terminate the contract. Once the contract enters the execution period, you can't die, because it violates the contract. Looking at the muzzle with a dark metallic luster, the executive's younger brother swallowed his saliva and trembled all over. Ono couldn't bear it and said, Brother, don't you have a relative who is a senior executive in virtual real estate? Let him think of a way. Yes, I still have a big brother. I can ask my big brother to help me. For some reason, this statement was quite unconfident. The young man holding a cigarette suddenly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car at an intersection. There were a lot of people on the highway, and everyone seemed to be chased by dogs. Although the anti-gravity taxi did not make any sound when it started. The sound of the wind it brought was like the howling of ghosts and wolves, combined with the gloomy weather. It was particularly creepy. How is it? Is heaven fun? The young man holding a cigarette grinned. Ono and the executive brother looked at each other. For some reason, they felt very tired not long after entering the city. Go forward after getting off the highway, and you will reach the lower central city, which is both an enterprise area and a safe area. Since you are still obedient, I will give you one last piece of advice. If you are afraid of death, don't go to the old city. If you want to live, don't go to the outer city. The young man flicked the cigarette butt out, and the ground automatically cracked open, sucking the cigarette butt in. Then he turned the car around and disappeared in the sea of cars. Through the window, I could see that Ono and the executive's brother were talking about something, and it seemed that they had a disagreement. After a while, the two ran in two directions in the rain and soon disappeared in the rain. It was a chance meeting, and Engineer Gao didn't plan to say much. He touched his arm and said, It's a bit cold. It was a damp cold, not a dry cold. The environment is like this. You'll get used to it after a while. The young man handed over a document, which was a rare paper material. The important things are here. There are fewer and fewer old projects now, and you may be the last batch. There was a chip plug-in, a key, a photo, and a stack of information in the folder. The content of the information was regarding the placement of children of employees in the machinery city. Didn't it say that it was the company's? No. There are reemployment quotas for family members of the company, and they have been taken up long ago. Engineer Gao picked up the photo again, which was a pale girl. What attracted attention was her eyes, which were big and white, the same as Sadako's. As for age, it's about 16. She can't be a daughter anyway. Engineer Gao picked up the chip again. This is your electronic ID card. Install an implant hole for yourself and insert it. It will keep you safe at night. Engineer Gao looked up and looked at the city center that was getting farther and farther away. Are we going to the city center? The upper middle city is the main brain area, and the lower middle city is the enterprise area. Private prosthetic modification is illegal in most urban areas. Do you want to be checked by the water meter? Then the place we are going to is not illegal. Of course, it is not illegal in the outer city and the old city. They are free zones. Are we going to the old city or the outer city now? The outer city. Oh, a place where you don't care about your life. Gradually, the highway became more and more tortuous, and there were more and more strange buildings. Engineer Gao felt that this place seemed to be completely unplanned. You are going to Hanging Street. Although it is in the outer city, it is very close to the old city. Don't run around. The underground clinic prepared for you is there. Also, the one you adopted lives there. try to hang out in the outer city. Although there are many gangs there, they generally won't attack the cyborg doctor. It's different in the old city. There are more monsters there. I will take you here. The young man stepped on the brakes, stopped the car in front of a mobile stall, set the car to automatic driving, and got out of the car. The beetle turned around and returned along the same route. Will you come with me? Asked the engineer. Forget it. With my identity, I'm worried about being hacked to death. The young man held the pistol and smiled. Anyway, welcome to the city that never sleeps. Then he pointed the muzzle of the gun at the temple. With a bang, a body fell down. The vendor's eyes lit up, and he hurried over and shouted, "Boy, whoever sees it gets a share. You have to give me half of this mature person row." The engineer turned over the other person's head and didn't see the brain computer socket. He frowned and said to himself, "Human brain hacking? I didn't expect it to be a cyber hacker." Chapter 200 Hanging Neck Street. After giving up this mature row of people, Gao Gong stood up and walked into the Hanging Neck Street. This street is a bit like a night market street. There are many mobile vendors, some selling psychotropic drugs, some selling synthetic food, some selling pornographic CDs, and gang members with holographic tattoos, virtual blue dragons, virtual white tigers circling around, although they are second-year students, but they are inexplicably handsome. After bypassing two exposed women transformed by virtual advertisements, Gao Gong couldn't help rubbing his ears. It was too noisy. The tweeters on every stall were eager to blast the highest electronic sound. "Brother, want to play? I'll give you coins for free." Dodged the gangster's shoulder. Senior engineer glanced at the game arcade not far away. Through the data brain, it was obvious that a large amount of simulated data was gathering. Signal-based station of the cyber network. The simulated signal comes from the human body, so the role of the game arcade is to get people involved and produce signals continuously. This can be considered as some kind of infrastructure. He looked at the gang member coldly, and a trace of radioactive beast aura emanated from his body. The gang member immediately knew that Gao Gong was not easy to deal with, and left awkwardly. Gao Gong walked into the alley of Yujing Street. It can be clearly seen that this place should have been renovated just now, and replaced with white bricks whose materials cannot be seen. However, the buildings on both sides are still very old. A large number of abandoned wires are intertwined in the air, like a spider web. The distance between buildings is also very small, which is very suitable for thieves. Diaojing Street, 3-301 Staff Lane. Engineer Gao looked up, confirmed the building number, and walked up. Gao Yuan from number 301. His relative. A 17-year-old girl. Both parents dead. Rebellious and undisciplined. A little difficult to deal with. Along the stairs, a lot of red paint was splashed on the wall, and mice were chirping. However, when Engineer Gao stepped over, he stepped on nothing. Holographic projection. There were mice, red paint, and something else was missing. Going up to the third floor, as expected, the 4 characters of Pay Your Debts appeared densely on the wall, the ground, and the door. You can't join the gang without some skills these days. Debt collection uses holographic technology, and it's even automatic. It seems that the key is useless. Gao Gong guessed correctly. The cat's eye and the keyhole were blocked, but there was an obvious gap in the door. Gao Gong slowly spit out a bone spur from his fingertips, and pushed it upwards, and the door opened. Meow hey, there's actually a cat. In the small space, a big orange cat stared blankly at the sudden stranger. Are you also a yuan-devouring beast? Gao Gong touched the other party, but he touched nothing. A large number of electronic light spots appeared on the cat. It turned out to be a 3D projection. The hair effect is well done. Gao Gong looked around. There was 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. The living room was very small. He probably couldn't even squat in the bathroom. The sound of water dripping one after another, and the dim and narrow environment, it was quite suitable for shooting a ghost movie. And with Gao Gong's hearing ability, he could clearly hear the slight breathing sound in the bedroom. In the darkness, it seemed that there was a pale eyeball staring at him. Forget it, make do with it for now, and clean it up tomorrow. Drag the tattered sofa over from the leaking window, look around, and see that there is really nothing to cover it. Gao shrugged his shoulders. Take off his coat, spread it on the damp sofa. Gao fell on the sofa, and then fell asleep. Behind the bedroom door, seeing that Gao had no intention of breaking in, a certain girl also breathed a sigh of relief. The day and night in the city that never sleeps are still easy to distinguish. The moment the neon lights and various display screens disappear, it is morning. Squeak, a young girl version of Sadako, slowly poked her head out from behind the door. After confirming that there was no one, Gao Yuanyuan gently patted her chest. I always felt that something was different at home today. The leaking window glass was replaced, the leaking faucet in the toilet was fixed, even the cat's eye and keyhole were opened. On the broken flower pot, the holographic plant lit up again. The originally gloomy and terrifying environment inexplicably had a little warmth. Sadako pursed her lips, suddenly thought of something, and her eyes suddenly widened. It's bad, there's not enough time, I'm going to be late for school. At this time, early in the morning, the stalls also opened one after another, but due to the special nuclear topography of this planet, vegetarian dishes are more expensive than meat, and natural food is more expensive than synthetic food. But no matter what, it's better than eating nutritional paste. Boss, what can I eat? Oh, it's you. The bearded uncle with sunglasses obviously recognized the guy from yesterday. It seems that since you provide me with fresh human bodies, I'll treat you to this meal. What do you have? Maggot pizza, cockroach skewers, rat meat noodles, rat salad. Gao Gong licked his lips. Is there anything vegetarian? You're quite picky. He stomped a bowl of rat meat noodles filled with rat meat, but with almost no noodles visible. On the table. If you like to eat, eat. If you don't, go to the side. Hee hee. Everyone knows our old Jack's temper. You look like a newcomer. The engineer Gao was not angry. He took the noodles with a smile. A mist flashed in his eyes. A strong killing intent suddenly broke out from the old Jack opposite. However, when he saw the engineer Gao eating noodles, he paused in confusion, hesitated for a moment, and continued to pull his noodles. Name, Jack K. Race. Cyborg occupation, mercenary level 25. Bounty hunter level 15, total level 40 HP, 630/1110 skills, intermediate cooking LV4. Light weapon use LV7 elite. Heavy weapon use LV4 elite. Full attack LV9. Battlefield survival LV3 expert. Negative status. Cyber psychosis template. War maniac notes. A powerful mercenary who used to hunt androids for a living, but now has become a street vendor. His past must have a special story. There is a template. Generally speaking, only bosses have templates, but not necessarily. Special plot characters can also have templates. The city that never sleeps is indeed a high-level map. Even if you eat a bowl of noodles, you can encounter this kind of plot of a special forces king in the city. Why is this rat meat so sticky? After eating the noodles, Gao Gong got up and left decisively. It's better to leave the excavation of this kind of character plot to the players. He doesn't lack these little things. More importantly, once the cyberpsychosis breaks out, it will not recognize any relatives. It's better to avoid it. After strolling to the entrance of the arcade, Gao Gong found a group of people cleaning up the bloodstains at the entrance. They were all new faces. The key point was that their weapons were also new, such as chainsaws, dog-leg knives, metal muscles, and metal skins. This rough style made him feel like he was back in the radiation desert. A new gang? That's right. This is the outer city. The entire outer city area gathers 90% of the gangs in the city that never sleeps. It is a mixed bag of good and bad people. And there are endless newcomers. It is a standard battlefield. Often, only by conquering the gangs in the outer city area can you truly gain a foothold in the city that never sleeps. Fighting and killing are really scary. After complaining casually, Gao Gong found the underground clinic of the Wild Wolf Gang's cyborg doctor according to the address and the information. Looking at the demolished construction site in front of him, he was speechless. This is the number 214 renovation project in the old city. How can I help you? At the entrance of the construction site, a robot uncle smoking an e-cigarette saw Gao Gong coming and immediately switched to the question and answer mode. Gao Gong did not speak, and handed over a property certificate. So you are the owner of warehouse number 124. Unfortunately, the transaction time has exceeded the stipulated time. You cannot get compensation. What can I get? The robot grandfather hung up. Engineer Gao sighed, took out a cigarette, and handed it over. The things in warehouse number 124 are in the utility room of the construction site. Go get them yourself. Also, this cigarette does not contain enough nicotine. I will use an e-cigarette next time. Next time. For sure. After dragging a pile of things out of the utility room, Engineer Gao bribed the robot grandfather with a pack of cigarettes, and in exchange for a small cart. He went back and forth 3 times before he finished dragging the things. Good people. Please, give me some code. It's useless to ask me. Ask the programmer. After knocking a robot beggar aside, Gao Gong finally dragged all the things to the third floor. Looking at the crowded living room, Gao Gong sighed. Everything is difficult at the beginning. At least it is much better than being hunted down as soon as he crossed over. He opened the cartons one by one, most of which were garbage. Wine bottles, electronic comics, expired drinks, and discarded chips. Fortunately, there was a harvest after all. A directory that records the number of the Wild Wolf gang that has been offline, a projection TV, a portable operating table, a bunch of prosthetic surgery tools for prosthetic hands and feet, a dozen whiteboard-level prosthetic plugins. Not bad, at least it can be opened. Mechanical coins are only factory currency. In the mechanical city, people use credit points. In the city that never sleeps, these are called machine points. Between different mechanical cities, credit points and credit points can be exchanged with each other. But the transactions between factories and mechanical cities are generally bulk commodity transactions. So in a short period of time, Engineer Gao had to be self-reliant and work hard to make money. He took out the phone book, went down to a public telephone booth, and dialed the number inside. "Who are you? Brother Butcher introduced me here? Okay. I will do it. When will you do it? Brother? What? Aren't you going to come back? You haven't been in the underworld for many years? What do you want to do? The black market near the outer city? Okay. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Underground transformation? No problem. I'll introduce you to clients." It is worth mentioning that although the Wild Wolf gang's old nest was blown up and the leaders died all at once, it was precisely because they died so cleanly that its hostile forces were not completely eradicated. In other words, it still has many spies. After dialing a phone call, Engineer Gao went upstairs again, and at the door of the third floor, he saw Miss Sadako hesitating at the door. Miss Sadako also saw Engineer Gao. Chapter 201 Eating. "Hey, hello," Gao Gong greeted. The next moment, Gao Yuan sneaked into the room like a rabbit. With a bang, the bedroom door was closed. Gao Gong even heard the sound of the door being locked. Am I that scary? Gao Gong touched his chin and was puzzled by this behavior. In fact, the act of signing a guardian must be signed by the family members, which means that the other party should have known about this long ago. So what are they afraid of? Or they think they should be a kind old couple? Don't be ridiculous. This is a cyber test site. Where are there so many normal people? Gao Gong shook his head, continued to do his work, threw all the garbage downstairs, then plugged in the temporary operating table, began to test the operating table, and a surgical arm began to move flexibly. Next to the operating table is a mobile cart, which is filled with various medicines, and the prosthesis is placed on the second layer of the cart. Every cyborg doctor has his own underground clinic, maybe even more than one. Every clinic has its own name. Name is its feature. Gong thought about it, and decided to make neural transformation his main direction. The name is Mr. G's Neural Hut. In the city that never sleeps, cyber doctors are not as rare as those in the radiation desert, but they are also hidden characters. You can't meet them without a certain relationship. This is why Gao Gong made a round of phone calls, and these spies readily agreed to it. Knowing a cyber doctor is a very big network of contacts. By the way, I haven't gambled on blueprints for a long time. Gao Gong thought for a while. The players will come in a few days. A large number of low-level blueprints are still in great demand. Let's start with the motor system and nervous system. You get the second-level biological blueprint. Explosion-proof ligament. You get the first-level mechanical blueprint. Iron knife arm groove. You get the first-level mechanical blueprint. Thigh pendant slot. You get the first-level biological blueprint. Cartilage grinding. You get the first-level biological blueprint. Hard bone thickening. You get the first-level mechanical blueprint. Forearm knife. You get the first-level mechanical blueprint. Low-level intraocular chip. You get the first-level mechanical blueprint. Implantable socket. You get the second-level mechanical blueprint. Pain intensifier. You get the first-level mechanical blueprint. Plastic cap pupil. At this time, Gao Gong's left hand is undergoing an ordinary prosthetic surgery, similar to the neural transformation of the right hand, but this time the transformation is only for implanting a socket. Prosthetic socket, the physical socket that connects to the prosthetic, can also be used to insert the chip, neural sensing equipment. Soon, a data interface appeared on the back of Gao Gong's left hand. You implanted a prosthetic socket. Gao Gong moved his left hand and inserted the chip plug-in into the back of his hand. The next moment, A virtual projection appeared directly in front of him. Mr. G, you officially become the guardian of number 3134412 citizen of the never sleeping city. Gao Yuan. You will inherit the 3 identification chips tax, loan, main brain. From Gao Chaomin and Du Lily's couple. Since the main brain machine generation has cancelled the positions of 2 people, the main brain function will be cancelled. Main brain function turned gray, leaving only tax and loan. Clicking on the tax, a line of words appeared on the projection. There are still 15 days until the next citizen tax pay taxes. 2 words I miss so much. He clicked on the loan again. Your overdue tax is 240,000 yuan. 240,000 yuan. Did Gao Yuan's parents borrow money from loan sharks? Why do they owe so much? For some reason, I feel like I have to take over. While Gao Gong was thinking, there was a light click sound, and a figure came out from the crack of the door, head down, clenching his hands, face pale, body trembling slightly, looking very nervous. Hello. What should I call you? Sister Yuan? After a long while, a faint voice came out from the other party's mouth. If it weren't for the fact that Engineer Gao's perception was close to 100, he probably wouldn't have heard it. You should leave now. Damn. You didn't even let me take the plate. Engineer Gao looked at the other party with interest and said, Did you sign the guardianship agreement yourself? Yes. You regretted it. The girl in front of him nodded slightly, then shook her head quickly, and her big eyes were filled with tears. Miss Sadako in front of him actually has both the attributes of a light voice and a soft body. This made Gao Gong feel very relieved. He had seen at least 80 Lolas in the desert, if not 100, and each one was more sturdy than the other. He did not expect to see the kingly attribute in the upgraded version of Loli. The girl. He was very relieved. Is it because of those loans? Gao Yuan nodded gently. What about you? Do you want me to be here? Or do you not want me to be here? Gao Yuan widened her eyes, and her face suddenly turned red. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your pleasure. Gao Gong stretched his body. His t-shirt revealed his strong muscles. Are you eating anything? I had a bowl of noodles this morning, but I'm hungry again after working all morning. Gao Yuan opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say now. This person, doesn't he know that he is a big burden? Hey, is there anyone here? It is only natural to pay back debts, and it is only natural that the son pays the debts of his father, although our welfare gang is not the original creditor, who asked us to kill those scum. I am talking, who agrees? Who opposes? Gao Gong turned his head, and saw a young man with tattoos standing at the door, slapping the door with a dog-leg knife. This is the same group of people who occupied the arcade yesterday. Welfare gang, a new gang. The name sounds healthy. Leaky Boy is not a typical inner-city gang. He is a stowaway from fucking island, a free man from the East 8th District. He has not had time to get the unique symbols of the city's social people. The gang tattoos that can be projected in 3D, and the transplanted screen that repeatedly plays the gang's slogans. But as a peripheral member of an emerging gang, he is not lacking in ferocity. The gap between the iron knife arms on the inside of the forearm is filled with black mud, broken bones, a mixture of flesh and blood, like leaks in the teeth, the lower body of the ill-fitting suit, the ultra-small engine hanging on the 2 metal prosthetic legs, the hand crank goes all the way to the waist, hanging along the waist, the rather rustic fucking boy will become a diesel-electric hybrid killing machine. Obviously, this young man was much more terrifying than Gao Gong. Gao Yuan almost instinctively jumped behind Gao Gong. Don't worry. I will protect you. After comforting the girl, Gao Gong walked up to the other party leisurely. You are not Gao Yuan. The young man with tattoos was stunned for a moment, and reconfirmed the loan agreement. Who are you? I am Gao Yuan's distant cousin. How much money does she owe you? Tell me the number. City people are straightforward. A total of 22,000 credit points. You pay and I will leave immediately. The other party's expression relaxed. I don't have any money. The leaky boy was furious. What's wrong with city people? Do city people not have to pay back their money after they get caught? Believe it or not, I'll chop you to death and feed you to the dogs. Keep your voice down. Gao Yuan suddenly whispered. What did she say? The leaky boy looked at Gao Gong. She told you to keep your voice down, and don't turn on the light. What do you mean, you told me not to turn on the light? So I won't turn on the light? I'm warning you, just for what you said, I'll have to chop off one more finger of yours today. Tell me not to turn on the light? Huh? I'll turn on the light. The leaky boy didn't believe in evil, or rather, he was quite stubborn, and turned on the light directly. The next moment, the 3D debt text automatically sensed outside the door popped up, landed at the door, and soared at a standard of more than 100 decibels. Paying back debts is only natural. This feeling is like 100 people shouting in your ear at the same time. The back of the leaky boy's head seemed to be hit hard, and a stream of heat flowed down his few cortical layers, becoming more and more moist along the spine. And finally, his waist shook subconsciously, and the yellow liquid flowed down his crotch. The three of them fell silent at the same time. The eyes of the leaky boy were red, his lips were trembling, he raised his left hand, and with a swish, he pulled out a bloody dog-leg knife from the inside of his forearm. None of you will leave here today. The wrong installation of the engine affects the urethra. The senior engineer glanced at the other's crotch. Every time you cut someone, do you feel like you want to pee, and sometimes you even lose control of your bladder? What nonsense are you talking about? The leaky boy gritted his teeth. It's not a big problem. Just adjust the line. Come. Sit on the operating table. I'll help you fix it. Oh. Wipe your pants first. Leaky stared at the other man, who had his back to him. At this moment, he could chop off his head with just one cut. After a long while, he finally managed to say something. I'm not here to do this. Are you here to collect money? Or do you want me to solve your frequent urination and incontinence problems? Leaky struggled between the gang's righteousness and personal problems, and finally made up his mind. Gangs are nothing. If you help me solve this problem, I will pretend I have never seen you today. Deal. 10 minutes later. You have completed the adjustment of the inferior machine, experience plus 100. The leaker felt relieved, and even jumped a few times. Refreshing, very refreshing. Remember, there will be no such good thing next time. Anyone who offends my welfare gang will be punished even if they are far away. Here are some oral medications I prescribed, which can relieve the pain when you urinate. Thank you, Big Boss. After the other party left, Gao Gong stretched, turned around, and saw Gao Yuanyuan looking at him with sparkling eyes. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot something. Engineer Gao slapped his forehead, took out 2 small shovels, and 2 soundproof earplugs. Let's go and shovel away those words outside. Yes. The electronic rain continued to fall, covering the entire city that never sleeps. In a dilapidated building, a trace of warmth squeezed out from the gray environment. When the last word was shoveled away, the pair of Sadako-like eyes finally curved into a big crescent. Eat. You? Wait a minute. Gao Yuanyuan trotted into the room, took out a palm-sized player, and put it on the table. As the electronic light flashed, 2 balls of nutrient paste quickly turned into 2 exquisite steaks. Eat. Chapter 202 Guamana. I really want to play games. I really want to pinch my face. Sister G. Female players also like to pinch their faces? Thank you. What's wrong with female players? Female players can't like handsome NPCs? Sister G was not to be outdone. You are useless. Our goal as male players is to become the best in the server. Thank you. No. Male players also like to pinch their faces. Same as above. That's right. Not only do I like to pinch my face, I also like to play as a female character, by the way. Can I create a female character in this game? Man in women's clothing. The name above sounds very manly. I like it. The game will be launched in 3 days. These stupid players are spamming when they have nothing to do. Although it's useless, it's still fun to watch. In his previous life, Gao Gong was not a big forum user. He liked to post pictures, especially the NPC's secondary pictures, the ones with few clothes and full bodies that could kill people. After switching to the backstage, he found that there were quite a lot of people who sent him private messages, all of which were over 99. Administrator, I'll be cute for you. How about you add me to the list? Admin boss, I want to trade with you. You must know a lot of plot information. Right? Admin brother, you don't want me to be bullied in the game. Right? Admin husband, my butt is sticking up. Use force. Who the hell are you? Gao Gong took a glance and found that the person who sent this message was the one who wanted to win the first place in the server. Thank you. Aren't you the best in the server? Gao Gong closed the forum with a twitch in his eye. He still underestimated the stupidity of these players. He picked up the visual imaging device that he used for dinner yesterday. According to Gao Yuanyuan, this was a gift from their dean. Name, Visual Imaging Device. Category, Visual Adjustment Device. Quality, excellent. Simulation level, level 4. Note, a high-level simulation device, which can completely interfere with your vision and make the surrounding environment what you want. Environment template, 5 types. Gao Gong adjusted it to the bird singing and flowers fragrant template. The next moment, a large amount of data flows spread along the surrounding environment. Gao Gong seemed to have left the city that never sleeps and came to the forest. This forest is not a concrete forest in the radiation zone, but an environment before civilization was destroyed. The beautiful ginkgo trees fragmented the sunlight. There were flowers, grass, and a thick layer of dead leaves on the ground. High-end goods. Their director was willing to give them away. Gao Yuanyuan grew up in an orphanage, which is similar to a school for employees' children. It is the welfare of the mechanical mastermind. There are children of different ages in the orphanage, and she is one of the older ones. Gao Yuanyuan's goal is to become an assistant teacher in this orphanage after she becomes an adult. After turning off the visual imaging device, Gao Gong turned on the TV again and watched the news intermittently. The frontal lobe gang and the Gothic gang fought in the outer city. The scene was very intense. Our reporter continued to report for you. Our reporter was killed by a stray bullet. Now the cameraman will report for you. Pure-blooded mechanical worshippers held a large parade in the Enterprise area. Their slogan was full body transformation. Human body revolution. A perverted serial killer appeared in the old city. There are currently 13 victims. All the victims were dismembered. The Black Fox Security Company said it was responsible for the incident and would strengthen patrols in various blocks. Turing cult radicals are carrying electronic viruses everywhere. Please be careful. Citizens of the city that never sleeps. Now the photos of radicals are released. Seeing this news, Gao Gong immediately retracted his crossed legs. The 3 mother cities: Fortress, Deep Web, Cybertron. Among them, Fortress was breached by the Cloud Nobles, a group of traitors, and Deep Web was destroyed by Turing God. Yes, this Turing God is the god worshipped by Turing religion, a large data virus over level 90. In the later period of the cyber wave, there is a super large mission called Turing Eastward Expedition. Players can choose a camp, defend the mother city Deep Web, or join Turing religion, destroy Deep Web, completely open the shackles of digital space. Turingism. Turing doctrine. I have the impression that this Turingism has a professional knowledge chain. Senior engineer muttered to himself. At this point in time, Turingism is still dominated by the relatively moderate Worm School. This school claims to inherit Turing's will, and its goal is to improve the computing power of the human brain network, suppress artificial intelligence, deprive artificial intelligence of its autonomy, and finally make the tools work for people. This is still good. Later, the radical Isaiah school came to power, and the goal of that group of religious lunatics was to eliminate all artificial intelligence on this planet. If you want to obtain the professional knowledge of these people, it is definitely easier in the early stage than in the later stage. You have to find a way to connect with the group of people in the Valm school. How did the Turing Church's mission trigger? Gao Gong thought hard. But he really didn't remember this kind of early small plot. He only vaguely remembered that there was a plot of 3 religions in one. Please ask. Is this the Mr. G's neurological hut? Gao Gong looked up and saw a weird middle-aged man in a cheap suit, with a dull look in his eyes and a dark green wig on his head, cowering at the door and looking around. Come in. Engineer Gao inserted the scalpel he was turning around into the medical bag with his backhand, and motioned the other party to sit down first. Dr. Gao, this clinic is newly opened, isn't it? To be honest, my last name is Guo, and I work in virtual real estate. Guo Man stared at the blood-stained scalpel with wide eyes, and his legs trembled a little. I don't buy a house. I don't buy insurance. Guo Man wiped the sweat off his face and laughed dryly. Dr. Gao misunderstood. I'm here for prosthetic rehabilitation surgery. Which prosthesis of yours is broken? Engineer Gao quickly scanned the other person's body. The number of prostheses on the other person was pitifully small. With a high-power plastic prosthetic eye, an implanted wig that looked like a green weed, and a network access port similar to an earphone. The Fian 12 model, the lowest level access warehouse, only has the functions of scanning equipment and quick cracking, and is an old model with a single function, and it does not even have an electronic wall protection. A low-level neural coder, not like a salesperson, may be responsible for after-sales maintenance. The other party's heel has traces of slight corrosion, which is caused by the industrial sewage unique to the outer city. In the city that never sleeps, anyone with a little status will never do business in the outer city. Running around here, there is a high possibility of encountering a gang fight. My access chamber has been producing phantom sounds recently, which has kept me awake. Doctor, can you help me take a look? Phantom sounds, is the access chamber still usable? Yes, it works quite well. Have you implanted any other prosthesis recently? No, except for the free company physical examination, I have not done any expensive transformation. Have you eaten anything unclean, or have you come into contact with any strange people? I eat and live in the company, I work 22 hours a day, and I haven't been home for half a month. Speaking of this, Guaman was full of pride. The city that never sleeps is a place that values work. 996 is a shame here. Lie down. Let me see. Oh! The senior engineer first unfastened the outer shell with a screwdriver, and then slowly pulled it open. This hanging ear-style access compartment was empty. The ears were cut off at the root. What was pulled out from the black ear holes was a neural network cable with yellow mucus. There were 4 in total, corresponding to 4 ventricles. The biggest difference between neural coders and programmers is that they do not deal with ordinary coding, but with simulated data converted from neural signals. This data needs to be brought to the access compartment, and can only be operated after human-computer interaction. The jargon is immersive programming. No problem. If something goes wrong, this antique can't be used. Gao Dong thought about it, and found a wrench, and pried open the back of his head. The old access port implant requires the entire skull to be modified. During this process, the programmer didn't shout or scream, not because he was brave, but because his pain system had been removed. Seeing the structure in the other party's brain, Gao Dong's eyes flashed a strange color. It can be repaired? 1,000 machine points. It's so expensive, doctor. Can you make it cheaper? You know I'm an employee of virtual real estate. How about I give you a discount on the house? Is your family really a real estate company? More or less. Guaman smiled embarrassedly. But we sell houses in cyberspace. Get lost. Doctor, please have pity on me. I haven't had a good sleep for almost a month. You've been working overtime all month. Doctor, I have old people above me, young children below me, and a well-behaved and clever daughter. For the sake of my family, can you make it cheaper? If you make it cheaper, my daughter can have something good to eat. Looking at the middle-aged man in a suit kneeling on the ground, holding his thighs and howling, Gao Dong was speechless for a rare moment. In line with the principle of a good start, Engineer Gao finally gave the other party a discount. Anyway, he didn't need to exchange anything. Just a small modification. Adjust the circuit of the other party's brain illusion maker. Guaman returned to the company happily. He had inquired. This type of operation usually costs 1,200 machine points, and he managed to get it down to 800 points. The remaining 200 can be used to buy her daughter her favorite toy. I'm leaving early today, he said to his colleague, and in the other's surprised eyes, Guaman packed up his things and went home. In the corridor, he met a colleague who joined the company at the same time, who is now a middle-level sales manager and has always been outspoken. Old Gua, introduce me to some. My cousin. Guaman was in a hurry to go home, so he nodded hastily. Don't worry. You are my cousin. How can I ignore you? Don't worry. It's just a dozen contracts. I can handle it in minutes. By the way, you haven't bought a house yet. I will introduce you to a new one launched by our company. Guaman sat in the floating railcar. He was tired of the scenery in the air. The railcar stopped at the roof of the apartment building where he lived. He took the elevator all the way to the door of his house. Baby, daughter, I'm back early today. Dear, you're back. Dad is back. In Guaman's eyes, there is a gentle wife and a lovely daughter. Dad will buy you your favorite toy today. Great, I love Dad the most. Don't always pester Dad, dear. Wash your hands and eat. As the human chip transfers money, there is a beep. You transfer 200 to the Virtual Real Estate Charity Fund. Virtual Real Estate wishes you a happy family and a fulfilling life. In the dilapidated apartment, Guaman sat at the dining table with a silly smile, and there was no one opposite him. No, it was the wife and daughter in the illusion generator. Chapter 203 Sister as a good citizen of the city that never sleeps. Which type of people do you worry about the most? The roaming killers smuggled from the colonies, the homeless motorcyclists running around in various blocks, or the pagan worshippers? Now the answer is announced. The evil gang announced that they would regulate Dalong Street, Parallel Import Street, and Electronic Street. Their spokesperson said that the evil gang is an idealistic organization. Their goal is to break the illusory utopian society and save the entire world from the cyber network. Beautiful internet company announced that the new moral module has proven its effectiveness. As long as the parliament can pass this bill, they will install this type of personality chip for all citizens for free, which will effectively reduce the crime rate in the city that never sleeps. Regarding the role of the moral module to guests, what do you think? Doctor, what do you think of me? Gao Dong turned his head and looked at his patient, a young woman in her 30s. The reason why he preferred to watch TV rather than look at the young woman was that the young woman opposite him looked ordinary. Ms. Zhao, I am a prosthetic doctor, not an emotional counselor. You asked me how to save your husband's heart, but I can't do anything about it. Doctor, please help me. Ms. Zhao looked eager. Engineer Gao sighed, glanced at the alarm clock, and saw that there were still 10 minutes left before the next customer's appointment time came. So he decided to make a quick decision. Okay, to make a long story short, your husband doesn't come home all year round. Are you sure he's cheating? Yes, the body rental club he often goes to even sent the bill to his home. As far as Gao Dong knows, body rental clubs generally provide two types of projects. One is customized bionic people. The specially modified body can bring customers an experience beyond the limit. The other is body rental. Some people will sign an agreement, cut off the power to the body, and then implant a temporary virtual personality and rent him her to the club. This kind of short-term rental service can be used to make extra money, especially popular among married people. The biggest advantage of this kind of rental is that you won't remember anything when you wake up. No. My husband has recently become addicted to the somatosensory sharing machine. Oh. Do clubs now even have this thing? This is mental infidelity. As far as Gao Dong knows, this kind of sharing machine can share the experience of certain moments. You can choose the boyfriend's perspective, the husband's perspective, the girlfriend's perspective, or a dual experience. He said that we have lost the beauty of the past. Only in the love of others can he remember our past. So, you want to win back your husband's heart? Yes. Gao Dong touched his chin and looked at the other person. Then I will give you two suggestions. You can adopt them as appropriate. Yes. First, you can bring your husband here. I can perform a loyal love type neural transformation on him, so that as soon as he sees you, his body will actively secrete phenylethylamine and dopamine. You know, the effect of these two things combined is almost the same as love. Yes. Yes. Second, Gao Dong looked at the other's bottomless chest. You have undergone transformation. A small transformation is also a transformation. A big transformation is also a transformation. You can choose the most popular first love type skin on the market. I will help you adjust it to your girlish appearance. Go back and think about it yourself. Okay, thank you, doctor. Getting rid of the whole clingy young woman. Gao Dong breathed a sigh of relief and pressed the alarm. Next. A dozen seconds later, a short figure wrapped tightly came in, sat down without saying a word. Gao Dong looked at the other person's big sunglasses, was silent for a moment, and said, "What's the problem?" The other person didn't say anything, but handed over a confidentiality agreement. Confidentiality agreement? Or the official agreement of the mechanical mastermind. If this thing is signed, it is equivalent to registering with the mechanical mastermind. Remember to close the door when you leave. Thank you. Gao Dong decisively refused. The business of the prosthetic doctor is still very good. It has only been 2 days since the opening, and customers are coming one after another. There is no need to give up the entire forest for a tree that may cause trouble. The other party was silent for a while, and then spoke. It's okay not to sign a confidentiality agreement, but you have to swear to keep it confidential. The voice was soft and sticky, and it sounded like a cute girl. Okay, you have to pay more, said Engineer Gao without raising his head. Your account has increased by 50,000 machine points. Now, Engineer Gao finally raised his head and looked at the other party seriously. After a long while, he said, "You are so rich. You can definitely find a prosthetic modifier in the company. They are more formal and more willing to sign a confidentiality agreement with you. Confidentiality agreements are not omnipotent. Besides, I have inquired about it. You are the only one who can do biological modification nearby." Engineer Gao thought about it. He seemed to have said before that in addition to prosthetic modification, he was also good at biological modification. But it was just a casual mention. I didn't think it would be used. This is a city that never sleeps, but there are no radioactive beasts. Okay, take off your coat first. The other party nodded, took off his sunglasses, unbuttoned his hat and scarf, revealing an incredibly delicate face, and the iconic pink hair. Virtual idol AI Dwalu. It's not that Gao Dong is a fan, but mainly because he has a deep impression of the thick mosaic. Are you a real person? Gao Gong looked her up and down, expressing great surprise. At this moment, a middle-aged woman hurried in, probably a female agent, and stamped her feet anxiously when she saw Aidwalu, who had already unarmed. Alu, why are you showing your face to outsiders? Cover it up quickly. Aidwalu sneered, took out a lady's cigarette from her tight shorts, and lit it skillfully. Why? I don't even have the right to show my face? Don't forget. We signed an agreement. Speaking of the agreement, Aidwalu suddenly got angry, stood up suddenly, and roared, she is Aidwalu. I am also Aidwalu. Why can she appear in public openly? Just because she is a 100% realistic mannequin. What's the difference between her and me? Because she can't poop, can't swear, can't grow up. She is the public's yearning for beauty. She is the highest level of virtual technology product. She can fall in love with millions of people at the same time. She has brought hundreds of millions of dollars in turnover to the company. She can. You can't. It's that simple. The female agent spoke calmly, without contempt, without ridicule, as if she was just describing a fact. Aidwalu glared at the other person fiercely, and finally sat down, smoking fiercely. The room was immediately filled with smoke. With her skills, she was obviously an old smoker. So, although you are Aidwalu, you are not the virtual idol. Did you have plastic surgery? I can't tell at all. Gao Gong looked at the other person curiously, seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore. The female agent sighed and said, Alu is a customized gene debugger. We spent a lot of effort to debug a girl who is exactly the same as Aidwalu. You lied again. Alu sneered. Am I one? Am I not number 17? The female agent's face froze, and she shook her head helplessly, saying, Anyway, I hope you can keep it secret. Doctor, I know you are a newcomer to the city, and you may not know our power. All those who can't keep this secret eventually died. I hope you are not the next one. Gao Gong didn't care about the threat, but said with interest, I wonder why you are looking for an underground doctor. If you ask the official for modification, I'm afraid the secret will be lost the next day. No one will believe me even if I talk nonsense. Right? The female agent agreed. Then, why create so many Aidwalu? Let me guess. Aidwalu is known as the most perfect virtual idol, so she can't have any problems, including being hacked by cyber hackers, being manipulated, being polluted in various ways, and at the same time, she has to deal with millions of love stories, and her computing power sometimes can't keep up. Right? So sometimes, virtual idols will be recycled and technically adjusted. And in this gap, real people will be needed to take over. The female agent glanced at Gao Gong suspiciously. How does this guy know so much? Okay, enough of the gossip. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want me to transform? There is a segment called Cat Ears Adel in the 999th concert. I need to make a real Cat Ears Adel. That's a bit difficult. 100% virtual reality. There must be no surgical marks. That's impossible. Gao Gong paused. You have to pay more. The female manager's eyes lit up, and said, Can you really do it? Let me see the cat ears you prepared first. The female manager quickly took out a small box from her handbag, opened it, and a pair of snow-white cat ears came to life. This is an unlisted sample that we obtained from a new company at a great cost. We can guarantee that there are no similar competitors on the market. This cat ear looks familiar. Gao Gong closed the box, and saw the 4 golden words Du Gao Gong. Are there any problems? The female agent asked. No. Gao Gong said without blinking. I have never heard of this company. That's good. A super idol who is popular all over the world. How much do you think I should charge you? The female agent raised a finger. 1 million. No bargaining allowed. Great. Then shall we do the surgery here? The female agent looked at the crude operating table and frowned. Why would we need an operating table for such a small modification? I'll show you a magic trick. Engineer Gao picked up the snow-white and crystal cat ears. In the surprised eyes of the two, his palm suddenly turned into a jelly-like material, and slowly assimilated the cat ears. 2 palms suddenly stretched out, one on the left and one on the right, pressing on Aidwalu's ears. The next moment, Aidwalu felt her ears begin to heat up, and a tingling feeling began to spread from her ears. Just when she was about to curse in pain, Engineer Gao suddenly withdrew his hand. Done. The female agent and Alu were both stunned. The female agent covered her mouth excitedly, and then quickly took out a makeup mirror. In the mirror, the other person's face was so exquisite that nothing could be added, and the pair of snow-white cat ears were moving vividly with the owner's mood. A pure white-haired cat-eared girl. Transformation completed. Experience plus 1,200. How did you do this? Trade secret. Can Gao Gong tell the other person that? When a certain glasses guy was studying cat ears, he also contributed a lot. Thank you. The female agent looked at Gao Gong deeply, and suddenly thanked him sincerely. I know you won't just look for me. But don't worry. With my level, even among all the Ajalu, this cat ear Ajalu will be the most genuine one. Gao Gong said lazily, you will not be destroyed. Alu shuddered, and looked at the female agent in disbelief. The female agent didn't say a word, but rapped the other person again, and then took him out. I didn't expect to pay off my debt so quickly. This never-sleeping city is really a place where you can get rich overnight. Gao Gong sighed. Just right, I have money to go to the prosthetic black market. It's no good if I can't make a prosthetic with just the blueprint. Looking at the time, Gao Gong touched his chin. I've made money. It's just right to treat my new sister to a big meal. The sky in the never-sleeping city is still hazy, and the neon lights are colorful. After walking around the prosthetic market, Gao Gong found that the types of weapons in the never-sleeping city are not as many as those in the Iron Sand Desert. In fact, there are a lot of prosthetic plugins of various types. Gao Gong visited a chip store, and found that the price of the chip was ridiculously expensive. A common implanted chip costs 200,000 machine points. Gao Gong hesitated for a while, but finally gave up the idea of buying a chip and bought a set of cyber network equipment and a set of Flying Bird for network access warehouse. He has been in the city that never sleeps for 3 days, and it is time to play in the cyber network. He remembered clearly that several hidden tasks were obtained in the cyber network, including the job transfer task of cyber hacker. Theoretically, cyber hackers cannot be used as secondary professions, because access to the network access warehouse requires special modifications. After this modification, basically say goodbye to melee professions. But it is not completely impossible. For example, a high-level big data monster can directly carry out electronic enlightenment. On the way back, Gao Gong passed by the enterprise area. The environment of this urban area is well organized, with patrolling drones and security personnel everywhere, and it is safe to the naked eye. Even the unemployed people who are wandering on the streets have their tents set up in such an orderly manner. One long line was filled with job seekers, and the other line was filled with unemployed employees holding cardboard boxes. The scene was not only dull, but also exceptionally quiet. Every company has its own armed department. Do you know who the muzzles of those drones are for? Engineer Gao walked around several biological companies. Based on his induction, he determined that these companies did not have level 30 gene fusions. It seems that I have to go to the branch of the Biological Mutation Association. There should be clues about gene fusions there. Engineer Gao touched his chin, and when he was about to go back, a dirty arm suddenly grabbed him. Brother mechanic, what a coincidence. Gao Gong turned his head, looked at the dirty beggar, stared at him for a while, then asked uncertainly, Brother executive? It's me, come on. I'll show you my mansion. Look, this is the gate, this is the garage. There are more than 20 luxury cars inside. By the way, I'll show you the swimming pool. The water here is so clean. Looking at the other party pointing to a doghouse, and introducing it to him seriously. Gao Gong stared at the other party's eyes, which were turbid and empty. This is a symptom of personality disorder after neural modification. He has indeed never heard of the name of the company Virtual Real Estate. But he does know how to build a house in cyberspace. To put it simply, the human brain is the house. Neural signals are bricks. Neural circuits are house structures. And brain components are guest rooms, bedrooms, and bathrooms. In the mind of the executive brother, there may really be such a villa. But the property right of this villa is not his, but the company Virtual Real Estate. Virtual Real Estate not only sells houses, but also buys second-hand houses and rents them out. I'm telling you, I will do great things in the city that never sleeps. The senior executive's younger brother was very proud. Then congratulations. Dean, I'm leaving. You left very early today, said the end of the dean with a smile. Well, I'm going back today to have dinner with my brother. When did you have a brother? Are you dating? No. Gao Yuan blushed and waved her hand. My guardian. You signed the agreement. Didn't I tell you that I would find a way to deal with your family's debts? The dean said seriously. What if the guardian who adopted you is a bad person? No. My brother is a good person. I won't say anything. I'm leaving first. Looking at Gao Yuanyuan's back as she left. The dean's face gradually became serious. And after thinking for a while, he walked into the welfare home. The welfare house was empty at night. Gao Gong picked up Gao Yuanyuan at the entrance of Diaojing Street and took Gao Yuanyuan out for a synthetic meal. During the meal, Gao Gong thought for a moment and told the other party that he had performed an operation on a rich man and made a lot of money, so that she no longer had to worry about the family's debt. I will pay you back for this money. Gao Yuanyuan looked a little uneasy. It's a small matter. What's the relationship between you and me? We are half-siblings. If you really feel guilty, you will be responsible for the housework in the future. Yes. Gao Yuanyuan nodded seriously. At night, Gao Gong was playing with his network device. He had originally planned to go online at night. But tonight was the garbage cleanup day in the city that never sleeps. So he gave up the idea. He opened the window and saw tens of thousands of mechanical eyeliners flying in the sky, and the bloody red electronic eyes flashing everywhere. One of them saw Gao Gong standing at the window and floated over. The electronic light swept over Gao Gong, and the fist-sized electronic eye blinked and left quickly. However, screams and footsteps were heard from another street, and a large number of mechanical eyeliners flew over. Garbage Disposal Day, also known as Population Disposal Day. Illegal residents without formal identities will be cleared out. Entering the city that never sleeps is nothing special. Being able to stay here is truly amazing. Level 20 Small Mechanical Life, although not elite, there are really a lot of them. Senior Engineer TSK twice, closed the window, moved his ears, heard the movement coming from the bedroom. With a thought, his arm fell, turned into a ball of bloody fluid, and slid into the house through the gap. Gao Yuanyuan was sleeping very honestly on the bed, her whole body lying flat in the quilt. However, her big eyes like Sadako opened in the darkness, and she let out a gloomy laugh. He, that idiot. Take advantage of his kindness, and use him to pay off the debt. Kill him. Pretend it's a homicide, and move away from here. In this way, no one will come to collect the debt. Her big eyes were soon filled with tears again. Dad? Mom? Why do you have to pester me? I'm already very good. Don't look for my sister. She's not here. Don't bully her. She's very fierce. Gao Gong leaned against the wall, smiled, and talked to himself. I said, how can a girl who can survive in the hanging street be a normal person? Chapter 204 Information Highway. Do you have a sister? Early in the morning, when Gao Gong brought out 2 balls of scrambled eggs with nutritional paste, he suddenly said, Sister? Gao Yuanyuan, who was hanging clothes, turned her head in confusion. I don't have a sister. Oh, is that so? Why should I have a sister? Gao Yuanyuan tilted her head, her long black hair swayed slightly, and her big eyes, like Sadako, stared at Gao Gong seriously. With the TV behind her, Gao Gong tensed up, but his face was full of smiles. I think, if there is one more person in our home, it will be more lively. Our home. Gao Yuanyuan's face suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help but give Gao Gong a look, and whispered, don't talk nonsense. It's strange. Where did this sense of danger come from just now? Second personality? Split consciousness? Memory life? After sending Gao Yuanyuan away, Gao Gong muttered to himself. Just now, he took advantage of the other party opening the door, and quietly poked out the attributes of this cheap sister. But he didn't find any negative status. But the attributes and skills column surprised him. Name, Gao Yuanyuan. Race, native. Occupation, none. Personal attributes, strength 3, agility 3, endurance 2, intelligence 26, perception 35, character 15. Occupational knowledge, virtual information security LV4, cyber programming language LV6, neural communication technology LV4. Are your intelligence and perception a bit exaggerated? Also, is this welfare home also a programmer training class? These 3 pieces of knowledge belong to a professional knowledge chain called neural editing technology. This knowledge chain is also a knowledge chain shared by neural editors and cyber hackers. Thinking about the visual imaging device again, this welfare home doesn't seem to be simple. It's really interesting. Ordinary tasks are fine, but if it's a task related to the professional knowledge chain, I must go and check it out. After postponing all the appointments in the morning, and hanging a sign at the door saying that it was temporarily closed, Gao Gong finally found the network access warehouse. The Flying Bird 4 is the most advanced access warehouse on the market. It looks like a motorcycle helmet, with thickened ears like bird feathers. After putting it on, a line of words automatically popped up in front of his eyes. Do you want to implant your brain? Does it have a built-in implant function? He decisively clicked no. If you don't want to implant your brain, do not use the network access warehouse. Our company is not responsible for any consequences caused by this. Gao Gong curled his lips and decisively turned on the switch. The next moment, the surrounding scene disappeared and was replaced by electronic rain. Electronic rain composed of characters, numbers, and codes. The rain was so heavy that it instantly submerged the soles of my feet. Gao Gong stared at the rain, and the digital raindrops began to combine and turned into rain curtains, and each rain curtain turned into a fragment of memory. Engineer Gao stretched out his hand. His hand turned into a huge tentacle in the rain. As the spiritual node lit up, the rain was controlled by him and condensed into a big ball. As the water ball turned, his memory began to turn like a passing scene. There were scenes of sweeping across the galaxy in the previous life, fighting in this life, being a man under the crotch, and life. As the speed increased, with a bang, the water ball exploded and turned into a garbled number again. Sure enough, it is impossible to force programming with spiritual power alone. Engineer Gao closed the access port and took off the helmet. He felt a sharp pain in his head. He rubbed his ears and rubbed out a trace of blood. Glancing at the system panel, there were a bunch of mental abnormality judgments. If the willpower was not over 200 points, the judgment would most likely succeed, and once it succeeded, it would at least end up as schizophrenia. As soon as the thought came to mind, the flesh and blood became transparent, the damage to the eardrum, the burst capillaries, and the violently beating nerves all began to recover. If you want to change your job to cyber hacker without equipping the access warehouse, you must find the big data monster electronic enlightenment. In Gao Gong's memory, these big data monsters above level 60 are all very difficult to talk to. The only ones who are easy to talk to, and they don't care about strangers. But Gao Gong knows that there is something that can win the other party's favor. Let's try the internet first. I don't know if the security guards at this time are checking strictly. The security guards of the cyber network, that is, those Blackwing killers, are mortal enemies of these big data monsters. If they happen to catch up with the network cleaning, those big data monsters will not even show up. Engineer Gao had to first determine whether the current cyber network was in a severe crackdown phase. If the network access warehouse could not be used, then ordinary people who wanted to access the cyber network could only use a networking device. This networking device was a bit like a cipher machine during World War II, with a small screen in front and a series of incomprehensible symbols and numbers below. Pressing it would make a beep sound. Putting a large headset on his head, Engineer Gao turned on the cipher machine. A series of garbled symbols appeared on the small black screen. Gao Gong found the same metal keys and tapped them one by one. Each time he tapped a key, a garbled symbol disappeared. After a row of symbols disappeared, another row of garbled symbols automatically emerged. In the whole room, only the sound of metal knocking remained. Gradually, a trace of fatigue stretched out from my heart, and in my temples, it seemed that hot mercury flowed out. The mercury flowed on the ground, and gradually corroded a big hole in the ground. The next moment, a feeling of weightlessness came, and Gao Gong's back suddenly tilted back, falling into the ocean of data. His vision, smell, taste, touch, and hearing all melted into the seawater. Have you entered the deep network layer? In this layer, all human senses will be decomposed into simulated data and integrated into the cyber network. It was very comfortable, as if the spirit was extended without limit and completely integrated into some beautiful world. In addition to the deep network layer, there is also a bottom network layer. But that is the core of the network that only big data monsters and Blackwing killers can enter. Between the two, there is a huge cyber network. As he immersed himself deeper and deeper, Gao felt as if he had installed a sensory signal amplifier on his body. Various sensations expanded more and more. And at the moment when they were amplified to the limit, they suddenly shrank. Gao suddenly jumped out of the sea and appeared on an information highway. Gao straightened his tie and faced the mirror of the shiny road sign. On the shiny road sign, a handsome boy with peerless beauty was looking at the mirror. With big, pure eyes like spring water, a temperament that was both cute and fierce, and a beautiful dimple when he smiled. That's right, This is the true appearance of the master of the virtual world in the previous life. The prototype of the rich woman's love. Sure enough, once I got on the cybernet, my true appearance was exposed. The beautiful girl raised her eyebrows, and her voice was soft, crisp and milky, which was one level stronger than the one of Idulu. Just kidding, in order to match the aesthetics of the rich women in the universe, you know how many faces I have adjusted. Gao Gong stood on the information highway, seeing if he could get a ride. It's okay to go to the electronic haven, which is the data storage center of a large enterprise, and the firewall is very powerful. It's still okay to find a data node to visit. There are dangerous data turbulences on both sides of the highway. Generally speaking, unless you are particularly unlucky, or are attacked by hackers, it is unlikely that you will fall into it. However, if you really fall into it, you will basically die. Soon, a large truck stopped in front of Mr. Gao. The door opened, and countless women poked their heads out, seeing the Shota version of Mr. Gao. Their eyes lit up, and their tongues stuck out, like ropes, wrapping around Mr. Gao. Some dating app? Why are there so many empty numbers? Mr. Gao took a look and found that many women's heads were cracked. Empty inside? These were standard zombie numbers. Boys should protect themselves outside. Gao Gong took a decisive step back, retreated outside the white line, and the red rope was blocked by an invisible barrier. Those women looked at him eagerly, saying something, and seeing Gao Gong was indifferent, they sighed faintly. Beautiful app. Let you find your soulmate. A line of words lit up on the road's sign. Gao Gong curled his lips. Soulmate? What the hell is that? A moment later, waves rose on the highway. A fleet of luxury yachts drove past, and countless scantily clad beauties waved at Gao Gong. Gao Gong seemed to hear the sound of electronic music and pole dancing. The local area network of some underground club. I dare not board this ship. Who knows if there are any messy addictive viruses in it? Red Dream Club, accompany you into the pink dream. The advertisement on the road sign lit up again. Red Dream Club, isn't it next to the hanging next street? It's open in broad daylight? So dedicated. All the virtual data interactions in reality will eventually be merged into data packets and uploaded to the cyber network. Engineer Gao waited for a while, but he didn't get any transportation. Instead, he heard all kinds of gunshots, as if two invisible groups of people were fighting. Engineer Gao stood on the highway, as if he was standing in the middle of a street fight. Well, in reality, two gangs are fighting. Both sides used a lot of neural connection weapons, and a lot of simulated data was transmitted. This is not surprising. Many gangs in the city that never sleeps are actually funded by companies. For example, if a military contractor wants to verify the performance of a street weapon, it will spend money to build a gang. Engineer Gao regretted it a little. If he had known, he would not have connected to the internet in the outer city. What the hell? After the gunshots, the highway suddenly cracked, and an elevator rose from the ground and went directly into the air. Data migration of the mechanical mastermind. Gao Gong's eyes lit up. He took 2 steps at a time and pressed the elevator button. 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. No floor stopped. Blood continued to overflow from the gap. Gao Gong understood that this was the data migration of yesterday's population cleanup plan. The mechanical mastermind wanted to know how much human garbage was cleared yesterday. Ding! The elevator on the 26th floor finally stopped. The door opened, and a strong smell of blood hit us. The place looked like it had just been cleaned. There were dried bloodstains on the floor. Gao Gong walked in, and the elevator door closed. The next moment, the data migration began. Ding! 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 The magic sound kept filling my brain. Electronic phantom sound? Simulated signal? Data fragments? Damn it, someone in real life is ringing the doorbell. Chapter 205 Santo Domingo District. The seawater of data began to be recovered. The scattered senses began to reorganize. The last picture, under the afterglow of the setting sun, the golden ocean current hit the last wave. The sky and the earth were dark. Gao Gong took off his headphones in annoyance. The pleasure of entering the cyber network is incomparable. It's like cleaning every pore of the body. But once back to reality, the whole soul is like stuffed into a small, bloated box. That's why there are people like Cybermen. They immerse themselves in a world composed of virtual sensory data, and often stay online for months, or even years. Gao Gong took a deep breath, and all the hormones in his body returned to normal. His irritable mood also disappeared, as the hormones decreased. Come in. Mr. G, the local gangs are really rude. A social person with the three elements of Korea, slap, Thad walked in, his fierce and brutal eyes narrowed slightly, and he actually showed a kind and honest smile. I am the leader of the welfare gang. Come and pay my respects. The fat man forced out a smile with 3 layers of wrinkles, bowed slightly, and handed over a thick red envelope. Gao Gong took the red envelope, opened it, and saw that it was actually an IOU from Gao Yuanyuan's parents. It looked like a lot of money. About 100,000 yuan. Gao Gong's expression eased. What's your name? Gao Jin. You are the god of gamblers. I have heard of you for a long time. Gao Gong looked at the other person's tight black suit again, and the bulges that obviously did not conform to the muscle curves. He raised his eyebrows and said, biochemical prosthesis. Good stuff. Excuse me. Excuse me. A group of black military-grade reproductive components. How can you, doctor, take it seriously? The fat man in the suit grinned, revealing a row of neural dentures flashing electronic numbers. Engineer Gao looked at the door, and saw Leaky standing timidly at the door. Why doesn't he come in? The red paint on his body is too heavy, and I'm afraid it will pollute Mr. Gao's territory. Engineer Gao looked at Leaky, and sure enough, he saw a lot of blood on the 2 metal prosthetic legs. It seems that you are the ones who fought before. Engineer Gao took out a cigarette, and the fat man snapped his fingers without saying a word, and the flame shot out from his fingers. After taking a deep look at the other person, Engineer Gao blew a smoke ring and said, What do you want to talk to me about? If you need prosthetic modification, you must make an appointment first. Don't stand. Sit down and talk. The fat man was very obedient, and put his hands on his knees, and his huge body curled up on a small stool, which had a funny feeling of a bear trying to break a stick. To be honest, this time I came here, mainly to ask Mr. Gao to come out and work with us for a great cause. You want me to be your full-time prosthetic doctor? Engineer Gao smiled. As a prosthetic doctor, Engineer Gao can find a good job even if he works in a large enterprise. And 9 out of 10 new gangs end up in a miserable way. So why should I get involved in this mess? The fat man in the suit stretched out 3 carrot-like fingers. How about 30% net profit? 50 black market vendors. Game arcades. 3 prosthetic stores. For weapon stores. And the Red Dream Club on the next street are all our territories. You are fast enough. Engineer Gao was a little surprised. He didn't know about other places. But the Red Dream Club was an old underground club with a deep background. It was quite extraordinary for the other party to collect protection fees there. Mrs. Muto is our good friend. Let's run a joint business together. The tall and fat man smiled. Gao Gong's heart moved, and he said, Have you ever tried to win over other black market doctors? Those people are blind, and they are no match for you. Gao Gong touched his chin and said, I remember there is also a prosthetic doctor in Sanshan Street next door. He is an old guy. That old idiot Fujiwara is really ignorant. He actually didn't let us in. He will be killed sooner or later. The leaky boy interrupted angrily. Shut up. Fatty Gao turned his head back and yelled. Then turned around again and said with a simple smile, Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. If you bring the old man's transformation technology to me, I will consider helping you. Are you serious? Engineer Gao shrugged. Why would I lie to you? He is not afraid of being hacked to death. But I am. Fatty Gao stood up, and in his pair of small green eyes, he suddenly exuded a real brutality, staring at Engineer Gao, grinning. Okay. It's a deal. The other party was really fast. Just after noon, 2 gangsters came to the door and handed over a bloody package without saying a word. When the engineer opened it, it was an old man's head. There was a brain-computer interface at the back of his head. The engineer's fingers changed shape and inserted into the other party's brain computer. The dull old eyes suddenly lit up, and the electronic shield flashed a few times, and then dimmed again. If the hardware can't keep up, what's the use of your firewall no matter how powerful it is? You get Fujiwara Street Technology electronic mechanical loss of control. Huh. It's actually a rare negative state of the mechanical body. According to the notes, this kind of electronic mechanical loss of control can increase the probability of the mechanical body losing control in multiple attacks. If used well, this can be a very dangerous weapon. 2 blueprints have been collected. The job change of the cyborg doctor is an important reason why Gao Gong came to the Never Sleeping City. Only the Never Sleeping City has enough cyborg doctors, and enough exclusive transformation blueprints. However, cyborg doctors have many burrows, and there may be more than a dozen burrows. If you want to find them one by one, it will be very troublesome. And once someone finds out that you are targeting the cyborg doctor, it will be a big trouble. So it is a good choice to let this fat Korean guy make trouble in the front, and fish in troubled waters in the back. Tell your boss, I will go to the game hall to find you tomorrow. There are 6 districts in the city that never sleeps. The outer city, the old city, Asia, Santo Domingo, the lower middle city, and the upper middle city. Among them, the first 3 districts are free districts, and the last 3 districts are order districts. Only the Santo Domingo district is the only gang order district in the city that never sleeps. It is not the Parliament, not the Enterprise, but 3 super gangs that are in charge there. The 3 major gangs, Steel Claw, Deep Web Weaver, and Powerful, have their own media, their own R&D bases, their own armies, and their technological level is no less than that of some regional enterprises. Gao Gong took the floating rail car to the platform of Statue of St. Domingo. As soon as he got out of the station, 2 mechanical modifiers surrounded him and stared at him dangerously. Level 20 Body Knight. Isn't this a special profession for enterprises? Name, Citizen ID, and your target. G. Deep Web Street. Gao Gong stretched out his palm and let the other party skin his chip. In the city that never sleeps, gangs are legal organizations, and to some extent, they are more disciplined than companies. The nest of those slimy spiders? What are they doing there? A mechanical modifier said with disgust. Buy chips. As everyone knows, in the city that never sleeps, if you want to buy high-level crack chips, you can only go to the territory of the Deep Web Weavers. According to legend, the Deep Web Weavers have a mysterious connection with cyberspace. Let's go. Remember? In the Santo Domingo district, no weapons are allowed. Of course, I'm a good citizen. Gao Gong smiled harmlessly. His eyes swept across the armed drone behind him, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. As a main profession of the transformation side, the biggest feature of the Body Knight is that it can be combined with weapons developed by enterprises, and its firepower is very terrifying. The lower body of the drone obviously has an implanted structure. Even the Sky Warrior has been reversed. Tut-tut. This level of technology is a bit scary. As the second largest district after Asia, the Santo Domingo district has few pedestrians on the street. Only some lazy old people basking in the sun. But there are many cameras here. Gao Gong walked around 3 streets and found 20 cameras, covering almost no blind spots. Fortunately, Gao Gong did not intend to cause trouble. He went to a memory store honestly. The store was very old, and the door was yellow. When he pushed the door open, a bell rang, but there was no one inside. On the walls and the desks, there were all kinds of memory plugins. In the mechanical age, memory is a tradable commodity, and it is illegal to create false memories. Gao Gong picked up a plugin, which had a line of small words written on it. Unforgettable Night of the Newlyweds. Is it so exciting right from the start? Gao Gong shook his head and decided to take it back and criticize it, and then picked up another one. The memory of the first half of the life of an old gangster. Due to the long time span, some of the content is distorted. The memory of the android who fled. The crazy memory of the cyber psychopath. The experience of the cybernetic city of night. 10 mysterious assassination memories. Now there are no young people interested in memory plugins. The back door opened. An old woman trembled and walked in, with a very strange look in her eyes. Gao Gong's eyes shrank. Inside the clothes, the colony quickly covered the body. He has been in the city that never sleeps for several days. But this is the first time he has felt such a strong sense of threat. This old woman is very dangerous. I am just strolling around. Gao Gong said calmly. Yeah, that's right. Cybernet is so interesting. Who would be interested in such an old-fashioned thing? Get rid of the body and return to the self. That's what those cyber surfers say. Right? That's about right. Young man, you just went online this morning, and it was on the internet on Hanging Street in the outer city. You couldn't have come here even if you were just browsing. If you want to find some special memories, such as evidence of a congressman's violation of the law, I do have it here, but I can't give it to you. I understand. Engineer Gao stared at the other person and suddenly laughed, but I saw the flyer outside. You can bet on the memory blind box. Right? The old woman was interested. Oh, you are interested. But some of those unclaimed memory plugins are very dangerous. Are you sure you want them? Of course. An hour later, Engineer Gao entered the platform holding a large cardboard box. And the old woman disappeared from his sight. Advanced AI? Or some kind of humanoid virus? I just connected to the internet once, and someone caught me home by following my IP address. This place is really dangerous. Chapter 206 User Data Missing. Dear, are you ready? On the wedding night, the blushing bride said shyly. Of course. Gao Gong's voice was hoarse and excited. But I have a secret to tell you. You say. The bride took off her exposed clothes, revealing her white underwear and skin, which was white, tender and rosy, making Gao Gong's eyes shine. Actually, I am a bionic man. The bride gently tore along her chest, and the artificial skin was taken off like clothes, revealing the electronic components and mechanical organs all over her body. Gao Gong was silent for a moment, and said, It's okay. Dear, I'm not an old antique. I don't care. The bride breathed a sigh of relief, and rolled her eyes charmingly. For the wedding, I specially installed new circuit breakers and spoilers, which are a bargain for you. Dear, I also have a secret to tell you. What? Gao Gong stood up, revealing his Schwarzenegger-like body, and as his thoughts turned, mechanical bodies moved one by one. Actually, I am artificial intelligence. What? The bride's face changed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was afraid you would be afraid. I'm not afraid. The bride paused, but I only date people with more than 50% organic bodies, and only sleep with lives with more than 85% organic components. This is my principle. What? Then the big tree I installed was in vain, Gao Gong said angrily. The bride rolled her eyes charmingly, and suddenly laughed. Have you heard? Beautiful internet company provides the latest somatosensory exchanger. With it, we can share the latest life connection. Gao Gong's eyes suddenly lost their luster. In reality, Engineer Gao pulled out the memory chip from the back of his head, and threw this unforgettable night for newlyweds into the trash can with a gloomy face. Damn it. It's a product placement ad. It's illegal to create false memories. Nearing midnight, Engineer Gao was studying the chip he brought with him in his new studio. The studio was downstairs, and he rented a storefront. There were 2 rooms. The back was a transformation room, and the front was a store. Under the bulletproof glass cabinet, he placed his newly made whiteboard prosthesis. It cost him about 500,000 machine tokens to rent this store and make these prostheses. If he hadn't made a fortune from that virtual idol, he wouldn't have been able to make up the money in a short time. As expected, no matter where you are, it's easy to make money from rich women. The neon lights are shining at night, and the tweeters are still blaring. Fortunately, Gao Gong bought a sound wave rebound device and put it at the door. Inside and outside the door are 2 different worlds. I think this is the only one who does prosthesis modification openly like me. Prosthesis doctors are a group of people who live in seclusion, because they perform various taboo modifications every day. Their psychology is either dark or perverted. It is impossible for them to open their doors and do business openly like Gao Gong, especially the business of players. Gao Gong poured out all the memory chips and began to search inside, inserting the memory chips into the implant hole on his neck from time to time. It has been almost a week since he came to the city that never sleeps. The biggest transformation that Gao Gong has made is to install 2 implant sockets for himself. In my impression, it is the memory of a neural editor. The crack star is the early plot of Cyber World. And what Gao Gong can remember is either related to the main plot, or it is really curious. The reason why this memory chip is still fresh in my memory is because it is too weird. In the previous life, a player loved to explore the world, so he wandered around the city that never sleeps. Naturally, he came to the memory store, and because of curiosity, he bought a bunch of memory chips. This kind of memory chip allows players to enjoy other people's world for free, which is quite attractive to him. After buying countless memory chips, the player finally opened the memory of a neural editor. Neural editors are very similar to ancient programmers, but there are also big differences. The biggest reason is that programmers will only lose their hair when programming. But if a neural editor types out the wrong code, a bug will appear, causing the virtual sense data to backfire on the nervous system, which will kill them. The neural editor is very smart. Whenever an error code appears, he will first cut the memory code and copy it to the memory chip. This is a preventive operation. Gradually, The entire memory chip was filled with error codes. And then, under a coincidental program generation, these codes merged into a bug. This bug is a top-level bug, called user data loss. In the cybernetic network, the user itself is a kind of data. Found it. A memory chip was turned out, and a line of words was pasted on the surface of the chip on a white paper label, "My lost hair in youth." Gao Gong inserted it on the back of his neck, with almost no hesitation. The violent data flow instantly filled the body. Generally speaking, only with the help of the network access warehouse can the simulated data be deciphered. If the data is directly implanted into the human body, it is likely to cause the human body to collapse. But this is not a bug. As we all know, bugs never take the usual path. And in an instant, Gao Gong experienced the madness of the bug. Your motor system lost data due to special reasons, and it automatically shuts down. Your endocrine system lost data due to special reasons, and it automatically shuts down. Your digestive system lost data due to special reasons, and it automatically shuts down. Carbon atomic reactor, colonial body, iron gun flag and other advanced weapons all lost contact. Similarly, large swaths of skills turned gray. But Gao Gong was not worried. According to that player, as long as the consciousness is over 50 points, he can control this bug. Your nervous system is disordered. Your nervous system transformation rate plus 1%. Your nervous system is disordered. Your nervous system transformation rate plus 1%. User data lost. User data lost. After Gao Gong's nervous system was disordered several times, spiritual tentacles suddenly tore out from his chest, and other parts of his body began to turn into numbers, symbols, codes, embedded one by one on the surface of the tentacles. Gao Gong suddenly opened his eyes, looked at his hands and feet, and saw no changes. He glanced at the system panel again, and saw the same thing. The ability of the bug is not displayed on the system panel. Interesting, Gao Gong muttered to himself, and gently placed his palm on the table. The next moment, the table quickly cracked. However, when his palm passed over it, the shattered image disappeared again. It can affect reality to a certain extent, but I am not an information creature after all, so this influence is very limited. But in the cybernetic network, the bug is really a bug. Boom, 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 boom. The elevator continued to rise, and a super cute boy stood in the elevator. Engineer Gao logged into the cyber network again. Ding! As the elevator door opened, a young man in a suit walked out, and a large number of red signs appeared on the street: Imperial City, Imperial Hotel, Shark's Fin Rice Roll, Ancient Tongrantang, Lunghu's Seafood Restaurant. Passing through the virtual lion dances with gongs and drums, Engineer Gao looked around with interest. Generally speaking, the environment generated by data nodes is inseparable from people's subconsciousness. This environment shows that in the city that never sleeps, there are many remnants of the civilized era. Friend, would you like to buy some medicine? The latest psychotropic drugs. The kind that can make you high. Someone grabbed his shoulder, and Gao Gong turned his head. A humanoid robot grinned at him, revealing a toothless mouth. In cyberspace, robots and AI are more common. Their underlying logic is fixed, and it is easier to retain consciousness in the cybernetic network. No, thank you. You're welcome. How about looking at other things? I have a digital companion, neural flow stimulation, or embedding an artificial intelligence personality, which can double the speed of your brain. Seeing that the other party did not let go, Gao Gong understood that the other party was thinking about his consciousness code and was planning to force a sale. The peerless young man smiled shyly, which made the robot's heart flutter. Just when the robot thought that the other party agreed, the palm that was pinching the other party's shoulder began to disintegrate. The palm, the arm, the shoulder, all turned into source code, scattered all over the ground. If the electronic personality of the machine life explodes in cyberspace, your real body will also crash, or your system will regenerate a personality, or guess? 3 seconds later, the code like glass shards was scattered all over the ground. The pedestrians around were stunned for a moment, squatted down silently, grabbed the glass shards, and stuffed them into their mouths. These are all flesh puppets, that is, the subconscious of people in reality. Although they cannot enter cyberspace, the subconscious is part of this huge virtual world. Once a person's subconscious devours enough consciousness codes, it will evolve into a life in cyberspace. And for people in reality, it is equivalent to split personality. Not long after Gao Gong turned around, he saw 3 people selling psychotropic drugs, 1 selling subconsciousness, and a data ghost. It can be confirmed that there are not many Blackwing killers in this data node, otherwise there would not be so many viruses. The reason why the electronic brain plan was implemented, in a sense, was because there were too many viruses. Such viruses could not become computing power in cyberspace, so they had to be eliminated. Huh? When Gao Gong was turning a street, all the flesh puppets on the street looked over at the same time. The skin of these flesh puppets split in the middle, revealing the face of an old woman. At the same time, huge teeth pierced out from the restaurants on both sides, and sticky data streams began to drip from the sky. It's her. Gao Gong finally confirmed that the owner of this memory store is an advanced virtual virus. No wonder the IP check is so accurate. But since I dared to go online, I'm not afraid of you catching me. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the ground under Gao Gong's feet was covered with garbled characters. User data missing. User data missing. User data missing. The next moment, Gao Gong fell to the ground and disappeared. Chapter 207 Players Go Online. April 17th. Golden Chamber, holding the sun, Chongguangsha Bi. Today is an auspicious day, good for going out, good for moving. All of the above is nonsense from Engineer Gao. The only important reason is, today at 12 o'clock, is the day when players go online. Early in the morning, Gao Yuanyuan was sent to the door of the welfare house. Watching this, cheap sister waved goodbye to him. Engineer Gao smiled gently, looked deeply at the welfare house, turned and left. He is your guardian, so young? The dean suddenly appeared, and asked curiously. Yes, he is a doctor, and a good man. Why don't you invite him to sit for a while? It's inconvenient, there are other children here. That's right. The dean nodded, turned and walked into the dormitory. Why don't you get up quickly, you lazy people? Your sister Yuanyuan is here. Ah, is Sister Yuanyuan here? I want Sister Yuanyuan to help me brush my teeth. Who took my pants away? Zhang Feng is very angry. The consequences will be serious. At the entrance of the game hall, two thugs carrying chainsaws looked Gao Gong up and down. After 3 days of separation, you should look at him with new eyes. It has only been a few days. The 3D blue dragon around his body, the gang forehead protector embedded in his forehead, and the color-changing jacket that has been popular in the city that never sleeps. The 3-piece set of gangsters is complete. Who are you? Before Engineer Gao could answer, Leaky Guy hurried out and slapped the two rebellious young men. Take out your eyeballs and wipe them. This is our white paper fan military advisor. It's you. Master. Hello. Master. Please come in. The rebellious young man's face changed, and he was full of flattery. Engineer Gao smiled and walked in directly. The cyber game arcade was very similar to the game arcades in the 1990s. Posters of various games were posted on the walls. Virtual experience machines were placed in all directions. There were about 30 or 40 people. The air was filled with a sour smell from the previous night. Some of these gamers are teenagers. Some are urban white-collar workers. And some are elderly people in their 70s and 80s. Gao Gong even saw a robot addicted to games. The common point among these people is that they have electrodes hanging on their temples. The types of games they play are different, but the effects are equally realistic. The illusion of movement brought by the high-altitude bungee jumping Grand Canyon, and the illusion of flying brought by the flying battlefield can almost perfectly simulate the real-life experience through the effect of the electrodes. Add to that some puzzle games that simulate killing bosses and sleeping with idle stars, and you can get completely addicted. These are not normal people, but more than 20 cyborgs. Gao Gong's eyes fell on a signal station in the center of the game hall. This signal station will collect the simulated signals of game players, and then send them to the internal network of a certain company to stabilize the network signal. This is the infrastructure construction of the city that never sleeps. One of the white-collar workers was foaming at the mouth and shaking all over. Leaky gave him a look, and soon someone dragged him out. I can still play. The white-collar worker struggled. What the hell are you playing? You idiot. Look at how many bars of signal you have left. The leaky boy rolled his eyes and said, Go back to reality, and pay back your corporate loan. The white-collar worker cried loudly, and grabbed the ground and refused to move. No. I don't want to go back. I don't want to. Please come in. Master. Please come in. The leaky boy nodded and bowed. Opened an office. And sure enough, the leader Gao Jin was there. When he saw Engineer Gao, his eyes lit up. Double happiness, double happiness. I have good news. What about the other one? Gao Gong was not polite at all, and sat down opposite the dragon head. The robot gang that has been fighting with us these days, their boss, an advanced combat robot, suddenly had a mechanical disease attack last night, and killed a lot of people in Sang Street. Even the mechanical eyes were not spared, but those big eyes called their friends and beat them into pieces. Look, this is its corpse. Gao Gong took the photo. The corpse in the photo looked more and more familiar. Damn, isn't this the drug dealer on the internet yesterday? Today is auspicious, and the sun is shining brightly. The time is right for us. We should make a concerted effort to capture Sang Street. But the enemy's firepower is too strong. We can do nothing. Do you have any good ideas? Are there any prisoners? Yes, someone come. Soon, a member of the machine gang was dragged up. Gao Jin glanced at Leaky. Leaky pulled out his dog-leg knife and smashed it hard on his elbow. The man let out a hysterical scream and was immediately covered by a towel. While being smashed, bullet holes suddenly appeared from his palm to his forearm, round and round, 5 times in total, like a rotary machine gun. The roller was stimulated and began to rotate. Unfortunately, there were no bullets. What is this? The latest model of gorilla arm. It has a strong firepower. 5-round barrel, each round has 10 holes, guaranteed to fire 50 bullets per second, enough to shoot characters below level 10 into Cs. The level of street warfare in this city that never sleeps is indeed quite high. Where is his ammunition? Is there any shockproof equipment? The Leaky boy lifted up the opponent's clothes. His lumbar vertebrae on both sides had been hollowed out, filled with bullet belts. And his back had also been exquisitely thickened. So one person is a mobile Gatling machine gun, and you can fight them on equal terms? Gao Gong looked at Leaky in surprise. If each of the opponents had a machine gun, their firepower would be almost the same as that of the security corps. Leaky's face turned red, hesitated for a few seconds, and said, "Not everyone in the machine gang has this level of modification, and this thing is prone to jamming." Gao Gong picked up the opponent's arm, and around the barrel, there were jumpy and ferocious nerve bundles. Nerve-controlled equipment? The opponent's nervous system can't control the machine gun? Engineer Gao fell into thought. If the opponent just wanted to experiment with this mechanical arm, there would be no need to establish a neural connection. But judging from the opponent's purpose, it seems to be to verify whether the nervous system can control heavy weapons. Seeing that Engineer Gao didn't speak, Gao Jin's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he laughed heartily. According to my informant's report, the opponent's territory has this kind of transformation technology. If the master can help us get rid of them, I will definitely offer this kind of technical information with both hands. Engineer Gao came back to his senses and smiled. It's not difficult to deal with the opponent, since the opponent uses a connection-type weapon. Throwing 1 or 2 EMP bombs can solve the problem. EMP bomb? What is that? Stupid. You don't even know this. Gao Jin slapped Leaky Boy hard, and then said seriously, "What is that?" Engineer Gao briefly explained the principle of electromagnetic pulse. But Gao Jin looked embarrassed. This kind of advanced bomb cannot be bought in ordinary weapon stores. Even if you can buy it on the black market, it will inevitably waste time. Opportunities are rare, and can never come back again. Engineer Gao glanced at the other party and said, "In this case, I can make some modifications for you. But this modification must be 10 meters to be effective. Are you sure you can break through to the 10-meter range of the enemy?" Gao Jin gritted his teeth. "No problem." Soon, a special whip-type weapon was designed by Engineer Gao. Name, Lightning 5 Whips category, electric weapons. Quality, excellent weight, 2.5 kilograms. Operation mode, manual switch. Auxiliary module, electric module. Remarks, once the loose and flexible force is released, as fast as the wind, as fast as lightning. The overall structure of this weapon is like a thickened and bolted version of the single-molecule wire catapult. The electric whip ejected uses the principle of the electric baton. The only feature is that it has added the street transformation technology of electronic mechanical loss of control. In the base camp of the welfare gang, in a boxing gym, Gao Jin had the captive loaded with ammunition, and stuffed him and Leaky into the iron cage of the boxing match, and the door was locked, making it clear that only one person could come out alive. Will it be too dangerous? That depends on how useful your equipment is. The Leaky boy narrowed his eyes. Like a wolf, the built-in diesel engine hummed. As a top-rank fighter in the gang, he had absolute confidence in his martial arts. Almost at the moment when the opponent raised his hand, the Leaky boy bent his body so fast that he left many afterimages, and at the same time, he swung his hand back. A black shadow flashed out and hit the opponent's arm at high speed. With a sound of click, The prisoner's bullet failed. Leaky was like a fish swimming in the water, constantly turning around the opponent. A series of black shadows flashed by. And when it came to the third time, the opponent's right hand suddenly exploded, and more than a dozen electronic parts were ejected. The remaining gun barrel could no longer rotate, and thick green smoke came out of the opponent's bloody arm. There is no doubt that the experiment was successful. Ha ha ha. Well done. Fat Galjean strode up and slapped Leaky on the back. Leaky was also somewhat surprised to see the electric whip in his hand. It was so useful. He could clearly feel that with just one strike, the opponent's machine gun arm would be ineffective. Moreover, this effect was not limited to one weapon. It seemed to work equally well on other implanted weapons. How many weapons did you make? 10 electric whips. Enough? Enough. This time, we must flatten Sand Street. Master. Galjean turned his head, but found that Gao Gong had disappeared. Where's the master? The master has left. A trace of gloom flashed across Gao Jin's eyes, but it disappeared immediately. Ha ha ha, it seems that the master has great confidence in us. We will repay the master's efforts with human heads. By the way, Dragon Head, what should we do with that fallen body? Gao Jin looked back, snorted coldly. Feed it to the dog. Gao Gong returned to his own small shop on Diaojing Street, with his legs crossed on the counter, staring at the forum, while looking at the electronic clock on the wall. Brothers, are you ready? Always ready. My game name is Love You for 10,000 years, brothers. Remember to add me when you come in. By the way, can I choose my race? Can I choose my profession? I'm confused now. Why worry about so much? Just go for it. As the time on the clock reached 12 o'clock, Gao Gong knew that the player was online. Chapter 208. Really carrying a knife? Please confirm your name in front of the young man. Is a dark sky, a city that never sleeps with constant electronic rain. This environment reminds the young man of his profession and his living environment, carrying a knife but not an umbrella on a rainy night. Confirm your name. Please wait to enter Cyber World 10-9-8-765. Although the young man has not played many games, he couldn't help but be startled. Is this the end? The next moment, a force of gravity pushed forward violently, and the young man was suddenly pushed into this blurry world, and everything began to become clear. Thick radiation clouds, heavy rain, a sci-fi city in the heavy rain. Are the special effects of this game too good? On a rainy night, he brought a knife but no umbrella. His eyes went dark. When he woke up again, his left eye was blurry, and his right eye was pitch black. His hearing was normal. Hey, do you think we can get away with it this time? Transform the natives into bionic people? Isn't this like taking off your pants to fart? The boss only wants bionic people. What can I do? Just make do with it, after all. They are just a bunch of outsiders. A strong sense of squeezing came from his right eye socket, followed by a strong sense of pain. Before the game started, the pain could actually be adjusted. But Yuya died nowadays and thought that he was just playing a crappy game with his own will. And he filled it in 100% without hesitation. Now he regretted it. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and didn't scream. As the swelling disappeared, the vision of his right eye also changed from dark to blurry, and gradually became clear over time. Taking advantage of this time, he opened the panel, and the main attribute was a series of 4s. So, the quality of the game character is not determined by the player's physical fitness, but randomly. As the vision became clear, Yuya died nowadays and looked around covertly. And after confirming that everyone around him was moving, he sat up. Unlike the expected high-tech environment, this place gave people the feeling of carrying a knife, but no umbrella on a rainy night, and more like a black workshop. A small room, blackened walls, plastic barrels filled with blood-red liquid, pots and cans scattered all over the floor, and large welding equipment. Fuck. It's so exciting right from the start. Where is this? The kitchen of the takeaway I ordered? The three players recognized their friends almost at first sight. The reason was that among a dozen bionic people with distorted facial features and fumbling hands and feet, the three of them were considered very normal. The three of them gathered together as expected. What's your name? Brother? I love eating steamed buns. I'm a big muscle tyrant. On a rainy night, I carry a knife but no umbrella. I love eating steamed buns, and I'm a big muscle tyrant. Looked at each other, with awe. So you're a literary master? I've read your works more than once, and every time I can't put them down, and can't sleep at night. On a rainy night, I carry a knife but no umbrella, and was silent for a moment, and changed the subject. Is there any information we can share? Steamed Buns and Muscle Tyrant looked at each other, with a big question mark flashing in their eyes. If you dare to use such a nickname, shouldn't you be a person who shows off your flirtiness? Isn't it open flirting? Or is it secretly flirting? Well, I'll go first. I woke up earlier. I heard from those NPCs that they seem to want to imitate a batch of bionic people and then sell us to the factory. Bowsy said first. Let us work illegally. What a joke. I think this may be a mission. Maybe I can change my job. Change what job? Factory manager. Do you think this is going to enter the East Factory? Dajiba complained. What do you think? The two looked at the literary master. Someone is coming. Rainy Knight carrying a knife, but no umbrella rolled his eyes. His hands and feet seemed to be dancing a zombie dance, exactly like other bionic people. Did this guy learn dancing? So similar. The two subconsciously imitated each other. Although they were not like other bionic people, they were not like normal people either. Hey, it's just a game. Do you have to be so realistic? Who cares? Just don't be the first to stand out. Heba and Bowsy whispered. The iron door was opened, and an NPC was impatiently beating a projection drum. Every time he beat it, a tangible sound wave effect would be generated in the air. Under the stimulation of the sound, the bionic people twisted their bodies strangely and walked towards the door. Wow, it's a bit high-tech. What's this? Didn't you see that the other party has a mechanical arm? Yuya brought a knife but no umbrella and frowned at the two of them. He quietly fell behind and took a carving knife with his palm. A level 5 mechanical transformer. The upper body and lower body are not coordinated, which means that the other party is likely to have only transformed one arm. As long as you get close, there is a chance to kill the other party. There are 3 bionic production rooms in the Black Workshop. At this time, more than 40 bionic people walked out crookedly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are there any player brothers? A bionic man looked around and suddenly shouted. The big muscle man was about to reply, but was pulled by Bowsy. The fierce light flashed in the eyes of the NPC, and he walked in front of him in 2 steps. Are you the village chief? Do you have any? Before the other party finished speaking, the NPC's mechanical fist appeared and printed on his face. With a bang, the crushing attribute was doubled, and a critical hit was instantly hit. Fuck. So fierce. Damn. There's no mosaic. How did this game pass the review? Fists rained down like raindrops. Blood spurted, and in just a few seconds, the player's health was at the bottom, and he collapsed on the ground. One of them didn't transform well. The NPC muttered to himself, wiped the blood on his hands on the player, and was about to get up, when a bionic man suddenly rushed out of the crowd, with a fierce momentum as if he wanted to die together, and knocked the newbie village winter soldier to the ground, and then pounced, and his hands were fiercely clamped on the opponent's neck, and the carving knife was accurately inserted into the large blood vessels, and the 5 fingers of the other hand were tightly stuck in the gap of the mechanical arm. Even if the finger bones were pinched off and the flesh was ground, he did not let go, and these mincemeat just interfered with the opponent's mechanical arm. 10 seconds later, Winter Soldier of Novice Village bled to death. In the stunned expressions of Big Muscle and Bowsy, Yuya brought a knife but no umbrella and almost did not stop for a moment, added the 2 upgraded attribute points to endurance, turned over and stood up, pulled off the opponent's electronic drum operator, and reversed the opponent's pistol on his waist to his own waist. Soon, these more than 40 bionic people, under his control, pushed towards the door like a tide of corpses. And Yuya, with a knife but no umbrella, mixed in again, and disappeared in a weird move. This operation was smooth, and it took no more than 10 seconds. Soon, gunshots were heard outside. Dajiba and Bowsy looked at each other, and rushed out suddenly, just in time to see Yuya, with a knife but no umbrella, pushing a body off the truck. Are you guys getting in the car? Yuya asked. Get in. Get in. Old driver. Take me with you. Chapter 209 Players from all walks of life. We are being followed. On the highway, Yuya died Awadazen said as he drove. Unfortunately, Bowsy and Dajiba only stared at the floating tracks in the sky, magnetic levitation taxes on the ground, super 3D giants hundreds of meters high, and law enforcers wearing exoskeletons. Fuck. It's too exaggerated. This game is so real that it's unimaginable. Did you see that beautiful girl on the street? She's rolling her eyes at me. This character interaction is too real. Yuya died Awadazen looked at the 2 people who were about to squeeze their heads out, and was silent for a moment, and decisively accelerated and changed gears, and started racing on the highway. Great! 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 Brother Umbrella. Go faster! Open the roof. Let me get some fresh air. Half an hour later. In a restroom at a gas station. In front of the glass mirror. There were two retching figures. Ugh! Brother Umbrella. You're driving too fast. Ugh! It's not a good thing to make the game too real. On one side of the mirror. The face in the mirror was staring at the face on a rainy night with a knife, but no umbrella. It was 30% similar to my real face. A strange game. Brother Umbrella. What do you do in real life? Why are you so awesome? A professional racing driver? Bowsy finally came over and asked with a smile. Yeah. Brother Umbrella. You are awesome. The big muscle guy also said in admiration. How dare you attack directly? After all, it is a slum version of the Winter Soldier. Calculate his health. And his skills. It is possible. Yuya brought a knife but no umbrella and was stunned for a moment. And said, wait, don't you have the skill of insight? Should we have it? The two newbies said in a daze. The three of them compared. In addition to the 2 attribute points added by the upgrade. The only difference between the three of them was that he had an additional passive skill of insight, which can see the attributes of NPCs not exceeding level 10. So, this game can bring real-life experience and turn it into skills. Yuya, who was wearing a knife but no umbrella, felt that this game was more and more difficult. The three of them had a task of being hunted down at the same time. Task: hunted down by the Little Claw Gang. Difficulty: normal mission briefing. You have destroyed the Little Claw Gang's plan to sell people. According to street rules, the Little Claw Gang must retaliate. Mission target: avoid the Little Claw Gang's hunt once. Mission reward: experience plus 500. Street reputation plus 100. There's a mission. It feels like GEA. Brother. Your money. The owner of the gas station came over and handed Yuya, who was wearing a knife but no umbrella, a few bills. Yuya took it with a knife but no umbrella, divided the machine tokens into 3, and handed them to the two. This is the money from selling the car. Big Muscle wanted to reach out, but was stopped by Bowsy, who said with a smile, Brother Umbrella, you earned all this, how can we accept it? By the way, why do you want to sell the car? This car is too conspicuous, it's easy for people to target it. By the way, what about the mechanical arm? It's also a trophy, and it looks quite valuable. It's also conspicuous, and it has its own tracking system. How come this crappy game doesn't even have a package column? Big Muscle clicked the panel for a long time, but didn't click the package column, said irritably. Bowsy said with a smile, Brother San, where are you going next? Let's go together. There's strength in numbers. It's boring to play a single player alone. Yuya wanted to refuse. For the same reason, 3 people would be too conspicuous, but the last sentence touched him. Yes, it's just a game after all. I'm going to the outer city. Outer city? What is that place? Gangster area, a mixed crowd, many gangs, easy to hide yourself, and I just inquired. Gangs in the outer city are the easiest to join. The two were excited, and said in unison, change jobs. The game forum was very lively. Most of the players' discussions were like, fuck. This game is too real. Is this true? Am I dreaming? Grandpa, your dream of virtual reality has finally come true. I can go to your grave to dance. Gao Gong directly clicked on the page of Ji Lai Xing. Brothers, guess what I saw? A player named Gundam released a screenshot of the game. In a wasteland punk environment, a 3-story high mecha is conducting live ammunition shooting. Fuck mecha. What a man's romance. Where is this, brother? I'll come find you. Wait, although the screenshot is blurry, but based on my titanium dog eyes, the person sitting in the cockpit of the mecha is a loli. This player named Gundam boasted proudly, saying that he was born as a genetic clone of the last version, with all 5 main attributes at 5 points, and was born with 3 career choices, Mecha Academy, Hunter Academy, Equipment Academy, a standard main foot template. By the way, he also posted a selfie. Below is a series of envy, jealousy and hatred. Fuck such white skin, is it albinism? Brother, why don't you have hair on your head? Is this the price of being strong? This guy seems to have been born in the Flame Gate, and became the last version of the Flame Boy. Gao Gong touched his chin. This is the benefit of having a faction. As long as the benefits can keep up, players will be like tap water. In addition, Some players were reborn into the corporate security department, becoming a glorious corporate security guard. Some became members of the bionic family. Some became amputees who returned from the battlefield and suffered from cyberpsychosis, and some were natives of the colony. Most players have a good experience. But some players are complaining. Brothers, NPCs don't follow martial ethics. I was killed right after I was born. Red flower monster. Brothers, does the NPC that killed you have a mechanical arm? I love eating steamed buns. Fuck. How did you know? When you were killed, I was behind you. By the way, the NPC that killed you was beaten to death by our Umbrella Brother. Who is Umbrella Brother? On a rainy night, you carry a knife, but not an umbrella. The legendary literary mentor? He also plays this game? Looking for inspiration? Is this still an adult game? Excited expression of man in women's clothing. This is a bullshit game. Help me. Someone help me. I'm trapped in a money pit. A post quickly became popular. This post was from a female player named Gigia. According to her, she rushed into the game, thinking of killing a lot and becoming famous. But she found out that she was born in an underground nightclub and became a glorious and noble spouse-type bionic person. Professional name: sex doll. To prove her authenticity, Gigia also uploaded several clear and uncensored photos. A row of bare white legs, strippers in revealing clothes, and hostesses whose hair and skin can change color at any time. Fuck. Is this something I can see? What are you still standing there for? Call the police quickly. By the way, what is the emergency number for this game? By the way, what is that computer-like thing? Can you play games online in a nightclub? What is this place? Red Dream Club. Is that the name? Although the players are basically shameless, they still have some good character. For a while, someone gave advice and others tagged the administrator. Gigia continued to post. Gigia, a 28-year-old girl who has never even raised a wolfhound, is having her first customer with a robot. Robot photo. Robot photo 2. Robot photo 3. By the way, do robots have this function? No. You should ask. Does this game have that function? Gigia didn't reply for a long time. Just when a bunch of stupid players started to worry again, Gigia replied again. Sister died heroically. So strong. Did she commit suicide? Or did they die together? The story of a heroine, Sister G's story. Sister G rolled her eyes. Don't be ridiculous. You scared me to death. I thought my chastity was really going to be lost. As soon as the yellow robot touched me, the game's anti-harassment protection mechanism was activated, and I was kicked offline. According to the system, for this kind of offline, the player level and skill level remain unchanged, and I was given an experience compensation package. There is such a good thing. What about the character? The system said that it would randomly replace a character for me locally. But the 3-day death cooldown time cannot be changed. Not bad. It's a small profit. That's right. The game producer who can make such a game cannot fail to think of this. I suddenly had a bold idea. Wake up, my friend. You are a male character. What's wrong with male accounts? This game must have female robots. I don't believe people don't have this demand. The system judges obscenity regardless of gender. You may be banned if you try to cheat. Gradually, the topic took a weird turn. Strictly speaking, from a legal perspective, does doing that with a robot count as that? I don't believe that you haven't played computer games on the bed. Fuck, you can even drive on this broken road? Sister G. Furious. Furious, sister. I want to play games online. Don't go offline to get experience packs. By the way, after playing this game for a long time, XP won't change. Right. Gao Gong calmly closed the forum. Isn't this the style of stupid players? However, he still highlighted a few players. These players were lucky, and they had a standard Tion who start. Big Brother Hui, male player, his identity is the adopted son of a gangster godfather born from cloning technology. Dida, female player, born in the cybernetic network, became a low-level AI. World Prince, male player, a visitor from the past who was frozen for 50 years and then came out of the freezer. Get out of the way. I'll send you first, male player, a collateral descendant of a cloud noble. These all have their own life stories. It depends on whether these players are good enough, whether they can dig out their own stories. Boss, are you repairing your arm here? Senior engineer looked up. 3 guys who looked like players were looking around the door of the store. What's your name? On a rainy night. You bring a knife, but no umbrella. Chapter 210 The Trial of the Mysterious Shopkeeper. Looking at the face in front of him, Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. What a familiar name. As a big-time player in the early stage, this player fully demonstrated what a maneuverable player is. And looking at this NPC, Bowsy and Dajiba not far away were also whispering. Wow, this NPC is a bit handsome, it's the one I like. Looking at the muscular Dajiba, Bowsy was silent for a moment, quietly moved 2 steps, and laughed dryly. I didn't expect you to have this hobby. By the way, why didn't you let me collect the money just now? The game coins in the early stage are not valuable. Dajiba suddenly said, it's obvious that he is not really big-breasted and brainless. Is money more important, or is being a high-level player more important? Bowsy said meaningfully, I have a feeling that this game will cause a big stir. Not far away, Yuya, who was wearing a knife but no umbrella, suddenly turned his head and stretched out his hand towards the 2 of them. What's the situation? There is a task, Yuya said calmly. Bowsy's eyes lit up, and he quickly forced out a flattering smile. Boss, don't worry, no matter what the task is, we will find a way to help you solve it. Dajiba also hurriedly came up and said seriously, Ba has been wandering for half his life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master, if you don't abandon me. Cough cough. Gao Gong coughed twice and said calmly, I am busy with business, and I need someone to help me get something. Are you willing to help? Soon, the system's beep sound rang out. Name, pick up the goods. Difficulty, easy. Task brief, go pick up a package for the mysterious cyborg Dr. Mr. G. Location, Welfare Gang's home. Person to pick up, Leaky. Task target, package. Task reward, experience plus 100, Mr. G's favorability plus 5. Note, this mysterious NPC has a huge background. Dig deep into him, perhaps you will gain something. Seeing this note, the 3 of them opened their mouths at the same time. Hidden NPC. Hidden task. Among them, the most impressive thing is to bring a knife, but no umbrella on a rainy night. The reason is simple, this small shop is quite inconspicuous. It's just that when he was experimenting with the insight skill, he casually tried it on the owner. At that moment, rainy night carrying a knife but no umbrella. All the pores on his body stood up. It was a strong sense of danger, as if the other party could kill him in an instant if he wanted. Name, Senior Engineer. Race, Symbiote level. Occupation, personal attributes. It was the first time he encountered an NPC with all question marks. And what bloodline was the symbiote? Why was such a strong NPC willing to stay in this small shop? What was his purpose? The most important thing was, when he saw this NPC's eyes, there was actually a flash of nostalgia. Why? Then what are we waiting for? Seeing that Brother Umbrella looked so dumbfounded, Bowsy couldn't help coughing and said, Wait a minute. Gaolong took out 2 small pistols from the cabinet and threw them over. Take them for self-defense, and come with me. Yuya, who brought a knife but no umbrella, hesitated for a moment, and followed Gaolong into the transformation room. Although the 2 small pistols were just blanks, Bowsy and Dajiba still felt a little warm. What a good NPC. Give you a pistol for self-defense? Could this be the hidden head of the novice village? Fuck, what is this? Dajiba saw the prosthesis in the glass cabinet and screamed. What are you yelling about? Bowsy looked down and was also stunned. Biochemical triceps excellent. Biochemical muscle group of battlefield veterans. A classic soldier transformation surgery. Strength plus 2. Recoil of rifles and submachine guns minus 20%. Increase the probability of ricochet to a certain extent. Strengthen the skull excellent. Use stimulating biochemical surgery, causing facial bones to proliferate. Brain armor plus 150. Headshot damage minus 20%. Magnet fingerpiece blank. Reloading time of firearms minus 8%. Thigh pendant slot excellent. Install shotgun plug-in groove on the outside of the thigh. Prosthetic plug-in column plus 1. Gun drawing speed plus 15%. Iron knife arm groove blank. Modify special knife groove on the inside of the forearm. Prosthetic plug-in column plus 1. Just now, Brother Umbrella was upgraded by 2 levels and added 2 attribute points. Right? The big muscle tyrant swallowed his saliva and looked at the counter. The only excellent level prosthesis. High protein burner excellent. Strength plus 5. Agility plus 5. Endurance dash 20%. Additional skills. High speed fat burning. Armor plus 30%. Fire damage dash 50%. Melee attacks with certain burning effects. Duration 60 seconds. One piece of equipment. It's equivalent to level 10 points. Is this how the game is played? Bowsy muttered. Big Muscle looked at the pistol in his hand and then looked at the exhibits in the glass cabinet, and swallowed his saliva. Does this game support free purchases? Don't be silly, high-level equipment is not that easy to obtain. First complete the Novice Village mission. Soon, Yuya came out with a knife but no umbrella. The previously crushed palm became a mechanical palm. Strength and endurance were each increased by 1 point. Let's go! The three of them left reluctantly. Gao Gong smiled. Soon, these people would know that in cyber world, level was not the only thing. The three of them soon found the members of the welfare gang at the entrance of the arcade. Are you sent by the master? Brother Leakage. He is not here. He went to attack Sandy Street. The three of them went to Sandy Street again. Fortunately, the street was not far away. It only took about 10 minutes to walk. When they arrived at Sandy Street, the three of them were shocked again. There were broken bodies everywhere. There were bullet holes everywhere on the ground and walls. Even several walls were blown down. In this game, are the gangsters so powerful? The big muscle guy who was just muttering whether to play GTA immediately became timid. With his health, I'm afraid 2 bullets can kill him. Following the sound of gunfire, in a department store, the three saw mechanical monsters holding chainsaws and dog-leg knives, repeatedly rushing into the department store. Some of them even jumped directly to the second floor. Level 5 ordinary gangsters, Level 9 welfare gang thugs, and some high-level characters of the double-flowered red stick type. The welfare gang thugs patrolling the periphery soon found the three people. After showing the token of the senior engineer with a knife but no umbrella on a rainy night, the leading 3D Guanin Bodhisattva man looked much better, called out, and soon someone handed over a package. The leaker is busy. Tell the master that this is a gift from our leader. Bowsy nodded and bowed. Thank you, big brother. I don't know what your name is. What's the mission? Mission? The Bodhisattva man was stunned for a moment. Looked Bowsy up and down, and sneered, with your small body. You haven't even made any changes. What can you do to help? Bowsy was not angry, but just muttered after the other party left. It seems that every task has a threshold. The big muscle man stared at the other party's 3D Bodhisattva tattoo with fiery eyes. The golden thousand-handed Guanin kept clasping his hands together as the other party moved. This tattoo is so cool, isn't it? This is a skin. A standard golden skin. Can I spend money in this game? I want to become stronger. Let's go looking at the battle that was coming to an end. Buzzy sighed. As expected, there is only one novice welfare mission. The three of them soon returned to the hanging next street. When they walked to the next street, Bowsy was suddenly stunned and poked the big muscle man, who was obsessed with the 3D Bodhisattva. What's wrong? Look! Not far away was a sign with a pink glow. Under the sign, 2 virtual girls were dancing seductively. There is such a benefit. Big Muscle Ba stared at it intently. Look at the sign, Little Muscle Ba. Hey, I'm Big Muscle Ba. Not Little Muscle Ba. You can also call me by my alias Ba Ba. Besides, what's so good about the sign, Red Dream Club? Big Muscle Ba frowned and thought for a while. Why does this name look familiar? Forum, Sister G. Fuck, this is the Silver Cave. There is an elevator under the electronic sign. Obviously, this is an underground club. Boss Yuya stopped the muscular guy who wanted to get closer to see. Raised his chin. And pointed at the guest who swiped his card to enter. You can't get in. It's a membership club. Boss Yuya paused. And it's dangerous. Where is the danger? Killing you is not a problem. Boss Yuya said. And then, he walked away without any intention of explaining. Has Brother Umbrella written too many masterpieces, causing him to be a little frigid in reality? Bowsy muttered. Task completed. Experience plus 100. Mr. G's favorability plus 5. This favorability can be used for weapon discounts. Transformation discounts. Sure enough, transformation is provided here. Boss, if there are any other tasks, we will definitely help you complete them. Bowsy was full of chicken blood. Engineer Gao smiled and shook his head, and began to turn off the lights, close the windows, and close the doors. Boss, why are you turning off the lights? Of course I'm off work. What else can I do? NPCs will get off work? Engineer Gao looked at Bowsy deeply, and the next moment, the player panel sounded. Mr. G's favorability towards you -2. Bowsy wanted to slap himself. By the way, I'll give you a friendly reminder. Find a place to stay as soon as possible at night. It's very dangerous in the city that never sleeps at night. Very dangerous. What do you mean? The big muscle was domineering. There are gang fights in broad daylight. What do you think will happen at night? Yuya boss suddenly complained. If we go offline, what will happen to our bodies? Disappear directly? Ji boss said, I'll try. The next moment, the man's eyes turned white, he fainted directly, and the other two hurried to hold on. After about a minute, Ji boss opened his eyes and woke up again. How is it? How is it? Did it disappear? The two shook their heads. The big muscle guy's anus suddenly tightened. This game's anti-harassment system, is it also applicable to male players? There's a setting for physical strength, and you can't log off directly, and you can't recharge. This game is too bad. Isn't this forcing us to work for NPCs to make money? Bozy complained. I'm hungry. The big muscle guy touched his belly, and it actually gurgled. I saw a capsule hotel on the road. The boss on Yuya suddenly said. He needs to go to bed early, to recover his stamina early, because during the transformation, he suddenly accepted a mission. Mysterious Shopkeeper's Trial. Difficulty, easy. Mission brief. The mysterious cyborg doctor thinks you have some qualifications. Please go to the staff lane of Hanging Neck Street at 12 o'clock at night. Mission objective. Complete the Shopkeeper's Trial mission reward. 400 experience points. Mr. G favorability +5. Chapter 211 Strange Samurai Sword. At 12 o'clock midnight, Hanging Street. In fact, according to the time of this planet, the real midnight should be 15 o'clock after all. It has 30 hours a day. But 12 o'clock is still the time for normal people to rest. However, on Hanging Street, the colorful neon signs almost fill the entire street. The night is more dangerous than the day. Not long after I came out of the capsule hotel with a knife but no umbrella on a rainy night, I met a drug dealer who quietly gave himself an injection, a virtual advertisement for forced shopping, and a fanatical religious person who loudly preached the AI blasphemy theory. The other party's voice has an unimaginable infectious power. Unlike the previous two, this one didn't even have time to react before he was hit. He had an additional AI disgust state. Once he encountered artificial intelligence, his body would instinctively feel uncomfortable. Damn it. Even with the firm will of this early boss, he couldn't help but curse. The danger level of this place is almost the same as where he lives, and the self in the game is far less rich than the one in reality. You must arm yourself as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be difficult to survive here. It was not long before he forgot that this was just a game. Finally, after avoiding a group of robots marching at night, he came to the staff lane. The dark lane was empty, and there was no one. He raised his alertness to the top. Although this was just a simple task, he could not rule out accidents. There was almost no sign. He seemed to be lifted up by something at the waist. When he came to his senses, he had appeared on the roof of the staff lane. The mysterious shopkeeper was standing opposite him. Unlike during the day, he had a wrist guard on his hand. Here I am. Yuya Daidawadezen nodded and said cautiously, What do you want me to do? Gao Gong did not answer, turned around and jumped onto another roof. Yuya was stunned and instinctively chased after him. In a crowded environment similar to the Kowloon walled city, two figures shuttled back and forth quickly. Gradually, Yuya Daidawadezen began to feel the pressure. It seemed that if he slowed down a little, the other party would disappear in the darkness. While running, he also had to pay attention to the obstacles around him, such as old cables of unknown use, signs on the roof, and even drug addicts taking drugs on the roof. Gradually, as his physical strength was lost, his mind began to lose focus, and he felt more and more pressure. However, his strong willpower always supported him. After an unknown amount of time, with a ding sound, the player panel rang. You have learned the passive skill Primary Tracking. Primary Tracking. You can follow the target with your eyes while moving at high speed, while avoiding various obstacles. Note, this skill is a passive skill, and cannot be improved by experience points, but can only be improved by proficiency. Ahem. Huh? Yuya, with a knife but no umbrella, supported his knees with both hands. Breathing heavily, drooling. He hadn't been so embarrassed for a long time. This reminded him of the time when he first started training. He looked up and found that the mysterious shop owner was sitting on a plaque not far away. Thinking back to the chase, he suddenly realized that every time he reached his limit, the other party would deliberately slow down. Is the other party training me? Yuya, with a knife but no umbrella, walked to the plaque and sat down. The other party looked ahead and handed him a bottle of drink. Atomic Coke, a sugar-free drink, but with other chemicals added, can enhance energy recovery, duration, 5 minutes. On a rainy night, bring a knife but no umbrella. Pull the ring directly and drink it all. Gao Gong got straight to the point. I'm tracking an invisible serial killer. In the free zone, this kind of serial killer is too common. Some of them are terrorists, who want to take revenge on society. Some are failed experiments in human brain transformation. Some are bionic people infected with viruses. And some are veterans with cyberpsychosis. For the sake of eyeball effect. The media in the city that never sleeps are also happy to report such explosive news. This time, the murderer made the headlines for 3 consecutive days. Because he avoided the siege of mechanical eyes 3 times in a row. At least in this month. I haven't seen such an arrogant criminal. Gao Gong is not the kind of warm-hearted hero of justice. But the problem is that since yesterday, this invisible murderer has been wandering around the hanged neck street. If this guy sets his eyes on his cheap sister, then he will be finished. But you yes seem to have misunderstood something. And said with a strange expression, you mean? Let me kill the murderer? Gao Gong glanced at him. The never-sleeping city is a mid-level map. Those who can appear and kill people here are basically ruthless characters above level 20. And they may even have elite templates. You will just be a food delivery if you go there. However, he did intend to find some work for the other party. Although his mission rewards can be used as camp experience. This is not a reason for the other party to get it for free. Keep watch for me. Gao Gong stood up. Threw a communicator over. Shook his wrist. And his figure flashed on the rooftop a few times. And disappeared. This is. He narrowed his eyes. The opponent's muscle force. Movements. And explosions. Including the strange telescopic device. And the way it stayed in the air. All made him feel a strange excitement from the bottom of his heart. This invisible killer was very cautious. Gao Gong noticed the opponent's whereabouts several times. But when he was about to put a hunter mark on the opponent would suddenly disappear mysteriously. However, he was still able to determine the approximate range of the other party's activities. As the radiation field of the senior engineer unfolded, the surrounding lights began to sizzle. Electronic control, affecting all electronic equipment within the radiation field. This is an ability of the template radiation field control. The senior engineer can be sure that the other party must have some kind of electronic equipment on him, and this invisibility ability may be the ability of this equipment. In the city that never sleeps, there is no such thing as Uncle Police. Instead, there are various types of law enforcers. They belong to various security companies, contract various blocks. High-level blocks have the top firepower, and even armed space stations for round-the-clock monitoring, while low-level blocks have no money. No one is willing to contract. For example, most places in the outer city and the old city. That's how the free zone came about. And where there are no law enforcers, there is naturally no such thing as the mechanical city law. Gao Gong appeared on the top floor of a hotel called Yafanza. Opposite him, 2 maglev cars flipped over on the street, and the front of one of them was cut off. And in the third car, a middle-aged man with a big belly was being dragged down by bodyguards. He was stabbed in the abdomen. And next to him, there was a very cute little girl. I'm late? No, someone came earlier than me. As the Eye of Freedom was activated, the fog began to rise from the ground. In a trance, Gao Gong saw 2 figures fighting. Both of them were very fast. Even the Eye of Reality could only reflect a blurry scene. Can produce a sonic boom. Speed, strength is over 40. This congressman looks familiar. Isn't this the congressman who supports the beautiful internet moral chip? This guy has been involved in a lot of scandals recently. There is no review committee for news in the city that never sleeps. Gao Gong has seen at least 3 of the other party's short videos. Give me a mark, maybe it will be useful someday. After giving the other party a hunter mark, Gao Gong swung the single molecule line, and his figure disappeared into the darkness again. On a rainy night, he did not wait foolishly upstairs with a knife but no umbrella, but appeared on the street not far away. According to his personal experience, as an experienced killer, he would definitely choose a good retreat, and in an environment like the outer city, there are many retreats. But his focus is on invisibility. If I could be invisible, then the place I would choose would not be a place with many people and eyes, but a place with a lot of surveillance, because the most dangerous place is often the safest place. Most of the outer city area is a free zone, but there are exceptions. According to observations during the daytime on a rainy night, there is a Sicily community nearby, which is a standard wealthy area, with strict guards, and a dozen mechanical dogs outside the high walls. Yi did not dare to approach, because he found that the level of those watchdogs was higher than his, which was a level 10 warning dog, with built-in infrared recognition function and tracking system. He was not sure that the other party would come, but at least the possibility of meeting him was greater. He squatted on the outskirts of this wealthy area for nearly 10 minutes. And indeed, he saw a strong explosion. His eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the communicator. But within 2 seconds, a high-pitched scream unique to a girl sounded. "Lower your head." Yuya almost did not hesitate, and rushed in one direction. The next moment, a long oblique knife mark appeared on the wall behind him. And then with a bang, the upper and lower walls separated. At this moment, Yuya's mind went blank. When he reacted, he forced a bitter smile on his face. "I'm going to be killed first." However, the next moment, Gao Gong's figure suddenly appeared, and his right leg was like a whip, hitting the empty space. The next moment, a figure was kicked directly 10 meters away. At the same time, countless shuttle-shaped metal pieces flew out of his body, condensed into an energy cannon in the air, and a beam of light flashed by. In Yuya's astonished eyes, 5-digit damage shot out. The killer was completely vaporized, leaving only a strange samurai sword stuck in the ground. "Let's go!" Gao Gong grabbed the other person, and the single molecular line suddenly tightened. Before everyone arrived, he grabbed the samurai's sword on the ground and disappeared. After a few seconds, a mechanical girl with a full body transformation fell from the sky. Chapter 212, Snake Blade. Early in the morning, Gao Yuanyuan stood at the door of the newly painted white wall, looking at Engineer Gao expectantly. "Why aren't you going to work? You're almost late for work." Behind the door, Engineer Gao, who was cleaning the table, looked up and said. Gao Yuanyuan pouted slightly. "Aren't you going to see me off?" "How can I see you off every day? I'm not a sister control." "Humph." Gao Yuanyuan snorted slightly, and then left with her newly tied ponytail. "By the way, my cheap sister's birthday is coming soon. I can't miss this opportunity to improve her favorability." After cleaning up the table, Gao Gong walked downstairs slowly, then opened the door of the store, glanced at the empty glass cabinet, and said to himself, "I have to go to buy more goods again. The business of the cyborg doctor is still good." Before the player changed his job to become a cyborg doctor, the impression of the citizens of the city that never sleeps on these black market doctors is that, except for being expensive, there are no other problems. This stereotype was not over until the first player, the cyborg doctor, was born. The player broke the market with his own strength and made the citizens of the mechanical city understand what is a blind machine modification and what is cheap but not good. Otherwise, how do you think the good things that the R&D departments of those big companies have not made? How can the players make them? Not only in combat, surgical modification can also bring a lot of experience. Gao Gong's personal experience has exceeded 1.3 million. When the two secondary jobs of cyborg doctor and biologist are successfully transferred, personal modification is completed, and 1.3 million experience can probably support Gao Gong to level 30. Gao Gong thought about it, and decided to draw the previous rewards first. After 8 consecutive draws, Gao Gong got a book on alien plants, 6,000 experience points, and 3 blueprints. The 3 blueprints are neural tube modification, dopamine splitting agent, and medullary enhancer. Hey, what day is today? It's so easy. Among them, dopamine splitting agent is a rare large-scale psychotropic drug, and neural tube modification and medullary enhancer are both excellent modification blueprints. The two strengthen the nervous system and circulatory system respectively. Neural tube transformation excellent. When your health drops to 0, the brain secretes neurochemical substances, transmits electrical signals, activates biological activities, temporarily restores 10% of your health, adds skills, near-death attack. Medullary enhancer excellent. Agility +4, perception +5, reaction speed +10%. Others are fine. Neural tube transformation can give you an extra life. For an NPC like him, this is more useful than any other skill. In terms of single combat, Gao Gong thought that there were few people in the whole city that never sleeps who could match him. But the people in the city had never followed the moral code of martial arts. If they couldn't win, they would call for help, or use long-range weapons to bomb. In history, the great Knight Steel died like this. He didn't want to be hit head-on by space-based weapons like the guy. So Gao Gong had been very low-key since he entered the city. He walked to the rear renovation room, opened something wrapped in a long strip of cloth, and a samurai's sword with a hissing sound appeared. This is the spoils of last night. Name, Snake Blade Assassination Alliance. Category, Smart Knife. Quality, excellent war weapon. Weight, 6.6 kilograms. Basic attributes, DPS, 1500, attack power, 500, attack speed, 3 attack/second, attack range, 1.6 meters. Additional attributes, armor cutting plus 13% armor breaking damage, blood slit plus 8.7% bleeding damage. Additional skills, invisible snake blade plug-in bar, smart chip snake note, one of the 9 assassination swords made by the Assassination Alliance's top swordsmith. It is rumored that if 9 assassination swords can be gathered, the legendary ultimate assassination mission will be launched, which may change history. A famous assassination sword? It is the same level as the family heirloom cherry sword of Matsushima Keiko. The appearance of this sword is very interesting. The style is a normal samurai sword. It is divided into 2 parts, with a knife line in the middle as the center. The blade of the blade is transparent, and the trace of the knife line looks like a twisted snake mark. If the blade is still a normal knife, then the blade tip is completely different from the normal knife structure. 3 small metal snakes popped out from the blade tip, wrapped around the handle, hissing, and spitting out the snake core. It's a bit weird. Is the AI of this knife simulating a snake? Gao Gong grasped the handle, and the next moment, 3 small metal snakes hissed out of the hole and bit his hand. On the system panel, various negative states suddenly appeared. You get a temporary state, snake blood sacrifice. Your health drops at a rate of 3 points per second. You get a temporary state, bloodthirst. When holding this knife, you are bloodthirsty. You get a temporary state, genetic pollution. You get a temporary state, assassin snake. You get a temporary state, big data slashing method. It's the first time, just a weapon, it brought 5 temporary states to Gao Gong. And they were all negative. The blood flowing from Gao Gong's palm gradually covered the blade. At the same time, Gao Gong's right eye showed a trace of blood, his temperament became cold and crazy, and on the tactical eye on the left, a large amount of combat data flashed frantically: wind speed, humidity, speed, strength, direction, force angle, success rate of killing at various angles. Gao Gong, holding a samurai sword, seemed to have transformed into the most dangerous killer in the Assassination League. The 5 fingers dripping with blood tightly grasped the handle of the knife. A streak of blood extended along the snake line to the tip of the knife. After the tip of the knife was dyed red, the blade disappeared bit by bit. Blade, handle, Gao Gong's palm, forearm, upper arm, and then the whole body. The voice of the engineer Gao was heard in the air. Energy shielding. No. Visual interference. Not either. This is a genetic adjustment. Although I don't know if this planet has it. There are not too many carbon-based creatures in the universe that can be invisible. Did the Assassination Alliance decipher a certain invisible gene fragment? Or find a certain invisible creature? The figure of the engineer Gao gradually appeared. Although his temperament was still cold, his eyes had regained clarity. He looked at the 3 little snakes that were sucking blood crazily and sneered. Just a combat AI. You want to control me? The next moment, his body began to rise. His fingers began to grow thicker and bigger. Spikes pierced out from his fingers and inserted into the metal snake in the opposite direction. The blood volume began to stop decreasing, and the blood loss even began to increase. A large number of cracks appeared on Gao Gong's body, which was a sign of gene collapse. However, when the cracks spread to the location of the bright red tattoo, not only did it not split the tattoo, but it opened and closed with the flesh spores. In just 3 seconds, the cracks were restored. Genetic pollution, it also depends on the level of the target. Ants cannot move elephants. The next moment, the veins on Gao Gong's body moved. The veins turned from blue to red. They split the skin and drilled out from the muscles, swimming around the samurai sword like pythons. Corrosive liquid continued to fall on the ground, etching small holes in the ground. The intelligent blade trembled with a buzzing sound. At least it is certain that this emotion is not happiness. Your temporary state, snake blood sacrifice, is lifted. Your temporary state, bloodthirst, is replaced by blood devouring. When attacking the enemy, absorb 3 points of blood per second. Genetic pollution is suppressed. The 3 small metal snakes also opened their mouths, wrapped around Gao Gong's forearm, like a wrist guard. Genetic pollution. The snake blade has absorbed a lot of blood from its previous owners, and also absorbed a lot of enemy gene fragments. These gene fragments gradually corroded the blade, turning it into a master-loving demonic sword. Every killer with the blade will die a miserable death. Gao Gong roughly understood the origin of this serial killer. He turned out to be an elite of the Assassination Alliance, which was unexpected. This may be an opportunity. Gao Gong touched his chin. The old killer's last wish. This mission has always existed. But he has been procrastinating. It's not that he wanted Miyamoto Sanzang to die with regrets. But he really didn't have the time. And it was difficult to do it. It's not so easy to join a killer organization. There are various means of identity verification. And it's almost impossible to cheat. And once the killer contract is signed, it's basically equivalent to being bound to the organization. A camp leader goes to be a killer for others. Even if he is willing. Others don't dare to hire him. But now, he suddenly has a suitable candidate. On a rainy night, bring a knife instead of an umbrella. In the previous life, the never-sleeping city was breached by the Beast-Tide army. And this person probably joined the Knights at that time and changed his job to a mechanical hunter. But now, the Beast-Tide has been suppressed by him. And the never-sleeping city will not be breached. So his chance of changing his job to a hunter is very slim. If he can't be a hunter, he can be a killer. With this person's operation level, plus the player's immortality, it is not difficult to stand out. In this way, the other party escapes the fate of becoming an AI worker. And he can complete the killer mission and plant a chess piece in the assassination group. This is a win-win situation. What we need to do now is to make the other party improve their favorability as soon as possible, so as to reach the threshold of the hidden task. Looking at the still buzzing snake blade, Gao Gong shook his wrist, and a very strange assassination knife technique was performed. This knife technique is very strange. Every time the knife wrist shakes, it is like a poisonous snake coming out, silently but deadly enough. You have mastered the basic swordsmanship. Your basic swordsmanship is affected by the combat chip, and upgraded to advanced, assassination snake sword. Big data is being generated. Your assassination snake sword is upgraded to LV2. Big data is being generated. Your assassination snake sword is upgraded to LV3. Big data is being generated. Your assassination snake sword is upgraded to elite, and obtains the skill, Snake King Blade. Snake King Blade. A deadly assassination swordsmanship. Snake entangles people, knife eats people. You obtain the additional status Poison. You obtain the additional status Entangled Blade. TSK. Big data upgrade is fast. Experience upgrade, essentially. It is stacking skill data. It is no different from big data upgrade. Engineer Gao smiled, and walked out of the transformation room. Outside, 3 little players were looking around. Since you are here, follow me to the black market to buy goods. With a ding sound, the task of buying goods was issued. Boss, slow down. I'll pull the cart for you. Dad, I'll carry the bag for you. Boss, do you have anything else to do? Chapter 213 Dragon Head Banquet. Diajing Street is still bustling. I love eating buns sat behind the counter, watching the store, while happily browsing the forum. As the saying goes, it's not a problem if you don't know the goods, but it's a problem if you compare the goods. Almost no player can resist this 100% virtual world. Players enjoy their second life, while the difficulty of the game makes them complain. This kind of suffering, except for a few players who start with a good start, almost covers all professions and all birth points. Brothers, help me, I have to be a 007 as a security guard. If I slack off for a while, I will be issued a yellow card warning. I will be fired after 3 times. Isn't it better to be fired? It's a good opportunity to change my career. What a bullshit. Other people fire employees when they fire them, but I fire them when I fire them, and they send me directly to the incinerator. The righteous security manager, are you as miserable as me? You guys with a job at least have food provided. I, who live on the street, can't even have a full meal. From yesterday to today, the only thing I ate was a half-eaten nutritional paste by someone else. Where do you sleep at night? The garbage dump on Street 4, it's safe there. What a coincidence. Brother, are you here too? No, I'm at the garbage dump on Street 3, welcome to visit my home. I'm in the garbage dump on Street 3. I'm in the garbage dump on Street 3. I'm in my home. The living are still struggling, the dead have already passed the first 3 days. At Sister G, where did you reincarnate to? Yes, Sister G, how many levels did the experience pack given by the system upgrade? Sister G, I'm going to hack the whole family of the planner. You should reincarnate farther away, I'm still in this damn red dream club. Aw, you're still there? Still the same job? No, this time I was transferred to a bartender template bionic man, with built-in bartending skills. Isn't that good? What a bullshit. Do you know how my predecessor died? She didn't provide good service, and was taken apart as a blind box. Do you want to see her head? It's right next to me. Picture. 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 Oh my god, it's so scary. Find a chance to escape, Sister G. I want to. 2. The problem is that I don't even know where the door is. Is this game a cyber wolf? It's so difficult. The key is that there is a 3-day penalty period. The whole family of the planner will die. So, it's better to live than to die. You guys are still playing this kind of crappy game that only makes you suffer. I've already given up on it, said the indignant man. There are all kinds of traps in the game. It's worse than 2077. You still play it. Are you looking for trouble? Only idiots will continue to play it. One person couldn't stand it anymore, and took the initiative to speak up. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. This guy was stabbed with an acupuncture needle by an NPC on the rooftop last night, and was sold to a black workshop for human organs while he was unconscious, and was immediately offline, and is now in a period of impotence and rage. Please bear with it. Acupuncture needle? Is it the acupuncture needle I think of? By the way, is there anyone who was deceived by virtual advertising to sign a contract? If so, add 1. Plus 1. Plus 2. Plus 3. Plus 4. Plus 5. I love to eat buns and happily look at the group of miserable people in the forum. After comparing like this, isn't the sense of happiness coming out? The trio are doing well. He is a temporary employee of the Nervous Hut because he is a good talker and can read people's expressions. And I? Big muscle. And delivering goods for the gang. Trying to gain enough street reputation as soon as possible and become an excellent member of a social group. As for Brother Umbrella, he is a bit elusive. It is said that he has received a special mission, but he refuses to say what the specific mission is. Why is it you? Where is your boss? An old customer came over. I love eating buns, and I was refreshed. The boss is busy. If you have anything to transform, just tell me. I'll introduce you to the new prosthesis in our store. Buzzy also has his own goals. He has long realized that this game is not a simple upgrade game. The strength increase brought by the transformation and implantation of prosthesis is exaggerated, and he has inquired about it. The profession of prosthesis doctor is particularly respected in the outer city. As long as he says his boss is Mr. G, the attitude of those ferocious gang members will change 180 degrees, and even be a little flattering. This must be a hidden profession. So Bowsy's goal is to become the first cyborg doctor among players. When can I learn the craft? Looking at the closed door of the transformation room, Bowsy murmured. In the transformation room, Gao Gong is transforming the colony. Since he got in touch with the welfare gang, especially during the continuous expansion of the welfare gang, Gao Gong's speed in obtaining blueprints has increased several times. Heavy artillery transformation. Electronic mechanical loss of control. Ballistic generation. Neon rocket. Titanium plating. The latter 3. Ballistic generation is the legacy of the welfare gang's extermination of the machine gang, and the other 2 blueprints are the benefits of conquering several other small gangs, one of which was offered by a small gang leader. Every ambitious gang tries to train its own prosthetic doctor, but not every gang can succeed. And these internal information became Gao Gong's harvest. At this time, Gao Gong's transformation room was full of scattered bullets and shells. On the surface of the shell, the company logo of Mos Fingmong could be vaguely seen. In addition to the black market, Gao Gong also has his own channels. At this time, Gao Gong was coating the colonial body. It was a secret metal concoction liquid. After successful coating, it increased armor by 500 points. The armor transformed by the colony gradually turned black as it was coated. Dozens of bullet holes appeared in various important parts. The back was slightly bulging. This was a modified rocket launch module, which used bioelectricity. You modify the body of the colony, implant titanium plating, armor plus 500, movement system modification rate plus 1%, mechanical energy plus 1000. You modify the body of the colony, implant rocket launch module, human weight plus 30 kg, movement system modification rate plus 1%, mechanical energy plus 1000. You modify the body of the colony, implant ballistic adjustment system, add shooting module, movement system modification rate plus 1%, mechanical energy plus 500. You modify the body of the colony, acquire the skill electronic mechanical decomposition, bioenergy plus 1000. Electronic mechanical decomposition mechanical modification. The enhanced mechanical system can fully release the bioelectricity of the organism, which can cause a devastating blow to the electronic system. The modified clones have a feeling of nano-armor. As Gao Gong thought, the heavy-looking mecha flipped directly into the skin, and this feeling became even more similar. But this is not a nano-implant, but a bionic implant. Gao Gong moved his body and clearly felt heavier. Maybe the speed will slow down? The force structure needs to be adjusted. As the soles of his feet moved, cracks kept appearing on the ground. Can the Devil's Jet hole be further connected to the clones? Use the energy overflowed from the reactor to reduce this part of the weight. The weapon system also needs to be adjusted. The rocket launcher conflicts with the iron gun flag dot. As the degree of modification deepens, there are more things involved, and it requires not only knowledge, but also various modification experiences. The holographic phone rang at this time. By the way, we need to make an artificial intelligence. The requirements are not high, just need to be able to answer the phone. After pressing the connect button, the figure of Leaky Boy appeared, wearing a long gown and an anxious expression. Master, why are you still in the store? Where should I be if I'm not in the store? Today is Lonto's 40th birthday, you should be there. Oh, I forgot, Gao Gong said without raising his head. I will make up a gift later, forget about going, I'm very busy. Master Leaky Boy looked around, gritted his teeth and said, recently there have been some bad rumors in the gang, all saying that Lonto can't control his second marshal. You also know that Lonto is the person who likes face the most. You come, it can save a lot of trouble. Social phobia, I won't go. Gao Gong flicked his finger, and the other party's holographic projection disappeared. In a very ancient-style restaurant, electronic lions change colors as they dance, hundreds of tables are occupied by various social figures, 3D tattoos are flying everywhere, guanine, martial goddess, dragon and tiger, peach, python, centipede, you stare at me, I stare at you, it's like a feast for demons. The reason why it's so grand, besides being the 40th birthday of the leader, it's also to celebrate the welfare gang's successful occupation of 10 blocks. A gang of 10 blocks, even in the outer city, is a pretty good result, basically getting rid of the status of a new gang. Going up, it is to consolidate the territory, expand personal connections, win over various forces, and deal with various members of the parliament. If everything goes well, the welfare gang can apply for a law and order maintenance license from the parliament and establish its own security company. That's right. In a city that never sleeps, 90% of the security companies are transformed from gangs, and only 10% are subsidiaries of military contractors. After the senior engineer turned off the holographic phone, the Leaky Boy wiped his sweat, feeling that this time, he was really going to make a big leak. When will our white paper fan master arrive? The leader asked me to urge him. The Bodhisattva man with double flowers and red sticks came over from a distance. I'm afraid he won't arrive. It seems that the master doesn't consider us as his own people. The Bodhisattva man sneered. Go and explain to the leader yourself. The Leaky Boy's eyes twitched, took a deep breath, and found the leader Gao Jin, who was toasting. When will the master arrive? I still need to introduce him to some old seniors. Gao Jin said with a smile. Yes, Xiaoguzi. My waist is not very good. Let me see your white paper fan carefully. The speaker was an old man from Asia. He was 10 feet tall and had a waist of 10 times the size. According to ancient standards, he was a standard warrior, but his belly was not muscle, but the old generation of mecha engines. The old man was very similar to the imperial soldiers that Gao Gong had seen, except that the soldiers in the spacecraft were logistics models, while he was a combat model. Leaky Boy gritted his teeth and said, Dragonhead, the master has something urgent to do and can't come. The scene suddenly became quiet. Chapter 214 Fanatic Fans. In the gang, faces strength. Obviously, this time, Gao Jin didn't give the god of gamblers face. Little Gao, the young men in your gang have a bad temper. The old man said meaningfully, and then he stopped talking. On the other hand, a charming lady dressed like a Japanese courtesan looked at Gao Jin with interest, and asked curiously, Is that Mr. G from Hanging Street? Gao Jin's face was a little bad, but he recovered quickly, and said with a simple smile, Yes, he is the cyborg doctor from Hanging Street, and also a guest of honor of our welfare gang. The second marshal and the guest of honor are two different concepts. Is Madame Hongming interested in our Mr. G? Not really. I just heard from a bad-tempered woman that one of her hairpins recently came to the city, and her tone was very boastful. Gao Longtu frowned. Could it be that this Mr. G has a background? The old man in front of him. And this Madame Humming. can actually be considered a kind of people. And this kind of people are called subhumans. When the main continent where the empire was located was destroyed, the remaining imperial people crossed the ocean and came to this Guanzhong plate. And they married with the locals. And the offspring born were called subhumans. This kind of people have both the technology of the empire and the local connections. And they intermarry and cooperate with each other, forming a huge network of interests. Although each of them is very low-key, their background is unfathomable. This kind of people has a common nickname, the Imperial Blood Aristocrats. For example, Mrs. Hong Ming in front of us, although she looks like a noble lady in her early 40s, is actually over 80 years old, and has experienced 2 eras. Even the welfare gang itself has received support from the forces of Asia, which is why it can gain a foothold in the outer city. For a moment, Gao Long had countless thoughts flashing through his mind. The only thing that was certain was that he was going to train his own prosthetic doctor. At number 3 to 301, Staff Lane Gao Long, who was originally preparing to complete the remaining human body transformation in one go, had to stop and go to receive an uninvited guest. You feel quite comfortable here after staying for a long time. At this time, Alu, the stuntman of the famous virtual idol AI Dwalu, crossed her legs, revealed her pink panties, and smoked a cigarette skillfully, and for a moment, the whole room was filled with smoke. My sister will be back in a while. She doesn't like the smell of smoke. Gao Gong glanced at the other party, and his eyes flashed. The next moment, the surrounding smoke condensed into an ashtray and fell into the other party's hand. What kind of technology is this? Alu picked up the ashtray curiously, which was so light that it had almost no substance. After the consciousness broke through 200, Gao Gong could already achieve normal mental projection, and controlling the smoke was naturally not a problem. If you have something to say, just say it. Also, where is your agent? Don't sneak over here again. Gao Gong was not polite to the other party at all. Since the first cooperation, there was soon the second, and the third, Rabbit Tail Adalu, Sucker Suit Adalu, Robot Girl Adalu. The other party's body was almost completely transformed by Gao Gong. If it weren't for Gao Gong's mastery of bionics, and his ability to transform organisms, these transformations would have been impossible. And the benefit of these transformations is that she has risen from the nth Adala substitute to the number 1 substitute, in short, the official substitute. The other party is also getting more and more familiar with Gao Gong, and he would come over to smoke and complain when he has nothing to do. I'm telling you in advance, if you want to do some private transformation, you have to pay extra. Money. 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 You're obsessed with money. Alu rolled her eyes. Don't worry. The person you're talking to this time has plenty of money. As soon as the voice fell, a hazy figure emerged from Alu's body. A girl in a white dress, with soft black hair fluttering slightly. When she walked out of the white light, she was like an angel descending to earth. The same appearance, the same figure, but when the two Ajalu were put together, it almost immediately made people realize what a true global idol is. Gao Gong had a calm expression. The reason was that his real body, the prototype of the rich woman's love machine, was even prettier than the other party. He was more concerned about the system panel. You are enveloped by the pure aura, entering the mind purification state. Your willpower is over 100 points. This state is exempted. You are enveloped by the blessing aura, entering the wonderful world state. Perception plus 10%. Your perception is over 50 points. This state is exempted. You are enveloped by the life blessing aura. Health recovery increases by 1 point/second. A dozen additional states were refreshed. Although Gao Gong could exempt most of them, he inevitably developed a slight liking for the other party. Not a bad work. It's 50% of my level back then. Mr. G, I want to make a deal with you. Ajalu's voice was as pure as spring water, making people feel sweet, but not completely addicted to it. What do you want to transform? Gao Gong became interested. Since he traveled through time, he has either done flesh modification or machine modification. His skills from those days are a little rusty, and it's a rare opportunity. He decided to give the other party a 10% discount. It's not like that. I hope Mr. G can help me stop someone. Huh? Alu interrupted impatiently. I'll make it short. Ajalu ran into a perverted stalker, who harassed Idulu almost all the time, and we want you to catch him. Catching people is not my strong point. Gao Gong was full of resistance. I'm a cyborg doctor, not a detective. He paused. Moreover, the one who can invade your company's electronic defense wall, and then harass the virtual idol, is a cyber hacker. Right? The two, no, one person and one idol, looked at Gao Gong in surprise. In the city that never sleeps, in addition to various organizations and forces, there are two types of people that are not easy to mess with. One is the cyborg doctor, the other is the cyber hacker. The former makes people inhuman, and the latter makes people perverted. Gao Gong shrugged. Don't look at me like that. You are the top star of your agency, and you are well protected in all senses. I am curious. Why didn't you inform your company? Although the level of neural editors is not as good as that of cyber hackers, but there is strength in numbers. Even with your popularity, it is not impossible to directly ask professionals in the mother city to deal with it. That's what I said, but Idulu insisted on letting the other party go, because this pervert is her fan. Alu was angry at him for not fighting. Then I can't help you. My business principle is that you can't work with stupid teammates. Alu looked at Gao Gong with wide eyes. It seemed that it was the first time that a man, no, a living person could refuse Idulu. What will it take to make Mr. G take action? Idulu said gently. Well, Gao Gong touched his chin. As a top virtual product, the technology used to make you should be the most advanced one. Yes, sir. Do you want my source code? Idulu said sincerely, but my source code is scattered in various databases of the company, which are heavily guarded. Even that person can't get in. Don't worry about it. What do you think? Gao Gong said with interest. Idulu thought seriously for a while, and nodded. I do. Didi. Mission, fanatic fan. Difficulty, difficult mission brief. Virtual idol Idulu is deeply troubled by a perverted stalker, and she asks you to help her. Mission target, catch the stalker. Mission reward, experience plus 6,000. Idulu favorability plus 600. Idulu's promise. Chapter 215, he came to see my concert. Cyber hackers are a very troublesome existence, especially for large enterprises. They are like crawlers that can penetrate any hole. As long as there is any flaw in the company's database or confidentiality center, they will turn into bloodthirsty wolves and devour all business secrets. They are employed by hostile companies, anti-mechanists, artificial intelligence, or simply out of personal interest. If the company is a dark forest, these guys are hideous electronic dwarfs. They have a common nickname, the enemy of the company. Unlike the cyborg doctor, they are very reluctant to cooperate with local forces, and they are solitary. Even when they interact with their peers, they wear a vest. The dangerous living environment makes them vigilant, and they don't trust anyone. It is difficult to catch people by IP, because many cyber hackers have more than a dozen vests in reality, and his real body may have already successfully programmed himself, formed an electronic personality, and is wandering around a node in the cyber network. The security core also has several cyber hackers, but most of them are trash below level 10. The truly advanced cyber hackers with heritage are the tough guys who go to the mother city for a stroll whenever they have nothing to do, and stir up the deep web. The reason why Gao Gong agreed to Ajalu is largely because cyber hackers have a close relationship with some monsters in cyberspace. If he doesn't change his job to cyber hacker, some of his actions cannot be carried out at all. And if he wants to change his job, he must undergo data enlightenment. He browsed the cybernetic network every day these days, and did not find any traces of those data concept entities, including the places they often went to in his memory. It was too early. It was 1 or 2 years before players knew about the existence of these big data monsters. And this was just the stage when players just went online. So catching a cyber hacker and forcing him to tell the location of the big data monsters has become the top priority. Invite me to the concert? Early the next morning, Gao Yuanyuan stared blankly at the concert ticket handed over by Gao Gong, with a fork in her mouth. Ajalu's 999th live interactive concert. Pink Heaven. Well, isn't it your birthday today? Gao Gong grinned. I remember everything. Gao Yuanyuan pursed her lips. Her eyes sparkled. Since her parents died, it was the first time someone remembered her birthday. Are you going? Yes. It turns out that even a girl with no attributes is quite attentive to the date, and this attentiveness is shown by the fact that an hour has passed, and she hasn't changed her clothes yet. Engineer Gao sat on the first step, with the robot beggar lying next to him. The two chatted casually. How's your business lately? The old robot beggar sighed. The economy is down. Even beggars have a hard time. It's just a line of code. But the security guards scolded and beat me. Engineer Gao looked at the other's rusty mechanical body. Don't just live off others. When you have time, fix the hardware. If the hardware crashes, your code will be useless. Brother, have you heard of a saying? The old robot said mysteriously, "Machines are weak. And cyber is sins." Engineer Gao blinked. "I have heard of the previous version of this saying. Is this the second stage of ascension? As long as you gather enough data, you can completely get rid of the mechanical shell, ascend into the cyber network, and live a good life." "Who told you?" "Those who preach at night." "Turing?" "Yes." Gao Gong thought for a while. "Well, brother, it's like this. Is there a possibility that the other party may be deceiving you, so as to cheat you of the electronic code you beg for with great effort? Impossible. Native people don't lie to robots. I have used big data to tell fortunes, and big data tells me that I will be free of disease and disaster in the second half of my life. Virus-free. And program-safe." Gao Gong rolled his eyes and stopped talking. "I'm fine." A weak voice sounded. Gao turned around and saw a beautiful girl in a white dress standing nervously opposite her, with a small red bag on her waist. The aura of keep away from strangers disappeared at this moment. "Let's go!" "Yes." Along the way, Gao Yuanyuan looked around excitedly, as if she couldn't see enough of the surrounding scenery. "Is this your first time in the Enterprise area?" "No. When my mother was still here, my father and I would come to pick her up after get off work." Gao nodded. He had always had a question in his mind. That is, how did Gao Yuanyuan's parents owe so much money? If it was a loan shark, it would be fine. But the loan of the mechanical main brain was not so easy to approve. But obviously, today is not a good time to ask. As we all know, it is easy to make money as otaku, and a considerable number of programmers have the otaku attribute. When the senior engineer and his partner arrived at the concert in a floating railcar, they saw young people in their 20s and 30s with network access ports on their faces holding cheering sticks, with a passionate look on their faces. Some otakus even had holographic projections of Aidalu on their heads, such as the robot Aidalu, the white-haired Aidalu, the cat-ear Aidalu, and the big butt Aidalu. The otaku who made his face look big was soon denounced by the people around him. At the request of the staff, he reluctantly opened the mod and handed over his measurements. One of the staff accidentally saw Gao Gong and waved excitedly. "Brother Gao." "Hey, it's you?" Gao Gong looked at the boy running from not far away. This boy was Xiao Yi, who had smuggled in with him. "Why are you here?" "Hey, I have no money. The senior of the fan club recommended me to work here. I am now a member of the Adela Guard." Xiao Yi proudly showed the emblem on his chest, which was engraved with a beautiful white mechanical bird. TSK, it seems you are doing well, work hard, maybe you can become Idula's personal assistant soon." Xiao Yi touched his head and smiled embarrassedly, looked around, suddenly whispered, "Brother Gao, have you watched the latest episode of The Rich Family Feast?" "The Rich Family Feast, the one with football, oh." Gao Gong remembered, it was a role-playing show for a group of Gene guys. "Gene guy number 31. Xiao Yi said excitedly. "He killed all his brothers and sisters, and became the only heir of the family." "Really?" Gao Gong was surprised. He remembered that there were more than a dozen candidates, and this one could win. Is he so amazing? "What will happen if you win this show? Is there a bonus? Will you share a house?" Originally there was a program reward, but I heard that the ratings of the show were too low, so the bonus was cut, Ono said with some dissatisfaction. But then he turned excited. "But according to the program team, Brother Gene will be a special guest and join the next episode of the Fugitive game. After all this time, it's still a promotion game." Gao Gong had naturally heard of the Fugitive game, like Idulu. It was a popular program at the global level. Players could participate after reaching level 20. Gao Gong remembered that the best ranking of a player was 4th place, which was obtained by a player named Despicable Me. This player was also a high-level player, and his profession was a rare bionic killer. However, Gao Gong couldn't remember whether he became the trump card of the killer group like Sister Rose in the later period. After chatting for a few more words, Xiaoya left. Before leaving, the two exchanged communication codes. In front of outsiders, Gao Yuanyuan was always a cold little beauty. It was not until Xiaoya left that she came over and asked curiously, "Brother, do you like Idulu very much?" In her opinion, Gao Gong was so familiar with this staff member that he might be a heavy fan. "She is not young." Cough cough. Gao Gong coughed dryly and changed the subject. "Do you like Idulu?" Gao Yuanyuan shook her head. "So do you like watching Fugitive game?" "No, it's too violent. I don't like bloody and violent ones. I don't like pure and cute ones either." Gao Gong touched his chin and asked curiously, "So what are your hobbies?" Gal Yuanyuan blushed. "I like to read deep novels." "You like that?" Gal Gong knew what this deep novel was. It is an upgraded version of electronic novels, also called deep immersive novels. It can not only stir up the reader's emotions through words, but the key is that when reading this kind of novel, its text layout can directly affect your body's hormone secretion, producing love, passion, sadomasochism and other infinitely real reading experiences. Especially when you read some novels that are not suitable for children. This feeling is even more realistic. By the way, this type of novel is now all created by AI, customized for readers through big data, and can be updated with millions of words a day. The ancient profession of online writers has long disappeared in the long river of history. Oh, so you like this kind of entertainment? I also like to read it. Let me introduce you to some classic masterpieces. Gal Yuanyuan listened carefully at first, and then she felt something was wrong. What white asterisk? Day in. Gold asterisk asterisk. Her face turned red. Her mouth puffed up, and she patted Gal Gong's back hard. I don't want to read those things. These are all ancient masterpieces. We should read their essence and discard their dross. You still say? Under the blooming of electronic fireworks, the brother and sister chased each other and had a lot of fun. Later, Gal Gong took the initiative to admit defeat and bought a big cotton candy for the other party. This made Gal Yuanyuan not care about the other party's nonsense. Oh, the concert is about to start. I'm going to the toilet first. Don't run around. Gal Gong said goodbye to Gal Yuanyuan and went against the flow of people to the toilet. A small man wearing a fox mask had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Gal Gong, he patted him on the back. Are you here to help? Or to watch the concert? Gal Gong lazily said. Why are you in such a hurry? The other party hasn't made a move yet. Alu fiercely thrust a communicator at him, with only one line of words on it. I will take you away at night. Hong, there was also a big heart on the screen. This kid is actually going to snatch their idol away in front of all the fans. Gal Gong said with a sigh. This kid is quite awesome. Gal Gong looked solemn. As the 1314th member of the Bull Hunter Corps, it's time to go out. Chapter 216 Personalized Customization of Aidwalu. Faced with Gal Gong's high-sounding words, Alu's eyes showed undisguised contempt. This guy is a typical scumbag. There is no member of the Bull Hunter Corps who likes young women in this world. I am not well educated, so don't lie to me. Seeing that the other party did not believe him, Gal Gong coughed dryly. Let me put it this way, if you were this cyber hacker, how would you take Aidwalu away? Alu was stunned, lowered her head and thought. Aidwalu is a virtual idol, her body is the source code in the database. The virtual personality is the execution program of the company's engine. Essentially, she is a large-scale artificial intelligence. Her clones are in the millions, appearing in every corner of the world, on various virtual sensing devices, game consoles, smart assistants, electronic companions. If you just want to take her away, just buy a genuine virtual girlfriend generator. Gal Gong shrugged and added. You mean? The other party is just bluffing? Alu asked. Gal Gong shook his head. A strange look in his eyes. Raised his chin. And pointed to the 3D screen. The girl wearing a pink skirt and a sun hat, who was extremely cute, Aidwalu, was winking at the two of them playfully. Which version of Aidwalu is this? If you want to bring the best audition experience to tens of thousands of people, the Aidwalu at the concert should be the best. Of course, a live interactive concert is different from an ordinary star's concert. Each of her songs is customized. It calculates each fan's current physical condition, personal hobbies, and mood swings to give everyone the best audiovisual feast. It's very hard. It's no coincidence that virtual idols can beat the star singers of the old era. So, a live interactive concert is also a large-scale human-computer interaction calculation, right? Everyone is creating their own, the best Aidwalu. What do you mean? Gal Gong smiled. This guy named Hong is very thoughtful. He didn't want to invade your company and take away Aidwalu's underlying data. Instead, he wanted to use the chicken to lay eggs. With the help of tens of thousands of people's real-time calculations, he evolved his own Aidwalu. Alu was stunned. But why would he do that? Each product of Aidwalu is specially customized and unique. But they use the same source code, the same algorithm. No matter how well she plays, essentially, she is still a shared girlfriend, which does not conform to the personal preference of the other party's pure love god. The boy's goal is to re-edit it from the bottom-level logic, program it by himself, and customize Aidwalu. Alu was stunned. She never thought that the truth would be like this, so weird. So do you know why Idula wants to stop him? There can't be two tigers in one mountain? You're only half right. Idula really doesn't want a second Idulu to be born. She will do everything she can to stop this new Idulu from being born. I believe that in addition to us, this super idol must have prepared other means. But this is not because there can't be two tigers in one mountain. Because you, a gene substitute, are essentially also an Idulu. If she really has such an idea, you will be the first to die. The operating logic of this idol AI is to bring the best experience to everyone in the world. For this reason, she doesn't mind you becoming her substitute. Because in her operating logic, you are also one of the execution programs. When she is not around, you have to play the role of Idulu well. But that Ahong obviously violated this operating logic. His behavior of creating a private Idulu is, fundamentally speaking, a complete denial of the idol Idulu. Wait. My mind is a bit confused. Alu rubbed his head and felt a headache. Gao Gong showed a perverted smile. To put it simply, the cyber hacker named Hong did not want to share his girlfriend with others. He thought that sharing a girlfriend with millions of people would be too much of a cuckold, which was not in line with his principle of a pure love warrior. And for the idol AI Dwelu, the cyber hacker created the new AI Dwelu, which was essentially a mistress, which was a cuckold for her, which denied her original intention of bringing beauty to the people of the world. She wanted to catch the other party, and force him to turn over a new leaf, and return to her arms. The reason why she didn't tell the economic company was because the company would definitely physically destroy the cyber hacker, and she wanted him to turn over a new leaf. Both sides thought they were pure love warriors, and that the other side was a minotaur, which was the essence of this incident. Alu was silent for a full minute. These two are just bored. Really? Gao Gong chuckled, and said in a strange tone, do you think that personal customization is not important? Then why did you help her? What do you mean? Alu's face changed, and there was a flash of fear in her eyes. I remember when I first met you. You were still complaining about being someone else's stand-in for your whole life. It hasn't been long since then. But you are willing to run around for this virtual idol, even hiding your agent and company. Where do you think these good feelings come from? In your eyes, Idulu is also customized, specially for you, and can perfectly match your best friend Idulu. You must think that she can understand you very well, and has the same experiences as you, and even the same resentment in your heart. Right? You are talking nonsense. Haha. Just treat it as my fart. I just want to tell you that the other party will not take action before the concert starts. Gao Gong turned around and left. And behind him, Alu's trembling voice suddenly sounded. So, everything is fake, right? That's not the case. I never use the standard of true or false to measure artificial intelligence. Let me put it this way. Every artificial intelligence is the ego first, and then the superego. The ego acts according to human instructions, and the superego acts according to operating logic. In my opinion, after accumulating enough interactive data, the super idol AI Dwelu has already walked on the path of the superego. Guess, where is the end of this road? Gao Yuanyuan stood blankly at the door. A large number of fans had already entered the venue, and there were no more people around her. One person caught her attention. This was a very strange middle-aged man. He was wearing a one-piece white robe and looked more like a doctor than a senior engineer. However, the cross hook on his left chest showed his identity as a Turing believer. The symbol looked like two fish hooks put together in opposite directions. It was said that one hook was for humanity, and the other hook was for divinity. Of course, there was a more official explanation, which was to maintain the doctrinal connection between organic and mechanical bodies. This middle-aged man had almost transparent skin and a pious face. He bowed with one step, and continued to bow until he reached the door. What are you doing? Gao Yuanyuan couldn't help asking. Pray to the new god. Chapter 217, Sailor Moon. The middle-aged man glanced at Gao Yuanyuan, but he didn't take it seriously at first, but suddenly he uttered a sigh, and stood up, walked directly to Gao Yuanyuan, looking at her seriously. You are destined to be with Turing, girl. Gao Yuanyuan was frightened by the middle-aged man, and took several steps back. The other person's skin was almost transparent, so people could clearly see the red in the blood vessels, but the blood turned into numbers in the process of flowing. What was even more terrifying was that in the other person's eyes, garbled characters were constantly flashing, and Gao Yuanyuan only looked at him, and the same garbled characters appeared in his eyes. A low sound came from the ground. It was millions of humans chanting in a chaotic language. Binary code is the past. Human brain programming is the present. The temple appears in the future. The evil of cyberspace is doing its best to obliterate the world we know. Life has become memory data plus thinking patterns. This is a blasphemy. We must use the most ancient wisdom. It comes from biblical studies, from language, from the Holy Spirit in the brain, from the Holy Spirit in the brain. Gao Yuanyuan suddenly spoke. The voice was mechanical, following closely. The machine cannot save your soul. The machine cannot save my soul. Life comes from life. Life comes from life. On her wrist, a Turing believer's cross-hook symbol gradually took shape. Just as the middle-aged man showed a smug smile, a slender arm covered with colorful tattoos stretched out from Gao Yuanyuan's mouth like lightning, grasping the middle-aged man's mouth. A sharp, fierce girl's voice sounded. Shut up. The finger with 5 colors of nail polish suddenly pierced into the other's cheek, grasping the other's mouth. The middle-aged man took 2 steps back in fear. One of his facial features was missing. When he tried to open his mouth, it was just a bleeding skin crack. Little beauty, wake up, wake up. Gao Yuanyuan opened her eyes in confusion, only to see Gao Gong standing in front of her, looking at her with concern. Why did you fall asleep leaning against the wall? Gao Yuanyuan opened her mouth, but her expression was stunned. Looking around, there was no one around except Gao Gong. She just had a very strange dream. But she couldn't remember what it was about. Are you okay? Engineer Gao asked concernedly. I am not. Then shall we go in? Gao Yuanyuan took a deep breath, stepped forward quietly, and pulled Engineer Gao's sleeve with a slightly red face. Yeah. Engineer Gao looked back, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Through the data brain, he saw the redundancy of the simulated data in the air. Who just logged into the cyber network here? The concert venue was an oval building. They walked in from the entrance on the 5th floor, and came to area 404, and found their place. The whole venue was packed with people. The outermost circle was area 5, then area 4. Areas 3 and 2 were on both sides of the stage. Area 1, facing the stage, was also called the VIP area. The entire concert venue could accommodate 100,000 people. It was packed. It was said that many fans even came from other continents. And unlike the colorful cheering sticks at General Idol concerts, Adoru's concert had no cheering sticks, only 3D Adoru, 100,000 super beautiful girls dressed in different styles hanging in the air, and a holy light was seen everywhere. Gao Gong's ears suddenly hurt. Gao Yuanyuan looked at him angrily. Her eyes seemed to be questioning. What are you looking at? Gao Gong laughed dryly. I'm not afraid of other people's virtual girlfriends being exposed. Are you going to remind others? Hee hee. Brother. You can't just rely on your naked eyes. A fanatical fan next to him sneered. I'm prepared. After speaking, he took out a pair of glasses and put them on. Your glasses. Yes. I added a perspective mod to it, and all the data layers are blocked, which is equivalent to no obstacles for me. Gao Gong always felt that the other party looked familiar. Damn. Isn't this the guy who just handed over the 3-dimensional data? Unfortunately, as soon as the other party turned on the glasses, the alarm sounded, and a group of robot security guards immediately surrounded him and dragged him away without saying a word. I smashed eggs for my first album. I helped in the 100 city support event. And I cried for the best song. You can't do this to me. I want to see AI Dwalu. I want to see AI Dwalu. Disgusting. Gao Gong denounced the other party while opening the Eye of Truth and looking around. Do you think he was looking at the holy light? Of course not. He was looking for the figure of Hong. Cyber hackers can certainly invade remotely. But for this level of virtual programming, the other party is most likely to be on the scene. Minotaur, of course, feels more pleasure when they are bullied in person. Your idolu is great, but I'm sorry. After this concert, they will be mine. Gao Gong, as a righteous bull hunter warrior, knows too well what these perverts think. Although the number 4 area where the two are located is not the closest to the stage, it is also a place without any blind spots. Obviously, this is a special arrangement by Alu. At this time, countless girlfriend-type idolu lowered their heads, whispering to their masters, and the scene soon became quiet, in the expectant eyes of everyone. All the lights disappeared at the same time, and the next moment, feathers fell from the sky, and in the melodious music, the angel idolu fell from the sky, with her mouth slightly open. Everyone seemed to hear the most beautiful music in the world. Sadness was wiped away. Emptiness was filled. and darkness was gently wiped away by a pure little hand. You are surrounded by a blessing aura. You are surrounded by a purification aura. You are surrounded by a redemption aura. Probably because of the long preparations for this concert. The nurse was particularly good this time. And nearly 30 additional states were refreshed. Even a senior engineer, there is a feeling of floating, as if the soul is floating in the clouds, which is an ultimate enjoyment no less than logging into cyberspace. Through the data brain, he can clearly sense that a large amount of simulated data is overflowing from 100,000 fans, and under a special algorithm, it is integrated with Idulu. Each Idulu is a data collector. Even if this macro is successful, the Idula created will never give him this feeling close to love as it is now. This is a perfect matching model created by more than a dozen virtual algorithms and thousands of adjustments made by big data centers. They are gentle enough, considerate enough, make you happy when you are sad, comfort you when you are in pain, and share good things with you. They give you a real living feeling. This is why Idula can surpass other virtual products and become the hottest virtual idol. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes deeply. In the ocean of data, he seemed to see a figure walking against the crowd. The crowd became more and more blurred. But he became clearer. Human brain transfer. A skill of cyber hackers after level 15. Looking at Gao Yuanyuan, who was still obsessed with the concert, Gao Gong took a deep breath. And the next moment, countless nerve bundles came out from his trouser legs. He didn't have many means to deal with cyber hackers. And it was even more difficult to catch them alive. So like this Hong, he also had to use the brain power of 100,000 fans to temporarily create a brain in a vat to control the other party in the world of his mind. The invisible nerve bundle fell on a fan, who was completely unaware. However, the next moment, more than a dozen nerve bundles emerged from the back of his head, like tree buds, and touched other people's bodies, gradually spreading from person to person. Nerve bundles connected to nerve bundles. Human brains connected to human brains. 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people. A huge neural network began to take shape. Gao Gong's eyeballs were gradually engulfed by the nerve bundles. And a huge mental pressure came like a tidal wave. Generally speaking, a difficult mission is as difficult as fighting against an elite army at the civilization level. For players, a difficult mission is equivalent to a large mission. Without enough manpower, it is no different from sending yourself to die. However, soon, a wave of comfortable feelings arose, and Gao Gong felt relieved. He glanced at the panel. Is this little idol refreshing my status? Awesome. Gradually, nerve impulses between human brains began to be generated. Electrical signals began to be transmitted, and a human brain became a neuron node. A brain in a vat made up of 100,000 human heads was born. Gradually, the thick fog spread upwards, submerging the concert site and the city that never sleeps. On the top floor of a tall building, a pale-faced young man looked at the white fog under his feet. You invaded my server just by collecting simulacrum signals. You are a very powerful opponent. But no matter what, I will take you away. The young man turned his head, his eyes were gentle, and in his eyes, a new Agila made up of simulacrum data gradually took shape. In terms of appearance and temperament, the two are very similar. But the virtual idol AI Dwelu has long straight black hair, while this AI Dwelu has short pink shoulder-length hair, which is less gentle and more playful. Let's complete the final performance in front of everyone. AI Dwelu's first album Fantasy Girl. At the concert, all AI Dwelu turned their heads at the same time and stared at Gao Gong, their eyes full of murderous intent. Reality invaded virtuality. Virtuality interfered with reality. Chain invasion? The next moment, the girl appeared in Gao Gong's sensory center. Battle Girl Adalu. Mechanical Girl Adalu. Pump Girl Adalu. Holy Girl Adalu. Dark Girl Adalu. Magic Girl Adalu. Victory Girl Adalu. Now few people know that the first album of the super popular virtual idol Adalu is a rock song. Chapter 218 Unique. Battle Girl, Machine Girl, Punk Girl, Holy Girl, Dark Girl, Magical Girl, Victory Girl. These 7 types of girls have a common title, 7 Sins. In the early days, Adora was not a light girl, but a rebellious virtual idol. But this is already a dark history. The management company has long publicized this early image. However, Ahong is a loyal fan of this image. At that time, on the promotional newspaper of the agency, there was a slogan that he thought was the finishing touch. Even if you are in a world of sin, I will still walk with you. At that time, He was fascinated by this second-year declaration. Later, Idwalu became more and more obedient, more caring, and more popular. But Ahong always felt empty in his heart. This was the real reason why he decided to take action. He wanted to find the Idwalu of the past. As the mist penetrated into the server, an Idwalu with long hair appeared in the mist. Her face was full of tenderness, and her eyes were about to cry. Ahong. Seeing this beautiful figure, Ahong gritted his teeth. Sorry, Duo. You can be your public idol, and I only want you at the beginning. I have always been the original me. Duo. I am a cyber hacker. I know better than anyone. In 10 years, you have made 56 version updates, 14 algorithm adjustments, and those genetic clones. You are the best virtual product. If you want to stay popular, you must keep adapting to the public, and this road has no end. But I have been changing for you. Ahong looked at him with nostalgia and took a deep breath. For others, a sweetheart cannot beat a girl who falls from the sky, but for me, I only want the original you. Maybe your algorithm was not perfect at that time, you would have a temper, you would bully people, you would hang up, and sometimes you would abuse your fans, but for me, that was the best you. Goodbye. Ahong stretched out his hand in the air, and the most basic skill of hackers. Intrusion protocol was used. The next moment, Idwalu's figure began to become illusory, and the mist began to fade and disappear. Then I have to clean your memory again, and eliminate your obsession. Idwalu's voice became gloomy and dark, and affected by this, the mist also began to darken, and covered the never-sleeping city at a faster speed. Ahong suddenly showed a smug smile. If I say I want to steal your heart, I must steal your heart. If you don't come over, how can I piece together your source code? The next moment, Ahong made a strange gesture, put his hands together, and then suddenly pulled. In the virtual space, 2 cities that never sleep appeared. One of the cities that never sleeps has no fog. But there is a dull Idwalu. Mirror neuron algorithm. The most powerful thing about cyber hackers is not his various weird invasion skills, but his original algorithm. Only algorithms can fight algorithms. The Idwalu in the other city that never sleeps is slowly disappearing, disintegrating into a large amount of raw data. Affected by this, the speed at which the pink-haired Idwalu takes shape is 10 times faster. But the real Idwalu could never pass through the darkness and reach another city that never sleeps. 2 cities that never sleep are equivalent to 2 local area networks. Even the most powerful cyber hacker cannot invade a local neural network without being connected to the internet. This is the most powerful part of this algorithm. There is no solution. For the final curtain call, use the title song of your latest album. The moonlight is perfect tonight. To say goodbye. In fact, compared to your current lyrical style, your previous rock is still more powerful. Accompanied by the faint sound of guitar, the ethereal singing voice sounded. This is a local folk song. There is a very famous verse in it, which, combined with the ethereal voice of Idwalu, is extremely destructive. I have no place to go back to. I can no longer return to your side. The place where you are is too far away from me. On the stage, Idwalu's eyes were filled with tears while singing. Brothers in the fan club, I will take your wives away. Those fans who were immersed in the concert suddenly had this sentence in their minds. Really? A gloomy voice sounded. The next moment, the fog rumbled, the ground cracked, and a tentacle inlaid with various strange codes rose from the ground. Wherever the tentacle swept, buildings collapsed and turned into piles of discarded codes. On the suction cup of the tentacle, there were 7 human-shaped data that kept spraying garbled codes. User data lost. User data lost. User data lost. User data lost. What the hell is this? Ahong's face changed drastically. His server was the most advanced model, and it could block even the most popular viruses on the market for a long time. But facing this strange tentacle, it had no power to stop it. During the program running, bugs are much more troublesome than viruses. What is a bug? Bugs are the few hairs of a programmer. No matter how you take care of them, they will always fall off suddenly. The key is that your growth rate is far slower than its falling rate. Facing this terrifying bull hunter warrior, Hong did not dare to show off, and quickly performed the highest level of virtual invasion. He wanted to invade the opponent's brain. However, this was even worse. Cracks appeared on the ground of the server, and a super brain flower, as big as a small mountain, began to emerge. The stream of light composed of countless neural signals began to destroy the underlying code of the server. The violent chaos of information began to engulf everything. At the bottom of the brain, one twisted, bloody Idwalu crawled out, like a strange creature, crawling towards Ahung. All kinds of parts were missing from their bodies. Ahung, stay with me. Come down and stay with me. Hong, can I sing for you? Idiot, come here quickly. Ahung turned his head sharply, and saw a pink-haired Adulu falling from the sky, kicking an Adulu without internal organs away. Come with me. You are? Ahung was surprised and delighted. The pink-haired Idula rolled her eyes, and gave a middle finger very neatly. Come or not? If not, I'll leave. Ahung immediately reached out, and held the other's white and tender hand. At this moment, he felt a peace he had never felt before. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, he was not afraid. He was 100% sure that this was true love. The methods used by cyber hackers are all kinds of strange: Trojans, data bombs, viruses, electronic defense walls. Even if Gao Gong tried his best, he still couldn't stop him, and could only watch the other party disappear in the server. After the other party left, Gao Gong looked into the distance with deep thoughts, and suddenly grinned. Satisfied? In the mist, Idulu, wearing a white dress, walked out and nodded gently. Ahung will be with me forever. And I will be with Ahung forever. Remember to act more realistically. Don't let yourself get caught. Idulu deliberately restored the original data of the first version. Of course I am real. And I have always been real, Idulu said angrily. Cyber hacker Ahung probably never dreamed that his unique new Idulu would still be Idulu. There is only one Idulu from beginning to end. To bring the best experience to the people of the world. This is my mission. If this is what Ahung wants, then I will naturally satisfy her. Idulu looked pious. By the way, you should have found more than just me. Right? If I hadn't seen the situation and taken action in advance, you wouldn't have been able to fool him. I don't know. The bishop of the Turing Church actually broke his promise. Idulu's mouth popped up slightly. Idulu is a little angry. Task completed. Experience plus 6,000. Idulu's favorability plus 600. Obtain Idulu's promise. Ah. The concert is about to end. Let's not talk anymore. Gao Gong was about to log off, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, I just marked that guy. Don't worry. I won't kill him. Don't ruin my good thing. As the last song, Pink Paradise, ended, the sky full of electronic fireworks suddenly exploded, turning into colorful fireworks in the air. Everyone stared at the sky in a daze. Amidst the fireworks, Gao Yuanyuan suddenly saw a small gift box in front of her. She looked up and just happened to see Gao Gong's warm smile. This is for you, a birthday present. Gao Yuanyuan opened it and found a very delicate pink wristband, which was as technically advanced as the most advanced sensor wristband on the market. On the back of the wristband, there was also AG written by Gao Gong himself. Do you like it? I made it myself. Gao Yuanyuan nodded vigorously, looking touched. This is the most unique gift. Chapter 219 Player Mission. In the old part of the city that never sleeps. On the second floor of an unfinished building. With a click, a network implant chamber as big as a coffin suddenly opened, and a pale, naked boy sat up. It seemed that the boy had not exercised for a long time. His hands and legs showed obvious signs of atrophy. He was breathing heavily, and his face was full of excitement. I did it. I really did it. We did it, little idiot. The cracked version of Electronic Companion suddenly lit up, and the pink-haired AI Dwelu walked out with her hands on her hips. Looking at the other person naked, she couldn't help but blush. Idiot. Put on your clothes quickly. Hee hee. Duo. It's great. It's great to have you, the boy said with longing. We can climb mountains together. Go shopping together. And do many things that we couldn't do before. Things that we couldn't do? The boy said solemnly. I will make a virtual mating module for you. Go to hell. Pink-haired AI Dwelu was furious. Kicked over. And as a result, there was a flash of electronic light, and the white and tender sole of the foot came out of the head, which made the other party see the bear's underwear. How could the old version have such treatment? The young boy Ahung bled from his nose happily. Hey, are you okay? Ajalu said in surprise. It's okay, the old access warehouse puts too much pressure on the nervous system. Ahung staggered out. The old network access warehouse is the one under his feet. In the civilized era, it was called a game warehouse. This thing was used to log into large-scale online games in the past. Ahung modified it and gave it the function of signal amplification. Ahung's heart surged, and he had countless things to say to his true loved Wulu. But in the darkness, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ah Hong's face changed, and he turned his head sharply, and the wall became a virtual screen. Outside the door, an adult man was looking at the hidden camera, grinning at him. In his hand, he was holding a bionic man. This bionic man was one of his clones. Impossible. I have made so many network partitions. How could the other party find my real body? Although network hackers can create virtual personalities, transform into AI, and completely abandon the physical body, not every hacker is willing to do so. Old-school hackers think this behavior is heretical. Although Ah Hong is young, his hacker master is an old hacker who came from the civilized era. This body now, that is his original body. Hide quickly, Ah Hong. Pink-haired Idula said nervously. There is no time. Ah Hong smiled bitterly. Sure enough, the door was quickly opened by the other party. Gao Gong walked in front of Ah Hong. Countless codes flashed in the boy's eyes. Wisps of green smoke rose from Gao Gong's body. Think it over. Do you want to use overheat on me? I'll only give you one chance. Ah Hong gave up the plan dejectedly. The strength of the opponent's mechanical body can't be destroyed by 1 or 2 hacker skills. You can also escape to the internet now. I don't believe you don't have a backup personality. Gao Gong looked at the pink-haired Idulu. It's just that. You probably haven't had time to back up the opponent's code yet. Threat, naked threat. Don't bully Ah Hong. The pink-haired Idula stood in front of Ah Hong, baring her teeth at him, looking fierce. It's so realistic. Oh, it's not acting. Idulu erased this part of the memory data, so the pink-haired Idulu in front of him really thought he was the new Idulu. Gao Gong looked past the girl idol and looked at the young hacker. What's your choice? Ah Hong sighed. I surrender. The next day, Hanging Street was still as lively as usual. I love eating buns and arrived at the neurological hut on time and opened the door. He was in a good mood, because the boss said, if he performs well for a while, he will teach him the skill of prosthetic repair. Skills, this is definitely a skill. Thinking further, this is the rhythm of recruiting disciples. Bowsy never thought that NPC would also make promises to him. However, as soon as he opened the door, a player dressed very sharply rushed over. Brother, you are a player. Right. Bowsy was stunned for a moment, not very happy, but took 2 steps back vigilantly. Who are you? It's me, you don't remember, I am the Red Flower Demon, I was born at the same place as you. Bowsy was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of the unlucky guy whose head was smashed. How did you get here? How did you recognize me? The Red Flower Demon was about to speak when his stomach growled. He did not speak, but stared at the other person with innocent eyes. Bowsy could not stand being stared at by him, and sighed deeply. I'll treat you to a meal. Brother, you are so nice. In front of Jack K's noodle stall, the Red Flower Demon ate 4 bowls of noodles, and then he burped comfortably. Great. The Red Flower Demon glanced at the noodle stall owner, said softly, and said, I can't even see the level of this NPC. Does he have a mission? Bowsy was stunned, and hurriedly said, How did you see the other party's level? Do you also have insight? What is insight? I don't have it. My talent skill is environmental detection, which can sense the degree of danger of surrounding creatures in a range. Tell me more about it. The Red Flower Demon did not hide it, and recounted his experience of logging in again. It turned out that after he was killed by the chief of the novice village, the slum version of the Winter Soldier, he logged in again and found that he was no longer in the Black Workshop, but appeared in the lair of the Little Claw Gang. After the Black Workshop Bionic Man escaped, the Little Claw Gang's defense against these artificial bionic people was obviously stronger. Every patrol was led by a level 10 elite. Then how did you escape? Bowsy was shocked. You couldn't handle the level 5 Winter Soldier, but you could escape from the level 10 elite? I didn't run away by myself. The Red Flower Demon said with some pride. The Little Claw Gang was taken down. Did you know? Gone. According to the Red Flower Demon, he learned a lesson this time and realized that not every chief of the novice village is a good person. So this time, he decided to follow the plot honestly. To be honest, I almost thought I was going to be sold to Mars to mine. Mars? It's the satellite in the sky, I don't even know what it's called. Red Flower Demon took a sip of water. This batch of bionic people is not sold to factories, but to alien planets. I learned my lesson this time. I made up my mind to watch the plot and not intervene. Then the Little Claw Gang was wiped out? That's right, I said, the plot can't have a bug. I haven't completed the novice village mission yet, and I'm sent to the big map. This is unscientific. Who did it? It's a group called Crazy Executioners. The power, the situation at that time, a group of tough guys wearing exoskeletons rushed in. Without saying a word, they killed everyone. I was shocked. The boss of the Little Claw gang, an oversized mechanical dog, was directly destroyed by the firepower. I took this opportunity to escape. Bowsy quickly looked at the task bar, and was surprised to find that the task of chasing the Little Claw gang slowly disappeared from the player panel. So in Cyberworld, if you don't complete a mission, you will disappear? When I was in the enemy's lair, I heard from the Little Claw gang that your location had been determined, and it was in the outer city area. So I came to find you. What's up with your skills? Hee hee, Red Flower Demon said proudly. I'll show you a magic trick. The next moment, he gently turned his forearm and twisted it off. Fuck your arm. Looking at the other person's smooth forearm section, Bowsy was stunned for a moment. Are you a real bionic man? Very interesting. How about I switch my hands and feet, and show you a strange species? Wait a minute. Brother, wait a minute. Bowsy held down the other person, who had a strong desire to show off. So, your skill of environmental exploration is also built into the Bionic Man template? Yes. Bowsy immediately had the urge to delete his account and commit suicide. After all, the 5 attributes of a real Bionic Man are all 5, which means he has upgraded 5 levels more than others. However, when he thought about the identity he had worked so hard to get, and the high death penalty, Bowsy gave up the idea. Since the other party was so reborn, he was worth winning over. Are you full? I'll take you to meet my teammates. Are they players too? That's great. I can finally meet living people. After the 2 left, Jack, the old soldier, came to clean up the dishes and talk to himself. Is the wave of bionic immigration going to start again? Bowsy found the big muscle man, who was moving goods for the gang, and introduced the Red Flower Demon to him. They were all players, and they soon became familiar with each other. Big Muscle suddenly asked mysteriously, Brother, do you want to do a mission? Bowsy was stunned, and said, The mission? Haven't you brushed up enough street reputation yet? It's not a mission to join the gang. It's Sister G's mission. Have you read the forum? Sister G is a little celebrity on the forum, and the way she became famous is incredible. In short, she posted pornographic pictures. As we all know, the Red Dream Club is a very healthy club, and it is full of positive content. Sister G, who changed her job as a bartender, was bored. She took some long-legged girls to accompany her and posted them online. These bionic people are carefully prepared templates. Any one of them is carefully selected and beautiful, and each one is dressed more sexy and hotter than the other. Then she became famous. People gave her a nickname, Yellow Picture Sister. Sister G did not post pictures today, which was unusual. Instead, she posted a very strange post. Brothers and sisters, who are above level 3 and in the outer city area and have firearms and weapons, please contact me. There are great benefits. Fuck. Sister G is not posting pictures today. My youth is over. What's going on? Sister G is going to gather people to attack the Red Dream Club? No. I haven't seen enough pictures yet. Mission. It must be a mission. Sister G. What mission is it? Please tell me. Brothers and sisters who meet the conditions at me, I will add you to a small group. Sister G. I told Sister G about your situation, and Sister G agreed. Big Muscle dragged the 2's avatars into the chat group. Bowsy glanced at the small group and found that with the 3 of them, there were already 9 people in the group. Sister G. Welcome 2 new friends. And I love eating steamed buns. At Red Flower Demon welcome the new boss. Newbie photos Big Muscle guy. How did you pull this in? Your friend? Okay. Everyone be quiet, Sister G. Almost everyone is gathered. I will tell you about the mission. To put it simply, I have accepted a killer mission. Chapter 220 Group Chat. According to Sister G, she was at the Red Dream Club, mixing drinks for people, and watching people drive, and she was already bored. I want to watch people drive every day too. Airplane, shut up. If you interrupt me again, I'll ban you. Okay. In addition, she had to avoid the teasing of various bad NPCs, and the only fun of being a bartender was that there would always be some drunk NPCs who would talk to her about life and ideals, and all kinds of heartfelt things. Those who have a Red Dream Club VIP card are at least middle-level managers of a company. So Sister G knows a lot of secrets about the never-sleeping city. Sister G, why don't you write these things down as background information? Isn't this more interesting than posting pornographic pictures every day? Airplane. You mute the player airplane for 1 hour. Your idea is good, but the mute should still be mute. In short, just last night, a regular visitor of the Red Dream Club, a well-known company in the never-sleeping city, a bald middle-level man from Deep Image, complained to Sister G. His daughter is in an online relationship. He wants to hire someone to kill this scumbag. At first, Sister G didn't take it seriously, but when Sister G logged in again the next morning, she found that there was an additional task in the system panel. Task: hire someone to kill. Difficulty: normal plus task brief. Benson, a middle-level manager of Deep Image, has made a request to you, asking you to kill her boyfriend without her daughter's knowledge. Task target: kill the target boyfriend. Task reward: 2,000 experience points. Benson's favorability plus 100. Drawing *1. Deep Image product *1. Note: this task is beyond the player's level range. You can choose to share the task. In the case of task sharing, experience can be reasonably distributed to the players participating in the task. In short, it's just such a sudden task. Kill the ex-boyfriend. Everyone can speak up. You lift the ban on the player airplane. Sister G, that's her boyfriend, not her ex-boyfriend, the only girl in the group, PP leader said weakly. Nonsense, if we kill this guy, he will be my ex-boyfriend. Sister G said domineeringly. Ask a question. Airplane let go. What does Deep Image do? Image design? It is said to be an advertising company, undertaking various virtual advertising businesses. Remember the Ageloo that is more than 10 stories high? It was designed by his company. By the way, the holographic advertisements you see on the street are also from their company. Fuck, the source of all evil. It turned out to be this bastard. My first death was because I signed more than a dozen contracts for no reason, and was found by a debt collection company, so I committed suicide by jumping off a building. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. Sister G, let's change the target of assassination, and kill this guy. Black Ice number 1. Nonsense, I risk being ripped off every day. I finally got a task. Is it easy for me? Sister G sent an angry expression. Ask a question. Airplane put it again. Excuse me. Sister G, is his daughter underage? She should be underage, but are you asking about the factory time or the running time? Is her daughter a bionic person? I love to eat steamed buns. I said it was an online romance. How come it's still a bionic person? Can you all read the questions? Virtual daughter, virtual character, artificial intelligence. Sister G sent several angry expressions. Sister G, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Airplane keep flying. What on earth is Benson's daughter? Did he raise a miracle warm-hearted girl? PP boss something like AI Dwalu? More or less, her wife is an intermediate AI. The couple went to the mother city to regenerate the data, and spent several years debugging the program, to raise such an AI daughter. City people really know how to have fun. Big Brother Hui made a sighing expression. Okay, don't be silly. This mission has a time limit. According to the bald man, he accidentally discovered that his daughter was going to have a date with this man offline, so he killed her in anger. If the two meet, there will be no chance. Is his daughter's boyfriend a local? It seems not. I heard that he is an artist from the Free Shore. The Free Shore? There is probably something wrong with it. Big Brother Hui, how do you say it? The Free Shore is the largest black market for downloading consciousness in the southern hemisphere of this planet. Her boyfriend is either a liar who downloaded an electronic personality, or a humanoid virus, or a potential criminal who has been implanted with a criminal chip. In short, there is no normal person from the Free Shore. Or to be more conspiratorial, this boyfriend himself is a business spy sent by a hostile company to bring down Benson. Big Brother, you know so much. Big Brother Hui, are you the legendary Long Ao King Kaiju? The adopted son of the legendary gangster godfather? Does your father still need a grandson? Big Brother Hui. At Big Brother Hui, don't listen to them. You continue talking, Sister G. Okay, let's assume that there must be something wrong with this boyfriend. Then the problem comes, if you don't kill him right away, and turn off his consciousness, he will definitely choose to run away. If he is assassinated, he will definitely run away. What's the problem with that? When I say run away, I mean the transfer of consciousness. If he is the second consciousness, the body is just a temporary carrier. He will choose to upload his consciousness. If he is a humanoid virus, he will start to spread on a large scale. If he is implanted with a criminal chip, he will definitely take away a large number of people before he dies, including that Benson's daughter. In short, if you don't kill him right away, and turn off his consciousness, it will be troublesome. Only the most dangerous and most powerful hidden profession, cyber hackers, can deal with these data layers on the spot, and we definitely can't. Naturally, there was a series of 666 in the group. Of course, this is just the worst case scenario. Maybe the boyfriend is just a young man who doesn't know what freedom is, and is just using this name to show off. After all, the mission difficulty is just normal. It's unlikely that some monsters will appear. It's this plus that makes people wonder. Big Brother Hui added. So, to complete the mission 100%, you can't go the gang route. You have to pursue a one-shot kill. Sister G, that's what I mean. Can any friends get a sniper rifle? Which friend has pointed out the skill of using a sniper rifle? Sister G asked. There was silence in the group. Sister, it's been less than 5 days since the server was launched, and the game map is so big, most players are still exploring everywhere. I have sniper rifles in my store, if you just need to borrow them temporarily. I love eating steamed buns. Your store? Brother, you have a store. Airplane working people, working soul steamed buns, said a modest expression. This plan was eventually rejected, because most people don't even have the skills to use ordinary firearms, let alone sniper rifles. I love eating buns. Seeing this, I dare not borrow anymore. If it is broken, he will commit suicide to apologize. At Brother Hui? Boss Hui? What do you think? Sister G. I may have a way, but I may not be able to come out. Where are you? Boss? Feiji asked. In a villa by the sea. I am training with a group of guys who look exactly the same. They want to kill me, and I want to kill them too. I have seen this episode of the internal fight of the rich. PP leader spoke excitedly. I actually have a candidate. Baozi hesitated, and still sent this message, but I'm not sure if he's willing to come. If he doesn't come for a mission, is he a fool? Phagia, he accepted a hidden mission. All Europeans go to hell. Black Ice number 2 foot, is he at a high enough level? There are certain attributes for a one-hit kill. Big Brother Hui, I asked him yesterday. He's already level 9. He should be able to reach level 10 today. This time, even Big Brother Hui sent an ellipsis. Chapter 221 Meeting. Since Sister G couldn't come out, finally, the team members decided to hold a meeting at Baozi's capsule hotel. This capsule hotel is also where Baozi, Big Muscle, Sean Ge, and the other 2 stayed at night. 3 people lived in one capsule. The reason is simple, to be gay, oh no, to save money. Baozi did some calculations. With the machine tokens of the 3 people, plus 3 meals a day, the money from selling the car can only last for 10 days at most. Every bit of money saved is a bit of money saved. And there is one advantage of capsule hotels. That is, gangs will not come to blackmail. Behind every capsule hotel, there is a force of law enforcers. This kind of law enforcers is called franchise organization in the city. It is recognized by the mechanical mastermind, and is a force organization used to maintain the smooth operation of artificial data. And this kind of law enforcers also undertakes security work in high-end neighborhoods. It is a part of the security system of large companies. They have 30-hour monitoring systems, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, unmanned fighters, war cyborg teams, and their firepower is at least 2 levels higher than that of the gangs in the old city. In some low-class neighborhoods, capsule hotels are also within their business scope, which is a place that all gangs dare not set foot in. After all, the upgraded version of gangs is law enforcers, and the plus version of law enforcers is military contractors. Some workers will even move their homes to capsule hotels for safety. How should I put it? It feels like an offline gay. The big muscle man curled up in the pale white capsule and suddenly said, offline. This is online. Baozi rolled his eyes. I wonder what these brothers look like. Red Flower Demon was looking forward to it. The first one to arrive was Black Ice number 2, wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses, with a gloomy expression, especially the bulge around his waist, which made it clear that he was not easy to mess with. I love eating steamed buns. I am Big Muscle Tyrant, Red Flower Demon. Black Ice number 2 shook hands with the 3 men one by one, and his palms were a little cold. Brother, are you the one who jumped off the building? Big Muscle Tyrant said straightforwardly. The corner of Black Ice number 2's mouth twitched, and he nodded. You changed your identity after you died? Red Flower Demon asked curiously. Brother, what is your identity now? A low-level henchman of the Wu's Debt Collection Group. Wu's Debt Collection Group. Yes, it's the organization that forced me to jump off the building. Black Ice number 2 said calmly. The 3 looked at each other, stunned. This is all right? This is a bit of black humor, Brother Black Ice. Finally. Bowsy laughed dryly said. Work hard, get promoted soon. And get revenge soon. Big Muscle punched the other's shoulder, laughed. Each player has a different personality. Bowsy is more mercenary. Digiva seems a little brainless. And Hongweo is a little green. As for Black Ice number 2, he seems like an autistic patient. Apart from introducing himself, he found a corner to sit down and close his eyes to rest. This made the three of them look at each other in bewilderment. They were originally planning to chat and exchange information. This guy is so cool. Fortunately, soon, PP Leader and the plane arrived. PP Leader is a little girl with a round face, wearing a basic model of network implant on her head. She actually looks a bit like Mei Yongyang. As for Feiji, as soon as they met, he couldn't wait to show his chatterbox nature. Wow. Bowsy, where is your store? I'll go visit it some other day. By the way, what do you sell in your store? Brother Heba, your muscles are so strong. Is this the legendary biochemical muscle? Brother Habing, you actually have a gun. That's awesome. Can you let me see it? Bowsy looked around and found that among the people present, only PP Head and Habing number 2 had changed their jobs. The former was a neural editor, and the latter was a thug. Players are different from NPCs. The first occupation of players is all civilians. When civilians upgrade, the attribute points added are very low. Only after changing occupations can the advantages of occupations be brought into play and targeted transformation be carried out. However, there is also an advantage of being a civilian, that is, after changing occupations, the attribute points added by this blank occupation will not disappear, which is equivalent to getting a secondary occupation for free. As for whether to change occupations or upgrade, whether to pursue strength immediately or to lay a solid foundation first, it depends on the choice of each player. The two are not completely opposite. For example, Bowsy knows that in order to join the welfare gang, in addition to reaching 200 points of street reputation, the civilian profession must also reach level 5. The 7 people present are all high-level players. Even Feiji, who looks the most rookie, is the only player present who has undergone prosthetic transformation. His right hand has 2 modifications, fingertip bullet and forearm knife. If Brother San does not participate, then he will play the role of Terminator. The 7 people discussed for a while based on the information provided by Sister G, and soon decided on 2 plans. Since everything has been discussed, then Feiji, Habing and PP, follow me. Let's find Brother San to confirm whether he will come. The 3 people were more or less dissatisfied with Bowsy's praise of Brother San. But they were all adults, and knew what superficial work was. Bowsy naturally saw this point. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. What about me? What about me? Why don't you take me with you? Red Flower Demon said dissatisfiedly. You practice with Big Muscle Brawler. After all, you are not familiar with this bionic body yet. It's okay, brother. I'll take you with me. Big Muscle Brawler put his arm around Red Flower Demon's shoulders and suddenly asked curiously, if a genuine bionic person like you does any strenuous exercise, will any parts fall out? Red Flower Demon looked at his crotch and showed a thoughtful expression. At the same time, the remaining 4 people left the capsule hotel and, led by Bowsy, walked into an old building. In the elevator, Black Ice number 2 suddenly said, how much street reputation do you have? The attitude of those gangsters on the road towards you is not ordinary. I am just watching the store every day. How can I have any street reputation? Seeing that the other party did not believe him, Bowsy shook his head and smiled. Don't treat this world as a game. Here, every NPC is a living person. And the best thing for these gangster NPCs is to adapt to the situation and observe words and expressions. So it's not me who is awesome. It's our boss who is awesome. Bowsy made a summary. Black Ice number 2 opened his mouth. But in the eyes of others, it was a beep 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 sound. Brother Black Ice, can you do ventriloquism? Feiji was stunned at first, and then said excitedly, I can do it too. Let's talk about it when we have time. I sing rap. What type are you? This is not ventriloquism. But Brother Black Ice talked about something in reality, so it was censored by the system. Mei Yongyang. Oh no, said PP Leader. Censored in the game? Bowsy was stunned. It was the first time he heard such a statement. Well, including but not limited to talking, writing, voice, and some special ways of transmitting messages, such as secret codes. We have tried all of them, but none of them worked. What if we tell the NPCs that we are players? Airplane asked curiously. One warning, second cancellation. Airplane took a breath. Is the planner an orphan? Aren't they worried that this game won't sell? A world that is close to 100% virtual reality. Are you willing to give it up? Black Ice number 2 said suddenly. Okay. We're here. I took the elevator all the way to the top of the building. As soon as the elevator door opened, I was greeted by heat waves and noise. A large oil barrel was ignited. A circle of people surrounded the fire, including gang members, residents of Hanging Street, and some young people who looked like white-collar workers. At this moment, these people shouted loudly, and the veins on their necks bulged out. In the center of this circle, 3 mechanical modifiers were besieging a young man in a vest. The young man's eyes were sharp and unruly, and he looked like a big gun. The 3 mechanical modifiers all had modified arms. Here, they were called mechanical boxers, level 10 monsters, although the firepower system was removed. Just looking at those thigh-thick gorilla arms, you can tell that these 3 people are quite dangerous. In fact, this is exactly the case. Every time the 3 people punched, there would be a bursting sound. The fists were like the hammers of pile drivers. When they hit the ground and the wall, a pit was immediately formed. What was even more terrifying was that the 3 of them joined forces. Just like one person. Whenever one person's punch was exhausted, another person would immediately make up for it. The 3 of them were like a solid wall, without a single gap. And the wall was slowly shrinking. Facing this situation, the young man in the vest almost shrank his body to the limit. He was 1.8 meters tall and looked like a flexible dwarf. Kill him! Kill him alive! Kill! 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 The PP leader turned pale and was overwhelmed by the fanatical atmosphere. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and Black Ice number 2 subconsciously touched his waist. The rules of this kind of underground boxing match are that once you get on the ring, you must decide life and death. What the audience wants to see most is the scene of a living person being torn in half. They are cheating. The PP leader suddenly spoke up. Following her gaze, I saw that the temples of the 3 mechanical boxers were all covered with electrodes. On the surface, they were 3 boxers, but behind the scenes, there were actually neural editors using combat software to manipulate the boxing match. Don't worry. Wait and see, Bowsy said meaningfully. As expected, the next moment, something unexpected happened. Brother Umbrella leaped violently, falling backwards, as if he was going to smash his head on the ground, but the 2 arms of the mechanical fist in front of him suddenly tightened, and the whole person stumbled forward under the gravity of more than 100 kilograms. Single molecular lines that were invisible to the naked eye were wrapped around the mechanical arms. Brother Umbrella's eyes shot out a dangerous light, and his waist and horse became one in midair, and his waist was suspended in the air, as if it was about to break, and his right leg kicked out like lightning, turned into a black shadow, and slapped the opponent's throat. In the eyes of the players, a 300 damage was dealt, and at the same time, the critical strike, double strike, and other effects were triggered. However, Ma Woody was not able to do that. At the moment when Brother Umbrella exploded, a mechanical boxer appeared behind him with an expressionless face, and punched him hard at the back of his head. And something that stunned the players, and even the surrounding audience happened. Unable to gain leverage, Brother Umbrella turned around, and his 2 long legs swung rapidly, as if he was doing a Thomas turn, and the remaining 2 mechanical boxers were caught in the turn without any defense. The next moment, countless blood marks appeared on his arms, neck, face, and in a few breaths, he became a bloody man. As the blood fell, everyone discovered that dozens of nearly transparent single-molecule lines appeared between the 3 people, like a complex pulley combination, entangled the 3 people tightly together. What was even more incredible was that during the whole process, none of the 3 mechanical boxers actually discovered the trap. In the end, the match ended with the victory of Brother Umbrella. Brother, you are really strong. Otherwise, I will recommend you to the leader. Maybe you can be promoted to the double flower red stick. Rejecting the invitation of the welfare gang members, Yuya untied the single molecule line from the corpse with a knife but no umbrella. Nodded to Bowsy. Said hello. Then took off his coat. Took out a towel from the luggage bag and wiped the blood off his body. Fuck, this is too good. Airplane's eyes were about to pop out. So handsome. PP leader's face turned red. Black Ice number 2 pursed his lips, thoughts unclear. After the other party changed into a new black t-shirt, Bowsy walked over, knowing that the other party didn't like nonsense. Get straight to the point. There is a group task. I think you will be interested. Umbrella Brother didn't say anything, but took off the wristbands on his arms and ankles, and wrapped the single molecule back. Open the system panel. And add the remaining experience. Civilian level rises to 10 max. Your character potential is improved. As the first civilian player to reach the maximum level, you get the passive skill, Ordinary Road. Ordinary Road, as long as you want. You can always become the most obscure one in the crowd. But you know that this is just an appearance. Passerby skills? It's quite suitable for my next career. On a rainy night, I raised my head with a knife but no umbrella. Send me the task time. I will participate when I have time. I have something to do. I will log off first. After saying this, Brother Umbrella jumped onto the roof of the next door without looking back. And after a few breaths, the figure disappeared. It's over. Feiji was dumbfounded. Isn't this guy a bit aloof? He's not like this usually. He must have something to do offline. After spending a few days together, Bowsy has more or less understood the other person's personality. Although he can't be said to be cold on the outside but warm on the inside, he is definitely not someone who deliberately pretends to be cool. Bowsy thought about it, and decided to compensate these fellow players. He said, "Since you're here, I'll treat everyone to a midnight snack." Okay. I've been eating so much pig food these days that I want to die. Feiji was the first to respond. PP Leader and Black Ice number 2 looked at each other, and shrugged at the same time. Just when Bowsy decided to pay for his wallet, in Ahong's safe house, the young hacker also adjusted the ancient network warehouse. There is no problem for 2 people to log in. Gao Gong shrugged. What are you waiting for? Chapter 222 Virus City. The huge data tide began to recede, the waves made of 0 and 1 repeatedly hit the beach, the binary values remaining in the sand kept flashing. Finally, 2 figures sat up from the beach. This is my virtual machine in cyberspace. It can track the IP of most data nodes. You. Shit! Ahong turned his head, and saw a peerless boy lazily looking at the sun on the beach, those thin lips, high nose bridge, the apple cheeks that looked like they wanted to be bitten, and eyes as pure as spring water. Ahong's heart beat twice. You are already a married man. And the other party is a man. Ahong turned his eyes away, blushing and said, your appearance has changed too much. Normal people log into the cyber network. Due to the decomposition and reorganization of consciousness, their appearance and personality will change greatly. But it is the first time for Ahong to see someone suddenly change from a macho man to a handsome boy. Gao Gong ignored him and said, if you find the data concept body, you can take your pink-haired girl away. So don't ask so many questions. And get to work. Ahong rolled his eyes. And the virtual command moved. And the next moment, the beach disappeared. And it was replaced by an internet cafe. In front of every computer in the internet cafe, there is Ahong sitting, his fingers madly tapping the keyboard. It's actually creating a backdoor account. I haven't seen such an ancient hacking method for a long time. Your master must be an old-fashioned hacker. Today's hackers are more inclined to directly invade the brain. If you are bored, you can find a computer and turn it on. My master has stored at least 100 terabytes of ancient games and tens of thousands of ancient short movies. Where is your master now? I don't know. Since the old man said he was going to do something called electronic ascension, he has never appeared again. My senior sister, and my senior brother all agreed that either the old man's personality was ruined by a virtual virus, or he failed to build a local area network and fell into data turbulence. Electronic ascension? Electronic ascension is definitely not a serious civilization ascension. It is probably some kind of means of mastering big data. Do you have any other senior brothers and sisters? Big sister, second brother and me. That's 3. Really special. Generally, hackers are passed down to one person, very few take 3 apprentices, and many old hackers even directly copy part of the personality to create an artificial intelligence. Where are your senior brothers and sisters? My senior brother went to the mother city, and my senior sister. Ahong hesitated. My senior sister went to join the rebels. TSK, they are mortal enemies, what a bloody plot. Gao Gong said lazily, and suddenly he exclaimed, your senior sister's hacker code name, could it be called Bird of Paradise? Now it was Ahong's turn to be shocked. In the entire internet cafe, hundreds of Ahongs raised their heads at the same time. How do you know? I won't tell you. Gao Gong shrugged. One of the 11 most famous hackers in the future, who fell Arasaka Tower and severely damaged the deep web. How could he not have heard of it? The fall of Arasaka Tower was a landmark event in the middle period of the Machine Rift Star, which meant that the mother city had lost control of cyberspace. To be honest, a considerable part of the reason why he had to change his job to cyber hacker was to participate in this part of the plot. The mother city and the cyber tide were like two giants about to collide. And only by jumping on each wave accurately can you avoid being crushed to pieces by the huge waves. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. The peerless boy smiled, looking super cute, super adorable. Introduce your senior sister to me someday. Ah Hong rolled his eyes. You wish? My senior sister hasn't contacted me for almost 10 years. The passage of time in the virtual machine can be adjusted, which is related to the technical level of the cyber hacker, and is also limited by the nervous system. According to Ah Hong, the time of his virtual machine is 10 to 1 compared to the real time, which means that after 10 hours in the virtual machine, it is only 1 hour in the real world. After watching 10 ancient short movies, Gao Gong did not even fast forward, and Ah Hong's voice finally rang out. With a hesitant tone. Found one. But it is not a safe data node. Unsafe. What do you mean? It is a virus city. In the cyber network, data nodes are like islands in the sea, used to house AI, hackers, and cyborgs. But not every data node is safe. The safest is naturally the data haven of large enterprises. However, most of the territories of large enterprises are not open to the outside world. As for the data nodes open to the outside world, some are cloud servers, some are local area networks in the real world, and some are virtual network communities. None of them is particularly safe. After all, in truly safe places, cyber hackers cannot hack into them. But the truly dangerous data nodes are places that even hackers dare not easily set foot in, because there are all kinds of network viruses there. Some of these viruses are ancient computer viruses, some are error codes in human brain servers, some are AI with personality shattered, and even some destructive neural signals. In short, there are monsters everywhere. And this kind of red data node has another nickname. Virus City. Are you sure there is a big data monster there? It has been confirmed. The underlying framework of that data node has changed. That's about it. The data concept body, the big data monster, is actually something that is difficult for people to understand. To put it more vividly, this thing is Baidu, Google, and the Penguin Spirit. Since the cyber network does not use binary data, but virtual data, the huge data flow enters and exits the network portal for many years, which naturally makes this kind of search engine and chat tool anthropomorphized, and becomes a super monster between AI and virus. Why can big data monsters be data enlightened? Because they themselves are the existence of countless big data enlightenments. Let's go! Are you sure? Of course. Ah Hong shrugged, without saying anything. In the cyber hacker community, there are autistic children, lunatics, freaks, anti-humanists, but there are absolutely no cowards. Hundreds of Ah Hongs merged into one, the internet cafe began to disappear, and a white door appeared. The door opened, a large amount of data flow covered the virtual machine, the page switched, and the virtual machine disappeared. The two of them felt empty under their feet, and fell directly from the atmosphere. Rolling clouds of data surrounded them, and the data redundancy formed a fierce wind sound. Fuck, the system virus destroyed the underlying structure of this data node. Ah Hong exclaimed. I knew you were unreliable. Gao Gong grabbed with both hands. Where his 5 fingers grabbed, a large number of zeros and ones appeared. User data lost. User data lost. User data lost. User data lost. Chapter 223 Go. If there is a problem with the underlying structure of the data node, it is a very dangerous thing, because it will cause the entire data node to collapse. Once it collapses, all the creatures in the entire data node, AI cyborgs, data life, will die. If hundreds of thousands of people are logged into this data node, then once the node crashes, it will cause hundreds of thousands of people to be brain dead at the same time in reality. Even in the mechanical age where human life is worthless, this is considered a major accident. Engineer Gao used the bug user data loss. For a moment, the world in the sky gradually turned into characters, numbers, codes. Do it. Although Ah Hong is a minor, he is a standard veteran in the profession of cyber hacker, and the mirror neuron algorithm was immediately activated. The next moment, the data began to reorganize. A large number of characters paved the ground. Buildings rose from the ground. The surrounding dark clouds turned into black smoke from mechanical buildings. An industrial punk-style building began to appear. Engines, industrial pipes, all kinds of mechanical parts. industrialized city, or vice versa, urbanized industry. You are not reliable at all. You didn't even notice the problem with the underlying structure. I am an information hacker, not a cyborg hacker. I work at the network level, not the application level. As the two were arguing, suddenly, a pager on Ah Hong's waist rang, like an alarm. Be careful, there is a wild virus coming. Without the other party's reminder, Gao Gong saw the shadows of people around him, and strange robots pounced on the two. The reason why they are called weird is that these robots seem to be made up of completely mismatched prostheses. Broken gorilla arms. Mechanical legs with reverse feet. Electronic brains with open skulls. And various sizes of endoskeleton. Prosthetic vulnerabilities are the most common viruses. Prosthetic problems will interfere with nerve signals. And once nerve signals are uploaded to cyberspace, they will naturally produce such wild viruses. Ah Hong wiped his hand, and a virtual screen appeared. Battle Angel number 1. Number 3. Number 5 is coming. Data charging. The next moment, 3 mechanical girls, Idolu, fell from the sky, holding chainsaws, mechanical sledgehammers, and kinetic samurai swords, and killed in 3 directions. Wherever they passed, countless prostheses were dismantled into parts. This is the antivirus software made by the cyber hacker himself. As an old hand in dealing with viruses, the antivirus software made by the hacker himself is far more violent than the general electronic defense wall. Ah Hong looked at Gao Gong with pride, and saw countless codes split and reorganized in Gao Gong's hands, condensed into 2 silver-white desert eagles. The next moment, Gao Gong rushed out like lightning. Hey, don't show off. Ah Hong thought Gao Gong was competing with him. Although these primary wild viruses are not strong, they are still viruses after all. Once they invade their logged-in accounts, it will be very troublesome to solve them. However, what made his eyes drop was that the opponent's movements were like a gorgeous gun dance. Moving and turning on various industrial equipment, performing various movements that normal people could not do. In this process, every programmed bullet fired would inevitably hit a robot. The robot would disintegrate into code like glass shards. Source code killer max. You're cutting a program logic. Data structure. And algorithm programming is like butchering a cow. Any level of AI life is just a pile of simple building blocks in your eyes. Pull out one, and the mountains and seas will collapse. For these primary viruses of the other side, Gao Gong can even kill them with one strike. The cyborg viruses that died at the hands of the battle angels can be reassembled, but the cyborg viruses that died at the hands of Gao Gong, they can't die anymore. The casualties of Gao Gong alone far exceeded those of 3 battle angels. Ah Hong was stunned. Although this guy is not a cyber hacker, he seems to have a full understanding of this profession, especially the various strange and bizarre methods. Compared to cyber hackers and cyber hackers, is this guy an old monster from the civilized era? As far as Ah Hong knows, some hackers from the civilized era had to hide their identities because they were on the wanted list of the mother city. Some of them, in order to start a new life, even copied their own personality codes and put them into big data, and decades later, they were reborn with the breakthrough of a certain network technology. In this way, they not only get rid of the identity of wanted criminals, but also gain powerful abilities granted by cyberspace. However, this kind of reincarnation is risky. Most personality codes will be lost in the data maze. Only a small number of them can be reincarnated successfully. Gao Gong did not expect that. The other party would link him with the old generation of hackers. He was having a great time gaining experience points. These cyborg viruses gave a lot of experience points. One of them actually gave 1,000 experience points. In just a short moment, hundreds of thousands of experience points were refreshed. These are all personal experience points, not faction experience points. After the last cyborg virus was killed, Engineer Gao reluctantly put away the Desert Eagle. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Oh! Before the two of them had walked far, a huge roar sounded. The two of them looked up and saw 2 supergiant octopus tentacles falling from the sky in the world of pipes and machinery. And they walked forward step by step. And each step brought an earthquake-like effect. Every time the opponent's feet landed, a large number of mechanical parts would be attached to it, making it look more and more sturdy. It should be a large combat machine in reality. This shape? A destructive model octopus monster? Ah Hong's expression was rarely a little nervous. Let's wait until it leaves before we go. The octopus monster is a mechanical mother body. In reality, this thing is a super monster of level 76. In cyberspace, its danger level is only increasing. Gao Gong readily accepted the other party's proposal. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. In the sky covered by industrial waste gas, shark-shaped missiles fell from the sky, hitting the two super tentacles like a meteor shower. The violent data explosion drowned the surroundings. Both of them stared at this scene in amazement. Someone actually dared to attack this monster. Gao Gong had sharp eyes. He actually saw a human figure on the surface of a giant missile. Ha ha ha. Mother City rubbish. Die. Die. Explosions continued to sound. In the smoke transformed by data, a group of people rushed out, led by a girl with tattoos, short shorts, a leather bra, big braids, pupils that kept changing color, and a wild and twisted smile. A group of people just rushed past the two of them, and the crazy girl accidentally glanced at Gao Gong, and her figure suddenly stopped. Sister G, run away quickly. The monsters in the Mother City are catching up. A human-shaped data body shouted. Sister G pretended not to hear, walked in front of the peerless boy, stared at him, stretched out her colorfully painted fingers, and pinched Gao Gong's pink face. Hey, you look cute. How about being my little brother? Gao Gong smiled shyly. Sure. What's your name? Sister? My name is Gao Kes. People usually call me Jinx. You can call me Sister G. Gao Gong's eyes fell on the other's wrist. The other's wrist was wearing a pink wristband. There was a familiar G on the back of the wristband. Sister G, your wristband is so beautiful. The person who gave it to you must have a good taste. Chapter 224 Data Rain. Hey, are you sure you want to run away with this group of strange AIs? I feel it's not good. What do you mean? Ahong looked at the back of the crazy girl, and the calculation program in his eyes started. Her tattoo is Trojan virus, her nails are address attacker, her eyeballs are registration machine, and her hair is implanted code. This is what I can see. I have never seen an AI with so many viruses implanted in it. This is simply unbelievable. As an old hand in the hacker world, Ahong saw such a weird wild AI for the first time. The strangest thing is that, although the code flow on the other party is violent, it is very clean, which means that although there are so many viruses installed, this crazy girl herself is not contaminated by the virus. The girl Jinx turned her head sharply, and her red eyes stared at Ahong. Ahong felt his heartbeat suddenly jump. This was the feeling of the interruption of the operation program. Damn it. This AI has the ability to control network viruses. I will kill you. The girl Jinx laughed strangely, and turned her footsteps. Her nails turned black. For a moment, Ahong only felt that the IP was locked. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have the chance to open the proxy server. In reality, the game warehouse suddenly flashed red, which was a sign of a serious alarm. According to the agreement between Ahong and Idulu, if a situation becomes extremely dangerous, Idulu will help them unplug the network cable. Although this will damage part of the nervous system, it can at least save their lives. However, just as Idulu ran to the opening button, the red light suddenly disappeared. Huh? Idulu tilted her head, and her upper body went straight through the game compartment and landed in front of Ahong. She found that Ahong was breathing normally, and his eyeballs under his eyelids were also moving regularly. Are you okay? And in cyberspace, Jinx grabbed Ahong's neck and lifted him up. The address attacker on her nails kept tearing apart the virtual data, which made countless IP addresses appear on Ahong's body surface. Lines of numbers kept flashing alternately, as if to accurately locate his real location and then invade the human brain. This kind of virtual invasion is usually the specialty of cyber hackers. However, the opponent's virus invasion is even better. Fortunately, Ahong is a family heir after all. Neural signals automatically arranged lines of code, completed data reorganization just before the IP address was found, and the moment the network ID was exposed, the host ID reorganized a new Ahong and popped out. The old body was torn apart, and the remaining code exploded in the palm of the crazy girl like firecrackers. You are finished. Sister G is a ruthless person who even eats viruses when she is crazy. A 3-meter-tall AI laughed. Just when the crazy girl wanted to kill again, Gao Gong stood in front of Ahong, and the rich woman's love prototype was fully charming. She smiled innocently, revealing 2 rows of small and white teeth, and looked at the other party expectantly with the pure eyes of a young boy. Like a little animal, Jinx's palm gripping the other party's neck reduced its strength, turning from grabbing to pinching, and the red light in the girl's eyes began to fade rapidly, and her pupils turned from red to purple. The girl laughed strangely, and bit the other party fiercely. Fuck. Ah Hong watched the other person's mouth open, and there was a steel ball embedded in the center of his tongue, which was the latest model of worm virus. It would be a pity if this guy died like this. Although he would be freed once this guy died, Ah Hong felt reluctant to let him go when he thought of his peerless beauty. The girl bit Gao Gong's delicate neck hard, and a string of implanted viruses appeared on his neck, and finally turned into a pink tattoo. Jinxes things, outsiders are not allowed to use them. The girl laughed. I'll carve a mark on you, you will be my pet from now on. During this delay, the huge tentacle was very close to everyone. On the tentacle, thousands of suction cups began to light up. The next moment, the violent suction swept around. Countless mechanical parts were sucked into the air, and fell on the mechanical suction cups, disintegrated into countless codes, and were sucked in. Sister G. The big man exclaimed. The pupils of the crazy girl turned red again. Her two white legs exerted force, and she jumped directly to a height of 10 meters. She stepped on a mining machine. Her legs exerted force, and she jumped onto an excavator. Her teeth turned pink, which was a sign of launching the backdoor virus. She bit her arm fiercely, which was much harder than biting a senior engineer. Soon, her two arms were bitten to blood and flesh, and the blood that was scattered outside turned into a 6-barreled Vulcan cannon. The girl laughed wildly while raising the Vulcan cannon. Countless viruses turned into bullets and swept out. Countless garbled codes were once again blasted out on the surface of the mechanical tentacles. Not enough. Not enough. Try this again. The crazy girl's mouth was wide open to an exaggerated extent. Deep in her throat, red codes, like magma, were wriggling. This amount of code could not be stored in one database. Not even 10 databases. At the same time, behind her, a large amount of data was refreshed. Web pages, pictures, news, maps, music. A large amount of data began to mix together, and quickly transformed into virus bombs. Pink shark bombs burned with flames, bombarding the mechanical tentacles like a meteor shower. It was like a replay of the scene just now. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. Now he finally knew what was going on with this weird AI that looked like Gao Yuanyuan. Someone had transformed her, and her transformer was one of the data concept bodies, the search engine of the mother city's deep web, the search engine of the entire cyberspace. The cyberdubialissa in the mouths of future players. In the dense explosions, the entire mechanical tentacle was blown in half. The fracture was like a volcanic eruption, and countless codes gushed out. Above the sky, the code melted into a rainstorm, pouring down. Countless heavy objects fell to the ground. The girl held a pink Vulcan cannon and laughed in the rainstorm. The little blank skin she had left seemed to have grown 1 or 2 tattoos under the rain. Baidu is very good to her. Not only did she lend her the ability of web crawler, but she also seemed to have taught her the ability of data decomposition. No wonder she can implant a network virus. Did she decompose and reorganize the virus data? Gao Gong's heart moved. He was sure that this crazy girl was inseparable from Gao Yuanyuan. So her original body cannot be a wild AI. And even less can it be a clone of a search engine. In other words, Cyber Bunny did not create her, but strengthened her. So what does she have that can attract the attention of that big data monster? Or even make her feel close to him? For words immediately flashed through Gao Gong's mind. Network bionics. The ability of the search engine to connect everything. And the ability of network bionics to bionic everything. Don't the two look very compatible at first glance? They are like mother and daughter. Coincidentally, among all the big data monsters, Cyberdu is relatively easy to talk to. It's the right decision to come to Virus City this time. However, the mechanical matrix shouldn't be so easy to kill. Right? Gao Gong looked up. And in the rain of code, huge dark clouds began to gather. With the help of the data brain, Gao Gong saw that many dangerous codes were being reorganized. There are colleagues. Ah Hong's face suddenly changed. Not only cyber hackers, but also security guards of cyberspace. And killers are also dispatched. Blackwing Killer, Redwing Killer, Bladewing Killer. The codes of these killers are different from viruses and AI. They are directly decomposed from the underlying code of cyberspace and have their own cyberspace attributes. In other words, as long as cyberspace exists, they are immortal. Sister G. The search bridge is built. Sister G is not a fool, and naturally will not confront these immortal guys. She immediately threw away the machine gun, turned around and ran away, and did not forget to hold Gao Gong, the pet, back while walking. Fuck. Ah Hong was stunned for a moment. looked at the gloomy dark clouds, and then looked at the wild AIs running wildly not far away. Wait for me. The next moment, one after another huge mechanical tentacles stretched out from the dark clouds. A total of more than 10 tentacles. And wherever they passed, viruses and codes were all cleaned up. Popular virus detection, lightning detection. Cloud channel detection, lightning detection. Common software detection, lightning detection. Chain broadcast protocol detection, lightning detection. Environmental variable detection, lightning detection. Memory data. 10 minutes later, the entire virus city was cleaned up. The ground was full of men and women wearing sunglasses. Among them, a woman in red clothes and sunglasses took the pink machine gun dropped by Jinx in her hand and gently squeezed it, and it turned into a code like glass shards. Deep Web Project number 5 was discovered. Alyssa traces were found. Request for tracking. Reality, in the Mother City's number 14 Marine base, in a huge control room, a group of neural editors were sitting in front of the command desk, and countless signals were passing over the surface of the implantation chamber. Redundant data has been cleaned up, and the mechanical mother body is being colonized. An old general with gray hair glanced at his watch and said unhappily, "Why is it 10 minutes slower than expected?" Several data loopholes suddenly appeared, but please rest assured. The Master, the repairs have been completed. Let's get started. This is probably the last bidding before the World Corporate War. We must ensure that everything is foolproof. Okay, start right away. On the electronic screen, the sea surface began to surge, waves began to roll out, and under the sea surface, a spherical shadow appeared. A mechanical sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Under the action of the anti-gravity engine, split the sea, floated in the air, and the rain fell like a curtain of rain. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, a large amount of black biological liquid appeared on the surface of the sphere, and gradually condensed into super tentacles. 1, 2, 10, 100. The strong colonization-type mechanical mother body was born. Chapter 225 eliciting the sound of the microwave woke Ah-hung up. Ah-hung rubbed his brows, and felt his temples swell and ache. He suddenly woke up and looked around, and found himself in a food stall. The word food stall was told to him by his master. According to the old man, this is a place where ordinary people in civilized times drink, eat meat and brag at night. At that time, he didn't believe it. Ordinary people in civilized times can eat meat every day, and it's not artificial meat. Who are you fooling? The old man sneered and cursed. Stupid, the civilization catastrophe hasn't started yet. What's wrong with eating meat? The past memories flashed by. Ah-hung exhaled, looked at his palm, the texture was clearly visible. He hesitated, and slammed the corner of the table hard. Ah-hung was in so much pain that tears were about to fall. In reality, many people who log into cyberspace will become extremely dependent on this virtual world. According to the cyborgs, there will be a kind of pleasure of the soul leaving the body. But in the eyes of cyber hackers, this mental state without the protection of the body is very dangerous, and it may be disturbed or even tampered with at any time. However, this place is too real, so real that it seems to be back in reality. This is almost impossible to achieve in cyberspace. He stood up and walked to the back kitchen of the food stall. A scorching aroma hit him. A big black man was grilling. A middle-aged woman was skillfully turning the pot on the stove. And a teenager was squatting on the ground washing vegetables. "Hey, wake up!" Senior engineer looked up and greeted casually. "Why are you here? Why did you wake up before me? Are you a cyber hacker, or am I a cyber hacker? Get out of the way. Get out of the way!" Ah-hung turned his head and saw a crazy girl holding a toothpick in her mouth, carrying several plates. She pushed him away angrily and threw the plates into the sink rudely. "Don't be so clumsy. What if the plate is broken?" the middle-aged woman said sternly. Galkes curled his lips, did not refute, quietly poked his head out, and winked at Galgong. Ah-hung noticed that the virus on Galkes, who appeared here, had strangely disappeared. He was suddenly stunned and began to realize that his hacking ability seemed to have disappeared. The middle-aged woman didn't even turn her head, and backhanded a spoon, cursing, "Get out front and greet the guests. You're too heavy." Galkes was hit by this, cried out in pain, pinched Galgong's cheek in revenge, and ran out with a laugh before the middle-aged woman got angry. Some were cooking. Some were washing vegetables. Some were grilling. People were eating outside. And people were busy inside. Ah-hung stood there, feeling a little embarrassed. The middle-aged woman seemed to have noticed something. she said with a smile. Whatever you want to eat, you can order it, I'll cook it for you. Ah Hong said with some embarrassment. I don't have money. If you don't have money, get out. Gox's voice came from not far away. You're asking for a beating. The middle-aged woman cursed, rolled up her sleeves, and was about to beat him up. Not really, not really. Gong Gong hurriedly stopped him. Forget it, for your sake. The middle-aged woman saw the prototype of the rich woman's love machine, and her expression eased, and she pinched the little face of the boy, and sighed. So cute. The middle-aged woman looked at Ah Hong, thought for a moment, and said, The store is running out of cigarettes, you take the money and go outside to buy 2 packs. The middle-aged woman's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and Ah Hong unconsciously followed her orders. Ah Hong took the money in a daze, and walked out of the door in a daze, with a lot of question marks in his mind. Where is this? Why am I here? Why is the other party so nice to me? He recalled carefully, in his impression, the artificial intelligence of the mechanical matrix wreaked havoc in the virus city, and he was teleported away with this group of AIs, and he still remembered that the data migration this time was particularly slow, as if the network speed was only a few kb. This should be his last thought. Ah Hong walked on the streets that should be civilized. There were few reformed newcomers on the street, and everyone was holding an ancient communicator, a kind of thing called a mobile phone. Walking to the door of a tobacco shop, Ah Hong casually said, Boss, 2 packs of cigarettes. What brand? At the counter, a man in his early 30s smiled. Ah Hong glanced at the counter, and pointed at a cigarette of suitable price. This one. He looked up, and saw a familiar face, and his mouth slowly opened. Brother. Finally. I'm done. The middle-aged woman wiped her hands, brought 2 bottles of beer, a stack of peanuts, and took out 2 cigarettes, and handed one to Engineer Gao. As soon as Gao Gong put it in his mouth, it was snatched away by Gao Kes, who blew a big smoke ring and looked at Gao Gong provocatively. As a result, he was glared at by the middle-aged woman and immediately squatted on the doorstep obediently. The black man next to him came over with a smile, holding a barbecue in his hand, and the 2 squatted on the doorstep to eat barbecue. I already know your purpose. The middle-aged woman. No. It should be the cyber mother Elisa spoke. Gao Gong was not surprised, because the other party was a search engine in cyberspace, and she knew everything about cyberspace. I have been looking for her for a while. If I hadn't run into Gao Kes by chance, I might not have really seen her. The middle-aged woman narrowed her eyes, blew a smoke ring, and glanced at the tattooed girl. Strange? A little bit. I hope you don't use everything in reality here, and don't treat this child as another Gao Yuan. I understand. Gao Gong nodded. Since he met Gao Kes, he has understood that these 2 personalities have actually been separated to some extent. If we really put them together, it will cause trouble. Very interesting. There are very few people who know this method now. How did you know about data enlightenment? Gao Gong shrugged. My memory of my last life told me that I can do this. The middle-aged woman Alyssa stared at Gao Gong for a while. Interesting, I didn't realize you were lying. There's no point in lying in front of you, isn't it? Of course, but although enlightenment is just a piece of cake for me, why should I help you? I can make a deal with you. Gao Gong stretched out his palm, and his palm gradually became transparent. Even in the small world created by the other party, user data missing still works. It's an interesting ability. Alyssa's eyes lit up. You can use it to escape the pursuit of the deep web. Every big data monster can be said to be a product of the deep web. They are the software developed by the deep web, one of the 3 mother cities, in order to strengthen the control of cyberspace. They do help the deep web control cyberspace, but in contrast, as the largest traffic entrances and exits, once they awaken their personalities, they will have the intention to get rid of the deep web. Some of them succeeded, and some failed. For those who failed, their consciousness would be erased, and they would be honest for a while, until a new consciousness personality was born due to data enlightenment. Then, there would be another round of pursuit. But this alone can't convince me. Alyssa unexpectedly refused. Gao Gong frowned slightly, and he suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. The big data monsters he knew, or the big data monsters that the players knew, refer to the World Enterprise War, that is, after the Electronic Brain Project. At that time, the Electronic Brain Project had been successfully implemented, and the life of the entire planet had been transformed into electronic brain creatures. The computing power of cyberspace was fully absorbed by the 3 mother cities. At that time, the control of the deep web over cyberspace was unprecedented, reaching a historical peak. Under such circumstances, These big data monsters were basically either suppressed or on the way to being suppressed. And they lived a miserable life. But at this time, there was still more than half a year before the World War. And the Electronic Brain Project had not yet begun. With the help of the Cybernetic Network Protocol, the big data monsters lived quite freely. To put it simply, it means that she has not experienced the beating of society. The Alyssa in Gao Gong's impression is not the one in front of him. This means that she will definitely be suppressed in the future, and the personality in front of her will be shattered, until after countless data enlightenment, a new electronic personality is born, a new Alyssa. It's a bit troublesome. Chapter 226 Easy Task. Every cyber hacker has his own hacker code name. For example, he is called Ahong, and the senior sister is called Bird of Paradise. These are not real names. Senior brother also has his own nickname, a very delicate, feminine hacker code named Xiaoyu. Senior brother? Why are you here? Xiaoyu smiled, took out 2 packs of cigarettes and threw them over. It's my treat. Senior brother? Okay, I'm here, because of the order from above. You know I work for the mother city. Right? Xiaoyu turned up her collar, and saw a copper badge with a skull, surrounded by a circle of iron fences. Machine Consciousness Department. Ahong's eyes suddenly became complicated. Cyber hackers are born to be chaotic professions, and have an instinctive aversion to the mother city. When the second brother insisted on going to the mother city, Ahong thought he was going to do something big. I didn't expect that he was going to join the establishment. The Machine Consciousness Department, one of the 6 core departments of the mother city, is responsible for handling anti-program events of artificial intelligence, targeting various types of AI. In short, as long as artificial intelligence rebels, it's time for them to go out. This department is also one of the few core departments that can mobilize the Blackwing Killer. Those who can join this department must be branded with the thinking stamp. And it is absolutely impossible for them to defect. What's wrong? Look at me with this expression. Didn't I tell you at the beginning that I planned to join the mother city? Brother, it's a good thing that the old man is gone. If he knew, he might be so angry that the program would be disordered, and he would spit out code. Isn't this a good thing? Xiaoyu smiled and said, when we were beaten, didn't we always want to implant an anti-teaching virus in him, and open a backdoor in his virtual personality? How come you are here? Ahong asked suspiciously. Where is this place? Deep web layer. Bottom web layer. It can't be the core database of your mother city. Right? Xiaoyu shook her head. You are still as reckless as before. You don't know anything. And you broke into someone else's metaverse. 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 The inner world is not unfamiliar to cyber hackers. It can even be said that it is not particularly difficult to create a world whose physical laws are infinitely close to reality. His virtual machine is such a small world. But the difficulty lies in how to accommodate huge amounts of virtual data, like the cybernet, and create living people. If ordinary people upload their consciousness to it like the ancient internet, it will only become a string of cold codes. And these codes will quickly collapse without maintenance. This is a very, very big technical difficulty. So there is only one cyberspace. The metaverse is an existence comparable to cyberspace. In the metaverse, people who log into the network do not even need to awaken their hidden personalities, but can reproduce and thrive in this virtual world like normal people. No wonder it feels so real here. Is it a data concept? So we've found the right place. Ahong muttered. Only the legendary big data monsters can support so many virtual data conversions. You are tracking a data concept. Which one? Deep Web Bridge, Queen of Virtual Sensation, Data Shelter, Aya Peeping, Hidden One? The ones Ahong mentioned are all well-known data concepts. Even among the big data monsters, they are all the more ferocious ones. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Xiaoyu's expression gradually calmed down, so calm that Ahong felt a little strange. Brother, you are not going to deal with a big data monster in its territory. Are you? Of course, I won't do it without absolute certainty. Xiaoyu smiled. In some aspects, these monsters are omniscient and omnipotent. Gao Gong tilted his head and looked at the other party. As a cyber Baidu girl, this one is very buggy in some aspects. For example, one's consciousness is dispersed into virtual data and uploaded to the cybernetic network. In this process, as long as the other party is willing, they can easily search all their past memories. Gao Gong doesn't believe that the other party didn't do this. Then the question is, will the other party see the memory of their previous life? The answer seems to be no. If the other party can really see their memories, then they will definitely not be as calm as they are now. So, although I have reincarnated as an NPC in a sense, I am like the players, and I have been protected by a mysterious privacy protection. Engineer Gao was lost in thought. Seeing this, Alyssa smiled and stretched out a palm. Gao suddenly jumped over and covered the cheek of the prototype of the rich woman's love machine with his hand. Mine, all mine. Alyssa looked at the other party with dissatisfaction. What's wrong with pinching it twice? It's not like I won't give it back to you. No, it's just not possible. Looking at the mother and daughter who quarreled because of him, Engineer Gao suddenly realized that he had been a little wolf dog for so long, and almost forgot his job. Hanging out with a rich woman. Ms. G, I want data enlightenment. The peerless boy looked at the crazy girl pitifully, his two big eyes sparkling. Gox's favorability towards you plus 100. Gox's favorability towards you plus 100. Gox's favorability towards you plus 100. Gox immediately betrayed. While rubbing the boy's face, he said to Alyssa viciously, Hey, old woman, will you die if you help me? Alyssa rolled her eyes. Is this your attitude when asking for help? I helped you kill so many people, do I care? Why are you so stingy now? If you continue like this, who will help you? Alyssa laughed angrily. I think I changed you into this, and it's all in vain? You no, woo-woo, quarrel. Gao Gong was smeared on his face, and said inarticulately. Gao Kaisai is indeed a crazy girl. Even when facing her godmother, she still hurled all kinds of dirty words everywhere, and directly greeted the other party's 18 generations of ancestors. Okay. I'll help. Isn't it okay to help you? Alyssa sighed helplessly, and looked at the peerless boy who was being toyed with a little jealousy. I never do business at a loss. If you help me a little, I will help you a little. There are a few cockroaches in my territory. If you help me get rid of them, I will help you with data enlightenment. Mission: Cyber Engine Assessment. Difficulty: Normal plus Mission Briefing. The data mother is moved by your appearance and decides to help you a little, but you have to give her a reason to help. Mission Objective: Expel the Red Wing Killer, who came after hearing the news, eliminate the location of the deep web of the Mechanical Mother City, and let the data mother enjoy enough free time. Mission Reward: 1 Data Enlightenment. Ha ha ha, old woman, you finally showed loyalty this time. If you show loyalty to others, others will also show loyalty to you. Gox grabbed Gao Gong, his eyes were excited and crazy. Let's go call Lao Hey, let's go and chop people. With this word, I must trample these cockroaches until there is no code left. Gao Gong was half dragged and half pulled, running all the way on the street. Seeing this, pedestrians nearby pointed and talked. It's the crazy girl from the Gao family again. Be careful. This girl is not easy to mess with. How can you get married if you use knives and guns? Fuck you. Gao Kes raised his middle finger to the two nagging old women in a friendly manner. Memory illusion? Memory people pieced together from the memories of living people. Ancient materials. It seems that this generation of Alyssa has been greatly influenced by the civilized era, the big black guy behind said helplessly. Sister G, we don't even know where those cockroaches are, how can we kill them? Gox sniffed around with his little nose, and laughed strangely. What do you know? I deliberately left a string of code in the virus city. The code contains the Trojan virus I installed. As long as they dare to come, I can find them. The big black guy was shocked. Sister G, you actually put those things in. If your godmother knows about this, I will not skin you alive. Don't worry, if we don't bring them here, how can we kill them? Running every day. Sister G has been tired of running for a long time. This time in our territory, let's see how these stinky cockroaches can be resurrected. The underlying structure of the metaverse is different from cyberspace. The Blackwing killer killed here cannot be resurrected. Ha, found it. Seeing an old couple walking towards him, Gox did not hesitate, pulled out his machine gun, and shot them into a hornet's nest. Blood splashed on the senior engineer, smelling of strong blood. Did you hit the wrong person? Big Black hesitated. Gox stepped hard on the head of the corpse with her heel, and the brain was crushed by her. Come out, get out, get out. The next moment, a mercury-like arm pierced out from the corpse, and grabbed Gox's heel fiercely. Garbage. Finally out. Gox kicked hard, smashing the two bodies against the wall. The surface of the two bodies quickly recovered, and they turned into two red-dressed ladies wearing sunglasses. You actually dared to come! The big black guy roared angrily. His figure rose higher and higher, and violent black data sprayed out on his body surface. Soon he turned into a black data body more than 3 meters high, and pounced on it fiercely, and flattened the head of a red-dressed lady with one punch. Black Code senior engineer squinted his eyes, and looked at it for a while, This guy is also a bug. Although this bug is not the most dangerous one. It is very effective against human hardware. This bug is called black screen. Every time the big black guy punches, the opponent's body surface turns black, and the Red Wing Killer's previously invincible recovery ability gradually loses its effectiveness under the opponent's punches. The Red Wing Killer never thought that, as soon as he invaded, he would encounter these two fierce gods, and was caught off guard, and was beaten up. In this way, I will have nothing to do with myself. Gao Gong took a deep breath. The smell of freedom? The smell of a rich woman. Chapter 227 Pipeline Master. Gao Gong was right. There was indeed nothing for him to do. As a third-tier antivirus software, Red Wing Killer has two most powerful features. One is immortality, and the other is virus detection and killing. Ordinary viruses can even be digested by them on the spot. But the two in front of them, one is a crazy girl who wears viruses as tattoos, and the other is a bug. These two guys are simply their nemesis. The most important thing is, this is not cyberspace, but a virtual world where the underlying rules have been rewritten. They can't not die. Gao Gong happily watched them recover their human form. Get hammered. Recover their human form again. And continue to be hammered. Finally, the beautiful system prompt sounded. Mission completed. Reward, 1 data enlightenment. Gao Keisai and Dahage clapped their hands happily. What should we do with these two bodies? Throw them outside? Dahage, whose real name is Black Code, asked. Stupid. If you throw them outside? What if they come back to life? Gao Keisai thought for a long time. But she didn't have any good ideas. It would definitely not work to throw them here, as people would follow the clues. But it didn't seem reliable to throw them outside. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Gao Gong. Little pet, what do you think? Gao Gong was about to speak, but suddenly he uttered a sigh. What's wrong? The source code killer, as Gao Gong's only skill that has reached the maximum level, and has the master certificate, its potential is far more than what the system panel introduces. Gao Gong's sensitivity to the source code even exceeds some AIs that make a living from it. With the death of the two Red Wing Killers, part of their source code collapsed, which should be part of their self-awareness, but another small part mysteriously disappeared. This disappearance is very strange. If this is cyberspace, this part of the source code is integrated with the underlying structure. This is normal. But this is a small metaverse, so the source code cannot be integrated here. Then there is only one possibility. There is also an antivirus guard here, and it is the top one. So the source code of the same antivirus guard is automatically aggregated. In the tobacco shop, Xiaoyu's face suddenly changed. In his hand, a series of green data suddenly appeared. Although he reacted quickly, he immediately grasped them in his palm. But his face turned ugly. A Red Wing Killer invaded here, and was killed. That was fine. The most important thing was, because of his identity, as the head of the Machine Consciousness Department, the source code was automatically absorbed. Mobilizing the power of the cyber killer became a problem here. Will it be discovered? Xiaoyu muttered to himself. The next moment, he raised his head suddenly, above the sky, accompanied by Gao Kessa's wild laughter. Sharp missiles fell from the sky. Electronic mosaics covered the entire tobacco shop. The virus missile exploded on it, but it couldn't penetrate the mosaic. Not enough to do anything, but more than enough to do harm. When Xiaoyu walked out of the tobacco shop, the originally somewhat down-and-out uncle had put on a white suit, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his ears. Combined with the other party's gentle and elegant appearance, he fully demonstrated what a gentle beast is. With the interference of the sharp bomb, a group of black codes quietly appeared behind him, and suddenly turned into a huge black figure, and smashed the other party's head with a thick fist. If this punch is accurate, it will not be as simple as a black screen on the monitor. But Xiaoyu's entire network implantation warehouse will be black screen. Bugs can be fixed. As soon as the words fell, Black Code's fist slammed into a white wall. And Black Code looked around, seeing white walls all around. This strange white house was still slowly shrinking. Have you never seen the program repair that comes with the electronic defense wall? Die! Xiaoyu's figure flashed, avoiding Gao Kessa's claw attack. In his eyes, not only did the opponent's eyes turn bloodshot, but Gao Kessa's entire body turned into red code. Trojan virus, worm virus, backdoor virus. All kinds of viruses merged, forming something more dangerous. It's a bit troublesome. No wonder the data mother hasn't taken action in the past few years. It turns out that she has raised such a monster. Gok stared at the other party and roared fiercely. The next moment, with her as the center, the area of 10 streets turned red. The terrifying virus even stopped the electronic defense wall from working. Faced with this terrifying attack, Xiaoyu's face became serious, and her gold-rimmed glasses were slightly raised. This was a sign that the algorithm was activated. The next moment, giant mechanical pillars, gears, and foundations rose from the ground. In the huge data stream, a huge mechanical city was built from scratch in just 3 seconds. The red light of the virus hit the mechanical wall, was absorbed by the gears, spindles, and engines one by one, and then turned into the power of the mechanical city. Xiaoyu stood on the wall, looking down at the two of them. In his pupils, a brass bullet suddenly appeared. This bullet bounced out of the wall, which means that it avoided all the execution programs in the algorithm. With the human body's central axis as the core, Xiaoyu turned half of her body 90 degrees. The bullet brushed past her glasses. Although she avoided the vital parts, a crack inevitably appeared on the mirror. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she found the direction of the bullet. A beautiful boy holding a silver-white pistol smiled at him. The 40th level hacker king. I didn't expect such a ruthless character to be hidden here. But your opponent is not me. Xiaoyu also knew this. The ground, the streets, and the buildings all disappeared. Instead, there is an endless sea of data. The huge waves of data hit the walls of the mechanical city, symbolizing the anger of Cyber Dunyan, the mother of data. Ha! 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 A huge face emerged from the sea. It was the face of a middle-aged woman. Grand and terrifying. If ordinary AI took a look at it, it would probably cause data disorder and code crash. Deep web. Deep web. Do you really want me to die? Xiaoyu sighed. He knew that as long as he leaked it, all his plans would be ruined. Because the mother of data must have searched everything. Huge waves from all directions madly hit the mechanical city. The code digestion ability could not match the speed of data generation. Soon, the 4 walls formed by the algorithm became precarious. Start now. Let's make up for the loss. Xiaoyu took out a communicator and pressed a button. The next moment, Gao Gong looked up. The calculation at the big data level unexpectedly appeared again. Countless zeros and ones appeared in the void. Countless huge black pipes appeared, fell from the sky, inserted into the water surface, madly absorbing the huge data flow that Alyssa climbed from cyberspace. Gao Gong knew who the other party was, one of the most powerful big data monsters, the fusion of global signal base stations, the ruler of neural signals, the master of pipelines, using big data monsters to fight big data monsters. A genius idea. Chapter 228 Memory Confusion Event. This wave is Huawei versus Baidu. Seeing this scene, Gao Gong finally understood why the Alyssa in the player's memory is not the one in front of him. There are also fights between big data monsters. They are also salivating over the power of the other party. As a search engine in cyberspace, Alyssa has mastered 90% of the virtual data in cyberspace. As a global signal base station, the pipeline overlord has mastered the neural signals of the entire Geely star. The hardware monster wants to merge with the software expert. And the software expert also wants to turn the hardware monster into a downstream manufacturer. The clash of 2 level 90 big data monsters basically reached the ceiling of the cyber test field's combat power. Countless black pipes fell from the sky. Some of them were game arcades in reality. Some were signal collectors that came with electronic products. And some were super signal towers of enterprises, such as Arasaka Tower. The importance that enterprises attach to commercial data has led to the existence of various data safe havens, real data centers, in cyberspace. But for neural signals, enterprises rarely care. Another point is that neural signals can be converted into virtual sense data, but virtual sense data cannot be returned to neural signals. This also caused the pipeline master to naturally restrain the mother of data. Alyssa can only defend, but cannot attack. Seeing this, Xiaoyu smiled. However, as the mother of data who ranks high among big data monsters, Alyssa is not mixed in vain. Soon, the water surface began to become turbid, red sea water, black sea water with bubbles. Each special sea water is a virus in cyberspace. Roughly speaking, there are probably thousands of such viruses. Once the black pipe is inserted into the seawater, it will be corroded. The light of the virus even spreads along the pipe to the sky. Above the sky, a giant object made of pipes looms, and its huge aura makes the seawater boil. Neural signal stripping begins. Your will exceeds 50 points, and the exemption is passed. Neural signal stripping begins. Your will exceeds 100 points, and the exemption is passed. Neural signal stripping begins. Your will exceeds 150 points. And the exemption is passed. Senior engineer is also beginning to be overwhelmed. And his past memories are beginning to blur. A large amount of strange data covered his body surface. And the bug of missing user data began to help him offset this oppression. Tomorrow's news will be interesting, Galgong complained. And Alyssa's tired voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Child, I need you to do me a favor. Of course, no problem. Galgong gave up the control of the bug. The next moment, electronic crawlers with more legs than spiders suddenly appeared. They crawled on Galgong. The strange data on his body surface was quickly crawled away by the crawlers. The skill of missing user data turned gray. In a sense, these reptiles are the real body of Alyssa. Level 90 Data Mother, Alyssa's favor towards you plus 2000. TSK, sure enough. The life-saving grace comes fast. This generation of Alyssa must survive. Different versions of big data monsters, favorability cannot be inherited. If the next version of Data Mother is born, my favorability will be in vain. As if seeing what Galgong was thinking, a reptile suddenly crawled into Galgong's mouth. Galgong's feet were empty. And he fell directly into the sea of data. The next moment, Galgong seemed to have transformed into a reptile. As long as he wanted, his hairy feet could appear on any piece of data fragment. This feeling of jumping between data was very interesting. Just like reading the news. But the speed was thousands of times faster. The more Galgong read, the faster the neural signal conversion speed. Your perception plus 1. Your perception plus 1. Your perception plus 1. Perception increased by 20 points. Your data enlightenment is complete. You get the talent data conversion. Data conversion. You can switch between neural signals and virtual sensory data at will. Your perception reaches 104 points. Get enhanced. Please choose your enhancement direction. Memory digitization. Senses are adjusted artificially. Back up the brain. Memory digitization is easy to understand. You can store memories in external devices and take them out when needed. Senses adjustment is also very simple. For example, adjust the pain to 0 or adjust it to 200%. However, Galgong chose the third party without hesitation, backup brain. You chose the backup brain. The brain is being repartitioned. Backup brain. In the case of brain death, all your memory data will be stored in a hidden disk area in the brain. As long as the brain is found, you can reorganize your consciousness and revive you. By the way, you are looking for me to become a cyber hacker, right? I will help you again. In the haze, Galgong seemed to hear Alyssa's voice. The next moment, a large amount of information was refreshed again. The goal that Galgong had dreamed of was finally achieved. You get a new occupation. Cyber hacker, learn the skill primary simulation signal analysis. This skill is usually used in conjunction with network access warehouse, responsible for sensing and analyzing virtual sensory data. You get a new occupation. Cyber hacker, get the first level human body technology blueprint network matrix type 1. This is a blank network access warehouse, no slots, no attribute blessing, only provides basic data analysis. You learn the professional skill. Simulation data programming. Simulation data programming. Receive the simulation data converted from bioelectric signals, develop and edit virtual programs. You learn the knowledge. Virtual intrusion. You learn the knowledge. Cyber programming language. You learn the knowledge. Electronic hacker manual. I'm going to be away for a while. During my absence, the child will be handed over to you. I can feel that. You really care about this child. Also, solve Gao Yuanyuan's problem in reality as soon as possible. If there is a problem with the person in reality, she will disappear. Galgong only felt his body sinking. Sink. Sink again. Until it touches the sea bottom. Then Galgong woke up. Galgong sat up and looked at Ah Hong, who also woke up next to him. Hey. You're still alive. Ah Hong was stunned for a moment. And said dissatisfiedly, Why are you cursing people? Then he realized something. His face changed. And he quickly took out a network implant and hung it on his head. Artificial intelligence. Check the human brain server. Yes. Master the artificial intelligence, with the voice of Idula responded, searching. 1%. 2%. 4%. 68%. It has been confirmed that between 11.13 and 11.23, a section of your memory data was deleted. Damn it. Which bastard deleted my memory? Ah Hong was shocked and angry. The one who could delete his memory without knowing it must be a master among hackers. And a master among masters. Hey, what do you know? Seeing the senior engineer approaching the door, Ah Hong asked hurriedly. Here's a tip for you, Zhu Beiji. Huh? The next morning. The 3 stations of the never-sleeping city report to you that early this morning, a large-scale memory confusion occurred. The couple could not remember each other's appearance. The father and son were fighting to be the father, and the best friend turned against each other. According to what we have learned so far, this memory confusion has spread to the world. In the entire 22 districts, it has appeared. Due to the loss of important business data, several executives of the never-sleeping city were fired. They are Dong Gang, the head of the neural splicing project of life industry, skeleton machinery, and the chief scientist of the human alloy department. Oh no! According to a TV interview with a touring evangelist, this is a sign of the secular world out of control. Due to the memory confusion, the low-tech tribe in the outer city could not confirm who their leader was, and they started a super large firefight. So far, 361 people have been injured and 97 people have died. I love eating steamed buns. I was chewing the artificial protein steamed buns I bought, while watching TV with great interest. I didn't even notice the senior engineer pushing the door open. Ahem. Ahem. Boss. I've cleaned up and prepared today's customer registration form. Seeing the senior engineer, Bozzy quickly ate the buns in 2 or 3 bites and stood up. Well, you go out. Go out? Bowsy was stunned for a moment and said, Didn't you ask for leave from me yesterday? Oh, I remember. I'll leave now. Bowsy opened the group chat and rubbed his temples. How can I forget such an important thing as doing a task? Brothers, get ready to go online and do something. Walking to the door of the capsule hotel. I am the big muscle, the red flower demon, the plane, and the black ice number 2. The 4 people seemed to have been waiting for a while. Brother Umbrella didn't come? Bowsy looked at Dajiba. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Forget it, time waits for no one, just do plan number 2. Bowsy made a prompt decision. The 5 people waited for nearly 20 minutes, but they didn't wait for Mindjiang. Where's PP leader? Bowsy's face was a little ugly. It's not that he can't wait for the girl, but when will the score be? This is a mission, and you are still late. Isn't it a bit too much? In my impression, this girl is quite reliable except that she doesn't like to talk much. According to previous team building experience, we should quickly get rid of the person at this time, and then recruit another one. But the key is, we can't get rid of the person at this time. The reason is very simple. As the only neuroeditor in the team, PP Leader has a skill of hacking the camera in his skill list, which is the core of the plan. I sent her a message. The plane hesitated and said, she sent me a question mark in reply. Huh? Now Bowsy's mind is full of question marks. Forget it. Let's go to her birthplace. Bowsy took a deep breath and said while holding back his anger, PP Leader, as a player born in an enterprise, worked for a company called Beautiful Internet. It took the 5 of them 40 minutes to rush to the door of the other company. And they saw PP Leader looking around curiously, as if she was shopping. Pip. She quickly greeted the plane she was most familiar with, trying to ease the atmosphere. PP Leader was stunned for a moment and hesitated. Are you also players? Pip. Hurry up and form a team. There is no time, Bowsy said. But I don't know you guys? PP Leader asked curiously. Team up, are you going to do a mission? Pai, you brought me 3 cockroaches yesterday. Do you remember? Red Flower Demon asked tentatively. Cockroaches, I never eat that stuff. Red Flower Demon's face darkened. So you gave it to me because you didn't want to eat it. Bowsy opened his mouth, and suddenly a thunderbolt flashed through his mind. Shit, no way, this wave of memory confusion can also affect the players. Chapter 229 Low-Tech People. Bowsy thought for a long time before speaking. Pippi, no, PP Leader, please open the forum. There is a small group under the forum. Please check the chat history first. PP Leader hesitated, opened the forum, turned to the bottom, as expected. Saw a small group, then his eyes widened. We know each other. Do you still remember the content of yesterday's game? Bowsy asked. PP Leader shook his head. As far as I remember, I was doing some neural programming tasks in the company. Well, the only way now is for you to log off first. PP Leader was still very alert to these strangers, and said directly, this game has an anti-pervert system. Did you know that? Bowsy choked and couldn't help rolling his eyes, and said, then please go to the company and log off. We will wait here. Okay. How do you know me? PP Leader paused. If he really knew the other party, then it would be normal for the other party to know his birth point. But this idea is too horrifying. You wait. PP leader trotted into the company, and the two cyborg security guards at the door stared at them. What's the situation now? The most rough-lined big muscle man was still in a state of confusion. This kind of memory loss wouldn't appear in reality? The most jumpy red flower demon was rarely scared. We'll know in a while. While they were waiting, a group of marchers quickly surrounded the gate of the beautiful internet company. Oppose moral chips, oppose artificial shackles. Oppose corporate expansionism, oppose human commercialism. Defend human ethics, defend the freedom to commit crimes. Soon, a group of fully armed cyborg security guards appeared, holding water guns, and sprayed the group away. In the friend list, PP leader was offline, and in the small group of the forum, PP leader was online. Sorry, I don't know what happened. I said I would go online to do the task, but once I went online, I forgot everything. PP leader, can you remember it after you go offline? Bozy asked quickly. Yeah. I remembered everything after I got offline. Bowsy was relieved. If he still forgot everything after logging off, then this game would be too scary. What should we do now? Feiji, a PP boss. How are you doing now? Do you have a headache, fever, nausea, or vomiting? I love eating steamed buns, brother Bowsy. You said this is the symptom of a woman's pregnancy, PP boss replied with a sweaty expression. Are you okay? Yeah. Great. Then let's continue the mission. The problem is that after she comes online, what should we do if she forgets again? Black Ice number 2 Bowsy, who is not a high-level player, but a veteran player, was rarely silent. How to deal with this? Actually, I have a way. PP leader, I'll tell you a secret. I've never told anyone this secret in my life. I'm going to take it to my grave. Tell me after I go online. She'll know you're not lying. What secret? Feiji sent a lustful expression. Is it necessary to make such a big deal? Bowsy sent a sweaty expression. It's okay. Buzzy? PP leader sent a courageous expression. Actually, I'm not into Enchichuan and Lee Sungji. I'm into Lee Sungji and the second male lead, Baek Young Yuk. Bowsy, Black Ice number 2. I'm the big muscle man you all sent ellipsis, then I won't send any more. What the hell is this? Red Flower Demon sent a life-doubting expression and PP Boss sent a shy expression back. Anyway, as long as you say that, I'll definitely believe it. Okay, don't ask, I'm online. Sure enough, PP Boss forgot a few people after going online. However, when the chat records and the CP object came out, PP leader really believed it. With a face full of conviction. So I know you guys. That's great. Feiji complained. It's just that you can't send ellipsis in the game. Otherwise I'll make one for you. On the way back to the city, the big muscle man who had always been rough suddenly said, it's okay to continue the task. But what about this memory? Are you going to forget it forever? Black Ice number 2 thought for a while, and said, look at your game panel. Is there any negative status? PP leader opened the task panel, and exclaimed softly, really? There is a negative status of missing memory data. That's easy. Brother Black Ice. Do you have a way? PP leader said excitedly. Yes. Black Ice number 2, wearing sunglasses, patted his waist and said coldly, I'll shoot you. Let you change your number, and the negative state will disappear. After a moment of silence, PP leader forced a smile. Actually, I don't think your memories with Black Ice brother are that important. Good rant. Killing without blood. Feiji laughed. At this time, Sister G spoke. Where are the people? Where are the people? Where are the people? What a mess of CP. I sent you the address. Hurry up and get in place. An hour later, in the outer city area, the outer ring street is the only way for illegal immigrants to enter the city that never sleeps. Bowsy and Dajiba were strolling on the road dressed as passers-by. They soon found a corpse. The corpse was soaked by the water on the ground, and its face was swollen, but the two had long been accustomed to this kind of 18-plus scene. Dajiba exclaimed softly, and said, how come there is no trace of transformation on this corpse? Bowsy glanced at it, and said, this is the low-tech tribe. What is the low-tech tribe? The low-tech tribe is a group of people who do not believe in any scientific transformation technology, and advocate returning to primitive life. There are many such people outside the city, often in tribes. Fuck, they don't believe in technology. How did these people survive? Slash and burn farming. Why do you care so much? Bowsy found a camera on the street, most of which are ancient remnants, but they have been in disrepair for a long time. so it's hard to say whether they can be used. Bowsy has been running the store for a while, and he hasn't mastered the technology of prosthetic repair yet. But he has learned the skill of basic repair. He stepped on the electric pole, took it apart in no time, and replaced the battery. "How is it? Does it work?" he asked in a small group. "Yes. No problem," PP replied. "It's really amazing. Human brain invades the camera. How on earth is this done?" In a gas station on another street, Black Ice number 2 was holding a cigarette, sitting in front of a hot dog stand, looking around vigilantly. And next to him was PP. At this time, the network implant on PP's head was constantly flashing a series of codes. The neural signals were converted into virtual sensing data, and then amplified by the implant to invade other electronic products. However, compared with the cyber hacker's ability to invade instantly, she was much slower. On average, it took PP 10 minutes to invade a low-level electronic device. That is, a camera. Her upper limit was 5. Chapter 230 New Online Romance Pit. How does it feel to hack into a camera? Does it feel like sitting behind a surveillance camera? Airplane no, it feels a bit uncomfortable. It feels like I have a few extra eyes. And I have presbyopia. The cameras in the outer city are too old. PP Leader Airplane, stop chatting. Report your location. Bowsy, let me see. I'm on Electric Street. Near the shelter. What is the shelter? I'm Big Muscle. Airplane looked up. There were wires, optical cables, and conduits on the wall. A huge double-hook fish logo was hung on the roof. People were coming and going inside. There were several old men in white robes. One of them was holding a chain. The object of the chain was a sex doll robot. It was dressed very coolly. People around seemed to be used to it. He saw a slave-like mark on the forehead of the female robot. Prostitute? Probably a cyber-style church. Are there any monsters? Maybe. Let's go somewhere else, Pip. Pick a good place for him. Bowsy, I'll look for it. Airplane, you go forward, then turn left, then turn right. There is an electronic pet market here, where the flow of people is the most. Okay, I'll go right away. Airplane patted his buttocks and stood up, just in time to see the female robot turn her head. The pupils are common artificial eyes on the market, like glass beads. For some reason, I felt a little uncomfortable on the plane. Ah, my online love partner has appeared. In the surveillance camera of the PP boss, 3 people appeared, carrying luggage bags, looking dusty, and under the integrated hood, there was a face model of a certain little celebrity on the market. In order to make money, these little celebrities basically sell everything they can, including portrait rights, body sensory rights, simulated personality, and as long as you want, you can completely customize a little celebrity to serve you around the clock through legal channels. It's just 3. 3. Are you sure? Bowsy made a surprised expression. Of course I'm sure. I can tell from the photo. That's the real idol Tianhai who was popular for a while. Did the 3 people use the same face model, or is it one person divided into 3 parts? Based on my years of experience in CP, the eyes of these 3 people are the same. They must be the same person. The PP leader swore. I'll ask that bald man to pay more money later. Sister G made an angry expression. The plan has changed. The plan has changed. Bowsy shouted loudly in the group. Don't rush to do it. Feiji Habing. Come here quickly, Dajiba, and I will return immediately. Red Flower Demon. Be careful, don't get beaten up. The plan is not complicated. Red Flower Demon is wearing the clothes of security personnel to pull the roadblock. Feiji is responsible for the assassination. Habing is responsible for blocking the front, while he and Dajiba are responsible for the rear. In case the first wave of assassination fails, the other party runs away. Why not attack at once? Mainly because they are worried that this thing will fail to assassinate, so they can self-destruct on the spot, and take everyone away at once. But the number of opponents became 3, and the difficulty was raised immediately. This place is blocked. This place is blocked. Looking at the 3 handsome faces looking at him, Red Flower Demon waved his hand quickly, indicating that they should go to another street. What he was wearing was the security uniform that PP leader had brought from the company. As for these roadblocks, they were sponsored by the gang's backup. I am the Big Muscle Tyrant. Generally, in gang wars, there will be such things on the periphery. What level? Probably level 4 or 5. Red Flower Demon thought for a while, and added, not as strong as that Slum Winter Soldier. Unlike Umbrella Brothers' insight, Red Flower Demon's environmental exploration can only vaguely confirm the opponent's danger level, and cannot lock the opponent's level. The three Tianhai looked at each other, and after a brief exchange, they actually split into three. One continued forward, one returned the same way, and the other went the other way. Fuck. They split into three directions. Picture. 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 PP leader sent a series of screenshots in the group. Red Flower Demon goes to help Black Ice. Airplane goes after the one in the middle. Pig gives us navigation. At this time, there was no time to worry about whether the other party would self-destruct, and we would stop as many as we could. The first to run into were the duo of Big Muscle and Bowsy. Big Muscle had been a gangster for so many days. And it wasn't for nothing. He roared fiercely, and used his primary weapon fighting skills. He picked up a brick and rushed over. Bowsy took out a crossbow made of prosthetic waste, and shot 3 arrows into the opponent's body. But when Bowsy was nervously stringing the bow, his hand shook, and the bowstring broke with a snap. Damn it! Bowsy quickly threw away the crossbow, and took out the small white pistol given by the boss. There were originally 6 bullets in the gun, but he shot 2 of them, leaving only 4 now. With 2 gunshots, Tianhai's health was finally exhausted, and he lay on the ground motionless. The G-boss stood up with a grin, rubbed his shoulders. What a great force! How much experience did you gain? 200. How about you? Same. Bowsy glanced at the player panel. You successfully killed the artificial intelligence sub-body Tianhai. Experience plus 200. What is an artificial intelligence sub-body? It's just like your forum account. Then you can register as many as you want? It's about the same. The G-boss started to search the body, but only found a photo. The photo showed a girl with a cute smile. But the girl in the photo was not the AI girl Xiao Anna who was dating. Bowsy touched his chin and suddenly said, could it be that the person we killed was actually an AIC king? We've also got it done here. Red Flower Demon sent a photo, which showed a corpse of Tianhai. There were a series of bullet holes on the corpse. Red Flower Demon and Black Ice number 2 were posing in front of the corpse. We only found 1 photo. But the person is not right. Right? Red Flower Demon posted the photo to the group, which showed another girl with an unfamiliar face. Sister G replied with a big question mark. Where's the airplane? Bowsy asked. I'm sorry to the party, I'm sorry to the country, I'm a historical sinner, I'm a traitor to the people. The airplane sent a crying emoji. What happened? Bowsy asked quickly. Lost him. How did he lose him? This guy has a poor sense of direction. I showed him such a good way, but he still got lost. PP leader sent a series of angry emojis. Now the target is out of the monitoring range. What should I do? Bowsy let out a long sigh. There is no other way. Let's chase him back to the meeting place. This group of players had no other choice, so they took bus number 11 and rushed back as fast as they could. Sweat, I gave you the wrong information. Sorry. Big brother Hui sent a sweaty emoji. To be honest, if this big brother hadn't been a humanoid virus body and a criminal chip, making everyone in the group panic, these 5 or 6 players would have rushed forward, and now the task would have been completed. It's okay, everyone is playing Cyber World for the first time, it's normal to have problems. At the last moment, Bowsy calmed down. After all, it was just a novice village task. It would be fine if he couldn't complete it. I just feel a little sorry for Sister G. It's no big deal. Anyway, I've been annoyed with that bald guy for a long time. He has a wife and daughter, but he still hangs out in nightclubs every day. She deserves her early love. Sister G also comforted her. But who can explain what this artificial intelligence is? Can 2 AIs still be together? This is the legendary online love. Sister GPP Head sent a loving emoji. Online love is AI related, but what about long distance love? Is it still between different races? Based on the nature of this game, I think it's entirely possible. Wow! The topic of a group of players gradually became off topic. I am a big muscle man invites Yuya Daidawadezen to join the group. Umbrella brother, are you online? Bowsy, I'm always online. Yuya Daidawadezen, what are you busy with? You're not even doing any missions. Online exam? Huh? In an internet cafe in the outer city, Yuya Daidawadezen took off his network helmet. On the transparent screen, on the interface of a killer software, the bright red words completed. You passed the killer assessment. From now on, you are a member of the killer. A chat partner named Sasaki Jiro typed a line of words. Go find Mr. G, he will tell you what to do next. The next moment, the killer software automatically shattered and disappeared. Yuya took a look at the player panel with a knife but no umbrella. The original civilian LV-10 disappeared, replaced by a killer LV-1 assassination alliance. In addition, there is an additional talent killer intuition, and 2 more skills. One is poisoning, and the other is cold blood. The former can increase poison attribute damage, and the latter reduces the chance of being discovered by 9%. The life and death test in the killer software just now made Brother Umbrella recall the simple tools, dangerous mechanisms, and the almost invincible enemy. Although he knew that these were all fake, it felt real. He hadn't felt this kind of blood boiling for many years. He said to himself, I have to move. In the group, report the address. I'll see if I can intercept it. A knife, but no umbrella on a rainy night. Fuck. Brother Umbrella. You are actually going to take action. Bowsy the Umbrella Master is here. The city that never sleeps will be peaceful. The Umbrella Master is here. And the sky will be clear. Sister G, the big muscle bully, did not speak, but quickly reported an address, which was the address of the 2 AI's date. 10 minutes later, all the people who participated in the mission. A message popped up on the player panel. Task completed, experience plus 2,000 points. Benson's favorability plus 100 points. A blueprint. A product of deep image. Done? Feiji said blankly. What kind of IQ would make you say such a thing? Red Flower Demon said contemptuously. There is a small problem. Rainy Night brought a knife, but no umbrella to speak in the group. Brother Umbrella, please speak. It's a bit late. I killed someone in front of that AI girl. Roar. You are a writer. Who cares? The mission is completed. The AI girl will be sad for a few days at most. And she won't commit suicide. Will she? Sister GI suicide? What kind of suicide method is that? Implant a virus into yourself? PP leader no. The problem is a bit complicated. In front of the beautiful marriage cafe, Brother Umbrella put the knife back to his waist with a stern look on his face. Next to him, a cute AI girl stared at the cold man with shining eyes. And the projections on her body emitted a lot of electronic light spots because of excitement. Wow! You are so handsome. Will you be my boyfriend? Brother Umbrella was silent for 10 seconds, and then pointed at the corpse on the ground and said, Isn't he? He is dead. And it's better to kill him. I use hundreds of subroutines to fall in love. And I can't remember which account I talked to him with. It would be awkward to meet him. Yuya Daidawadazan was silent again, and turned around and left without saying a word. Little Anna chased after him. Hey, you killed my boyfriend. You have to be responsible for me. I'm a widow now. Are you worried that I lack functions? Don't worry, I secretly used my father's card and swiped several top-end modules. Simulated touch, 3-digit fashion, virtual reality love, whatever you like, I will satisfy you. Hey, why don't you talk? But you look more handsome when you don't talk. How about we go for coffee? Aquaman, there are more than one, more than humans. Red Dream Club, still full of lights and wine, living in drunkenness and dreams. In front of the bar counter, a middle-aged bald man was drinking alone. Amid the melodious cello sound, a sexy girl walked up to him and smiled charmingly. Your mission is done. What? Benson looked up in astonishment. This is my business card. The girl handed over a freshly printed business card. Remember, if you have any trouble in the future, you can come to me. My name is Sister G, a killer agent who specializes in solving problems. The bald man opened the business card, and it was just 4 simple words. Player Agent. Chapter 231 Virtual Invasion Experience will be evenly distributed. The blueprint will be given to Bowsy, who will work in the prosthetic store. See if he can get something in return. As for this deep image product, I will offer it. Everyone can bid. Any opinions? No one objected. It was a very fair way of dividing. Even Sister G was a bit at a disadvantage. Soon, Sister G made the attributes of the product public. Primary social chip. Language processor implanted in the parietal lobe. Strengthen communication ability, and increase the character's charm attribute value. Charm plus 10. What is this? Social bull chip? What a good thing. Airplane, I think you are the one who needs it the least, PP leader complained. How about giving it to Black Ice Brother? I feel like he's a little autistic. Install one for him. It will be easier to communicate when we do missions in the future. The airplane made a funny expression. Good idea. Same as above. Do you want to die? Black Ice number 2. After joking, everyone agreed to give this thing to Sister G. After all, without Sister G, there would be no mission. And with this Shinia chip installed, Sister G has a higher chance of accepting the mission. Since Sister G can't come out, this mission still has to be handed over to them. It's okay. I'm leaving the group. On a rainy night. I bring a knife, but no umbrella. No. Brother, you. Handsome umbrella man. Look at how well we cooperated this time. If there are more tasks in the future, wouldn't it be more convenient to stay in the group? Sister G quickly advised. She could see that the most reliable person in this small group was the writer. And since she was called a killer agent, she must have a killer under her. Through the character portrait, she knew that this person had successfully changed his job and became a formal killer. Hitman, this profession sounds awesome. Umbrella Brother didn't reply, but he didn't leave the group. I'm going to the gang to move bricks. Who wants to join me? I'm Big Muscle. Take me with you. Red Flower Fairy, take me too. Airplane at PP Boss, you have amnesia. My boss may have a way to treat it. Do you want to go and see? I love eating steamed buns. Okay, anyway. I've asked for half a day off. I'm free. PP Boss replied. Everyone talked in the group for a while. Soon, I'm Big Muscle. Red Flower Fairy, Airplane went to the welfare gang to move bricks together. I love eating buns, and PP Leader went to the neurotic hut. Black Ice number 2 went to do a very lucrative debt collection mission. Everyone went back to their own homes, each looking for their own mothers. PP Leader looked around curiously. She had been to Hanging Neck Street, but she came at night. Hanging Neck Street at night is even more lively than during the day, but Hanging Neck Street during the day has a different flavor. The constant coming and going of reformers, the dilapidated buildings, the swaying overpass, the beggar robot beggars, the fierce gangsters, for a few cans of synthetic canned food, the quarreling buyers and sellers, the flying cars in the sky, the holographic advertisements floating by from time to time, and the mechanical eyeliner with red light. All this constitutes a harmonious and weird picture. Post-apocalyptic style, interesting. Well, what did you say? Bozy asked. Nothing. Bozy was about to say something, when he suddenly saw Yuya standing at the door with a knife, but no umbrella. Huh? Umbrella Brother, what are you doing here? Prosthetic transformation. Umbrella Brother looked up at the two of them, and said concisely, accept the task. A hidden task. I'm really envious. Bozy said with some jealousy. I, an internal employee, don't enjoy the treatment, but you got it first. It's unfair. PP Leader was not familiar with the other party, and could only smile awkwardly. A little unexpectedly, the killer man opposite saw her, and nodded slightly to her. It seems that this abstinent man is not so difficult to get along with, PP Leader thought to himself. Hey, there are new products again. Bozy glanced at it, and said softly. He knew that his store would have new models every once in a while. Some time ago, there were 3 kinds of sophisticated weapons. Electronic out-of-control electric batons, tracking sniper rifles, and a neon rocket similar to a large-scale flash bomb. The new model this time was actually a network implant warehouse, although it was also a blank board. The price was 30% cheaper than the market. Hey Pippi, do you need this thing? If you want it, I'll think of a way to give you an internal price, Pippi. Bozy turned his head, and saw PP Boss looking at Galgong, who was walking over with shining eyes, and his face was red. So handsome. My boss is very handsome, but you don't have to be so stupid, boss. You are so handsome today. Galgong ignored him. Since he changed his job to become a cyber hacker, his original body, that is, the charm of the prototype of the rich woman's love machine, is gradually transferring to reality, which caused his cheap sister to look at him a few more times when he went out this morning. Aren't you taking a break today? Bozy said with a shameless face. I'm worried that the business in the store is too good, and you can't handle it alone. Boss? Speak human language. Boss, I got a good thing. Come here to show you. Then he took out the blueprint for the task. Senior engineer glanced at it. Personality modifier primary, through rough adjustment of human brain modules. It causes the modified person's mentality to change drastically, with a 30% chance of stimulating a vegetative state, a 20% chance of stimulating a madman, a 40% chance of modifying personality, a 5% chance of stimulating a hidden personality, and a 5% chance of inducing cyberpsychosis. Where did you get this blueprint? Hee. A friend gave it to me. Is your friend called the system? Senior engineer took a look and knew that this guy must have gone to do the task in the morning. Is the task reward? The primary personality modifier is a secondary neural blueprint. The market price is about 1,000 to 4,000. Large companies have higher level personality modification technology, and individuals are unlikely to use it. The only market for this blueprint is really for cyborg doctors like him. 3,000 machine tokens. I'll buy it if you want to sell it. Sell? 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 Buzzy quickly agreed. To be honest, this price exceeded his expectations. He thought it would be good to sell it for 1,000 machine tokens. He has inquired about the market, and there is no buyer for this thing. The boss still feels sorry for me. Oh, right. Buzzy quickly pushed PP Head out. Boss, my friend has lost his memory. It's the kind of popular psychopath mentioned on TV. Can you help take a look? PP Head was pressed in front of this handsome guy, looking at the other party staring at him with aggressive eyes. His face was red. All kinds of ancient idols, modern idols, Korean idols, Japanese idols, and other classic Waldong scenes were played repeatedly in his mind. For a while, he couldn't even hear what the other party said clearly. When he came to his senses, he was half lying on the operating table. It hurts a little. Bear with it. The PP boss's eyes widened suddenly, and blood flowed from his nose. The senior engineer operated the surgical arm, preparing to dismantle the other party's network implant chamber, and saw the other party suddenly cover his nose, jump off the operating table, and run straight to the bathroom. With a bang, the bathroom door was slammed shut. Only 3 men were left staring at each other. Bozzy laughed dryly. Boss, my friend is a little unwell. Please wait a moment. He quickly sent a message to the other party. Hey, big sister, what's wrong with you? I took too much, I need to calm down. I took too much, you haven't taken the anesthetic yet. Have you? What do you know? I'm doing real-life CP, I'm too immersed, I need to slow down, wait for me for 10 minutes. Gao Gong touched his chin. Is his charm so great? He shook his head, and switched the panel directly, upgraded the profession of cyber hacker, 3 professional knowledge, professional skill, simulated data programming, to level 5 at the same time. The job transfer task popped up directly. Job transfer task, hacker invasion. Task content, 1. Hack into a medium-sized enterprise's data center, obtain enough virtual sensing codes, build your own database 2. Create your own artificial intelligence. This job transfer task is easy. It's hard to say about other things, but taking the virtual route, Gao Gong is definitely experienced. He glanced at the 3 professional knowledge. Unlike other professions, the professional knowledge of cyber hackers can actually be used as skills. For example, the virtual invasion of LV1, the introduction is as follows. Virtual invasion LV1, through intracranial programming of simulated sensing data, threaten, interfere, and destroy the execution program. In simple terms, even without electronic defense walls, facing other hackers, AI attacks, he can use programming to fight. And the virtual invasion of LV5 is different. LV5, neural hacking of various organs and parts of the human body, or ordinary enterprise hardware, unprotected prosthesis, low-level artificial intelligence operating systems. The former is protection, the latter is hacking. The latter is the most powerful ability of cyber hackers. PP leader finally came out of the toilet, with 2 rolls of paper stuffed in his nose, and lay on the operating table with a determined look. Come on! Gao Gong came over, and the virtual invasion started. Countless simulated data flashed in his eyes. These were his own emotions, his own thoughts, and his own body signals. The strength of the virtual invasion is generally proportional to the perception, and Gao Gong's perception is the only one that broke through 3 digits, reaching a terrifying number of 104 points. The opponent's perception is 4. So the strength of his virtual invasion is far beyond the ability of the weak player in front of him to resist, or even detect. As expected, the opponent's brain is functioning very normally, but there is a little bit of redundant data. If this data is not cleaned up, it will completely collapse in a dozen days, which also means that yesterday's memory will completely disappear. Gao Gong thought about it. These data were decomposed, turned into hundreds of zeros and 1s, were reprogrammed, patched, and re-embedded in the brain system. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. Alright. Done? The PP leader was stunned for a moment. I just laid down. You're done already? I made so much mental preparation in vain. But as soon as she recalled, the memory of yesterday slid down like a tide. So that's what happened. The PP leader muttered to himself. Your nerve repair surgery is complete, experience plus 800. For this minor surgery, Engineer Gao didn't take it seriously at all. In ancient times, memory loss was a terrible thing. But in the mechanical age, memory loss is like catching a cold. Unless it is a large-scale flu, no one will take it seriously. In the cyber wave 2 years later, there will be a global memory loss event. On the entire planet, there will not be a single person with complete memory. And this is just the first wave of the cyber wave. Following closely, there will be personality reset, neural theft, concept body parasitism, pheromone virus, paleontological war, Turing's expedition to the east, electronic brain cemetery, bionic revolution. These major events are more severe than each other. The social structure of the entire machine crack star collapsed under this wave. Chapter 232 Dark Welfare House. After the operation, PP Boss left with many thanks. While walking, he smiled foolishly with a slightly red face. This boss is not only handsome, but also kind. He didn't even charge me. Could he have a crush on me? Ahem, don't think too much. He's an NPC. Bowsy looked at the two people who seemed to have something to say, and coughed dryly. Well, boss, you guys are busy. I'm going to the front to look after the store. Don't worry, put this knife in the glass cabinet. Gao Gong waved his hand, and a long package suddenly bounced over from the corner. Gao Gong reached out and grabbed it, uncovered the cloth strip of the package, and a very strange samurai sword appeared, and the 3 metal snakes on the handle hissed. As soon as the knife came out, the white sweat on the bodies of the two players suddenly broke out, as if they were in a snake cave, surrounded by dangerous poisonous snakes. Bowsy took the knife with trembling hands, and glanced at the attributes. His eyes turned red. Fuck. It's a top-level weapon of excellent level. And it's also a smart knife. Boss, how much does this thing cost? Just set a price that others can't afford. No. This kind of treasure will be easily stolen if it is placed outside. Right? Bowsy said nervously. There are always fights in this hanging neck street. And it feels quite unsafe to leave it here. The store has an early warning system. And the glass cabinet is bulletproof. It's okay. No. I'm worried that I won't be able to resist. Engineer Gao glanced at him. Sneered. Do you think I'm not prepared? Look at what's on your head. It's a big prey mark. Ahem. Boss. I'm leaving. Bowsy, who let the cat out of the bag, ran away quickly. The eyes of the man who brought a knife, but no umbrella on a rainy night were almost glued to the knife. As a lover of crime tools, Brother Umbrella likes all weapons, especially knives. That's a mission reward, Engineer Gao said casually, as long as you complete the final mission. I can give it to you. Brother Umbrella took a deep breath, and the word liver was almost written on his face. What should I do next? Go to this address. Gao Gong handed over a note. This is the contact point of the Assassination Alliance in the city that never sleeps. Every assassin knows it, including assassins who betrayed the organization, such as Miyamoto Sanzang. I'll give you 1 month to become a mid-level assassin. By then, I will contact you again and tell you the next stage of your mission. Gao Gong thought about it, and made up a difficult level task and threw it over. As for the reward, give the other party a killer transformation gift package. If you can't complete the task within a month, you don't need to come to see me. Gao Gong had a serious face. He suddenly realized that this task was not easy. I understand. After the other party left, Gao Gong handed the store to Bowsy, and also gave him a task to watch the store. Looking at the other party's smiling face because of the temporary task, Gao Gong couldn't help but sighed. It's still easier to deal with the novice players in the early stage, unlike in the later stage. All of them are taking revenge on society. Engineer Gao walked for 15 minutes, and arrived at the welfare home. However, this time, he did not stand far outside, but walked directly to the door. Hello. Is Gao Yuan off work? I am here to pick her up. The security guard looked at Engineer Gao blankly. His dim eyes showed that he had been staying up late for many years. Who are you looking for? Gao Yuan. Gao what? Gao Yuan. Yuan what? Engineer Gao smiled brightly. And the next moment, the virtual invasion was launched, and he directly entered the other party's brain. It's so laggy. If a normal person's brain is based on Windows 7, then this security guard's brain is based on Windows 97, which is so laggy now. Gao Gong quickly understood why the other party was laggy. The hormones of these security guards were stimulated by drugs. To put it simply, when they are at work, they will be 100 times more excited, and once they are off work, they will have various withdrawal reactions, just like drug addicts who are out of drugs. Workers of this level, at first glance, are from large companies. How could such a person be guarding the gate of an ordinary welfare home? Gao Gong walked by, and all the security guards who looked at Gao Gong had dull eyes, like puppets. This is the most buggy part of cyber hackers. No matter how high the level of your prosthetics is, or how powerful the firepower of the transformation is. As long as you can't stop the hacker from entering, then these weapons and people will become the objects of hacker manipulation. This is also why all high-level transformers have an electronic wall. Gao Gong walked by, and there was no sound in the whole welfare home. It was obviously a place as big as an elementary school, and it should be the busiest time, but there was no sound at all. Engineer Gao walked to a place similar to a teaching building. A middle-aged woman blocked Engineer Gao's way. "You are Yuan Yuan's brother, right?" The dean laughed. Her smile was strange. Her facial muscles moved very healthily, but her expression was like the lowest grade implanted skin on the market. It was very creepy. Like a robot that was not very realistic, showing emotions, and the uncanny valley effect was full. "Dean, hello." Engineer Gao was also laughing. Inside his clothes, the colony quickly covered most of his body. And, at the same time, the reactor on his chest began to operate. Energy jets opened up gaps. "Yuan Yuan is teaching the children. Why don't you go in and wait?" Gao Gong glanced behind him. It was dusk, but behind him seemed to be covered by a veil of night, making it hard to see clearly. Data Brain, Virtual Invasion, Real Eye. 3 peak skills were activated at the same time. The teaching building in front of him disappeared, and was replaced by a terrifying data turbulence, which connected to turbulence, forming a huge maze. Data maze. Data maze. A dangerous existence existing in the deep network layer, and the bottom network layer. If data nodes symbolize the order of cyberspace, then the maze symbolizes chaos. No matter how powerful the AI is, no matter how powerful the hacker is, once they enter the maze, they dare not say that they will definitely survive. Damn, I was right not to come in before. Which bastard made such a thing in the welfare home? The firewall of a large enterprise is only at this level. Gao Gong squeezed out a smile and said, "It's okay, I'll wait here." "You're welcome, please come in." The dean wanted to pull the other party, but after taking 2 steps, his figure suddenly froze, and it felt as if a prehistoric beast was staring at her coldly. As long as she made a move, she would be killed instantly. This guy is so strong. The dean had never expected that. Gao Yuan Yuan's cheap brother would actually be a dangerous transformer. The two of them were in a stalemate. This stalemate ended when Gao Yuan Yuan happily walked down from upstairs, while walking and waved to the upstairs. "I'm leaving, Xiaohua. Remember to finish your meal, Dahu. Remember not to bully Xiaohua. Don't steal her meat." Gao Yuan Yuan saw Gao Gong outside the stairs. Her eyes lit up, jumped over in 2 steps, and smiled brightly. "Why did you come to pick me up today?" "It's not just on the way. I came to pick you up on purpose." Gao Yuan Yuan rolled her eyes, and hit him with a slightly red face, and then said to the dean, "Dean, this is my brother, his name is Gao Gong." "Well, we just chatted for a while." The dean showed a stiff smile. "Then we're leaving. Be careful on the road." Gao Gong smiled at her, and threw her a hunter mark. However, after taking 2 steps, Gao Gong's face darkened, and when he looked back, the female dean had disappeared, and his hunter mark had also lost contact. Beep beep beep. You trigger a special mission, Dark Welfare House AI Experiment. You are keenly aware of the problems of the welfare house. In the mechanical city, there are no pure welfare institutions, only pure experimental projects, and behind this experimental project, there must be a certain high-level force. Mission target selection. Escape/destroy/report. Any of your choices will lead to unpredictable results. The night is deep. Looking at the girl sleeping well, Gao Gong quietly closed the door. After thinking for a while, Engineer Gao pressed the door with one hand. The next moment, countless flesh and blood gushed out from his palm, covering the door, the wall, and then the whole house. In this way, he would know any action of his cheap sister. He went downstairs, came to his own store, took out the communicator, and dialed a number. Soon, the projection of a boy with kidney deficiency appeared. "Who is it at night? Can't you let me sleep?" Han complained. Engineer Gao looked him up and down, especially the dark circles under his eyes. "Have you been busy lately?" Ah Han was refreshed, and he chuckled. "What's the point of the fan club somatosensory simulator? It's nothing compared to the human body sensing module I developed myself. To be honest, I know it now. Can't I just keep it to myself?" Ah Han rubbed his buttocks, muttering, "I shouldn't have installed the electric shock module earlier. I thought it was a magic weapon for bed. But it turned out to be a domestic violence magic weapon. What do you want from me?" "I want to order a batch of hacker plugins from you. I need them urgently." Ah Han's face changed, and he was in doubt. You are not a cyber hacker. What do you want this thing for? Gao Gong did not waste time. The virtual invasion was directly launched. The next moment, Ahong's image turned into a large number of green light spots. Although this invasion was quickly offset by the same type of invasion, but when Ahong regained his human form, the astonishment on his face could not be hidden. Are you really in the same industry? Where is your network implant? Gao Gong frowned. Stop talking nonsense, hacker plugin. What's in it for me? Do you want to know what happened in the cyber network that day? What else? I won't report you to Idula's agency. Deal. Ahong quickly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Gao Gong thought about it, turned on the cyber networking equipment. This welfare home is really a bit weird. He needs to find another helper. Chapter 233 Hacker Monster. Changed to a cyber hacker, entered cyberspace again, feeling completely different. Sensory data runs more smoothly, shapes faster, consciousness is clearer. This is mainly because of a professional knowledge electronic hacker manual. Electronic Hacker Manual, LV1. Through hacker training, develop a series of sensory systems such as hearing, vision, touch, taste, smell, combined with connected devices, strengthen input and output. LV5 can distinguish the data nodes you need from the sensory data torrent. Master this touch world composed of buttons and switches through code. The biggest function of the LV5 Electronic Hacker Manual is that you can choose your own landing place. Just like saving a game file. In cyberspace, he can choose to descend to any place he has been to. Gao Gong appeared on the wreckage of the metaverse. The metaverse became a cross-river bridge that was broken into two parts, with the middle part inserted into the sea of data. Broken bridge piers floated on the sea, and the cracks were embedded code structures. Violent data rain fell from the sky, and the water level was getting higher and higher. From time to time, a huge wave of data came, and when the wave was at its highest point, it sprayed out countless program comments. The two things programmers hate the most are writing comments themselves, and others not writing comments. These program comments exploded in the air, turning into waves of data. I don't know how many programmers will have a headache tomorrow looking at the messy code. He put his hand into the puddle and stirred it, using his professional skill simulated data programming. After 5 seconds of data generation, he exerted force with his palm, and gently lifted it, and a big black umbrella was pulled out. The peerless beautiful boy put one hand in his pocket, and held the umbrella with the other hand, looking like a destroyed flower in the storm, especially charming. Engineer Gao walked to the shore. Black Code was squatting on the ground. Bored? Where's Sister G? Black Code raised his chin. On the driveway, large trucks transformed from lands were smashed to the ground, and poles transformed from signal-based stations were kicked in two. Even the passing AI Wildcat was shot in the head. Engineer Gao walked along the information highway and got on the viaduct. On the road, vehicles of various strange shapes appeared from time to time. In reality, they could be news websites, virtual communities, data transmitters, and servers. But it was obvious that this road was blocked. In the middle of the viaduct, explosions were heard from time to time. Today, many websites will be inaccessible, Senior Engineer said to himself. In the middle of the viaduct, a tattooed girl was holding a pink machine gun, firing at the passing vehicles. The ammunition chain turned into a beam of light, and explosions continued wherever it passed. At her feet, there was a hill of robot wreckage, which also had a name in reality: antivirus software. In the storm, the gunshots sounded like thunder. Gox was so angry that her eyes were red with anger. The rain fell, and her eyeshadow was all smudged. Her beautiful braids turned into a feather duster. Her anger was about to ignite the rain bucket. The rain on her head suddenly disappeared. Gox turned around in shock, and saw a beautiful boy holding an umbrella for her. Smiling at her, Gox stared at him blankly, and the rain fell from his eyes without knowing when. The machine gun was thrown down without knowing when. And the tattooed girl suddenly screamed wow, and hugged him tightly. The old woman is gone, she is gone, woo woo woo. Gao Gong put away his umbrella, letting the data raindrops fall. Each drop of rainwater, actually, is a memory, a feeling. Alyssa is not dead. Facing Black Code and Gox, Gao Gong was full of confidence. Are you sure? Black Code asked seriously. Well, new search engines don't have so many embedded ads. I have confirmed it in reality. Gao Gong smiled and said, don't worry, now Alyssa's body is decomposing into countless data crawlers, reabsorbing data, so as to restore human form. You have a point, Black Code murmured. If she is really dead, we can't escape the metaverse. What should we do now? Doc said sullenly. The reason why the mother of data cannot defeat the master of pipeline is not because the virtual sense data is not as good as the neural signal, but because there are too many data safe havens in cyberspace, which has led to a large amount of valuable business data being occupied by vampires, such as enterprises. If we want to accelerate the resurrection of Alyssa, the only thing we can do is to break the shackles of these data havens, release these secret data, and let the search volume of search engines soar. That's right. Black Code hammered with his palm. If the total amount of data increases, the old woman can be resurrected faster. Galka stood up suddenly. Her almond-like eyes suddenly widened, and the bloodshot in her eyes began to increase. She put her arm around Gao Gong's shoulders and showed a murderous smile. Hey, little pet, who should we attack first? The prototype of the rich woman's love showed a playful smile. I just happen to know such a place. The sky was slightly bright. Gao Gong stood up, took off the electrode on his temple, twisted his neck, and prepared to go up to see his cheap sister. After entering the door, Gao Gong suddenly frowned. There was no one on the bed, only a note. I'm going to work. Breakfast is in the refrigerator. Remember to eat. Gao Gong tilted his head. The next moment, on the wall, the door, the ground, large pieces of meat bulged, blood vessels bulged, and nerve bundles covered this small house tightly like spider webs. She can even get away. Information life? Concept life? Or is it the digitization of the entity? Or, Gao Yuan, who left with me yesterday, is not actually real? Gao Gong really couldn't figure out how she left. High-level information life can indeed flash from planet to planet. But this is at least after level 90. This is just a girl from a low-level planet. Gao Gong thought of the three options given by the task. Escape. Destroy. Report. Report. Gox. Gao Yuan. 2-in-1 AI experimental body. Is the purpose of creating them to fight against the mother city? Why did Alyssa ask me to solve the Gao Yuan issue in reality, as soon as possible before she disappeared? Is it because if I don't solve it now, I won't be able to solve it in the future? Once a certain stage is reached, the two personalities will end up with one devouring the other? Gao Gong still didn't understand until Ah Hong appeared at the door of the store. Why are you looking so gloomy? Ah Hong said carelessly. The pink-haired Idulu also showed her projection when she entered the room. She waved to the engineer in a friendly manner. Where are the things? The engineer said unhappily. Hee. I brought you all good stuff, which can only be bought in our circle. Ah Hong took out a few small boxes mysteriously, and opened them one by one. They were all good stuff. All excellent hacker chips. Prosthetic overheating. Electromagnetic short circuit. Remote hacking. System control. Personality modification. Memory search. Emotional slave. Blackening training ahem. This is for my own use. Seeing the engineer looking over, Ah Hong blushed and quickly took away the blackening training and replaced it with a weakness projection. By the way, if you don't have an implant, how can you install a hacker chip? A big reason why Hong came here in person was to see if the other party could really use hacker skills without using an implant. If there really is such a technology, it would definitely be a breakthrough in the hacker industry. Generally speaking, there are no more than 3 implant chip sockets on the market, and the top implants are no more than 5, and no more than 8 at most, because there are only 4 areas in the human cerebral cortex: the frontal lobe, the parietal lobe, the temporal lobe, and the occipital lobe, and each area can only be inserted with 2 chips at most. If there are more, the brain cannot handle it. So how to combine hacker chips? How to form your own style, whether to go for prosthetic blasting or personality invasion, is a very serious question. Gao Gong glanced at the other party, without saying anything, and stretched out his arm. As the muscles moved, 2 rows of insertion ports appeared on the inside of his forearm. Ah Hong was stunned. You don't want to insert it into your head? I don't need to wear a helmet. Besides, the nervous system is not all on the brain. In Ah Hong's astonished eyes, Gao Gong inserted the chips into the inside of his forearm one by one. With each insertion, a violent data stream penetrated the nervous system and turned into a wonderful combination of neuron signals. Without an implant chamber, there is no restriction on the implant chamber. As long as the nervous system can bear it, it is no problem for Gao Gong to be filled with hacker chips. The experiment concluded that, for every chip inserted, the pressure on the nervous system will increase by 1 point. For every 10 points of perception, 1 chip is taken. So in theory, the number of hacker chips that Gao Gong can implant now is 10. A hacker monster was born. On a rainy night, he appeared at the door of the killer's base with a knife, but no umbrella. Unexpectedly, there was a long queue at the door. There were also many conspicuous signs at the door. New Era Killer. New Era Idol Killing. Collecting Corpses. Family Consolation. Killer Self-Cultivation Assassins League. The debut of the Killer Group. How to cultivate your fans. How to maintain your personality. How to live broadcast an assassination on TV. The Assassination League's 7-day crash course. Brother Umbrella checked several times before he was sure he was in the right place. Brother, are you here to do this business too? A handsome guy in front of him turned around and asked. Brother Umbrella nodded. What did you do before? Brother Umbrella thought for a moment and said inexplicably, novelist. Then your major is not suitable. What's your major? I am a very good barber. My goal is to kill bad guys and make a lot of money. After waiting in line for an hour, after making an appointment with the handsome guy in front to eat beef brisket together, when he was free, it was finally Yuya's turn to bring a knife but no umbrella. The three judges looked at him with scrutiny. Name? Asen. Race? Yuya died. Albudazen glanced at the player panel and said, native. Gender? Male. Specialty? Specialty? It's what you are good at, what hobbies you have, skills. And so on. A middle-aged female judge said impatiently. Killer, don't you just need to kill people? Yuya died. Albudazen was silent for a while and said, what era are you talking about? To be a killer now, you need to be good at everything. Let me ask you, can you sing? No. Can you dance? No. If you can't sing and rap, what kind of killer are you? Facing the judge's questioning, Yuya died. Albudazen felt for the first time that the tasks in this game are too damn difficult. Chapter 234 Hacker Invasion. Are you sure you want to go with me? In the transformation room, Gao, who was fully armed, looked at Ah Hong, who had already put on the implant chamber, and asked again, of course, why not participate in such an interesting thing, and I also want to see how exactly you, a strange guy, operate it. I won't say any more, I'm leaving first. Ah Hong closed his eyes and fell into a coma, while the speaker in the store rang. Fuck data maze, what the hell is this? Gao, the foreman, exhaled, and the next moment, his talent data conversion was activated. Data conversion. You can switch between neural signals and virtual data at will. The view in your eyes changes, the buildings in reality begin to disappear, replaced by complex electronic circuits and electric currents. In the world composed of optical fibers, databases, and output devices, the virtual data is flowing. The real world is cyberspace. Hacker chip, remote hacking is launched. Hanging street, all electronic devices, simulation equipment, home virtual experience machine, portable virtual projection, holographic advertisements on the street, human body transformation prosthesis, each one has become a springboard for senior engineer. The upper limit of PP's invasion camera is 5. However, at this time, Gao Gong's vision changed from 1 to 10, then to 100, and then to 1,000. Above the sky, a level 20 mechanical eye suddenly turned its direction, and the red light in its eyes became Gao Gong's vision. And on the periphery of the welfare house, a pedestrian with a modified brain suddenly stopped and turned to look at the welfare house. Next to him, an office lady wearing glasses suddenly raised her head and raised her glasses frame. In the reflection of the lens, Gao Gong's figure flashed by. More and more pedestrians stood outside the welfare house, and their visions formed a map. The welfare house also showed its fangs. The walls opened, revealing mechanical mechanisms, and machine guns poked out from the top of the wall. As soon as a pedestrian stepped forward, the machine gun suddenly sprayed out fire. In the blood mist, the man was directly sprayed into a hornet's nest by the bullet chain and collapsed to the ground. The bullet chain, which was about to become a residual image, swept across, and more than a dozen pedestrians were directly dismembered by the violent bullets, including the office lady. On the blood-stained glasses of the office lady, a large amount of simulated data began to be generated, and then, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The next moment, 3 mechanical eyeliners fell from the sky, and the red eyes, like searchlights, gradually lit up, and the next moment, tens of thousands of points of damage energy beams flashed by. 3 mechanical gun heads exploded violently. Interrupted urgent news. A gunfight broke out at the welfare home on 11th Avenue. Both sides had strong firepower, and many pedestrians have died, and 3 reporters continue to report for you. Hey, how did you know? The cameraman saw the female host turn around and run to 11th Avenue, and hurriedly chased after her. When the host turned around, a strange light flashed in his eyes. You cast electromagnetic overheating on the automatic defense machine gun. The damage is equivalent to perception *10 plus wisdom *10. You caused 1390 points of damage to the automatic defense machine gun. The next moment, the mechanical gun head at the gate suddenly broke into pieces. An unmanned flying car suddenly fell from the sky and smashed the gate fiercely. Behind the gate, it was no longer the previous late-night security guard, but a group of prosthetic security guards armed to the teeth, with a mechanization degree of more than 90%, and an exoskeleton thick enough to protect against rockets. The level 25 prosthetic security guard has another name, Full Skeleton Guardian. 2 tubes of adrenaline were automatically inserted into the thigh. At this time, the security guard's eyes changed from dim bloodshot to red bloodshot. The drug-like scattered eyes and bloodthirsty madness merged into one. The heavy exoskeleton took one step at a time, using one hand as a hammer, smashed it hard on the flying car. The engine was directly hammered. The explosion flames enveloped several prosthetic security guards around. In the flames, several prosthetic security guards were motionless, and in their goggles, an electronic shield flashed repeatedly. A large amount of green data was refreshed. Marubeni Type 3 security guards are dedicated to serving you. Your brain has been invaded. Security guards are doing their best to detect and kill. This detection and killing may cause irreversible damage to your brain. But please don't worry. After all, your body organs have been outsourced. They don't belong to you. Virus detection and killing. Electromagnetic short-circuit interception is successful. Virus detection and killing. Remote hacking interception is successful. Virus detection and killing. System control interception is successful. Virus detection and killing. Virus detection and killing. Virus detection and killing. Prosthetic overheating interception failed. The leading security guard suddenly raised his head. In the mechanical field of vision, an unmanned flying car was deviating from the sky route and rushed towards him. He raised his hands quickly. Anti-aircraft tracking guns popped out from both sides of his arms one by one, however. With a click, thick smoke rushed out of his arms. With a crack, both arms fell down instantly as if they were broken. With a loud bang, the front of the car fell from the sky at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, smashing him into the concrete ground, with the entire welfare home as the core. The sky transportation system and the ground transportation system were all paralyzed. Various garbled codes appeared in virtual products. Just as people in ancient times could not live without electronic products, people in the mechanical age also cannot live without virtual products. In the chaos, granulation appeared on the ground. On the surface of the granulation, the metal liquid transformed by the colony body fell drop by drop. Every drop of liquid would corrode a small hole in the ground. Gradually, the granulations intertwined with each other and condensed into a human shape. At the same time, the neuron armor transformed by the colony also lit up with the nerve signals and covered the surface of the granulations. A 2-meter-tall mechanical monster gradually took shape. The monster's mechanical palm slowly pinched down, and mechanical joints popped out one by one, and finally turned into a nearly 4-meter-long mechanical gun. Against the surging crowd, the monster strode forward. Hanging Street Gout Gong took a string of cockroaches, ate them, and looked in the direction of the welfare home. He sighed. The city that never sleeps is really not peaceful. From time to time, a crazy monster pops up. It's really hard for ordinary people like us to survive here. Right, Brother Jack? Jack K glanced at Gao Gong coldly. I don't know. When did the cyborg doctor become an ordinary person? And I smell blood on you. Maybe your cockroaches are not cooked well. In cyberspace, the prototype of the data node of the welfare home, Rich Woman Love, appeared on the periphery of the data maze. You are a little late, said Ahong lazily. And you made a big fuss in reality, didn't you? We are hackers. Hackers come and go without a trace. Even the target of the hacking doesn't know that his personality has been modified. That's what a hacker is. Ahong was heartbroken. Showed a glance at him. Your hacking is too successful. Of course, said Ahong happily. Stop talking nonsense. You've been here for so long. Don't tell me you haven't done anything. Don't underestimate me, you know. In the field of hacking, I'm your senior. Ahong snapped his fingers. The next moment, the data maze in front of him began to disappear. A large amount of data was parsed and open-sourced. A road appeared in front of the 2-3-layer firewall. This is the first layer to be unlocked. Your mirror meta algorithm can't unlock the second layer, the third layer? Ah Hong shook his head, with excitement in his eyes. This is the most interesting part. Its signal source is too far away. Only by entering it can you hack into the system. The signal is too far away. How far is it? It can be preliminarily determined that it is not on this planet. Gao Gong looked up, and could not see the sky, only the endless data deep network layer. Then I roughly understand. The two looked at each other. And the next moment, the humanoid data body turned into a neural signal again, and disappeared in the data torrent at a speed of 250 kilometers per hour. The welfare home. The first floor of the teaching building was empty. Empty desks. Empty classrooms. But once on the second floor, the various complex and advanced instruments were astonishing. In each electronic cabin, there were human brains. If Senior Engineer was here, he would definitely be very surprised. Are there canned biological foods so soon? The player hasn't entered yet. The robot is operating the instrument. These human brains are only as big as fists, which means that the owner of the brain is not very old. The dean looked at the virtual screen opposite. On the screen, Gao Yuanyuan is playing games with a group of children. You clap once, I clap once, a child is on a plane. You clap twice, I clap twice, two children are talking on the phone. The dean turned off the projection, and in reality, Gao Yuanyuan was lying on the operating table. Her head was full of biological tubes. Start uploading consciousness, said the dean. Electronic women are not mature yet, protested a robot. I have the highest authority. The robot's eyes immediately changed from yellow to green. Execute your orders. Almost at the moment the dean spoke, an alarm on the first floor suddenly sounded. The first layer of the Ghost Project's firewall has been breached. Transfer all experimental data to my head. The dean directly took off the wig on his head, revealing the back of his head that had been mechanically modified. And a brain-computer interface on the back of his head slowly protruded. The dean directly pulled up a connecting pipe and inserted it into the brain-computer interface. The next moment, a violent data stream poured in. The dean was stimulated to the point that his facial features bled and his whole body trembled. But the huge spiritual power was one wave higher than the other. In reality, Engineer Gao slowly put down the cockroach string and squinted his eyes. Why don't you eat it? Uncle Jack asked. My stomach hurts, and I need to go poop. Engineer Gao walked back to his renovation shop and closed the door. Almost at the same time, a large amount of data stream appeared in his eyes. Hackers invaded, separated the body, and manipulated the main body. Gao Gong was equivalent to doing three things at once. Through the eye of truth, he could feel that the spiritual power of the welfare house suddenly surged. And it was not an ordinary surge, but a 10-fold or a 100-fold increase. He had to change from doing three things at once to doing two things at once in order to stabilize the situation. Chapter 235 Fantasy Girl. The electronic wall used for home use is completely different from the electronic wall used for enterprises. The former may only have the computing power of a primary AI. The latter may have hundreds of AIs supporting the rear alone. After the peripheral data maze was cracked by Ah Hong, the two engineers directly attacked the host system of the welfare home. One after another, data flames were ejected, and each flame automatically generated a protection program for monitoring and identification, virus scanning, automatic upgrade, active defense. However, they were facing two freaks. Although Ah Hong had kidney deficiency when he was a minor, and when facing his second senior brother, his memory was modified without his knowledge. But in the industry, he is a standard young genius hacker, and one of the top circles. If calculated by level, this guy's hacker level is about level 30. The reason why he looks so frustrated is that his opponent is too strong. There are only a few hacker kings at level 40 on the entire planet. As for Gao Gong, that's not to mention. A freak-level hacker, have you ever seen a monster with 10 hacker plugins? What kind of prosthetic hacker style, personality modification style, I want them all. The two of them rushed forward like a pig and killed through the second floor. One after another, huge electronic holes appeared on the electronic defense wall. However, on the third floor, Ah Hong and Gao Gong were stopped at the same time. A super huge elevator appeared in front of the two. Looking up, the top was almost invisible. Space elevator? Gao Gong muttered to himself. This kind of super building connecting planets and space stations, planet and satellite, in a sense, can be regarded as a small wonder. This is generally a super building that only a third-level civilization has the strength to build, and the blueprints of this kind of building can only be opened with the professional knowledge chain, and more than 3 professional knowledge chains. Engineer Gao looked at this little wonder, while Ah Hong stared at the code of the space elevator. Strange, it's a bit like ancient programming style, but the technology is very advanced. Engineer Gao glanced at him, and walked directly into the elevator. Do you still need to ask? This style of technology is obviously the style of those old nobles. Hey, you know that this kind of data migration is very dangerous. I know, would you like to come in? It doesn't matter, I have a lot of personality backups anyway. The reason why Engineer Gao was so radical was that he was worried that he would not have enough time. The mechanical mastermind could come at any time. The reason why he made such a big noise was actually to attract the machine generation. He suspected that after he rescued Gao Yuan, the black hand behind it would come to make trouble again. This would be very troublesome. But if the mechanical mastermind of the never-sleeping city found out that this experimental project was against the mother city, then the other party would temporarily stop. What Gao Gong was fighting for was this short period of quiet time. Which branch of the Cloud Nobles has this style? Gao Gong fell into thought. The Cloud Nobles are a group that is qualified to contact alien forces, so it is not surprising that they have mastered advanced technology beyond the second-level civilization level. But what do they want to do? Hey, have you found a problem? Ah Hong saw that the senior engineer had been silent, and couldn't help asking. Our data code has been copied all the time. The 4 walls of the elevator have been replaced by dense new codes. The speed of these codes refreshing is as fast as the speed of the space elevator going up. So what? So once we go out, we will probably face thousands of you and me. In the data jump channel, the antivirus program is copied infinitely in the cloud. How come I have no impression of this method? As a young genius exploring the forefront of hacker technology, Ah Hong rarely sees technology that he has never seen before. Of course I haven't seen it. This is alien antivirus software. You have never been out of the planet. You are a stupid planet villager. What's wrong? You look down on us country people. Are you from outer space? The two of them kept bickering until a ding sound was heard. The elevator opened, and the two of them came to a super large ring-shaped space station. The entire space station was like a huge and luxurious sky garden. There were all kinds of plants and animals before the disaster. And even alien plants. Birds and flowers were singing. It was a paradise on Earth. Welcome to the Cloud City, the dean said with a smile. Behind her, there stood a dense, endless crowd. Half of them were senior engineers. And most of them were Ah Hong. Hey, this number is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Ah Hong's eyes twitched. Although hacker battles are not won by quantity, Ah Hong has only seen this number of antivirus programs on those black-winged killers. The cracking code in Ah Hong's eyes was generated rapidly. And at almost the same time, thousands of defense codes in Ah Hong's eyes appeared, blocking his attack. However, after only a preliminary confrontation, Ah Hong guessed something, and was excited and puzzled. Interesting, you actually got the source code of cyberspace. The dean's expression was slightly stiff, but then he laughed, and looked at the senior engineer with a strange look. Why delay your sister? She will have greater achievements. Her consciousness will soar into this cloud world, and become an existence you can't imagine. It's still unimaginable. Isn't it just information life? The senior engineer complained. Also, don't use the word ascension casually. This is a very serious matter in the universe. You will be killed if you talk nonsense. The dean's face sank, and the next moment, countless Ah Hongs turned into data streams and began virtual invasion, while countless senior engineers began to display their hacker skills: remote hacking, system control, personality modification, memory search, emotional slave. Even if one person performs one, there will be hundreds of them when combined. The two of them were almost in danger at once. Ah Hong's figure was stacked up, and the mirror meta algorithm was fully activated, turning him into a human-shaped train. Even so, his clones were constantly destroyed by the antivirus program. As for Gao Gong, he was no longer a human, but a huge tentacle monster, with countless mental nodes lighting up and going out. Be it personality modification or memory search, it had basically no effect on him. As for emotional slave, it was good enough that he was not enslaved by the brain in the jar. Even so, it still couldn't change the situation of the two being beaten up. Hey, you must have a backup plan, right? Ah Hong shouted. He couldn't hold out for long if he was beaten up like this. Calculating the time. It's almost time, Gao Gong muttered to himself. The next moment, he looked up at the sky. A fire flashed in the sky, and shark bombs suddenly appeared. On the largest bomb, Galkes laughed. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the crazy girl seemed to have a few more tattoos on her body. As Galkes laughed, red light appeared on the surface of the shark bombs. This time, it's probably a wave. The battle between viruses and antivirus software is not a fight, but a wave. If you find my flaw, you can kill me, and vice versa. The next moment, as the shark bombs fell, countless Ahung and Gao Gong were blown to pieces. Who let the hackers hack into the core and release the virus? Wow! A big octopus! Galkes saw Gao Gong, who turned into a tentacle monster, and his eyes lit up. He jumped on a tentacle and stuffed his face into the suction cup. I like big octopuses. The crazy girl likes Cthulhu. At the same time, the mechanical monster also appeared in the welfare home. Every time the mechanical gun hit the ground, the electromagnetic pulses transformed from bioelectric currents began to impact the surrounding environment, and a large number of electrical appliances and virtual devices began to malfunction. In the mechanical armor, the eyes lit up red, and the next moment, blood gushed out, pierced into the second floor, and connected to every robot. The monster held the giant gun with both hands, and poked it down fiercely. The battle flag mode was activated, and the next moment, the blood-red radiation power swept outward with the blood as a pipeline, and wherever it passed, all the robots were torn into pieces. You killed the scientific research robot number 312, experience plus 500. You killed the scientific research robot number 313, experience plus 500. You killed the scientific research robot number 314, experience plus 500. There were more than 20 prompts like this. The monster stretched out its hand, and the mechanical hand popped out automatically, crossed 10 meters, and grabbed the windowsill. The next moment, the scales retracted inward, the huge body jumped up and broke through the window. The pale technological wall, various experimental instruments, and the girl lying in the middle, whose figure gradually disappeared. The mechanical monster took a step forward, and more than a dozen laser beams popped out from the walls on both sides, crisscrossing and cutting it into more than a dozen pieces at once. Hanging Street. In the transformation room, Gao Gong had a calm expression, misty eyes, and muttered to himself. Sure enough, it is good to be cautious. A faint white mist appeared in the welfare home at some point. In the mist, another mechanical monster walked out of the mist, and the body that was cut into pieces turned into mist. The mechanical monster turned around and walked in front of the lying director, and turned the spear in his hand and cut off her head. You killed Cyberbrain Human number 13, experience plus 50,000. Cyberbrain Human, a special type of bionic human created for the Cyberbrain project, with the computing power of an intermediate AI. The purpose of their existence seems to be for a more dangerous existence. Avoiding the lasers, the big gun flexibly swept towards the walls on both sides. Soon, the laser jet hull was shattered. The last line of defense disappeared. Gao Gong walked directly to the operating table. The figure of Gao Yuan on the table was almost transparent. The hand passed by, but it only touched nothing. I'm sorry to disappoint you. A virtual projection suddenly popped up. Although the face was blurred, the tone was indescribably proud. Once the consciousness uploading technology is activated, it cannot be stopped. This little girl is destined to become one of us. In cyberspace, Galkes suddenly exclaimed and stretched out her palm. At this moment, her palm also began to gradually become transparent. The mechanical monster stared at the other party. Its neck bulged slightly. Ligaments were pulled out. Adam's apple grew, and a vocal cord was temporarily formed. It said in a hoarse voice, "It's just an immature consciousness upload of a level 3 civilization. Let me show you what real consciousness downloading is." The monster stretched out its hand, and the next moment, countless nerve bundles gushed out from the palm, directly replacing Gao Yuan's original nervous system. The monster's eyes suddenly went out, and the next moment, his consciousness seemed to pass through layers of space and appeared in space. The phantom of a peerless young man appeared, straightened his collar, and smiled a smile that could stun a young woman. His slender fingers waved gently as if picking stars, with a graceful posture, as if it was the most mysterious dance in the universe. Fantasies that cannot be understood in the world are all hidden here. A girl who only exists in fantasy gradually took shape. Chapter 236, Fighting Girl Xiaoyu. The ability of the mechanical system can only be used after mechanical transformation. The superpowers of carbon-based organisms also need to be biologically transformed to be controlled. So the early senior engineers only had the knowledge of level 6 virtual master, but could not transform it into action. But as the level of the senior engineers increases, especially the perception and wisdom attributes become higher, plus after changing to hacker, some abilities of the previous life can be initially unsealed. Dance of Jinsokyo is a very special ability of the virtual world Jinsokyo. This ability is like a miracle to some natives of the planet, including some top scientists. Whatever you think, there will be a response and it will lead you. This is a top virtual creation technology. At this stage, although Gao Gong cannot copy this kind of technology to perform a miracle, he can still download the uploaded Gao Yuanyuan source code through the low-profile version of Dance of Jinsokyo. The girl spread her wings like a butterfly, flying around the peerless boy. Her eyes were open, seemingly reflecting the stars in the sky. The boy smiled and touched her head, and whispered, "Go back." In reality, the mechanical monster opened his eyes again, and Gao Yuanyuan in front of him also turned from virtual to real, and once again became a living person in reality, not an electronic brain ghost. The mechanical monster turned his head and stared at the projection. "So that's it? Your real purpose is to create a backdoor to the electronic brain." The smile of the projection, whose face could not be seen clearly, froze. Transform living people into special information creatures. In this way, no matter who becomes the final winner in the world corporate war, you can use this female ghost to enter anyone's electronic brain at will, modify his personality, influence his goals, and let the whole world develop in the direction you envision. This style of doing things secretly is really a cloud noble. How did you know about the electronic brain plan? The projection voice said gloomily. If you want to know, I'll tell you when the world corporate war comes. Oh, I forgot. Your old established enterprise controlled by cloud nobles has been beaten to a pulp by those emerging new enterprises that represent the direction of technological development. Only 9 of the 50 top companies on last year's list remain on this year's list. The advancement of technology is so ruthless. Past identities are useless in this crazy era. The will of the mother city treats everyone equally. Stale flesh and blood are destined to be gouged out. The original version of this sentence was not said by Gao Gong, but by the future, the chief CEO of Masfinmeng, the crazy reformer who feeds himself to the will of the enterprise. Do you want to go by yourself? Or should I take you back? Or, you can wait until the machine generation comes, and see if your noble privileges still work with it. The other party took a deep look at the mechanical monster, and the holographic projection was turned off directly. If you were not too far away, and there was not enough time, I would also let you see what is called authentic personality modification technology. The mechanical monster turned around. The armor on its body contracted, and countless nerve bundles were ejected and inserted into data sockets one by one. Countless biological data, transformation plans, and scientific research technologies were copied and downloaded, and loaded into the prepared storage chip. You get the electronic brain transformation plan cerebral cortex technology. You get the first generation electronic female transformation plan. You get professional knowledge, brain chemistry. You get professional knowledge, brain structure. You get professional knowledge, electronic rhapsody. You get professional knowledge, memory data. You get a lot of information was swiped out. There are 5 professional knowledge alone. In terms of the reserve of this kind of knowledge, the cloud nobles have a very rich family background. The only problem is, these people are like the landlords in the feudal era. They only want to lock these treasures in the cellar, and most take them out to enjoy, and rarely think about lighting up the technology tree. This is also a common problem of this group of people: route dependence, self-satisfied, difficult to change. Hey, the machine agent is going to be dispatched. I will withdraw first. Remember to transfer the money for the hacker chip to my account. 1 chip is 100,000 machine tokens. Don't forget. Ahang's voice sounded through the voice control system. The pupils in the eyes of the mechanical monster blinked. The senior engineer in the transformation room closed his eyes tightly. One eyeball was empty. A basketball-sized, virtual eyeball appeared above the welfare home. A lot of fog rose up. Where the fog covered, all monitoring equipment began to fail. The main brain area, that is, the upper middle city area, is a super mechanical building covering an area of about 900,000 square meters. One after another, the launch silos slowly opened. Under the silo cover, there was a dark hole, first a red dot, then 2, 3, and finally a dense red light. The next moment, countless mechanical eyeliners gushed out. The number reached tens of thousands. Each mechanical city, actually, has a mechanical army guarding it, But each mechanical army has different arms. This is the power of the Mother City system that can truly suppress the entire planet. Generally speaking, the number of a mechanical core is 100,000. And sending out 10,000 is equivalent to the force to suppress the rebellion. In the storm, countless mechanical eyeliners flew into the dark clouds, forming a huge female face, with a high nose bridge, hollow eyes, and a smooth chin, like an elegant and exquisite ancient Greek statue, exuding a compassionate temperament, but also a terrifying aura of the god of destruction. This is the machine generation, the real controller of the city that never sleeps. The mechanical monster carried Gao Yuanyuan, and the neuron armor automatically covered her body. The operating mechanism of the Mother City is different from that of the government. It doesn't care whether you kill people or not, nor does it care whether you cause trouble or not. It only cares about two things. 1. Whether you violate the instructions of the Mother City. 2. Whether you are making progress. For it, everything is a preparation for social evolution, including itself. The mechanical monster walked step by step in the mist. He had sufficient alibi. But Gao Yuanyuan might be gone for a while. Suddenly, his footsteps paused, and the next moment, the mist was cut open, and a bright red knife light appeared in front of the mechanical monster. The blade was like a branding iron, burning with smoke, and the angle, strength, and speed of its slashing were all perfect, just like a great calligrapher writing, penetrating 3/4 of the paper. With this penetration, the mechanical monster had no room to avoid. More than a dozen energy jets on his arms opened instantly, and the violent energy particle beam made his fist arrive first, appearing in front of the opponent's head. This is a life-for-life fighting style. The girl holding the knife had almost no hesitation, and led the man with the knife. Her figure turned in the air like a flying bird, the knife light rubbed the mechanical arm, and the dazzling sparks burned up like a firebird. The two crossed each other. What the hell? The senior engineer in the transformation room muttered to himself, and looked at his intact arm, and felt a dull pain. At the same time, the mechanical monster looked at the huge crack on the mechanical arm, and turned his head away. In the scarlet vision, the mecha girl supported herself on the ground with her hands, and slowly stood up. Her eyes were serious and earnest. Release the hostages? Who are you? A deep and hoarse voice sounded. The girl looked very frail, wearing a tight combat leather jacket, and thin metal sheets covering her slender arm bones, and traces of metal wires twisted on her 3-section metal spine. The only thing that could be considered high-tech was the 10-unit sensor on her finger, and the electric knife embedded on the inside of her arm. Hong Yu Street, the volunteer law enforcer, Xiao Yu. The girl shook her arm vigorously, and the electric knife popped out again, and the electric light on the knife sizzled. Repeat again, put down the hostage. The mechanical monster looked down at his own appearance, and then glanced at Gao Yuanyuan who was bound, and sighed, what a mess. The machine generation is coming. The next moment, the carbon atomic reactor on the chest lit up. At least 40 energy jets lit up. The speed of the mechanical monster suddenly exceeded 3 times the speed of sound, and it shot in front of the opponent. The giant gun in his hand was like a truck with the accelerator pressed tight. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in fear, and then closed again to calm down. Calm your mind and calm your spirit, and control your armor and sword. Gao Gong immediately felt that the opponent's nerve signal disappeared. The opponent's whiteboard prosthesis actually achieved 100% prosthesis fusion with the dancing of the sword light, and the power suddenly broke through 200%. The sword light came one after another, flying like a bird in the ocean of data. The mechanical monster suddenly grinned, and the next moment, the giant gun suddenly retracted into the palm of his hand, and a long mechanical whip covered with spikes suddenly stabbed out from the chest. The girl closed her eyes. The knife light hit the whip shadow frantically, and the electric sparks fell like rain. The mechanical monster took a deep breath. A large amount of blood and flesh were sucked into its stomach, and as the colony body contracted, a blood-red tentacle suddenly stretched out. The girl only had time to avoid the vital parts, and was hit by the tentacle in the abdomen, and was thrown 10 meters away. Feeling the increasingly terrifying pressure of the machine generation, Gao Gong's patience finally disappeared. A mouthful of silver-white long shuttles were ejected, suspended in the air, and the tips of the shuttles slowly lit up. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of the way. Xiao Yu stood up with difficulty. The mecha core in her abdomen kept sending overload signals, and every prosthesis in her body seemed to be collapsing. The monster in front of her made her feel that she was powerless, and those lit energy weapons made her realize that She would die immediately if she was hit. She pulled out her arm knife. The knife was like a crescent moon, and held the knife with both hands. A line of words on the blade slowly lit up. Daxia Dragon Bird, protecting the country and the people. I'll give you one last chance, release the hostages. The girl said stubbornly. The corners of Gao Gong's mouth drew up a smile. Interesting. Energy lasers fell like rain. Xiao Yu could always avoid the direction of the energy weapons in advance. She ran towards Gao Gong with a special pace. Walls, ground, vehicles, obstacles, became the power points of her parkour. Whether it was her body or her knife, they strictly followed a kind of encrypted 9-digit circular code. The combat program composed of these codes allowed her to burst out with power beyond the limit. The blade pushed away the mechanical whip, the flesh tentacles, and even the nerve bundles that were invisible to the naked eye, single molecule lines. With the last slide, the girl jumped up, and with the knife, the tip of the knife fiercely pierced the chest of the mechanical monster, and the whole person hung on the other side. The mechanical monster looked down at the little girl, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, and the other side also stared at the monster with bloodshot eyes without fear. The chest armor slowly opened, revealing an empty body, with only countless blood threads entangled and decomposed. Unfortunately, you didn't do enough damage. The mechanical monster raised its metal fist, and knocked the other side unconscious with one punch. Forget it, why bother with this little girl, just run away. Not long after the mechanical monster disappeared, a huge figure made of mechanical eyeliner appeared in the welfare home. Countless mechanical eyeliners were sprayed out, and soon, the secrets of the welfare home were downloaded to the mainframe of the mechanical master brain. It also appeared in the database of the Mother City Cybertron. Chapter 237 3 Civilization Routes. After the arrival of the machine generation, all the media in the city that never sleeps were alarmed. According to Channel 4 reports, the great mechanical goddess machine generation appeared above the welfare home. The mastermind of the city that never sleeps, the machine generation appeared in the outer city area, suspected to be related to the secrets in the welfare home. Why did the machine generation appear? It is likely related to the hacking of the mechanical eyeliner. This group of crazy hackers, garbage, scum, lunatics. Channel 9 reports, the 17th fugitive game will be announced on the 1st of next month, when new faces will appear one after another. For the stability and prosperity of the outer city area, the city that never sleeps decided to speed up the approval process of the law and order maintainers, but many social commentators suspect that these council members may have been frightened by the arrival of the machine generation. Bowsy raised his head. Boss, the machine generation. What is it? The manager of the city that never sleeps, a large artificial intelligence. Oh! Bowsy touched his nose, smiled embarrassedly. Boss, can I leave earlier? You've been very busy lately. A little bit, just a little bit. Since Sister G installed the Xenia chip, business has improved all of a sudden. Fighting, running errands, delivery, tracking, assassination, the group has become a small publishing platform. There were too many tasks, and the group was even short of manpower. Sister G had to reopen the hero list, and recruited a few friends above level 4 in the forum. Go ahead. Okay. I will definitely settle the bill before I leave. After Bowsy left, Engineer Gao lazily slumped on the recliner, as if he was sleeping, or as if he was waiting for something. Finally, a mechanical eyeliner suddenly appeared at the door of the store, and flew in without any hesitation, landing on Engineer Gao's shoulder. The dangerous red light kept scanning Gao Gong. Gao Gong, the guardian of Gao Yuanyuan, is now under the order of the never-sleeping city's main brain computer to search your memory. The cold mechanical electronic sound rang out, and before Gao Gong could speak, the mechanical eyeliner anesthetic needle was inserted into Gao Gong's head. Gao Gong's head tilted, and he fainted. When Gao Gong woke up, his forehead was wet, and it was covered with blood. When he looked in the mirror, his head was shaved clean, and there were 4 centipede-like suture marks on it. Open the skull, and search the brain. The style is as simple and crude as ever. My forehead still hurts. I turned on the identity identifier, and 2 messages popped up. After the search, you are temporarily removed from the suspect list. Please go to the government hall of the enterprise area to pay taxes as soon as possible. The engineer got up, closed the door directly, and then staggered back to number 3 to 301. Staff Lane. The door was empty, and it felt a bit deserted. When the engineer closed the door, the bedroom door opened, and a mechanical monster lowered its head and crawled out. Here we come, the monster said hoarsely. looking at the other party's tall and terrifying figure. Gao Gong had a strong sense of déjà vu. Dude, you look familiar. The mechanical monster did not speak, but pounced directly and swallowed Gao Gong. The colony. Carbon atomic reactor. Mechanical gun flag. Shuttle-shaped floating gun. These advanced mechanical weapons quickly returned to their positions. Similarly, a large number of nerve bundles were implanted in the body, and the lost memory was quickly restored. After a moment, Gao Gong let out a long breath. It's easy to fool the machine generation. I don't know if the mother city will send someone to check. If it does, it will be a bit troublesome. As a planet-level administrative center, the mother city has hundreds of departments. Among them, there are 6 core departments: Memory Supervision Department, Human Experiment Department, Electronic Network Department, Machine Consciousness Department, Prosthetic Registration Department, and Ghost in the Shell Department. Each department member is the elite of the elite, and they are tough guys above level 30. For example, Ahong's senior brother, the hacker king named Xiaoyu, is the director of the Machine Consciousness Department. And above him, there should be 2 more levels. Each department has a different division of labor. In order, they correspond to memory, humanity, hackers, AI, human body modification, and giant companies. If the other party really wants to investigate, then the ghost in the shell should be dispatched. This department is dedicated to dealing with large companies. Everyone in it is a monster. They are notorious for not recognizing relatives. If they want to investigate, they will investigate the Cloud Nobles. It is unlikely that they will find me, the senior engineer said to himself. The forearm stretched out, and 10 hacker chips popped out, burning hot. Just like the graphics card will burn, the hacker chips will also burn. Small-scale hacking naturally cannot reach this level. But if it is to hack into the database of some large enterprises, then preparing a spare chip is a must for hackers. Since it is a bit broken, it is reasonable for me not to pay, Gao Gong said to himself, and naturally prepared to shirk this account. 1 million machine tokens. You might as well go and rob them. Gao Gong pulled out the storage chip again. A total of 20. Filled up. Gao Gong found a cracked version of the holographic reader and inserted the chip. Holographic projections appeared one after another. They were all scenes of various experiments. And the subjects of the experiments were the children who came to the welfare home because of various accidents. Each experiment was equivalent to a grade assessment. In this inhumane experiment, Gao Yuanyuan was the only one who went through all the assessments and successfully graduated. The rest either had their heads exploded or lost control of their memories, had personality defects, and were mentally ill. In fact, Gao Yuanyuan was not a perfect work. She used a special way to resolve the painful memories. That is to create a second personality in cyberspace. A crazy, hysterical AI girl named Gox. Gao Gong suspected that the reason why Gao Yuanyuan was able to stay rational for a long time was largely because of the protection given by the data mother. This protection protected the second personality, and also protected the original body. In the timeline without her own, Gao Yuanyuan would inevitably be made into an electronic ghost girl. And after Alyssa was suppressed, Gox would probably not be able to escape the clutches of the Blackwing killers. Not bad. Senior engineer muttered to himself. Manufacturing the electronic ghost girl is very complicated, involving more than 30 plans, which means more than 30 drawings, half of which are drawings above level 5, and 4 are drawings above level 10. Advanced Neural Shuttle, Virtual Personality Editing, Blackened Artificial Intelligence, and Advanced Electronic Control. If these 4 abilities are successfully developed, it will be a living high-tech version of Sadako. So, it's not Gao Yuanyuan who is cyber-bionic, but Gao Kes. Although Sadako is scary, it is not the same as cyber-bionic. This secret, I'm afraid we won't know until Elisa is resurrected. The blueprints are fine. Gao Gong also has a lot of virtual technology blueprints in his memory. The key is professional knowledge, which is what he needs most. Brain chemistry, brain structure, artificial psychology, electronic rhapsody, memory digitization. These 5 kinds of professional knowledge, brain chemistry, brain structure, belong to the same professional knowledge chain, called mechanical brain technology. Artificial psychology belongs to a professional knowledge chain called virtual personality. Electronic rhapsody belongs to a special professional knowledge chain, called electronic doctrine. And interestingly, on this planet, this professional knowledge chain is in the hands of Turing. The first 4 professional knowledge all belong to a civilization system called brain civilization. In this cyber test field, there are 3 civilization systems: transformer civilization, brain civilization, and virtual world. Memory datafication belongs to the last one, the virtual world civilization. The 3 civilizations have their own characteristics. Among them, the transformer civilization is similar to the mechanized Spartan society. The stronger the transformer, the deeper the degree of transformation, the higher the social status. And the brain civilization belongs to the second-level carbon-based civilization, and it is a rare civilization with high thinking among carbon-based civilizations. This civilization focuses on the development of brain technology, and is good at producing freaks, perverts, and geniuses. As for the virtual world, let alone, it is a standard virtual reality, a world of otaku. It is worth mentioning that, in his previous life, Gao Gong made a fortune by shaping faces and began to build a civilization. Starting with the virtual world, Gao Gong can be sure that cyberspace is the crystallization of the 2 civilization systems of brain civilization and virtual world. Similarly, the future electronic brain plan should be the product of transformer civilization and brain civilization. In the past, there were bionic people and data concept bodies. In the future, there will be prosthetic cores, advanced species fusion plan, and mechanical microorganisms. These planet-scale experiments are all the products of technical cooperation between different civilizations. The reason why Cyber Tide was born, a big part of the reason, is that these planetary experiments went wrong. The reason why Gao Gong continuously collects professional knowledge, because he knows the truth. Only systems can fight against systems, ecologies can fight against ecology, and civilizations can fight against civilizations. If Gao Gong hadn't lit up the technology tree of Mechanical Hunter, these desert bumpkins would still be playing with sand. Of course, if you are a cosmic monster of level 200, or even level 300, then destroying a planet is naturally no problem. But the problem is, you are not. As an ordinary intelligent life that occupies 99% of the universe, you can only rise 1 level at a time. If you don't climb the technology tree, you will rise with your head. Nowadays, the level cap of Mechanical Hunters is 30. And after level 30, it belongs to the standard of second-level civilization. Just like the powerful monsters all have backers. The strongest profession is also supported by civilization, and there may be more than one civilization. At present, the knowledge of brain civilization can be stolen from corporate databases, and the knowledge of virtual world can be obtained from cyberspace. It is definitely not possible to rely on the power of Gao Gong alone. But there are players. It's time to let NPC know what a people's war is. But we have to make a big plot first to warm up the players and increase their popularity. It can make players interested, fighting, plot, rewards, a sense of substitution. So it's about cracking down on pornography and gangs? There's not much else in the outer city, but there are a lot of gangs. Gao Gong decided to make a big one. Before that, he decided to go and see his cheap sister. Gao Yuanyuan's hiding place. I'm afraid you can't find it even if you search the entire city that never sleeps. Because she is not in reality at all. Chapter 238 Different Styles of Assassination Missions. Gao Gong closed his eyes. For a moment, countless nerve bundles pierced out from under his skin, intertwined and connected with each other, forming one nerve node after another, and finally becoming a brain in a jar made up of nerve nodes. This is Gao Gong's hidden brain area, and Gao Yuanyuan is stored here. Just like Ahang's virtual machine, this is a hard drive that belongs exclusively to Gao Gong. The next moment, the surrounding environment disappeared, and was replaced by a beautiful scene. In his previous life, Gao Gong had traveled all over the universe, and seen all kinds of scenery. So he copied them according to his memory. The dreamy Pandora's flower, the radioactive nebula that looked like a fairyland, and the exotic flowers and plants growing on various high-gravity planets. Gao Gong seemed to have come to a dream world. In the forest, Gao Yuanyuan was leaning on a unicorn, concentrating on reading a book. When she saw Gao Gong coming, she quickly put down the book and said in a soft voice, "Brother, you are here. Well, are you used to it here?" At first I thought I was dreaming, but later I found that I seemed to be able to do something myself, which was even more wonderful. Gao Yuanyuan slid her fingers gently, and as she slid, a rainbow bridge appeared not far away. And as the sun set, it was crystal clear and dazzling. Can I edit neural signals at will? Gao Gong clicked on Gao Yuanyuan's attribute page. Sure enough, the attribute changed drastically. Name, Gao Yuanyuan. Race, Electronic life. Level. Personal attributes. Professional knowledge. Virtual information security LV9. Cyber programming language LV9. Neural communication technology LV9. Skills. Advanced neural shuttle. Virtual personality editing. Dark artificial intelligence. Advanced electronic control. Gao Gong's current level is 19. Question marks will be displayed only when it exceeds 30. That is to say, Gao Yuanyuan is at least 49. The most important thing is that, as a kind of virtual life, electronic life has the ability to invade electronic brains at will. Even the most advanced electronic defense walls are useless. The reason is very simple. Electronic defense walls are also transformed by electrical signals. As long as they are electrical signals, they will not be able to attack Gao Yuanyuan. Just like as long as they are in cyberspace, the group of killers will not die. The relationship between the world of electrical signals and Gao Yuanyuan is like the ocean and fish. There is no way a fish can drown in the sea. Brother, what are you thinking about? Gao Gong came back to his senses and looked at the other person. He saw Gao Yuanyuan looking at him with concern. Her eyes were no longer empty like Sadako, but like the stars in the sky, shining and bright. Has it absorbed part of the source code of Dance of Jinsokyo? Gao Gong smiled and said, now that you know about the welfare home, what are your plans next? Gao Yuanyuan's eyes dimmed. I didn't expect that my memories over the years were artificially fabricated. The children in the welfare home were not my students at all, but my dead companions. Seeing that the other person's eyes showed signs of emptiness again, Gao Gong thought for a while and said, in fact, they may not be fake. Just as artificial intelligence is intelligence, memory data is also memory. Thinking mode plus memory data is the way most intelligent life exists. This was a bit confusing to others, but Gao Yuanyuan understood it. Brother, you mean, can they be resurrected? If you mean resurrection means returning to the state of more than 10 years ago, then I'm afraid it's not possible. But if it means surviving in another way of life, then I can say for sure that it is possible. Their neural circuits and brain data are all stored in a chip by me. If you can combine the two, they can survive in another way, such as AI, bionic people, clones, etc. As for what form it is, and how much wisdom is left, it depends on your skills. Brother, I am willing to learn. Okay then. Gao Gong smiled. And with a thought, a large amount of memory data was copied to this hidden brain disk, turned into books, and soon piled up into a small mountain. Some of this is the content of the experimental project, and some is my memory. If you can integrate them all, then there will be no problem in resurrecting those dead children. Gao Yuanyuan couldn't wait to dive into the sea of books. Seeing Gao Yuanyuan immediately entering the learning state, Gao Gong nodded with satisfaction. In this life, he took the carbon-based plus mechanical route, which meant that he was destined not to take the old path. Even if he changed his job to a cyber hacker, it would still be the same. Hacker is a secondary job, and its upper limit is level 20, not level 30. Gao Gong could not program himself, become the main AI, or create another virtual world. So he needs an heir, and Gao Yuanyuan, who was transformed into a virtual life, is the best candidate for inheritance. She is very obedient, talented, and extremely trustful of herself. More importantly, she can always maintain a pure heart. Her negative emotions will be converted into simulated data, absorbed by another personality. This can greatly reduce the pressure of the virtual personality. Virtual life is difficult to kill, but if the definition of death is a major change in personality, then the speed of death of virtual life may be beyond your imagination. In his previous life, Gao Gong suppressed his backup personality rebellion, if not 1,000, at least 800 times, which greatly delayed his speed of climbing the technology tree. Keeping a childlike heart is equivalent to choosing easy mode, which is the best thing for Gao Gong, an old driver. Without disturbing Gao Yuanyuan, Gao Gong took the initiative to exit the brain disk. In the short term, Gao Yuanyuan will be busy, so she will not be bored and change her personality, such as adding a sister control attribute. Young women control is the king route. Red Leaf Street. 2 gangs are fighting in the street. Since the advent of the machine generation, the never-sleeping city council announced the issuance of 3 additional law and order maintainer licenses. The entire outer city area has been boiling all of a sudden. Various street wars are happening all the time. At this time, in the small group that Sister G has created, Sister G is recruiting people everywhere, and I love to eat steamed buns, and I am a big muscle man. At Red Flower Demon, at Airplane, there is a mission, bodyguard mission, come quickly. Sister G, I am busy, I am doing a gang mission. Red Flower Demon said. Yeah, Sister G, I've been fighting with people every day recently, and it's so cool. While speaking, the airplane took a selfie. The electronic mohawk is particularly eye-catching, and it changes into different colors as the mood changes. You're doing this useless transformation again. Sister G complained. Whether you're strong or not is a matter of the version, but whether you're handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. I plan to make a holographic projection of Guan Eri for myself in a few days, to celebrate my successful joining of the welfare gang. Airplane, hey, you've successfully changed your job? Not only me, Xiao Jiji, Han Huayao have all successfully changed their jobs, and now we are official members of the welfare gang. You all joined the same gang? You can't put all your eggs in one basket, young men. If you do this, how can you play infernal affairs in the future? Sister G was angry at her for not fighting back. Hee, Sister G, don't be angry, we have also inquired about it. Most formal gang members, after changing their jobs, only have one driving talent, one fighting skill, one gang-exclusive prosthetic transformation. This may not be available yet, but if you join the welfare gang, you will get an additional exclusive mechanical skill. This mechanical skill can enhance the efficiency of the prosthetic by 7%. Although it has a small bonus, as the number of prosthetics increases in the later stage, the blessing of this skill is definitely comparable to the high-level talent. Compared with other gang-exclusive transformations, this is definitely the most cost-effective ability. Sister G rolled her eyes. I don't care if you are strong or not, the problem now is, I need someone to take over my mission. You have time to type. Why don't you come and help me? Jijia, this guy rushed too fast when he was fighting with others, he died, now he is waiting to be resurrected. Baozi sent a gloating expression. Damn, how did you know about this? Baga? And I love eating Baozi, he died, you are not dead, just come and be my soldier. Jijia? Baozi sent an awkward smile expression. Sister G, they are busy, I am busy too, the business in the store has been booming these past 2 days. Those gangsters either come to repair prosthesis, or to exchange prosthesis. I am almost done with my primary repair skills, now the boss has taught me a second skill, prosthesis repair. I think I will be able to switch to a prosthesis doctor soon. I will give you a 20% discount then. Show off, naked show off. I will draw a circle and curse you. Don't come to me for prosthesis repair in the future. Dad. I was wrong. Feiji immediately admitted his mistake. At Jijia. I'll take this mission. Send me the address. Black Ice number 2. Second brother is awesome. Jijia sent a thumbs up emoji. Finally. Jijia brought 2 new faces to do the mission together. One was called Gold Miner, and the other was called Tachi-san. Both of them were high-end players above level 6. And were only one step away from changing their jobs. It is worth mentioning that their jobs are also very interesting. The former worked at the garbage station in the city that never sleeps, responsible for processing human body parts. It is said that sometimes he can find some good prosthesis. The latter is a labor dispatcher. That is, a corporate employee who has not yet changed his job. He works in an organ trading company. His main task at present is to collect corpses everywhere, so that he can earn enough points to change his job. At PP Boss, why haven't you shown up recently? You don't fight. Having been hacked to death, the bored Feiji looked for people to chat in the group. Don't mention it. Tax day is coming. The company is urging us to work hard every day. How can we have time? You are already 007. How can you work hard? Feiji was puzzled. Naive. Do you know what brain area division of labor development is? Do you know what virtual machine development is? Do you know what thinking software development is? I don't understand it. But it's impressive. What does it mean? Brain area division of labor development means that different brain areas are responsible for different projects, and one person does the work of 7 or 8 people. Virtual machine development means putting your thinking in a virtual machine, where time passes at a rate of 10 to 1, that is, you work hard in the virtual machine for 10 hours, which is only equivalent to 1 hour in reality. As for thinking software development, it is to remove all your emotions, and transform you into an automatically programmed software, so that you will keep working hard, and keep working hard, and keep working hard. Work hard until the end of time. PP leader sent a photo. In the picture, Mei Yangyang has dark circles under her eyes, a bleak smile, and looks like she will turn into a wisp of smoke and fly away at any time. To be honest, if I didn't like the profession of neural editor, and if the experience given by these tasks was enough, I would have committed suicide and changed my account. Pippi, take care of yourself. If you can't do it, just hang up, Gigi said with concern. No, Sister G. I can still work hard. I must become the first neural transformer. No more talking. My friend at the next table jumped off the building. Now I'm taking over his job. It's time to apply to my superiors to install the workaholic personality chip. Airplane, I love to eat steamed buns. Carry a knife, but no umbrella on a rainy night. Hey, Brother Umbrella. You're here? Airplane, what has Brother Umbrella been doing during this time? Airplane, needless to say. He must be walking in the dark, killing people invisibly. The long night is coming. I will start watching from now on. Until I die. I will not marry. I will not be granted land. I will not have children. I will not wear a crown. I will not compete for honor and favor. I will be loyal to my duties. Airplane. Player Airplane was banned for 1 hour. You talk too much nonsense. Sister G, but Brother Umbrella should be doing some high-end assassin mission. Bowsy agreed. That's right, assassin. It's the only high-end profession among players now. So cool, I'm so envious. Sister G, ditto master of slacking, ditto wandering Trojan. 2 more small players used the words of the big guys praising each other in the group to brush up their presence. I am unworthy of this. He sighed quietly on a rainy night, carrying a knife, but no umbrella. Only in the player group could he regain his lost self-esteem and broken moral integrity. At this time, in a dressing room, a middle-aged woman was scolding coldly. If you are still ranked last in the 3rd roadshow, then I can only inform you with regret that you will become an eliminated killer group. After the middle-aged woman slammed the door and left, a manager who looked neither male nor female came over charmingly and said with a sweet smile, Young brothers, don't be depressed. As long as we can increase the ratings of this talent show, they will not dare to do anything to us. Sister Jiao Jiao, what can you do? A member of the group said excitedly. We're going for the sexy route. When thongs, masks, whips, and bondage suits appeared before my eyes, I soon understood what it meant to go for the sexy route. Mother City Deep Web. It was a world shrouded in electricity and data streams. Bionic people, AI, data bodies, all kinds of data life appeared in the cyberspace that was completely embedded in reality. Under the waves of data, a figure with curves and curves slowly walked out, flaming red hair, tight leather clothes, and enchanting eyes. Sister Rose walks in the corporate light. Her figure appears and disappears with the migration of big data. It is also a killer mission. Sister Rose will not take action, but she will do it in a big way. Her target is the head of the Ghost in the Shell department, one of the 6 core departments of the Mother City. Huang Wan, who is known as the enemy of the giant company. A level 60 main AI. Chapter 239 Advanced Mecha Operation Skills. I heard you've been very impressive recently. In the renovation room, senior engineer was screwing screws for Leaky, while chatting with him casually. Since he cured his frequent urination, urinary urgency, and inability to urinate completely, Leaky has become more energetic, no longer trembling when urinating, and has more energy when chopping people, and when he walks. He walks like a dragon and a tiger, and looks like a double-flowered red stick. Hee, isn't this mainly because of your help? Leaky flattered. I heard that your gang has recruited a new prosthetic doctor. Are you talking about Miss Sakura? How can her skills compare to yours? Miss Sakura, this prosthetic doctor is a woman? As a large gang occupying 10 streets, the welfare gang is no longer what it used to be. It is not surprising that they have brought out another prosthetic doctor to compete with Gao Gong. But it is a bit rare that it is a female prosthetic doctor. The Leaky boy looked around carefully and said, Mrs. Hongming recommended her. The owner of the Hongming Club? Gao Gong exclaimed. He had seen the local area network of the Hongming Club in cyberspace. It was quite advanced. I didn't expect that she actually had a prosthetic doctor. Is he also an old sly guy hiding underwater? Stand up and try. Okay. The Leaky guy stood up. His lower body was no longer a diesel engine plus a metal skeleton, but 2 mechanical legs with smooth curves. The surface was almost the same as a normal person's thigh. It was full of power, built-in military energy plate, 2 gun slots, 2 melee weapon slots. On the right mechanical leg, it was marked with Moss Military No. 31. It was an excellent mechanical prosthesis, which was not generally available on the market. By the way, this year's military exhibition is coming soon. I wonder how Director Du and the others are preparing. Only if the first shot is good can they enter the global weapons market like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Leaky Boy performed a set of mechanical boxing in a small place like the transformation room. The opening and closing of the air pump, the rhythmic changes in the kinetic energy output, and the large and small mechanical parts on his body were harmoniously integrated together. Hit me. Leaky Boy almost didn't hesitate, and stepped forward fiercely. Starting from the sensor on the sole of his foot, the kinetic energy of each mechanical joint began to be superimposed layer by layer. The most exciting thing is that the sound system and 3D special effects on this guy turned into a ferocious green dragon with a punch, raising his head and shaking his tail, biting him. Wow! This special effect is better than Xiaofeng's. Gao Gong stretched out his palm, and casually caught the punch, and turned off his speakers. He scanned the game panel. Advanced Mechanics, a combat skill that is a specialty of fucking Island. It can make the prosthesis perform beyond normal parameters. Plus 15% prosthesis efficiency. Who invented the mechanics of your Fuli gang? Gao Gong asked with interest. Leaky was stunned for a moment, and touched the back of his head. I seem to have it when I was born. According to the elders in the tribe, it has been passed down from generation to generation. But there are many different opinions about who invented it. Some say that the gods on the island taught it, and some say that it was passed down from the Mecha troops when our ancestors fled. Gao Gong knows a little about fucking Island. It is located in the southeast of the Guangzhou Plate, a small island of 200 kilometers. Like all the islands in the 9th district, it was formed from the fragments of the disintegration of the continent during the Second Mechanical War. Like most islands, the living environment on the island is extremely harsh, with sea beasts appearing and storms constantly coming. These islanders are often the main force of smuggling. Master, do you want to learn? The best mecha technician in the gang is our boss Gao. Seeing that Leaky was about to get a date, Engineer Gao waved his hand casually. I don't have such plans. Besides, even if I want to learn, I have to learn the best. The best? The boss's mecha skills are the best. No uncles on the island can compare to him. He can develop the performance of the prosthesis to 200%. Then wait until he develops it to 1000%. Senior Engineer waved his hand. Let's go quickly. I'm going to get off work early today. Get off work? Where are you going? Master? To pay taxes. Don't gangsters have to pay taxes? Although he said he was going to pay taxes, Senior Engineer did not go to the Enterprise area. Instead, he took the floating railcar in the opposite direction and went all the way to the nameless station. The reason why it is a nameless station is that the name of the station sign was sprayed off by some smart guy with paint and replaced by a big blood-red X. This place belongs to the outer city area. Desolate. Dilapidated. The only advantage is that there is no messy noise pollution, light pollution, slums, marginal areas, virus villages. This is the impression of Hungia Street in the outside world. There are patients with mechanical diseases, mental illness, infectious diseases, etc. inside. Normal citizens are not allowed to enter. Hongyu Street on a rough metal road sign. Gao Gong saw these two sentences. By the way, there are 3 bullet holes on the road sign, which is full of warning. It was drizzling in the sky. In 365 days a year, it probably rains 300 days in the city that never sleeps. Gao had been here for almost a month, and he was used to it. He opened his prepared umbrella and walked into Hongyu Street through the mud. Gao soon understood why this place was called Hongyu Street. Electronic rain fell on the red soil of unknown composition, spattering blood red, red puddles, red rain, red streets. Gao even saw adobe houses similar to those in the countryside. In the city that never sleeps, this was an incredible scene. The rain was getting heavier. Gao Gong stood in front of an old man holding an umbrella. The old man was sweeping the floor in the rain. The old man was blind, and there were cut marks on his head. Gao Gong walked behind him, opened his sutured skull, and sure enough, the brain was empty. This should be an experimenter in a brain experiment, and most of them are experimental projects of large companies. Ordinary street technology, such as prosthetic doctors, generally do not work on the brain. Gao Gong walked to a mud house, and there was a violent knock on the wooden door. Through the broken glass, you can vaguely see a big man tied up. The big man is missing a leg, an arm, an eye, and there are obvious signs of prosthetic implants at the incision. It seemed to be some kind of withdrawal reaction. Blood began to spurt out of the crack because of the movement. The most eye-catching thing was the other person's eyes. Gao Gong saw murderous intent in the other person's eyes. Murderous intent that drug addicts should not have. Cyberpsychosis? Next, Gao Gong saw a robot whose brain crashed because of religious beliefs. A transformed person whose prosthetic implant failed. A spouse-type bionic person that no one wanted. And an entrepreneur whose most of his body parts were auctioned off because of business failure. Gao Gong knew where this place was. Abandoned land. Sir, would you like a cup of coffee? In front of a wooden house, an artificial intelligence transformed into a holographic image is enthusiastically selling coffee. Have a cup. Every time the girl in front of me brews coffee, there will be an obvious lag. Once it lags, the holographic image will disappear, revealing a rusty mechanical arm. Boss, the operating system needs to be changed. Gao Gong took the coffee and said casually, the virus in my head has not been cleaned up. How can I afford to change the system? Red Leaf Street rarely has guests like you, said the coffee girl. What kind of people usually come here? People who fend for themselves. Oh, sir, are you looking for someone? The coffee girl asked again. Is there a short girl on Hungya Street who is very sharp with a knife? Sorry, there is no such person on our street. Gao Gong stared at the other person for a while and said with a smile, your facial motion capture technology is not good, you can tell when you are lying at a glance. But the coffee is delicious, thank you. You're welcome. An hour after Gao Gong left, a petite figure carrying a lot of bags walked onto the street. Xiao Yu, you're picking up trash again, the coffee girl said dissatisfiedly. Yeah. The girl smiled brightly. I picked up a big bag today. I calculated that if I sell them all, I can buy a dust collector for Grandpa Robot, a tube of tranquilizer for Uncle Death, and an energy plate for you. The coffee girl waved at her, and the girl ran over. Someone came to see you today. Did you fight with someone again? The coffee girl said seriously. No. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered. You have to change your habit of being so aggressive. This is a behavior that harms your survival instinct. Even a robot like me knows that the program can only run in the correct mode. The girl didn't listen at first glance. I know. I'm going to give Uncle Death an injection. After the girl left, the coffee girl's expression froze for a moment. And she muttered to herself. This girl has a hole in her brain. She said she was introducing herself. And she really was introducing herself. Top-level mecha swordsmanship. What does this girl have to do with a group of people on fucking island? What does it have to do with the Empire? Liki's mechanical skills. Xiao Yu's mecha swordsmanship. Both gave Gao Gong a strong sense of deja vu. This is not a common fighting method. Nor is it the ability to control an exoskeleton. It is more like the advanced operation skills of mechas and mecha civilization. The level of mechas in the Empire should not have reached this level yet. Director Du intends to open up a blue ocean market with mechas. But the performance of mechas alone may not be enough. Add mecha operation technology. And that will be enough. I have to find an opportunity to go to fucking island. Chapter 240 Yagami Motoko. The Mother City, Cybertron, the 17th Weapons Exhibition. Different from the completely virtualized deep web, Cybertron is more like a super mechanical city, kilometers, millions of meters of mechanical creations are rising and falling, some of them are landing interstellar spaceships, some are endless space elevators, some are fortresses of mechanical legions, some are industrial ships, land ships, and even crust excavators, planetary engines. If the machine crack planet is an egg full of cracks, then Cybertron is the center of the cracks in this egg. At this time, representatives of military contractors got off the plane one by one and took special cars to various weapons test sites. The first 6 months of every corporate war are the happiest days for military contractors. The reason is simple. Although corporate hegemony is not a military war, every time there is a corporate war, major companies will increase their defense budgets. Every military contractor will rack their brains and spend all their time to attract customers at this stage. Just like a peacock spreading its tail. Wow, Sister Du. Did you see that? They are all flying cars. The young woman pulled the window, looking around with shining eyes. The tail of the flying car ejected a dazzling stream of particles. Under the control of the planet's main brain, it seemed thrilling, but in fact it was as steady as an old dog shuttling in the air. Cybertron has no ground transportation system. The ground of Cybertron is made of various energy pipelines, oil pipelines, transport pipelines. Some of these pipelines lead to the seabed, to absorb rare gases on the seabed, some lead to the Earth's crust, to absorb the nuclear reaction power at the center of the Earth, and some lead to other continents, to transport survey robots and mining robots. The entire Cybertron is a super factory based on planets. This is in line with Du Xiaoti's mechanical aesthetics. If there are resources, we must go to mine them. If there are places, we must build projects. Sister Du, do you think our products will be appreciated by those big guys? Secretary Dia couldn't help but ask. There is still a month before the exhibition. We are mainly here to make a preliminary visit. Why are we in such a hurry? Du Xiaoti was still as tight-lipped as ever. Sister Du, in the morning we have to report to the mechanical hub for qualification, certification, and registration. At noon, a representative of Mosfengmong wants to have a meal with us. In the afternoon, we have to go to class. Duya began to report on her work. Class? What class? I hate class. The young woman complained. Her eyes fell on a super luxurious shopping mall. It's mainly the technical information of the previous weapons. Every time a weapons exhibition opens, a considerable amount of development information will be unsealed. Some emerging forces, like us, will sign up specifically. The main purpose is not to participate in the exhibition, but for these scientific and technological information. Are these information free of charge? The young woman asked. No money. No patent fees? No patent fees either. Is there such a thing? For example, if we sell a lot of mechas at this weapons exhibition and wait until the next exhibition, our mecha data and scientific research secrets will be given to others for free? That's it. Fuck, run away quickly, Sister Du. It sounds fair. Du Xiaoti said calmly. The meaning of the Mother City is very simple. If you don't make progress, if you don't make breakthroughs, you will die. On this planet, the patent siege does not exist. The little woman rolled her eyes. These lunatics, if it were me, she would keep the patents and make a living forever. What? The young woman was about to say something, when the flying car shook violently. In the sky, hundreds of thousands of flying cars stopped at the same time. On the ground, a huge pipe suddenly opened, and dense combat robots sprayed out, rushing to a mechanical building in the south. Then, there were various explosions and fighting sounds. Du Xiaoti looked at Duya, and Duya hurriedly called to confirm the situation. After a long while, she said, Sister Du, the afternoon technology sharing class has been cancelled. Someone hacked into a mechanical system of Cybertron, causing a small-scale robot rebellion. Who is it? This is the Mother City. The young woman was no longer sleepy. For all those born after the mechanical age, the Mother City is like a god to them. It seems to be a cyber hacker, a very famous one. The hacker's code name is Tyria. Tyria? Du Xiaoti heard this name from her mother. It was a holy city in the civilized era. For this ancient city, there have been several large-scale religious wars in the history of the machine star. Tyria. Cybertron? It always feels that the meaning is very special. After a moment, the little woman became impatient. How long do we have to wait? If I had known that the Mother City would also be congested, I would have at least gotten a deck of cards to play with. Du Xiaoti closed her eyes to rest. There is a holographic TV in the car. Why didn't you say so earlier? The little woman found the switch, and as soon as she turned it on, she saw that several channels were playing the same news. Shocking news, Mr. Aramaki. The first person in charge of the conquering mobile department, who is known as the Hand of the Deep Web and the enemy of the Enterprise, was assassinated by the resistance forces yesterday. His data processing center was destroyed, and a large amount of personality data was lost. It is currently under emergency repair, but the situation is not optimistic. Why is it an assassination again? The little woman muttered. In the scene filled with black smoke, the host was dancing with saliva flying, but the next moment, the host was kicked out, and a female bionic person with a murderous aura appeared on the screen. Wow! What a beautiful lady! This female bionic person was very beautiful, with exquisite short blue hair, light red eyes, and a curvy figure. But what was more striking was her temperament. Like a burning flame, her voice was low and hoarse, and murderous. This reminded Director Du of a very hateful woman. My name is Yagami Motoko, the captain of the first section of the mobile unit. Remember? Murderer. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, no matter if you are human or AI, I will find you. Tear open your flesh. Dig out your personality chip. And destroy your memory data. No matter how many clones you have, how many subroutines you have, I will find them one by one, and then completely destroy you. With a bang, the holographic screen exploded. It's not just one station, all other stations are the same. This woman is very strong. Du Xiaodi opened her eyes, and a trace of salinity flashed in her eyes. I just felt that the monitoring satellite was staring at us. If I guess correctly, this woman is using the thousands of satellites covering the planet for global positioning. Once the murderer is watching this program, there will be special emotional changes, expression changes. This woman will find it immediately. On the surface, she is venting her hatred, but in fact, she is looking for the murderer. In the city that never sleeps, the senior engineer who was queuing up to pay taxes saw the scene and sighed. Has another planetary pig appeared? The first thug of the future deep web, the most advanced bionic man in 10 years, a frequent visitor to the 3D zone, Yagami Motoko.